In a potion shop on Xiaolin Street in Ji City, Jiangnan, a tense confrontation was unfolding. The shop owner, Qin Lan, faced off against a young girl with long black hair, dressed in a school uniform. The air between them was thick, with an almost suffocating tension. Su Qingxue stood at the counter, her pale face flushed a deep red, her lips tightly pressed together. Her pure features were marked by a mix of shame and disbelief, and her eyes, as clear as a summer stream, were welling up with tears, as if she might cry at any moment. Girl, you wouldn't want the school to find out about your little theft, would you? Qin Lan said with a sly smile. You're just 18, about to graduate from Silver Dragon High. If the school were to hear about this, the consequences would be severe, perhaps even expulsion. But if you behave and come with Uncle Qin to discuss things in the back room, we can forget this ever happened. Don't worry, it will only take a minute. The realization that the man who had always looked out for her was actually a wolf in sheep's clothing hit Su Qingxue hard. Her chest heaved with emotion, and her young body trembled beneath her school uniform. Behind the counter, excitement flashed in Qin Lan's eyes as he licked his dry lips and grabbed the girl's slender arm, pulling her into the back room. In the quiet bedroom, the soft ceiling lights cast a gentle glow over every corner. Surprisingly, nothing inappropriate happened. Qin Lan sat at the table with a bowl in hand, smoothing the wrinkles in his suit, and looked at the timid Su Qingxue across from him with anticipation. Girl, I'm not asking for much. Just give me half a bowl of your blood. So that's what it was. Su Qingxue was momentarily stunned, having imagined all sorts of inappropriate scenarios. Just this request? No coercion into doing something strange? After some negotiation, Su Qingxue agreed to Qin Lan's terms. She pricked her finger and let half a bowl of blood flow, then left the shop happily with a healing potion. Inside, Qin Lan watched her leave from the window, his earlier nonchalant demeanor replaced by a deep, pensive look. It turned out he was a reborn individual, intending to return to the time when the apocalypse began, but had mistakenly arrived 10 years into a post-apocalyptic world. The beast master talent he had painstakingly preserved, blood prison, required the blood of a pure maiden to function. At noon, Qin Lan rode his electric scooter to the southern city gate, which was packed with onlookers. A giant golden spider lay on the ground, its head shattered, lifeless. Nearby, a three-meter white muscular ape beat its chest repeatedly. Qin Lan pulled out a scanner and confirmed that it was a low-level lower-grade golden horn spider. In 2 days, a city-destroying wave would sweep through, turning millions into prey for beasts and zombies. Standing amidst the crowd, Qin Lan quietly observed the golden horn spider's corpse. Gradually, one of his eyes turned a sinister blood red, and an eerie suction emanated from it. Under its influence, wisps of ominous gray gas began to rise from the spider's body. The gray mist was the shattered soul of the golden horn dragon spider. After Qin Lan collected the soul fragments with his innate blood prison ability, he immediately hopped onto his scooter and headed back to the potion shop on Xiaolin Street. The chilly autumn wind carried with it dry, yellow leaves that danced wildly along the street. In front of the shop, a frail girl in a gray-brown coat was waiting. Her hair was cut short and practical, and she wore an old, fluffy scarf around her neck. Her exposed skin was so pale it appeared unhealthy. Upon closer look, her features bore a striking resemblance to Su Qingxue, whom Qin Lan had met earlier in the day. This was her younger sister, Su Qingshuang. After dismounting, Qin Lan approached the girl and playfully ruffled her hair. Su Qingshuang was naturally frail, her body turning icy cold every night, and this condition worsened as she aged. Notably, in his previous life during the beast disaster in Jiangnan's Ji City, Su Qingxue had perished in the jaws of beasts, while Su Qingshuang mysteriously vanished, presumed dead. Perhaps this time, fate would change. A blush crept across Su Qingshuang's pale cheeks as she let the carefree man tousle her hair, asking softly, Uncle Qin, where have you been? On a date with destiny. She's beautiful with 8 long legs. Ugh, Uncle Qin, you're being weird again. Listen to me, stay away from abstract art. Keep this up, and you'll be single forever. Well, then I'll be single forever. No way. You can't be single. Then I'll marry you? Sure. Oh no. Uncle Qin, you're joking again. The girl widened her eyes in surprise, then bashfully tightened her red scarf, her blush deepening. She thought to herself, I won't live long. My body grows colder every day. I'm not worthy of Uncle Qin, but my sister could be. Sensing the shift in mood, Qin Lan chuckled and withdrew his hand, turning toward the alley by the shop. Little girl, go open the shop. I'm off to create some art in the alley. The alley was the narrow passage between 2 potion shops, which stood side by side in fierce competition. Qin Lan entered the alley and began his artistic creation against the wall of the neighboring shop. Soon, a vivid depiction of a pig's head appeared, lifelike and brimming with artistic flair, much to his satisfaction. This was the simplest form of business warfare. Either you mess with me, or I mess with you. He considered adding the rival shop owner's name, but regretted not drinking enough water. Hearing the rustling from the alley, Su Qingxuang let out a quiet sigh of exasperation, wishing she could bury her head in her scarf. She slipped into the shop, changed into slippers, and began cleaning. Due to her weak health, she couldn't attend school like her sister and would often help out at Uncle Qin's shop with simple tasks, like dusting and mopping. Whether she was paid or not didn't matter. Listening to him was enough. Watching the girl tiptoe around busily, Qin Lan silently sat by the wooden counter. His palm began to emit a red mist, which gradually formed into a red ostrich egg with a spider pattern the egg of a golden horned dragon spider. He expertly cracked it open, and a dazed, palm-sized golden horned dragon spider crawled out. This tiny creature, clad in golden armor, was surprisingly cute. Hiss. The little spider affectionately nudged Qin Lan's fingers with its tiny horns before starting to nibble on the eggshell. Though it had lost its memories from its past life, it retained its combat instincts and developed an attachment to the first living being it saw. After finishing the eggshell, its size doubled. Qin Lan took out a scanner for analysis, and the information screen appeared. Name: Golden Horned Dragon Spider. Attribute: Gold. Species quality: Low-level Lord. Beast realm: Tier 1, 2 stars. Species talent: Gold Devour Soldier level. Beast skills: Hard as Nails Lord quality, Earth Spike. Spider Swarm command. Description: Golden horned dragon spiders are often found in forested areas, evolving from the general quality golden shield spider. Qin Lan wasn't concerned about the decline in the beast realm. As long as the species quality remained intact, that was what mattered. It was well known that improving a beast's species quality required immense financial resources. There were only two ways to enhance it: consuming rare magical plants or getting lucky during realm advancement. Beast species are categorized into 5 qualities: soldier, general, lord, emperor, and monarch. The higher the quality, the stronger the beast, capable of easily surpassing its level in battle. Beast skills are similarly ranked by quality, with higher quality skills delivering more power. There are 2 ways to acquire them. Qin Lan explained to Su Qingxuang the 2 ways to obtain a beast skill inheritance stone. One is the opportunity that comes with an advancement in realm or beast quality, and the other is the extremely slim chance when hunting wild berserk beasts. Hey, girl, get the mineral collection box from the 3rd shelf for me, Qin Lan said, crossing his legs casually. Okay, Su Qingxuang responded as she was busy with her tasks. She tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear and tiptoed to reach the old wooden box from the shelf, carrying it down with some effort. Here you go, she said. Thanks for the help. Qin Lan smiled, taking the box and placing it on the table. As Su Qingxuang turned to leave, he caught her by the arm. What is it? She asked, looking down at Qin Lan with curious eyes. Girl, Uncle Qin isn't feeling too well. Could you give me a hand? Not feeling well. Uncle Qin, how can I help? Qin Lan raised an eyebrow with a mischievous grin, his gaze falling on her delicate, fair hands. Her slender fingers were as pretty as jade, with neatly trimmed nails and visible veins beneath her skin. Su Qingxuang blushed, giving him a sharp look before reluctantly agreeing. Qin Lan adjusted his posture, allowing her to massage his shoulders. He thought to himself that after a lifetime of hard work, perhaps he could treat this new life as a bit of a vacation. As he gazed at the sunset outside the window, Qin Lan suddenly turned to Su Qingxuang and said, Stay here tonight, girl. Don't go back. With a sudden snap, Su Qingxuang's cheeks flushed crimson, her mind racing. Stay the night? Could Uncle Qin be planning to do something? Her heart pounded, and her fingers nervously tugged at her scarf. Don't forget to bring your sister along, Qin Lan added. Huh, bring my sister too? Can't I just stay by myself? Su Qingxuang asked in surprise, her eyes widening. No, Qin Lan shook his head, explaining, there might be some trouble in Jiangnan City tonight. It's safer for both of you to stay here with me. I see. Su Qingxuang stepped back, trying to mask her embarrassment. She silently chided herself. Uncle Qin should really be clearer with his words, making her misunderstand. While enjoying the massage, Qin Lan retrieved 7 fist-sized stones from the box: 3 star iron ores and 3 white cloud ores, with a total value of about 80,000 black crystal points. He glanced at the golden horned dragon spider beneath the table and casually tossed the stones to it. This special beast, with its gold-devouring talent, could grow by consuming precious minerals. It not only increased its size, but also enhanced the defensive power of its golden shell and could even elevate its realm. Hiss! The golden horned dragon spider emitted a delighted sound, eagerly gnawing on the valuable stones. Its sharp mandibles left alarming dents on the surface of the ores with each bite. The room was shrouded in silence. The golden horned dragon spider was engrossed in its meal. Su Qingxuang was busy managing the shop, while Qin Lan was lost in his favorite pastime of creating abstract art. Time slipped by unnoticed, and before long, the black curtain of night had enveloped the entire city of Jiangnan. The autumn wind was particularly biting, making the plastic bags and dry leaves on the streets dance and whirl. By the brightly lit counter, Qin Lan lay sprawled out, lost in a dream that took him back a decade. It was a scene from the Day of Destruction. A blue light had engulfed the entire blue planet, forming a massive cage, trapping humanity under the control of an unknown presence. The resurgence of spiritual energy triggered widespread mutations, turning flora and fauna into bloodthirsty creatures. Rats in the sewers grew as thick as a human arm, capable of biting through a wrist with ease. Common mosquitoes transformed into mind-eating fiends, and zoo animals like tigers and gorillas evolved bullet-resistant hides. The oceans were not spared either, with monstrous creatures like giant lizards and human-faced octopuses appearing in quick succession. In just one night, nearly 40 of humanity fell prey to these mutated beasts. Another 30 became zombies under the baptism of spiritual energy, 10 awakened as beastmasters able to control violent beasts, and the remaining 20 remained unchanged for the time being. By the 4th year after the Day of Destruction, the Apothecary Association had developed a gene awakening potion, allowing ordinary people to become beastmasters through its use. However, a single vial of the first-tier potion cost a staggering 100,000 black crystal universal points, equivalent to more than a decade of savings for an average family. Qin Lan awoke from his dream to the sight of two busy young women. Su Qingshuang, wearing an apron, bustled in and out of the kitchen, while Su Qingxue, dressed in her school uniform, stood on tiptoe atop a stool, organizing the bookshelf. Her waist-length black hair flowed like ink. He glanced at the giant spider lurking on the ceiling, stretched lazily, and returned his focus to his abstract painting. With a palette in one hand and a brush in the other, he painted vigorously, as if expressing the myriad facets of life through color. Suddenly, the tranquility was shattered by the harsh sound of the door being flung open. 3 burly men, shirtless and muscular, burst into the shop, panting and visibly terrified. The leader bore a bleeding claw mark across his chest, and his clothes were in tatters. "Lock the damn door," the scarred man barked, cursing loudly. "Those cat beasts came out of nowhere from the sewers. If I hadn't dodged fast enough, my neck would have been slit." His 2 lackeys fumbled with an iron lock to secure the door, then collapsed onto the floor, gasping for breath. Qin Lan peered through the bulletproof window out into the dark street, faintly discerning the glint of green beast eyes in the shadows. His brow furrowed as he swiftly drew the curtains to shield the room from the outside light. Has the city-destroying beast tide arrived earlier than expected? Qin Lan pondered to himself. I need to prepare in advance. Su Qingshuang and Su Qingxue joined Qin Lan, showing no fear in the presence of the knife-wielding intruders. They knew well that with Uncle Qin's mastery of traditional martial arts, more than 10 men had already met their end at his hands. In this post-destruction day era of rampant crime, anyone daring to cause trouble in the shop would surely meet a grim fate. One of the men suddenly noticed Su Qingxue in her school uniform, a lecherous gleam in his eyes. He nudged the scarred man's arm and shamelessly remarked, "Hey boss, check out that schoolgirl over there. She's about 168 to 170 centimeters, around 50 kilograms, with a cup chest that can still develop. She's probably untouched." The scarred man's eyes lit up with interest. "A schoolgirl? I love the innocent type. Where is it?" Qin Lan's gaze swept across the counter, capturing a scene that left Scarface frozen in place. A sleek silver handgun had appeared between the man's long fingers, reflecting a cold metallic glint under the dim lighting. With a click, the safety was disengaged. The ominous barrel was now aimed steadily at Scarface's scar-riddled visage. "The days of hacking from East Street to West Street are long gone," Qin Lan remarked calmly. "These days, it's all about traditional martial arts, American-style quick draw. Anyone bold enough to run a shop openly has some serious skills for self-defense." "Hey man, take it easy," Scarface said, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he hurriedly signaled his lackeys to stand down. "If you fire that gun, you'll attract those mutant cats outside." Qin Lan nodded in agreement and signaled to Su Qingshuang. She promptly retrieved a silencer from beneath the counter. Qin Lan spun the gun in his hand with ease and attached the silencer skillfully. With a silencer, firing won't make any noise. Su Qingshuang adjusted the scarf around her neck, her eyes gleaming with admiration. Uncle Qin's traditional martial arts just keep getting better. The 3 men turned pale. They were used to collecting protection money in the slums and brandishing small knives, but faced with a real firearm, they could only submit. Just as Qin Lan was about to pull the trigger, the roar of a truck echoed from the street. Su Qingshuang peeked through the curtain with alertness. "Uncle Qin, it's an official truck? They're clearing out those mutant cats. 3 beast tamers, 7 armed personnel." The murderous intent dissipated, and a gentle smile returned to Qin Lan's face. Killing in front of the authorities was unwise. It could cost a hefty fine and 10 days in jail. As a law-abiding shop owner, he'd only dealt with about 30 troublemakers in the past 2 years, disposing of the bodies in the sewers to feed his little pets. "The authorities are cleaning up the stray beasts," Qin Lan said, lowering the gun and gesturing to the bulletproof glass door. Get out, or do you want to feed the little guy up there? The trio looked up in unison, frozen in shock. A golden spider the size of a millstone was perched silently on the ceiling, its eyes gleaming coldly, and its 8 legs ending in sharp, spear-like points. Millstone-sized, and you call that a little guy? Scarface's scalp tingled as he and his lackeys bolted for the door, fleeing for their lives. Qin Lan stepped forward to lock the door again, but his attention was caught by a business card lying on the floor. Picking it up for a closer look, a peculiar smile spread across his face. Qin Lan finally realized the true identity of the bald man, a loan shark. The so-called loan sharks are those who exploit personal information to engage in illegal lending activities. Rubbing his chin, Qin Lan had already devised a plan. As a beastmaster, nurturing beasts required a significant investment of resources: food, beast cores, magical potions, all of which cost money, especially the first-tier awakening potion, which cost a hefty 100,000 black crystal points per bottle, and he needed 3 bottles for himself and the 2 girls. Not to mention, the golden horn dragon spider required a large amount of precious minerals to enhance its physical form. At this moment, his black crystal card only had 1,000 points remaining, which was far from sufficient. Since the city of G was destined to be destroyed by a beast tide the day after tomorrow, as an ordinary citizen, he was powerless to change anything. Therefore, he might as well take the opportunity to extort these unscrupulous businessmen. After all, what good can come from those who lend money at exorbitant rates? They lend you 10,000 today and demand 20,000 tomorrow. Girls, help me find out which major loan shark groups are operating in G City, Qin Lan said, looking up at Su Qingshuang. Loan sharks? Uncle Qin, you're not thinking of borrowing from them, are you? No way, that's off limits. Su Qingshuang said sternly, echoing the sentiment of Su Qingxue. Those loan sharks are ruthless. They've ruined countless innocent lives, leaving men stripped of their organs and women forced into prostitution, only to eventually meet the same gruesome fate. Don't worry, I won't get involved with them, Qin Lan assured them confidently. Really? Su Qingxue asked skeptically, scrutinizing Qin Lan's expression closely. She knew that when Uncle Qin lied, his eyelids would twitch uncontrollably. Qin Lan chuckled inwardly but maintained a sincere expression, nodding earnestly. Really? Seeing no sign of deceit in his demeanor, the 2 girls gathered together and began searching on their phones. Before long, Su Qingshuang frowned. The Wi-Fi next door has changed its password again. It's no longer, broke neighbors keep off my network. Try, shop of broke neighbors should close down, or broke neighbors pay your internet bill, Su Qingxue suggested. It worked. It's the first one. Shoo, keep it down. Don't let Uncle Qin hear, or he'll get mad. While the girls whispered among themselves, Qin Lan's attention had already shifted to the golden horned dragon spider. After consuming 7 precious second-tier minerals, the spider's size had grown to that of a millstone, with curved dragon horns sprouting from its head, and its body clad in golden armor, resembling a majestic armored general. Qin Lan took out a first-tier scanner to rescan it, and the information appeared on a holographic display. Name: Golden Horned Dragon Spider. Attribute: Gold. Species quality: Low-rank Lord. Beastmaster level: First tier 4-star. Species talent: Gold Devourer. Soldier grade beast skills: Hard as iron, Bull Charge. Lord grade beast skills: Earth Spike, Spider Swarm Control. Description: the golden horned dragon spider is often active in forested areas and evolved from a captain rank gold shield spider. Qin Lan contentedly patted the golden horned dragon spider's head. The first tier was the easiest to enhance, as long as it was continually fed. The 7 precious second-tier minerals had propelled the golden horned dragon spider up 2 stars, reaching the first-tier 4-star level, and it had reacquired the soldier-grade beast skill, Bull Charge. The golden horned dragon spider was overjoyed, continuously rubbing its golden horns against Qin Lan's leg. Stop that. Wait until I awaken as a beast master before we make a contract. Go and keep watch up there. The golden horned dragon spider, being intelligent, immediately understood Qin Lan's instructions and obediently spun silk to climb up to the ceiling. Time flew by, and soon it was the next morning. Uncle Qin, wake up, Uncle Qin. A crisp voice called from the bedroom, and Qin Lan slowly opened his eyes. Seeing his forehead drenched in sweat, Su Qingshuang asked worriedly, Uncle Qin, did you have a nightmare? Yeah. Qin Lan managed a faint smile, trying to conceal the shadows in his eyes. In his previous life, he had been too focused on killing, leaving a trail of slaughtered people and beasts, earning him 2 titles. The first, Dominion Tyrant, he could barely accept, but the second, Bullhead King, haunted him. This title was linked to the blood prison, and every time he slept, those scenes of carnage replayed like a recurring nightmare. Qin Lan sat up, holding his head, and caught a glimpse of Su Qingshuang's legs, unable to resist teasing, oh, wearing black thigh highs today? They look nice. As the saying goes, even deities can't resist the allure of black silk. Su Qingxuang blinked, threw a quick hurry up and eat breakfast over her shoulder, and dashed out of the room. After freshening up, Qin Lan leisurely made his way to the kitchen, where the aroma of food wafted through the air. The TV was reporting a minor beast tide from the previous night, but the host glossed over the casualties, downplaying the severity. At the corner of the shop, the already awake golden horned dragon spider was enjoying the stew fed by Su Qingxue. As an omnivorous creature, it would even munch on grass and soil when hungry. After feeding the golden horned dragon spider, Su Qingxue looked at Qin Lan expectantly. Uncle Qin, today is my graduation. Can you come as my elder? Sure, I'll be there around 10. Great. Su Qingxue beamed a sweet smile, grabbed her bag, changed her shoes, and quickly left the shop. Sitting in his seat, Qin Lan half closed his eyes, recalling his past life memories of Silver Dragon High School. This school was no ordinary place. There seemed to be a rare frost spirit sealed underground. This type of spirit had an initial species quality of a low-rank captain, and upon breaking through to a low-rank lord, it would evolve into a frost maiden. Legend has it that frost maidens are the spirits of snow, unable to speak, but possessing intelligence equal to humans. Their bodies are semi-transparent like frost and snow, young and beautiful, often appearing in remote mountains. A snow maiden's body temperature is extremely low, and anyone who approaches them risks being frozen. If their species quality surpasses low-rank emperor, they transform into a snow queen. Snow queens appear and have temperatures similar to humans, often pretending to be mute to blend in with human cities and experience life. Some snow queens even fall in love with humans, capable of all intimate acts except reproduction. However, once their identity is exposed, they abandon their lovers and move to another bustling city to start anew. Qin Lan pondered, resting his chin on his hand. Such naturally nurtured beasts were indeed rare. Perhaps he could seize the opportunity during tomorrow's beast-tide chaos to secretly acquire the frost spirit sealed beneath Silver Dragon High School. Having made up his mind, he began to devour his breakfast. The immediate priority was to gather the funds needed to purchase 3 awakening potions and complete his awakening. Uncle Qin, slow down, Su Qingxuang said helplessly as she watched Qin Lan devour his meal. She refilled his bowl with rice and rested her chin in her hands, observing him from the side of the table. Qin Lan was too busy eating to notice, polishing off 3 bowls before he finally felt satisfied. He pulled out a handkerchief to wipe his mouth, his dark eyes settling on Su Qingxuang. Girl, with your sister away, it's just the 2 of us here in the shop. How about doing something interesting this morning? Something interesting? Su Qingxuang's cheeks flushed as she instinctively pressed her slender legs, clad in black stockings, together and clutched her skirt tightly. What is it? I need a bit of your blood. Not much, just a fifth. Qin Lan replied seriously, pushing a small rice bowl towards her. Oh, it's that. Su Qingxuang sighed in relief, nodding obediently. She rolled up her sleeve to reveal a pale arm. Qin Lan gently grasped her arm, feeling the chill at his fingertips. This girl had caught a strange illness a few years ago, leaving her perpetually cold. Only a 4th-tier healing potion might cure her. Feeling the familiar touch of Qin Lan's hand, Su Qingxuang's ears turned red, and she shyly pulled up her red scarf to cover half her face. Girl, do you want to be cured? Qin Lan asked, sighing as he massaged her delicate wrist. No. Why not? Su Qingxuang gave a wistful smile. Uncle Qin, I know my condition. I might not survive past this autumn. Smack. Qin Lan lightly slapped her head. Trust me, within a month, you'll be cured. Let's make a promise. Rubbing her head, Su Qingxuang stole a glance at the earnest Qin Lan, thinking he was being silly again. But she still obediently extended her pinky, hooking it with his. If I manage to cure you, how will you repay me? Qin Lan teased as he began to draw her blood. Well, Su Qingxuang blinked, her eyes sparkling with hope for the future. If you really cure me, I'll work for you for free for life. Even slightly unreasonable requests aren't out of the question. Like what? Like cooking, doing laundry, helping you manage this chaotic shop. You wouldn't refuse such terms, would you? Of course not. Who wouldn't love free labor? Su Qingxuang rolled her eyes, her shyness and anticipation vanishing instantly. Who wants to be free labor for life? She stood up, pushing Qin Lan towards the door. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Stop chatting, go on. I'll watch the shop for you. Don't forget to attend my sister's graduation. Qin Lan touched his nose, dipped his fingers into the bowl to absorb the blood, and then headed to the alleyway. After urinating against the wall, he hopped on his electric scooter and left. Su Qingxuang watched him go, humming a tune as she began tidying up the shop. The golden-horned spider on the ceiling growled a few times before drifting back to sleep. A few dozen minutes later, while Su Qingxuang was browsing her phone by the counter, the first customer of the day arrived, a hunched old man dressed in white. Despite his age, his gaze was sharp and his demeanor cold. Welcome. Su Qingxuang greeted him with a bright smile. The old man didn't respond, merely pacing the shop with his hands behind his back, inspecting everything. Suddenly, the temperature inside dropped sharply, and a thick layer of frost began forming on the floor. Alarmed, Su Qingxuang instinctively reached under the counter. At that moment, the old man sighed, and his stooped figure erupted with an intense chill. The golden-horned spider on the ceiling awoke, its eyes flickering with fear and ferocity. Recognizing the intruder, it shrieked and lunged at the old man. "Begone!" The old man frowned, and the ice crystals around him instantly formed a sharp arrow, striking the spider with precision. With a buzzing sound, the spider's body stiffened and fell to the ground as a blue ice block. "Jinjiao!" Su Qingxuang's eyes widened in shock. She gritted her teeth, pulling out a silenced silver pistol from under the counter and fired at the old man without hesitation. The old man remained unmoved, silently watching her actions. One by one, the bullets flew out, only to transform into ice blocks midair and crash to the ground. Tick-tock. The bullets sliced through the air but froze mid-flight, dropping to the ground as a solid block of ice. The old man stared at the young girl before him, his voice deep and commanding. "Girl, you've been living as a human for too long. Do you really think you're one of them? Wake up." With a flick of his finger, a shimmering ice crystal shot straight into Su Qingxuang's forehead. In an instant, the light vanished from her eyes, and tendrils of frost began to envelop her body. Her short black hair turned white, her skin became as translucent as ice, and her dark eyes transformed into a frosty hue, resembling two gleaming white gems. I'm not Su Qingxuang." Her voice trembled. Su Qingxuang died 8 years ago in that harsh winter storm. Before she died, she saw me and made a pact, allowing me to take on her appearance to protect her sister, Su Qingxue, until she came of age. In return, I consumed her soul and memories. The snow maiden, Su Qingxuang, buried her face in her hands, her helpless sobs echoing as blood-red tears slipped through her pale fingers, crystallizing into red diamonds that clinked onto the table. The room's temperature plummeted, and a thick layer of ice spread across the floor. The old man stepped forward with a sigh. Sometimes, legends are not mere fabrications. Even before the Blue Star's destruction a decade ago, our Snow Maiden clan already existed, with a history that stretches far back. He gently patted the girl's head. Human love, familial bonds, friendships, these vibrant memories are no less than poison to a young Snow Maiden. To ascend to a Snow Queen, one must relinquish these memories in their most painful moments. He withdrew his hand, revealing a cluster of multicolored ice crystals in his palm, flashing images of Qin Lan and Su Qingxue. "It's time to go. You've fulfilled your promise. It's time to return to your clan and ascend. The human world is fraught with danger, full of deceit and intrigue. If your identity is discovered by certain powerful beings, how do you think that ordinary human, Qin Lan, could protect you, a mere snow maiden? To them, we are but beasts with human-like forms. Do you understand?" The snow maiden, Su Qingxuang, slowly lowered her hands, revealing a face both cold and beautiful. Her icy eyes were as frigid as a towering glacier, devoid of any emotion. "Yes, grandfather." As evening descended, Qin Lan sat quietly at the wooden counter, intently sketching the portrait in front of him. His gaze was calm and expressionless, contrasting sharply with Su Qingxue, who lay crying on the table beside him. On the paper, an elderly man was depicted carrying away the unconscious Su Qingxuang. Qin Lan put down his paintbrush and gently reassured her, "You saw the shop surveillance too. Shuang was just taken home by her family elder and is not in any danger. We'll find her later, and I have my ways to locate her." Su Qingxue wiped her tears and nodded, sniffling. "Uncle Qin is right. Shuang is just back home." At that moment, footsteps echoed from the shop entrance. The golden-horned dragon spider walked in dejectedly, its spirits low after witnessing its companion being taken away. Qin Lan managed a slight smile and pulled out 2 bottles of potion from his pocket. "This is a first-level awakening potion, each worth 200,000. He remarked wryly. "It's so hard to borrow money these days. I had to scour the entire city for gray market loans just to scrape together this sum. In 2 days, I owe some unscrupulous organization 50,000 black crystal points, including interest." He paused. "But I never planned to repay that dirty money anyway. After all, Jiangnan City is doomed tomorrow, so why bother?" He handed one of the potions to Su Qingxue. "Drink this, and you'll awaken your beast master talent." "Yes." Su Qingxue accepted the dark bottle and drank it resolutely, vowing to grow stronger and reunite with her sister. The potion's effects manifested quickly. Su Qingxue's skin flushed, and beads of sweat appeared. Her delicate face turned rosy, her hair damp with sweat, and her eyes shimmered with a misty glow. "If it hurts, bite my hand," Qin Lan suggested, barely finishing before Su Qingxue bit down hard on his hand. "Ow, you really did bite me." After a while, Su Qingxue released him, slightly embarrassed. It hurt too much. I couldn't help it. Qin Lan wiped his hand disdainfully and took out a first-level scanner, aiming it at Su Qingxue. A blue light flashed, revealing her information. Identity: unemployed citizen of Jiangnan City. Name: Su Qingxue. Bone age: 18. Beast Master level: first level, 1 star. Beast Master talent: Class C superior, with spirit healing. Contract slots: 1. Not bad, Qin Lan commented. Class C superior with spirit healing is a rare talent, significantly speeding up recovery from injuries. Su Qingxue clenched her fists excitedly. Becoming a beast master meant she could contract fierce beasts for combat, gaining self-protection and providing healing support for Uncle Qin. Qin Lan also drank the awakening potion. As a reborn individual, besides his inherited blood prison talent, he now had the chance to gain a second talent. If it hurts, you can bite this. Su Qingxue offered him a silver handgun. Can I bite you? Qin Lan teased, eyeing her collarbone. No, I'm afraid of pain. Qin Lan resorted to biting on a drawing board to endure the burning sensation. Once the pain subsided, he used the scanner to check his own information. Identity: entrepreneur in Jiangnan City's Black Tiger Gang, 200,000. Recorded in Yin Alliance files. Name: Qin Lan. Bone age: 20. Beast Master level: first level, 1 star. Beast Master talent: Class D superior, fast runner, unknown. Contract slots: 1. Class D superior, fast runner. Qin Lan put away the scanner. This matched his past life's talent, providing temporary speed boosts to beasts, surpassing the talents of 40 of beast masters globally. He casually flicked a green light towards the golden horned dragon spider, making it feel significantly lighter. Come here to establish a beast contract, Qin Lan instructed. The golden horned dragon spider eagerly approached and lay down in front of him. Through a blood bond on its forehead, an invisible soul connection formed between them. This link was crucial, as it would allow the beast's advancing power to partially enhance the beast master's physique. The progression of a beast master is intricately linked to the growth of their beast. Cultivation requires absorbing spiritual energy from the air, and if a beast master remains at the first level, their beast will never break through the barrier to the second level. The night in Jiangnan's City was supposed to be peaceful. As midnight approached, the bustling streets gradually fell silent, with only a few streetlights stubbornly flickering in the darkness. Suddenly, the sky was engulfed by thick clouds, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder. Large raindrops pounded the streets, kicking up dust and filling the air with the earthy scent of wet soil. Boom! A deafening explosion, reminiscent of a bomb blast, jolted the sleeping city awake. In the direction of the western city gate, a towering inferno rose, undeterred by the torrential rain. Citizens peered out of their windows, whispering among themselves. Don't worry, it must be another beast attack. There are official beast masters guarding the city. Exactly, with 30-meter-high, tumper-thick walls and so many automatic guns. How could the beasts possibly get through? A citizen with binoculars suddenly turned pale, dropping them to the floor with a clatter. Run, run. The west gate has been breached. A 100-meter tentacled octopus monster has shattered the wall, and a horde of beasts and zombies are pouring in. Panic spread swiftly. The night became the perfect cover for the beast horde as terrifying monsters flooded the city, unleashing chaos. Inside a nightclub in the Western District, revelers were oblivious to the danger until the steel doors were torn apart. Swarms of dog-sized, reed-eyed, fanged rats surged in, tearing them to shreds. The piercing screams echoed in the enclosed space, and within a minute, only nauseating remains were left scattered across the floor. On the streets, a few young people sprinted through the rain, only to be tackled by zombies lurking in the shadows. These zombies, mutated over a decade of apocalyptic evolution, reeked of decay, with bulging muscles, hollow eyes, pronounced nasal bridges, and continuously festering gray skin. Inside an alchemy shop, Qin Lan set down his binoculars with a sigh. The peaceful holiday is over. A 6th-level Emperor Beast, the Desolate, had breached the west gate, leading the beast horde into the city. Uncle Qin, let's escape, Su Qingxue said, her face ashen, haunted by memories of the apocalypse 10 years ago. Back then, people fought over a single biscuit, and women had to sell their bodies for food. Why escape? Qin Lan replied calmly, though his eyes glimmered with a mix of madness and excitement. He gently patted Su Qingxue's head and pointed to a hidden passage under the counter. You hide in there. There's plenty of food. Once Su Qingxue was safely inside the passage, Qin Lan sprayed a scent eliminator and retrieved a silver handgun and bullets from under the counter. In his past life, this very passage had helped him survive the fiercest month of the beast horde. Time to earn some beast crystals, little one. At his words, a golden horned dragon spider, the size of a millstone, leaped from the ceiling, its golden eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. Qin Lan commanded the dragon spider to break down the door of the adjacent alchemy shop and retrieved a silver Gatling gun. This was the prized possession of his wealthy neighbor, who liked to experience life. The first-level silver light Gatling, made of lightweight silver iron, could be operated by ordinary people and was valued at over 30,000 black crystal points, not including the cost of bullets. There's a beast equipment store on East Street. Let's make some profit before the beast horde fully spreads. Qin Lan hoisted the Gatling gun and headed for East Street. He needed minerals to satisfy the dragon spider's gold-eating talent and a beast nest ring worth 20,000 black crystal points, a ring forged from rare spatial stones, used to store beasts, with space increasing with its grade. On his way to the East Street beast equipment shop, Qin Lan encountered a small problem. Suddenly, the manhole cover on the side of the road was pushed open, and more than 30 gray-furred rats swarmed out, their blood-red eyes fixated on Qin Lan with a greedy, bloodthirsty glint. Unfazed, Qin Lan raised his hand and aimed a first-tier beast scanner at the swarm. The scan results appeared instantly. Plague rat poison species, low-level soldier rank, first-tier 2-star. The species' innate ability is plague poison, and it possesses the soldier-level beast skill bite. These nocturnal creatures usually reside in sewers, and once their species quality reaches the general rank, they can evolve into wolf rats. Jinjiao, eliminate them. Qin Lan ordered calmly. Jinjiao's spider-like eyes glinted coldly, and its forelimbs struck the ground forcefully. The Earth Spike Lord Beast skill was activated instantly, sending golden light burrowing into the ground. In an instant, numerous half-meter-long sharp golden spikes emerged within a 20-meter radius, skewering all the plague rats. In the bloody scene, none of the 30-plus rats survived. This is the power of a Lord-level creature. Although Jinjiao is currently only at the first-tier 4-star level, its Lord-quality suppression allows it to easily crush even a newly advanced second-tier ordinary soldier-level violent beast. Go eat, Qin Lan commanded briefly. Jinjiao eagerly rushed to the pile of rat corpses, expertly slicing open the gray hides with its claws and skillfully extracting the glistening beast cores to devour. These cores are not only the power source for mutant violent beasts, but are also used in crafting beast equipment and potions, with their most common use being to help beasts improve their ranks. After devouring over 30 low-quality beast cores, Jinjiao returned to Qin Lan's side, revitalized. Qin Lan switched to carrying a first-tier silver Gatling gun and quickened his pace. Signs of low-tier wild violent beasts were already appearing along the way, indicating that the situation at the East Street beast equipment shop was grim. However, upon reaching the destination, the scene was unexpected. Dozens of modified motorcycles were parked at the entrance. The ground was stained with blood, and the bodies of more than 10 beasts, riddled with bullets, lay scattered. Inside the shop, the sound of a woman's sobs and men's vulgar laughter could be heard. Raising an eyebrow, Qin Lan approached the shop with the Gatling gun in hand. Interesting, with a beast tide approaching, you still have time for gunplay? He kicked open the glass door, taking in the chaotic scene inside. Near the counter, the bodies of a middle-aged couple lay kneeling, riddled with bullets. On the counter, a girl in a white dress, disheveled and with tears streaming down her face, was resisting a bald, leering thug. The sound of the door opening drew the attention of a dozen people inside, and the air grew tense. Glancing at the group of armed thugs, each holding a Gatling gun, Qin Lan slowly lowered his gun and flashed an awkward smile. Please, carry on. Sorry to interrupt. He then gently closed the door. Boss, that's the kid who came to our Black Tiger gang for a loan today. Surname Qin? A buzzcut thug suddenly recognized him. The bald man, hearing this, flew into a rage. He twisted the girl's neck in a fit of anger and roared, then why aren't you chasing him? Paying debts is only right and proper. We can't stay in Jiangnan G City anymore. Second brother, take some men and bring him back. The buzzcut thug responded and led the men out, followed by the sound of Gatling gunfire. Damn it! The Black Tiger gang leader, Bald Eagle, glanced disdainfully at the dead girl, tossing her body to an underling. Still warm. 3 minutes tops, or you'll be caught when the beast tide hits. Don't worry, boss, I've been feeling weak lately. A minute and 30 seconds is enough? The underling grinned, revealing yellow teeth, and carried the body into a side room. The Black Tiger gang leader, Bald Eagle, sat by the counter, smoking quietly, his eyes flickering with cold and mad light. The vulture looked with disgust at the entwined bodies of the middle-aged couple beneath the counter, kicking them aside with brutal indifference. This scene dredged up painful memories from 10 years ago, when he too had a warm family. It all changed when he kindly took in a few seemingly pitiful youths. These disguised villains attacked him when he least expected it, leaving him gravely injured and helplessly watching as his wife and daughter were violated and murdered. Since then, he had come to a harsh realization. In this chaotic wasteland where order had collapsed, death had opened Pandora's box, unleashing the darkest desires of humanity like a plague. He glanced down at the cross tattoo on his chest, smirking as he zipped up his collar. In this world abandoned by deities, only madmen and fools could live carefree lives. The vulture had already mapped out his future. Once he left Jiangnan's G-City, he planned to transform the Black Tiger Gang into an elite team of beast tamers. This organization, which had consumed 10 years of his efforts, would eventually become something the world couldn't ignore. Just as he was lost in these thoughts, the shop door slowly creaked open. A massive shadow loomed at the entrance, and in the darkness, four heads strung together like candied fruit swayed eerily, resembling a horrific shadow play. Blood dripped down the doorframe, staining the threshold a deep crimson. With a crunch, the golden-horned dragon spider thrust out its menacing head, shamelessly feasting on the snack dangling from its leg. The pupils of the vulture and his men shrank in terror, their scalps tingling. "Damn it, second brother!" snapped the vulture, raising his silver Gatling gun in fury. His subordinates opened fire as well, bullets raining down in a relentless barrage. The golden-horned dragon spider screeched, dismissively flicking aside a few heads as its body shimmered with brilliant golden light, a sign of the elite beast skill hard as steel. It disregarded the intense gunfire, swaggering into the room to commence a one-sided massacre. Outside, Qin Lan sat leisurely on a motorcycle, flipping through his sketchbook. He was absorbed in capturing the desperate and anguished expressions of those inside until the gunfire ceased completely, at which point he lifted his head as if waking from a trance. Qin Lan stood in front of the motorcycle, adjusting his slightly disheveled casual suit in the rearview mirror. With a calm demeanor, he got off the bike, hands in his pockets, and walked unhurriedly towards the store. The stench of blood was nauseating, with fresh blood splattered on the walls still steaming. In the corner by the counter, the Black Tiger Gang's leader, Bald Eagle, lay gravely injured, bitterly smiling at the display of a level 1 scanner and his Hondan indication of a level 1 Lord-class spider beast. No wonder the opponent could easily withstand the barrage from several level 1 silver Gatling guns. Damn it, with that kind of power, why bother borrowing loans from the Black Tiger Gang? Pretending to be a law-abiding citizen? Bald Eagle was in despair. The victor writes history, just make it quick. All right. Qin Lan approached Bald Eagle, swiftly breaking his neck with a single kick. The distant roars of beasts grew louder. The beast tide was nearing. Qin Lan quickly ransacked the entire beast weapon shop, finding what he was looking for: 6 level 1 beast nest rings. Unfortunately, there was no sign of any level 2 items. He packed all the materials into the rings, set the place on fire, and left the scene. Outside, heavy rain poured down, lightning flashed across the sky, illuminating a bizarre shadow 100 meters tall. This figure, enduring attacks from several powerful beast tamers, remained unharmed, moving leisurely through the city. With each step, swathes of life and structures vanished into darkness. This was a level 6 Emperor-class Dark-type giant beast, the Wasteland, wielding the power to annihilate everything. Jiangnan's G-City wasn't large, and its strongest defenders were only about level 5. Casting a deep glance at the phantom of the Wasteland, Qin Lan decisively returned to the magic plant shop to hide. G-City was surrounded on all sides, and the Black Tiger Gang's escape was a mere fantasy. Back on Xiaolin Street, the road was swarmed by over 100 zombies. These robust creatures roamed the streets freely, with some agile enough to scale slanted walls effortlessly. Their noses, as sensitive as canines, would drive them into a frenzy at the scent of living humans, relentlessly attacking locked shop doors. From the shadows, Qin Lan frowned as he observed for a moment, then relaxed into a smile and turned away with the golden-horned dragon spider. He needed to find some help. Soon, Qin Lan found the perfect allies on Xiaolin Street, a group of sewer demons known as scorpion-tailed parasitic spiders. These pitch-black spider beasts had robust scorpion tails on their hind legs, with the largest being comparable in size to the golden-horned dragon spider, and the smallest as long as an adult's forearm. They were busy dragging human and zombie bones into the sewer. Scorpion-tailed parasitic spider. Species: venom type. Quality: mid-level soldier. Realm: level 1, 3 stars. Talent: paralysis venom. Beast skills: stinger, venom arrow. Traits: nocturnal, active in sewers, preying on plague rats. Can evolve into scorpion-tailed red-headed spiders at a general level. Quality. Qin Lan observed them with his silver Gatling gun for a moment, then lightly tapped the golden-horned dragon spider. Go and dominate them. The golden-horned dragon spider understood, stepping out of the shadows with a fierce glint in its eyes. As a low-level lord-quality spider beast, it possessed 2 lord-level beast skills: Earth Spike and Spider Swarm Domination. The latter allowed it to control spider beasts of lower quality, but at its current level 1, for Star's Realm, it could only dominate beasts below level 2. The scorpion-tailed parasitic spider group by the sewer stopped moving the remains, their eerie green eyes warily watching the approaching golden-horned dragon spider. It let out a low hiss, releasing an inaudible wave of spider swarm domination. The spider group became restless, but soon, a scorpion-tailed parasitic spider of similar size to the golden horn dragon spider emerged. This leader of the spider swarm, a level 2 high-level soldier, was covered in dense, inky fur, its scorpion tail as thick as a child's arm, constantly twitching and emitting a challenging hiss. The golden horn dragon spider erupted in fury, its body glowing like a charging bull, lunging at its opponent. It unleashed 2 soldier-level beast skills, Harden and Charge. The parasitic spider leader was undaunted, sprinting forward on its 8 legs, its meter-long scorpion tail whipping around, executing the Stinger beast skill. Bang! The two collided fiercely, and the parasitic spider leader let out a wail, being sent flying by the golden horn dragon spider's overwhelming force. Its massive body crashed into a wall, spewing green pus from its spider mouth, clearly on the brink of death. The golden horn dragon spider continued its assault, like a golden leopard in the night, piercing its opponent's head with a precise spider leg. The surrounding spider group submitted, paying homage to their new ruler. But the golden horn dragon spider ignored them, greedily devouring the parasitic spider leader's level 2 beast core. As the core was consumed, its body began to swell and mutate, its realm advancing towards level 1, 5 stars. Once the transformation was complete, it was noticeably larger and more imposing. In the shadows, Qin Lan nodded in satisfaction. The higher the beast species quality, the harder it was to advance in realm, much like how a lord-quality golden horn dragon spider was akin to a large cola bottle, while a soldier-quality scorpion-tailed parasitic spider was just a canned cola. Their capacities were simply not on the same level. Lighting a cigarette, Qin Lan turned and left, soon returning to Xiaolin Street. Watching the zombie hordes hunting, he flicked away his cigarette, and unhesitatingly raised the level 1 silver Gatling gun, firing wildly. Several unfortunate zombies were instantly riddled with bullets. Roar! The other zombies were enraged, forming small swarms as they charged at Qin Lan, who remained unfazed, continuing to shoot. Moments later, the shadows in the alley behind him shifted, and the golden horn dragon spider led over 200 spiders into the fray, their green eyes filled with a ravenous hunger for flesh. The clash between the swarm of insects and the horde of zombies was extraordinarily brutal. The spiders transformed into bloodthirsty leeches, hurling themselves at the zombies with ferocity, tearing off chunks of decayed flesh with each bite. The zombies roared from their throats, their powerful claws bursting with incredible strength, occasionally ripping the spiders into pieces. The battle raged on for a long time until the alley finally returned to silence, littered with shattered remains. Qin Lan bent down to pick up a bald zombie head and examined it closely. Even separated from its body, the creature remained stubbornly alive like a decapitated snake, its pale eyes blinking incessantly and its gaping mouth snapping as if trying to bite. Debates about zombies never cease and believe they are failed evolutionary products of the apocalypse, driven only by hunger. While some fervent scientists insist they are an alternative evolution of humans, considering their robust physique, lack of need for sleep, boundless energy, and immunity to aging and death. Qin Lan took a marker from his pocket and marked the number 1 on the zombie head before storing it in a first-level beast nest ring. He planned to collect 11 heads to play bowling. After completing his collection, Qin Lan returned to the shop and, before entering the underground passage, instructed Jin Jiao to lead the lower-level spiders out to hunt and gather beast cores. Jin Jiao understood instantly, letting out a low growl to the other spiders, prompting the surviving ones to rush out of the room to carry out the task. After storing Jin Jiao in the beast nest, Qin Lan lifted the wooden counter and slipped into a pre-prepared underground passage. This escape route, 10 meters deep and shaped like a trough, connected to the neighboring shop for emergencies. As he descended the wooden ladder, a cold gun pressed against the back of his head. "Uncle Qin, don't turn around. I'm Su Qingxue. Stop fooling around. Put the gun away. It's dangerous." "Oh." Su Qingxue obediently put away the gun and helped Qin Lan. Noticing the bloodstains on his suit, a look of concern flashed in her eyes. "Uncle Qin, how's the situation outside?" Qin Lan replied as they walked. "It's terrible. Zombies everywhere, wild beasts in packs. In less than an hour, Jiangnan Ji City will become a paradise for beasts." "What? That bad?" Su Qingxue muttered, thinking about the universal black crystal card at home as she followed Qin Lan. They walked through the flickering corridor and reached the center of the basement. Opening the steel door, blinding light flooded their eyes. The room was modest, just over 40 square meters, but the sides were stacked with supplies like compressed biscuits, instant noodles, and bottled water, enough to last a year. Suddenly, Qin Lan seemed to remember something and slapped his forehead in frustration. "No, I need to go out again." He turned to Su Qingxue and instructed, "Stay here and keep hiding. I have something to do." Meanwhile, in the city center of Jiangnan City, 100 Maturtle 6th level royal class beast roamed aimlessly. Enveloped in ominous black mist, It resembled a grim reaper harvesting lives, reducing buildings to ashes wherever it went. As moonlight pierced the night, a figure appeared atop the Biasta, slender man with a skull mask and a single ponytail, dressed in a loose crimson trench coat. He looked down indifferently at the city about to fall, casually lighting a cigar and muttering to himself, "Strange, where is it? Could it not be hiding in Jiangnan G City? Impossible. Its life force is clearly here." Before he could finish, he abruptly turned toward a high building. In the shadows, a woman in a black military uniform unhesitatingly fired her 3-meter-long red sniper rifle. The muzzle flashed with a piercing silver light, tracing a shaped trajectory through the night sky, striking the man's head with precision. The man in the trench coat wobbled, but then suddenly straightened. He glanced at the high-rise, chuckling as he tossed away the hot red bullet between his fingers. Interesting, a 4th-level beast weapon. The red lawn sniper rifle? What impressive sniping skills. If she grows, what will she become? Wasteland. Get rid of that little mouse. The royal-class beast Wasteland growled and lifted a tentacle shrouded in black mist, casually sweeping it towards the high-rise, unleashing a massive wave of darkness. Slash. 100-meter wave of black ink swept across like a sharp blade, slicing through buildings with precision, leaving them neatly severed. A 40-meter-high skyscraper crumbled with a thunderous crash, sending dust billowing into the sky. When the dust finally settled, the area within a 10-kilometer radius was reduced to a desolate wasteland, devoid of life. Rasha's eyes glinted with a dangerous light as he looked up towards the sky. Reinforcements from G City had finally arrived. 3 streaks of green light pierced the night, revealing 3 massive, iron-blue avian beasts, each over 20 meters long. Atop each bird stood an elder clad in white martial robes. One of the elders, witnessing the devastation in G City, seethed with anger, his beard trembling violently, his face turning ashen. His voice thundered through the night sky, "Night God Fiend. You who have brought the beast tide into the city, surrender at once." Rasha met his gaze with a mocking smile. "Heh, so it's the 3 old geezers from neighboring Jiangnan's F-City, halfway to the grave." He glanced at the barren land beside him, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "It's cold in G City. Perhaps I should lay you 3 to rest? I'll cover the funeral expenses the day after tomorrow." Before he finished speaking, the wasteland shrouded in black mist erupted into chaos. His body, like a spring compressed to its limit, suddenly unleashed, launching a barrage of tendrils. Each tendril, 3 to 4 meters thick, resembled a massive ink-black spear, hurtling towards the sky at an astonishing speed. The elders in the air turned pale and quickly signaled their avian mounts to counterattack. The 3 6th-tier High Lord-class green birds screeched in unison, flapping their wings to summon cutting green tornadoes to intercept the tendrils. Bang, bang, bang. As the tendrils clashed with the tornadoes, a shocking scene unfolded. The green tornadoes failed to harm the tendrils in the slightest, leaving only faint white marks on their surface. In an instant, the tendrils tore the wind apart and lunged straight for the 3 Lord-class green birds. This was the power of the Emperor-class Wasteland, its indestructible black tendrils creating an insurmountable chasm between it and the equally 6th-tier violent beasts, the green birds. In the sky, 3 elderly men from Jiangnan's F-City were locked in a fierce battle with the beast known as Wasteland. Meanwhile, in the chaotic G City, Qin Lan sped through on his gold-horned spider. He glanced up at the massive creatures fighting in the air, scoffed dismissively, and pulled out a level 1 scanner to analyze the scene. Just a mere level 6 fight? Nothing worth watching, he muttered to himself. In his past life as an 8-star level 8 powerhouse, he commanded 5 royal-grade beasts. The scanner displayed. Name, Wasteland. Attribute, Dark. Species quality, Beast mastery level. As expected, a low-level scanner can't detect Wasteland's attributes. Qin Lan sighed, then began searching through the ruins. He recalled that in his previous life, an outstanding level 8 beastmaster known as Sniper God, the daughter of Commander Jiang from Jiangnan C City, had come to G City for training. Unluckily, she encountered the royal-grade beast Wasteland during its siege. Although she managed to evade its attacks with her level 4 skills, she was captured and locked in an underground chamber by some fleeing men while unconscious. This stunning ice-cold beauty suffered her life's greatest humiliation after losing her ability to resist. This incident not only instilled a deep hatred for men in the Sniper God, but also enraged Commander Jiang of C City. Under the pretext of exterminating the beasts, he ordered an unprecedented bombardment of G City, resulting in countless survivors and mutated beasts perishing, causing a sensation across the Flame Alliance. The battle in the sky grew more intense, with the cries of birds and beasts mingling with Wasteland's roars. Qin Lan swiftly searched through the rubble and soon halted in front of a ruin. There, a blue horned turtle beast was struggling to support a 10-meter-high pile of debris. Most of its body had already disappeared, and it was on the brink of death. Beneath it lay a woman in a black military uniform, silently lying with one arm neatly severed. The turtle beast let out a feeble growl, its trembling legs nearly giving out. Qin Lan quickly dragged the woman out, and the turtle beast, with a grateful glance, finally succumbed, buried completely by the rubble. Standing there with the woman in his arms, Qin Lan focused on the fading aura beneath the ruins and gently clasped his hand. Talent, blood prison, gray soul fragments flowed into his palm, coalescing into a blue turtle egg. Just as he was about to leave, he heard cries for help from a group of punks with colorful hair in the distance, being chased by wolf beasts the size of horses. Seeing Qin Lan, they changed direction and ran towards him. When they were about 20 meters away, Qin Lan smiled, pulled out a level 1 silver light Gatling gun, and aimed at their knees, firing. The punks fell to the ground, and as their leader was about to speak, a wolf beast had already arrived, tearing him in half like a crocodile ripping into its prey. Qin Lan put away the Gatling gun and left, satisfied. Back in the shop's underground passage, Su Qingxue, who had been anxiously waiting, was surprised to see him carrying back a beauty. Uncle Qin, did you risk going out just to save her? She asked.
Yes.
Qin Lan handed the woman over to Su Qingxue, wiping the blood from his body as he spoke. Girl, put away the scissors in your sleeve. She's the only daughter of Commander Jiang from Sea City, not someone to be taken lightly.
Treat her wounds carefully.
Su Qingxue obediently agreed, supporting the future sniper god of the Flame Alliance away. Qin Lan licked the blood on his hand. A look of deep satisfaction in his eyes. The blood of a level 4 Beastmaster was a great aid in charging the blood prison. Girl, save the blood. I need it. Okay, Su Qingxue replied, busy with her tasks, sneaking glances at the woman on the bed. A jealousy beyond her years stirred within her. Such fair skin, and a chest like 2 small grenades, ready to burst from the black uniform. Definitely a seductress. Better watch out for her trying to seduce Uncle Qin. With a sweet smile, Su Qingxue deliberately pinched the woman's severed arm, seeing her wince in pain before activating her with spirit healing talent. In a specially constructed concrete basement, a faint smell of blood wafted from an iron trash bin beside the bed. Su Qingxue sat on a small wooden sofa next to the bin, her usual innocent appearance now transformed. Her long hair was tied up high, and she had swapped her school uniform for a white plaid skirt paired with black silk stockings. Under the dim yellow light, her slender legs, wrapped in the black silk, shimmered with a satin-like sheen. Her eyes were downcast, focused on applying a light blue nail polish. Everyone wears an invisible mask, and when it becomes too burdensome, it naturally needs to be removed. Her gaze inadvertently drifted to the bed beside her. On the soft white cotton sheets lay a long-haired woman, her fair and delicate face possessing both the gentleness of a Jiangnan woman and the valor of a soldier. The woman, about 1.7 meters tall, had her tattered black combat uniform replaced with a white men's shirt, barely covering her thighs. The shirt was obviously too small for her figure, with 2 buttons on the chest already popped open, revealing a glimpse of white cleavage and a hint of blue undergarment. So big, Su Qingxue murmured, unable to resist glancing down at her own modest assets. Little red date buns are cute too. It's okay, there's still time to grow into big red date buns. She affectionately patted her own chest, comforting herself, when Jiang Xiaoyu on the bed began to stir. The itching pain from her severed arm made Jiang Xiaoyu frown, a soft groan escaping her throat. Where am I? Su Qingxue immediately composed herself, adopting a timid and gentle demeanor, her eyes turning crystal clear. She slipped the nail polish into her pocket and flashed a sweet smile. Sister, are you okay? Who are you? Jiang Xiaoyu asked in confusion, quickly regaining her senses. She tried to get up urgently, but dizziness from blood loss nearly made her collapse. Su Qingxue supported her, speaking softly, don't move. You've lost a lot of blood. Moving too much could tear your wounds. Surveying her surroundings, memories flooded back to Jiang Xiaoyu. The failed sniper mission atop the Zhaixing Tower in G City made her expression change abruptly. Did you see my beast when you rescued me? A blue-scaled turtle with dragon horns. It's with Uncle Qin. Actually, it was mainly Uncle Qin who saved you. I just helped with the bandaging. Jiang Xiaoyu immediately grasped Su Qingxue's shoulders. Where is Uncle Qin? Can you take me to see him? He's bowling right now. I'll take you to him. Su Qingxue brought over a shopping basket. Get in, I'll push you. With no wheelchair available, Jiang Xiaoyu had to climb into the shopping basket. Soon, they arrived at a half-open door, light streaming through the gap. Jiang Xiaoyu sensed something unusual. Is there a low-level zombie inside? Not zombies, they're Uncle Qin's employees, part of his power-generating tech, Su Qingxue replied with a mysterious smile. Jiang Xiaoyu peeked inside and was stunned. The room was filled with a surreal glow, and on the left, 20 treadmill-like devices had zombies with iron collars chasing after meat-scented lures on iron rods. On the right, A man in a casual suit sat atop a giant turtle, engrossed in sketching these diligent zombies. Using zombies for power generation? If the G-City authorities find out, Jiang Xiaoyu was inwardly shocked. Su Qingxue squinted with a playful smile. Men always love to compete. The boss next door has a basement full of them too. In a silent competition, Uncle Qin's collection of zombie-like creatures has quietly increased to 20, far surpassing others who have only 1 or 2. This contest seems like an unspoken war, with everyone secretly trying to outdo each other. Jiang Xiaoyu rubbed her aching forehead, her gaze unintentionally falling on the scene before her. A man leisurely sitting atop a blue-horned dragon turtle. The familiar figure made her pupils contract sharply. This wasn't just any ordinary stool. It was her own beast companion, the Tyrannosaurus turtle Baba Zong. But the sight before her was shocking. Why had Baba Zong become so tiny? Driven by instinct, she immediately reached out to sense the beast contract in her mind, only to find emptiness. Discovering her 4th-tier beast contract completely void was a stab to her heart. At that moment, Su Qingxue gently knocked on the slightly ajar door. Uncle Qin, Miss Jiang is awake. Qin Lan stretched lazily, put down his pen, and turned to look at Jiang Xiaoyu, who was curled up on a shopping cart outside. Seeing her disheveled state, Qin Lan's mouth twitched slightly. There was clearly a wheelchair in the storeroom. After Frost left, the untethered Xuanyi seemed to shed her disguise, revealing her true mischievous nature. Jiang Xiaoyu struggled to her feet, stumbling towards her former companion. However, the disc-sized 1st-tier Tyrannosaurus turtle hissed at her in warning, assuming an aggressive stance. This scene struck Jiang Xiaoyu like a bolt of lightning. Her face turned pale, her lips trembled, and her eyes were filled with disappointment. The companion she had once shared life and death with now faced her with hostility, a contrast that cut her to the core. Qin Lan chuckled softly, stroking the blue head of the Tyrannosaurus turtle, explaining, "This is a low-grade Lord-quality Tyrannosaurus turtle, reborn back to the 1st tier. In its previous life, it was a high-grade general-quality water dragon crocodile." The turtle showed an expression of enjoyment under his touch, nuzzling his hand affectionately. "This little guy is quite the fierce beast," Qin Lan sighed. To save its master, it held up a 10-meter-high pile of rubble with just the remaining half of its body. These words shattered Jiang Xiaoyu's last defenses, and memories of her time with Baba Zong flooded back, bringing tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Seeing Jiang Xiaoyu had taken the bait, Qin Lan's lips curled into a merchant-like smile as he continued, "Miss Jiang, I used my healing talent to bring it back to life, at the cost of its memory and rank. Would you like to buy it back?" "I do. Name your price, Mr. Qin." Jiang Xiaoyu replied without hesitation, her eyes full of determination. Qin Lan's lips curled slightly as he raised a slender index finger towards Jiang Xiaoyu. On the market, a Lord-quality fierce beast typically costs around 10 million, and the young ones are even more valuable. "Miss Jiang, I need 10 million universal black crystal points, and I want you to spend it all on this girl." Su Qingxue and Jiang Xiaoyu both looked shocked. "Uncle Qin, you?" "Sure." Qin Lan interrupted with a soft chuckle. "Miss Jiang, that's the first condition. My second condition is simpler. Get this girl into the best beast-taming academy in Jiangnan City, Yanjing Academy. It's a mixed bag there, so I'll need you to keep an eye on her." Jiang Xiaoyu snapped back to reality, incredulously eyeing Qin Lan. His request was effortless for her 10 million? Her monthly allowance from her father started at 9 figures. As for Yanjing Academy, it was just a phone call away. As the only daughter of Commander Jiang from Jiangnan City, she was practically the most influential person there, second only to her parents. "All right, I agree. And what about you? What's your demand?" Jiang Xiaoyu stared intently into Qin Lan's dark eyes. Qin Lan stretched lazily and turned back to his painting. "I have no demands, just the hope to take this girl away and let her receive a good beast-taming education. In a year, I'll come to Jiangnan City to pick her up myself." Jiang Xiaoyu was silent for a moment before softly agreeing. Su Qingxue couldn't hold back any longer. Tears streamed down her face as she threw herself onto Qin Lan's back, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck. "Uncle Qin, don't do anything foolish. Let's go together. I don't want to leave you." Qin Lan remained calm, gently pinching the girl's tear-streaked cheeks as he turned to face her. "Be good. I have my own path to follow. This is the best path I've chosen for you. In a year, I'll need your help. Now, go make dinner. I'm hungry." Late at night, G-City was engulfed in silence. The city, ravaged by beast tides, had become a playground for fierce beasts. Even from the thick basement, their roars could faintly be heard. Jiang Xiaoyu lay in bed, unable to sleep. Subconsciously touching the new generation tracking chip implanted in her chest, her father said it could locate her across half the world. She reached down to stroke the head of her pet beast under the bed, feeling slightly reassured. In the adjacent room, Qin Lan helplessly watched as Su Qingxue crawled into his bed. The girl had cut her long hair and was wearing Su Qingshuang's red scarf, deliberately exposing her smooth shoulder. She clung to Qin Lan like a koala, her cheeks flushed. Uncle Qin, I know you're a gentleman. How about we exchange gifts as a farewell present? She pleaded playfully. Please, Shui wants you to. Qin Lan rolled his eyes, but his body accepted the invitation. Girl, you're playing with fire. Come on, Uncle Qin, you wouldn't dare, would you? Pfft, what a coward. You won't even touch an 18-year-old innocent student. If you've got the guts, come and teach me a lesson. Nanana, what a wimp. Heh. Qin Lan let out a cold laugh and, driven by instinct, swiftly pulled the blanket over both of them. Since it had come to this, he decided to play the role of a biology teacher and give this naive girl her final graduation lesson. In the early morning, the sharp sound of gunfire shattered the silence, waking Qin Lan. The gunfire came and went quickly, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps and the growls of dogs echoing through the tunnels. He dressed quickly, already understanding the situation. This was a rescue operation targeting Jiang Xiaoyu. Bang! Suddenly, the entrance to a nearby passage shattered, and a squad of figures in dark uniforms orderly flooded into the shop's tunnel. Get up, girl, Qin Lan called softly. Su Qingxue, who had cried all night, groggily woke up, awkwardly adjusting her clothes with disheveled hair. She leaned against the wall, limping as she stood, each movement sending waves of pain through her body. She shot Qin Lan a resentful glare before using her Beast Master's wood healing ability. Uncle Qin, she suddenly spoke. I've always had a crush on you. It's not just me, even Shuang had feelings for you. Thank you for all your care over the years, Su Qingxue said earnestly, looking at Qin Lan. Don't forget to find me in a year. By then, I'll have become strong, and together we'll go find Shuang. She firmly believed that this man would come, just as he had 6 years ago when he braved the snowy mountains to save her and Shuang, even though that Shuang was a fake. Qin Lan nodded with a smile. Su Qingxue stood on her tiptoes and gently kissed his forehead, then reluctantly made her way to Jiang Xiaoyu, who was waiting outside the compartment, looking back with every step. The underground chamber returned to silence. The Qingwan secret realm only allows women to enter. A year from now, there's something there that I need. Qin Lan murmured to himself, a thoughtful smile on his lips. He then summoned his golden horn dragon spider and left the basement. His target was the rare frost snow spirit beneath Silver Dragon High School. Preferring to act independently, he decided that leaving Su Qingxue to be trained by Jiang Xiaoyu might be a good choice, avoiding military interference. The city of Ji lay in eerie silence, its streets littered with severed limbs and the carcasses of ferocious beasts. Billboards on the skyscrapers were stained with blood, and a corpse dangled from one, swaying in the wind with the metallic clatter of its chains. In a single night, this medium-sized city of 1 million people had lost nearly 90% of its population to a brutal massacre. Above, an aircraft soared through the sky like a steel eagle. Inside the cabin, Jiang Xiaoyu sat wrapped in a plush coat, gazing down at the devastated city below from her soft seat. Beside her stood a middle-aged man with a long sword at his waist, dressed in a black military uniform. He handed her a cup of coffee, his expression grave. Miss, this beast tide was orchestrated by the night god. It seems they've lost something important. Last night's giant beast rampage was just a diversion. We've already found traces of night god members in the city. At the mention of night god, Jiang Xiaoyu's eyes turned icy, her knuckles white from the grip, veins standing out on her hand. This mysterious organization, which rose to power after the Day of Destruction, valued strength above all. Its members were among the top assassins on Blue Star, operating in the shadows, nurturing monstrous beasts with human flesh, and conducting forbidden human experiments, their crimes innumerable. Uncle Jiang, when will we reclaim G-City? Jiang Xiaoyu asked after taking a sip of her coffee. The middle-aged man removed his gloves and sighed helplessly. It might take a few days. There's trouble in C-City too, and Commander Jiang can't leave. At the other end of the street, Qin Lan leaned against a wall, a cigarette in his mouth, observing the battle not far away. His golden horn dragon spider was locked in combat with a second-tier wolf-shaped beast. Utilizing its soldier-level skill hard as steel, the dragon spider had reinforced its body defense, its sharp legs like golden spears, each strike leaving deep, bone-revealing wounds on the wolf. Though fierce, the wolf could only inflict superficial wounds on the spider's abdomen. Suddenly, the injured dragon spider, in a fit of rage, slammed the ground with its forelimbs. As golden light surged, countless stone spikes erupted from the earth, skewering the second-tier jungle wolf on the spot. The spider then devoured the wolf's beast core. Qin Lan frowned. His first-tier 5-star golden horn dragon spider could only use the lore-level skill Earth Spike 3 times a day, and it seemed wasteful to use it on a mere soldier-level second-tier jungle wolf. He casually shot a zombie with his silenced silver pistol and turned his gaze towards Silver Dragon Academy in the distance. The Grand Academy was now ensnared by black and green vines, as strong as iron pipes, deeply embedded in the structure. The entrance was piled with corpses, both of students and beasts, all sharing the same gruesome feature: their heads smashed, bodies shriveled like jerky. This was how a giant subterranean plant-type beast marked its territory, warning other formidable beasts to stay away. Thinking of the priceless ice spirit, Qin Lan decided to investigate. This humanoid beast was extremely rare, and if it could evolve to the Lord level, it could transform into the Ice Snow Maiden, a master of freezing elements. It was said to have been discovered by a female beast tamer in the underground air raid shelter of the girls' dormitory, eventually selling for an astronomical 1 billion black crystal credits. Such a fortune was enough to purchase a low-tier beast of medium lord quality. Golden Horn, let's go. Qin Lan called to his companion and began walking towards the academy. The golden horn dragon spider was ravenously gnawing on a piece of wolf meat, following closely behind Qin Lan like a greedy child. As they approached the entrance of Silver Dragon Academy, a strong scent of blood filled the air, causing Qin Lan to frown deeply. He cautiously reached out to touch the wrist of a female student lying on the ground. As soon as his fingers made contact, her withered hand snapped apart, eerily and unexpectedly. After confirming that all the beast cores from the carcasses of the savage beasts had been consumed, Qin Lan stopped searching and headed straight into the campus. His objective was clear the girls' dormitory building, where there should be an entrance to an air raid shelter. He was very familiar with the layout of the academy since he had helped Su Qingxue with her admission procedures just a few days before she graduated. Walking along a deathly quiet forest path, Qin Lan suddenly halted, his gaze fixed on a small grove nearby. A burly man with a square face, covered in blood and clutching his arm, was running toward him, a look of terror on his face. Qin Lan silently drew out a first-tier silenced silver handgun, aiming steadily. The man was startled at the sight, quickly raised his hands to show he meant no harm, and slowed his pace as he approached. With a wry smile, he said, "You're Qin Lan, right? Su Qingshue's godbrother. I've seen you before. I'm Li Hai from Silver Dragon Academy's Senior Class A. I know, you're Mr. Li Haitao." Qin Lan replied expressionlessly, his gaze subtly shifting to the man's injured right arm. There was an unusual scratch there, as if it had been scraped by a thorny willow branch. Noticing Qin Lan's focus, Li Haitao's wry smile deepened. "Don't worry, this wound wasn't caused by a zombie. Besides, it's been 10 years. Anyway, we should get going. The academy is dangerous. There's a creature that lurks underground during the day and comes out at night." A hint of pity flashed in Qin Lan's eyes. "I'm sorry, I can't save you. You're about to die." Li Haitao's face changed dramatically, his wry smile fading into a stern, cold expression. Anyone would be angry at being cursed like that. Ignoring the golden horn dragon spider beside him, he stared intently at the black-clad young man opposite him. "Qin Lan, what do you mean?" "What I mean is, you've been parasitized by a plant-type savage beast. It's now like a horsefly larva, slowly devouring your internal organs." "Parasitized by a plant-type savage beast? Don't be ridiculous. I just got scratched by some branches. How could I be Parasi?" Before he could finish, Li Haitao suddenly began coughing violently. Cough, cough. He collapsed to his knees, blood pouring hotly from his mouth and nose. In the clear puddle on the ground, Li Haitao's distorted face was vividly reflected. Beneath his skin, countless tendrils squirmed like worms, and blood-red plant roots wildly sprouted from his nostrils, mouth, and eyes, swaying menacingly. The excruciating pain nearly drove Li Haitao insane. He managed to force out some words. "Damn it. You can't escape forever. Qin Lan, just end it for me." Qin Lan remained silent, raising her handgun and aiming it at his head. Bang! The silver bullet pierced through, and the wailing abruptly ceased. But it wasn't over. Li Haitao's muscular body twisted violently, emitting a piercing screech from within, and then a bizarre, blood-soaked flower beast burst forth. It resembled the mythical man-eating plant, with a gaping maw lined with sharp teeth. Thick vines quickly wove themselves into Li Haitao's likeness, revealing a sinister grin. Unfazed, Qin Lan coolly signaled for Jinjiao to take action. With a shrill cry, Jinjiao's spider legs struck out like lightning, shattering the parasitic flower. Taking out a Tier 1 beast device scanner, Qin Lan swiftly gathered information on the Great Jaw Parasitic Flower. Name: Great Jaw Parasitic Flower Offshoot. Attribute: Wood. Race quality: low-grade soldier level. Beast mastery level: Tier 1, 3 stars. Racial ability: Flesh Devour Growth. Beast skills: Intimidate, Lash, Bind. So it's a Great Jaw Parasitic Flower, Qin Lan mused with interest, activating her Beast Master talent, Blood Prison. Gray fumes separated from the plant's remains, coalescing into a peculiar green egg. The shell cracked open, revealing a palm-sized flower offshoot that affectionately nudged Qin Lan with its tendrils. After placing the little creature into her beast nest ring, Qin Lan sipped blood to replenish her blood prison energy, contemplating this unexpected acquisition. In the corpse-laden G-city of Jiangnan, this creature, which could rapidly grow by consuming flesh, would indeed be a handy assistant. Lighting a cigarette, Qin Lan led the Jinjiao dragon spider towards the girls' dormitory. The familiar route brought them to their destination in minutes. 3 old dorm buildings came into view, with peeling paint revealing brown cement beneath, and laundry still hanging on the railings. A shadow cat, the size of a large dog, darted across the eaves with a human hand in its mouth, fleeing in panic upon spotting Jinjiao. Qin Lan paid it no mind, ordering Jinjiao to break down the nearest dorm's iron gate. Like a golden car, Jinjiao charged forward, effortlessly smashing open the Tumterhai gate. The entire dorm seemed to awaken, with screeches echoing from every floor. Countless great jaw parasitic flowers, each adorned with a human face, surged forth, blocking the stairs leading to the first floor. Jinjiao, eliminate them. With a screech, Jinjiao unleashed a massacre. These Tier 1 parasitic flowers posed little threat and instead became its delectable snacks. Qin Lan leisurely drew her Tier 1 silenced handgun, providing backup as needed. After over 400 parasitic flowers were vanquished, the dorm fell silent, save for Jinjiao's feeding sounds and Qin Lan's faint breathing. Sitting on the curb, she cleaned her gun, her gaze sweeping over each dorm room, finally settling on a tightly shut room on the 3rd floor. The door and windows were closed, covered with newspapers. You keep eating. I'll check out the 3rd floor. Leaving Jinjiao to focus on devouring beast cores, Qin Lan strolled upstairs, lightly knocking on the dorm room door. Who's there? A muffled female voice called from inside. It's me. Who are you? I'm just me, a different kind of spark. There was a pause. Then someone peeled back the newspaper from the window, revealing a girl's face behind the glass. Recognizing Qin Lan peering in, she shrieked and stumbled back. Oh my god! It's the door-peeping perv of monarch level. The girl fell, her JK skirt fluttering up to reveal a flash of white stockings. Through the glass, Qin Lan observed the chaos inside, where 5 terrified female students whispered among themselves. Moments later, the door opened, and a young girl peeked out, gesturing for him to enter. Qin Lan sighed inwardly, thinking how naive these girls were. How had they survived the past decade, opening doors for strangers like this? Didn't they fear becoming someone's sweet little pastry? The state of cleanliness in the girls' dormitory made Qin Lan frown deeply. Snack wrappers were scattered all over the floor, clothes were tossed carelessly, and the entire room was a mess. He surveyed the bed areas of the 5 female students, mentally assigning scores: 0, 0, negative, negative, 0. The girls, however, paid no attention to Qin Lan's scoring, eagerly gathering around him. The girl with a ponytail spoke up shyly. Qin Gu, do you have anything to eat? We haven't eaten all night. You know me? Qin Lan relaxed his frown slightly, looking surprised. The girl with the ponytail quickly explained. Of course, I know you. You're the neighborly big brother of Su Qingxue next door. You even tossed me a candy once. Qin Lan struggled to recall this memory, but couldn't remember it at all. He decided not to dwell on it, turned around to close the door, and said with a smile, getting something to eat is possible, but you have to answer a small question for me first. The starving girls nodded eagerly, like little chicks pecking at grain. We're so hungry. 1 question, or even 100 would be fine. Qin Lan pulled up a stool and began asking about the underground air raid shelter. A girl with twin braids suddenly brightened up. Air raid shelter? If I remember correctly, our building is quite special. The dorm manager once said that important people used to live here, and there's indeed an abandoned air raid shelter downstairs. But it's a labyrinth down there. Easy to get lost. 13 years ago, a girl named Lin Ting went missing after wandering in, and the school sealed it off completely. She blinked her dark eyes mischievously, lying on the bed. As for the location, I can't remember. Qin Gu, I'm too hungry to think. I need some protein and sugar. Qin Lan smirked and took out dozens of lollipops and compressed biscuits from his beast nest ring. In this era, lollipops were a rare treat. One could last for days. Feeling generous, he decided to aid these innocent girls. Thank you, Qin Gu. The girls were overjoyed, scrambling to grab the food. Now can you tell me? Qin Lan casually picked up a razor from the table and began shaving his stubble. The razor, who knows what it was usually used for, still had curly leg hair stuck to it. Qin Gu, the air raid shelter is in the storage room downstairs. Are you sure? Yes, I'm sure. Qin Lan stood up and tossed them a few bottles of mineral water. Drink sparingly. Rescue should arrive in G-City in a few days. If you want to survive, stay put in the room, and don't let strangers in. Keep quiet at night. Noise will disturb the nocturnal plant beast below. Mentioning the plant beast lurking beneath the academy, the girls' faces turned pale. They could never forget the horror of last night. In the pouring rain, green plant tendrils rampaged through the school building like giant serpents, turning some students into dried husks and others into bizarre plant beasts. The girl with the ponytail hesitated for a long time, but eventually asked with hope, "Chingo, can you take us with you?" "I can't. I'm not a babysitter, and even if I were, I'd be paid for it." "What can you offer me? Some measly flesh as compensation?" The girls were both dejected and blushing. "What do you mean by measly flesh? We're about to graduate, and it's not that small, at least 3 or 4 ounces, maybe even more." Qin Lan waved goodbye to these naive students. He knew that some people, when caged for too long, would find comfort and even adapt, forgetting their struggles, like tamed beasts. But once the cage breaks and danger looms, they realize their complacent life has dulled their claws. The coming years would only grow more challenging. Food shortages, water contaminated by sea beasts, and city after city falling. The new wave of destruction would be more devastating and hopeless than a decade ago. He hoped these girls would survive to see the rescue, shed their naivety, and adapt to the world beyond the cage. Back on the first floor, the golden horned spider had finished its meal, its belly swollen after consuming over 400 low-grade beast cores, resting on the ground. Qin Lan didn't disturb its digestion, but instead picked out the stronger parasitic flowers from the corpses to feed the offspring in his beast nest ring. Once the ring was full, he led the golden horned spider towards the hallway on the first floor. With the power facilities in G-City destroyed, the entire school was plunged into darkness. The hallway leading to the storage room was particularly dim. The golden horned spider's eyes glowed gold as it crawled along the walls and ceiling, like a wandering golden ghost. Qin Lan walked into the deepest part of the hallway, where the signed storage room stood out starkly in the dim light. He raised his phone, using its light to carefully examine the iron door in front of him. The door was covered in rust and marked with several bloody handprints, left ajar after being violently forced open. Through the gap, he could clearly see that besides cleaning tools, there was a corpse inside. As soon as he entered, Qin Lan pointed his gun at the corpse curled up in the corner and fired another shot to ensure safety. Then, holding his phone, he began searching for the entrance to the underground air raid shelter. The gray walls were densely covered with the names of graduates, some of which had faded over time, with dates going back as far as 20 years. Lin Ting, a familiar name suddenly caught his eye, mentioned by the ponytailed girl in the dormitory. Her neat, red handwriting on the wall read, "Wishing math teacher Zhu Kongming all the best. Your student Lin Ting 2021.3.18. This message seemed out of place, as other graduates either wished for bright futures or prayed for their family's safety. The name Zhu Kongming triggered Qin Lan's memory. Su Qingxue had once mentioned that after the apocalypse, this person not only survived but also awakened as a rare beast master, continuing to teach at Silver Dragon High School. This handsome and humorous teacher was popular among female students, but Su Qingxue had a strong aversion to him. She had once said something that left a deep impression on Qin Lan. On the surface, Mr. Zhu seems gentle and refined, but in private, he looks at students like a wolf eyeing a rabbit. He's a dangerous man. Shaking his head, Qin Lan refocused on the task of finding the ice spirit. Soon, he noticed something in the corner lifting a layer of dingy yellow carpet, revealed a heavy cover leading to the underground air raid shelter. The golden horned spider descended from the ceiling, easily prying the cover open. With a thud, the cover hit the ground, releasing a wave of foul stench mixed with decay from the pitch-black cavern below. It was like the mouth of a beast that hadn't brushed its teeth in decades, reeking terribly. Qin Lan frowned, stepping back and covering his nose. Could there really be an ice spirit in this air raid shelter that hadn't been opened for decades? Could the rumors from the past life be false? Maintaining a cautious attitude, he decided to investigate personally. Retracting the large golden horned spider, Qin Lan stepped into the cavern with his gun. The deep underground air raid shelter had long stone stairs covered in slippery moss, each step feeling like treading on viscous muck. Qin Lan furrowed his brows, took a mask out of his beast nest ring, and carefully continued down the slippery steps. The underground bunker descended 40 meters deep, and after a long descent, he finally reached the ground. The sound of flowing water from an underground river echoed in the vast cavern, creating a unique ethereal resonance. He raised his flashlight and surveyed his surroundings. The gray reinforced concrete walls were impenetrable, and 10 dark tunnels extended in all directions. No wonder the Silver Dragon Academy had sealed this place off. With so many branching paths, it was easy to get lost. Fiddling with his handgun, Qin Lan chose a tunnel from which the sound of water emanated. Before entering, he marked the wall with the gun's butt. Ever cautious, he would never allow himself to get lost. However, 10 minutes later, Qin Lan stood bewildered, staring at the mark he had left. The golden-horned spider widened its eyes in confusion as well it had witnessed its master marking the wall. So how had they ended up back at the same spot? Qin Lan let out a snort, popped a lollipop into his mouth, and continued forward. In the pitch-black underground, the man and the spider slowly groped their way along. Unknowingly, they arrived at the edge of a dark river. The flashlight's beam penetrated the clear water, revealing the riverbed's pebbles and blind shrimp. A meter-long, plump catfish eyed Qin Lan greedily from the shore, swaying its hefty body closer. Just as it prepared to squirt a jet of water, a golden spider leg pierced its head with lightning speed. With a pleased grin, Qin Lan took out a dagger and skillfully sliced open the fish's belly, extracting the translucent liver. The liver of this low-level beast was delicious, smooth like vanilla ice cream, and had nourishing properties. As they savored their treat, Qin Lan's ears suddenly twitched. He immediately aimed his gun towards the depths of the river. Ripples appeared on the previously calm surface as a massive shadow approached. The golden-horned spider rubbed its limbs together warily, producing a creaking sound. Accompanying the shadow was a hauntingly beautiful song sung by a girl. It was a bizarre fish creature. The upper body was that of a schoolgirl with an alluring face, her long black hair floating in the water. The lower body was a dark-scaled fish tail. No, it was more like a malformed giant fish had devoured the girl's lower half. Qin Lan took out a scanner, and blue data soon appeared. This was a low-level commander-grade beast known as the black-tailed amphifish, gifted with the ability to merge with humanoid beings. The girl swam to the shore, water droplets sliding off her hair and onto her school uniform. She gazed at Qin Lan with obsession and madness. "Mr. Zhu, you've come to see me again. I missed you so much. I want to play with you in the water." She revealed rows of sharp shark teeth. "Mr. Zhu, I'm hungry. Feed me." Qin Lan pondered in the darkness. 13 years ago, an 18-year-old female graduate had disappeared here, and the utility room wall also mentioned a teacher with the surname Zhu. He crouched down, gently stroking the girl's wet hair, as if comforting a stray cat. The girl closed her eyes, and a pink snake-like tongue quietly wrapped around his wrist. Qin Lan smiled, his eyes deep as a well, and softly asked, "Your name is Lin Ting, isn't it? The schoolgirl who got lost in the underground bunker 13 years ago." As soon as Lin Ting felt Qin Lan's touch on her head, a flicker of struggle flashed in her dark eyes. She seemed like a butterfly ensnared in a web, her expression confused. But just as Qin Lan was about to speak further, Lin Ting suddenly became agitated. The river surged as her black tail lashed out towards the shore. With a loud crack, the hard bluestone shattered like tofu, sending splinters flying past Qin Lan's face like bullets. Yet he remained still, continuing to gently stroke Lin Ting's head until his movements abruptly turned rough. Smack! A loud slap landed on Lin Ting's delicate cheek, leaving a vivid red handprint on her fair skin. "Your name is Lin Ting, a graduate of Silver Dragon High School from 13 years ago." Qin Lan's voice was calm and resolute. "Lin Ting, Lin Ting." Her eyes gradually cleared, but her body still trembled, her tail incessantly slapping the water's surface. "Yes, my name is Lin Ting." Her expression suddenly changed dramatically. "Run. It's dangerous here. He's the white devil who can see into people's hearts." Lin Ting fell into a breakdown, clutching her hair and babbling incoherently. "Teacher Zhu, please don't hit me again. I'll be obedient like the other girls." "Be your little fish?" Qin Lan silently noted the keywords: Teacher Zhu, hypnosis, imprisonment, obedience. Just as Lin Ting attempted to dive into the water to escape, Qin Lan's hand clamped onto her wrist like an iron shackle. He looked down at her, his gaze deep and unfathomable. "Let me ask you a question." Qin Lan's voice was steady. "Have you ever seen a little creature that's ice blue all over, with a hexagram pattern, and has 2 blue eyes on its head?" "Yes," Lin Ting replied, trembling. "It's locked in a cage. Teacher Zhu said once it evolves again, it will have an ice crystal humanoid form, aiming to create an unprecedented mermaid princess." Qin Lan yanked off the sapphire necklace from Lin Ting's neck, pointing to a pinhole in it. "Do you know what this is?" "A high-tech bug from the black market, waterproof and shockproof, lasts 50 years. He smirked at the pinhole. "Isn't that right, whoever's listening?" The pinhole flickered with a faint blue light before falling silent. Qin Lan continued to search Lin Ting and quickly found and crushed several more surveillance devices. He handed Lin Ting a lollipop. "If you want to survive, take me to find that frost elf." "No." Lin Ting shook her head. "He's a third-year beast master, and very powerful. I can fight." Qin Lan handed her another candy. Lin Ting hesitated for a moment before nodding. "All right, but you have to promise to rescue the other captive female students." "I'll only focus on rescuing them, nothing beyond that." "Deal." After reaching an agreement, Qin Lan followed Lin Ting, cigarette in mouth. As they passed by a cliff, the gold-horned spider issued a warning. Suddenly, countless green dots lit up on the wall, and a foul stench filled the air. Lin Ting cried out, shooting a water arrow with her tail to knock down a thigh-length green-eyed centipede. "Watch out! These are Teacher Zhu's centipedes. Disobedient girls get eaten by them." More centipedes appeared, ranging in size from arm length to 2 meters, their cyan shells glinting coldly. They screeched and lunged at Qin Lan. Gold horn. Qin Lan stepped aside, firing his gun. The gold horn spider leaped from the shadows, its legs striking the centipede swarm away, while Qin Lan finished them off with precise shots. Lin Ting also aided from the water, firing blue water arrows. Despite their numbers, the 200-strong centipede swarm, at most low-level second tier, retreated rapidly under the trio's assault. The slaughter continued as the swarm of blue-eyed centipedes was decimated within minutes. A meter-long centipede silently slipped from the wall, its countless legs twitching as it attempted to ambush Qin Lan, who was deeply focused on shooting. Just as it was about to strike, a towering green plant monster appeared beside Qin Lan, the great maw parasite flower. This plant, with its iron blue hue, had robust vines coiled like legs and a massive, tooth-filled bud at the top. It swiftly extended a vine as thick as a child's arm, skillfully wrapping around the centipede. No matter how fiercely the centipede thrashed and screeched, it couldn't escape the fate of being dragged towards the gaping maw. As the chilling sound of chewing filled the air, the centipede's struggle slowly ceased, eventually being completely devoured like a strand of noodle. Good job, my dear. Qin Lan smiled, gently patting the vine of the plant. The great maw parasite flower trembled with excitement at the praise, carefully brushing its vine against Qin Lan's hand to show affection. Ever since its rebirth from the blood prison egg, it had regarded Qin Lan as a parent. Go on, take care of the rest of those centipedes, Qin Lan commanded. The plant monster let out a cackling laugh and obediently joined the fray. Meanwhile, Qin Lan wiped his hands with a handkerchief, lit a cigarette, and stood in the shadows, observing the battle with his deep, dark, and bright eyes. The rapid growth of the lower-tier beasts was astonishing. After consuming dozens of its kind, the quality of the great maw parasite flower had risen to a high soldier level, reaching a first-tier 7-star status, 2 stars higher than the golden horn. As Qin Lan watched, he contemplated a development plan for trash bin, perhaps purchasing soldier-level B skills like corrosive liquid or toxic acid to enhance its digestion abilities, combined with resilience-based skills like hardness. 10 minutes later, the battle concluded. The centipede swarm was utterly annihilated, with only 2 or 3 managing to flee in disarray. The golden horn remained energetic, its carapace gleaming as if new, while the great maw parasite flower was battered and bruised, several vines snapped and oozing sap, and its flower head had a bite taken out of it. Yet, the plant seemed unfazed by the pain, continuing to voraciously devour the insect corpses on the ground. Suddenly, the golden horned dragon spider, busy picking through beast cores, let out a screech and scuttled towards Qin Lan, clutching a toe-sized gray orb in its mouth. This was a beast skill stone. Upon a beast's death, the skills it had mastered might crystallize in its head. Qin Lan used a first-tier scanner to identify it as a soldier-level insect cry beast skill stone, valued at approximately 10,000 black crystal points. While scouring the battlefield, Qin Lan also discovered over a dozen pinhole cameras. This time, instead of destroying them, he stored them in his beast nest ring. Each was worth 1,000 points, and who would turn down easy money? Meanwhile, in a basement of Silver Dragon High School, a middle-aged man in a white suit with a slicked-back hairstyle was watching a computer screen. The small room was well-equipped, but the most striking feature was the massive fish tank occupying half the space, containing 2 girls with human upper bodies and dark fish tails, swimming about in a state of listless despair. Interesting. How did he know I recently acquired an ice sprite in the deep water zone of the underground air raid shelter? The man mused aloud as he approached the tank to feed the girls a mixture of bloody meat. They bared their teeth and fought for the food. Not quite. Not at all like the mermaid that saved me in that shipwreck, the man muttered with disgust. Easy now, take your time. You still need time to transform into real mermaids. He donned a blood-stained white lab coat from the wall, picked up a golden hunting rifle, and left the room. In the hallway, a 6-meter-long giant centipede approached, lowering its head affectionately. In the corridor's light, the man's shadow stretched long and twisted, and the metal badge on his chest clearly bore the name Zhu Kongming. The underground bunker was pitch black, resembling the gaping maw of a deep abyss, with no end or light in sight. Qin Lan glanced at Lin Ting beside him, noticing her tense expression and the uncertainty in her eyes. This young woman had been imprisoned by Zhu Kongming in this sunless place for 13 years, 3 years before the day of destruction. Her youth had quietly slipped away in the darkness, and it was remarkable that she had managed to keep her sanity. Suddenly, the golden horned spider let out a pained screech, its 8 sharp legs piercing deep into the ground. Its body began to glow, emitting a series of dull sounds from within as its joints and frame started to grow rapidly. After a few minutes of restless agitation, it finally calmed down. Having absorbed 200 greeneed centipede beast cores, along with over 400 first-tier great jaw parasitic flower seed beast cores obtained from the girls' dormitory, Jin Jiao, successfully advanced to the first tier 6-star level. The golden horned spider now stood as tall as a small car, about 1.5 meters high, fully capable of carrying a human. It slowly withdrew its legs from the ground and crawled toward Qin Lan. Upon reaching him, it lowered its proud head, affectionately nuzzling his waist. Qin Lan chuckled softly, stroking the golden, sturdy carapace on Jin Jiao's back, and his thoughts drifted to his first contracted beast in a past Lifia, notoriously unreliable husky mutant beast that had betrayed him by breaking their soul contract and joining a wolf pack to attack him. Pulling his hand back, Qin Lan looked calmly at Lin Ting. Are you ready? If so, lead the way. I'm in a hurry. Lin Ting rolled her eyes. She had been waiting for him all along. She flicked her dark fish tail and continued moving through the water. After traversing a steep and winding underground river, they arrived at a narrow cavern. A few steps later, a heavy silver iron door blocked their path, equipped with a combination lock. The door needs a code. Or should we squeeze through that dog hole? Lin Ting suggested, pointing to a small opening at the end of the stream. No need. Qin Lan shot the lock, kicking the door open. Beyond the door lay a completely different world. Countless silk chandeliers hung from the brown rock ceiling, swaying gently despite the absence of wind. Under the stark white light, a golden beach came into view, complete with parasols and an array of food, showcasing the opulent lifestyle of the underground tyrant, Zhu Kongming. Qin Lan settled under a parasol, gazing at the large pool ahead. In it, several figures in school uniforms swam aimlessly, their faces as fair and delicate as campus beauties, yet their eyes were vacant. He tossed a few lollipops into the water as bait and examined a blood-stained experiment list on the table. It recorded the names of girls just turned 18, indicating that Zhu Kongming considered this age ideal for transforming them into mermaids. Where's the ice spirit? He asked Lin Ting, who was leaning on the shore. Just a moment. Lin Ting dove into the pool, emitting a unique sound wave. The other mermaid girls immediately gathered around her, like a royal guard protecting their queen. Watching this, Qin Lan's expression grew complex. Zhu Kongming was indeed progressing with his mermaid plan, and these girls had formed an organized community. Led by Lin Ting, a group of mermaid girls swam to the center of the pool, working together to move a thin iron plate, revealing a passage glowing with blue light. Moments later, they surfaced, carrying a steel cage, their cheeks flushed from exertion. Inside the cage was a six-pointed star creature, about the size of a basketball, its entire body a pale blue ice-like substance, with a pair of adorably large ice crystal eyes. Such a weak ice spirit, Qin Lan murmured with a frown. The snow sprites are born from the permafrost, and their birthing process remains a mystery. Typically, a snow sprite is at least the size of a basketball, but the one before them was noticeably smaller, seemingly underdeveloped. The heavy iron cage crashed onto the shore with a dull thud. The little creature inside let out a series of panicked squeaks upon seeing Qin Lan, its large eyes filled with fear. Don't be afraid, Qin Lan began, but the terrified snow sprite had already launched an attack. It summoned the last of its ice magic to form a pale blue icicle, as thick as a chopstick, and shot it straight at Qin Lan's head. Although the icicle hit its target, it shattered instantly, having no effect on Qin Lan. The prolonged captivity had left the underdeveloped creature extremely weak, capable of doing little more than splashing some water on Qin Lan's head. Qin Lan smiled gently and broke the cage's lock with his gun under the frightened gaze of the little sprite. He slowly approached, extending his hands. The sprite immediately let out a series of poof 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 cries of distress. Don't be scared, little one. I'm a friend. Come with me, and I'll give you a lollipop, Qin Lan said softly. Despite his words, the sprite continued to struggle desperately in his arms. It could understand human language, but remained wary of his assurances. The human in the white coat had also smiled and claimed to be a friend while cruelly cutting it with a saw on a cold table. Qin Lan raised an eyebrow and decided to drop the pretense. He firmly patted the sprite. Stop fussing. With a sharp smack, the sprite's pitiful cries ceased abruptly. It became compliant, with icy tears forming in its crystal-like eyes as it whimpered. It hurts. Snow sprites are highly intelligent beings of nature, and its pitiful state softened Qin Lan's heart. He retrieved a lollipop from his beast's nest ring and offered it to the sprite. Go ahead, he's a good guy. Here to save you, Lin Ting said nearby, encouraging the sprite to lower its guard. The sprite glanced cautiously at Qin Lan, then carefully opened its mouth to take the lollipop. Poof! Its eyes lit up, apparently enjoying the sweet taste, and it closed its eyes to savor it. Qin Lan gently stroked the sprite and was about to place it into the beast's nest ring when Lin Ting quickly interjected. Don't put it in there. It has a fear of cages. All right, Qin Lan agreed, seeing the sense in her words, and cradled the sprite like a basketball in his arms. Lin Ting watched the sprite, hesitating before finally gathering the courage to speak. Qin Lan, you promised to get everyone out. We have 2 more companions. They're being held in Professor Zhu's lab. The lab? Yes, it's right behind that iron door, she confirmed. Iron door? Qin Lan glanced behind him, noticing an iron door seamlessly blending with the wall, almost invisible unless one looked closely. Turning to Lin Ting, he casually yet pointedly asked, "Did you want me to rescue them? Or was it Mr. Zhu Kongming's idea?" The question caught Lin Ting off guard, her dark, bright eyes filled with confusion, as if faced with an unexpected, awkward question early in the morning. Qin Lan observed her expression, smiling lightly. Cradling the ice spirit in his arms, he led the golden-horned spider towards the iron door. "Just kidding. Wait here while I go rescue those 2 female students." As Qin Lan walked away, a flicker of indescribable guilt passed through Lin Ting's eyes. The iron door was securely locked. Qin Lan raised his gun and swiftly shot off the chains, then forcefully kicked the door open. An overwhelming stench of blood hit him. Inside was a blood-streaked, silver-white steel corridor. The end of the passage was shrouded in darkness, with flickering, dim lights adding an eerie atmosphere. Taking a deep breath, Qin Lan wore a faint smile and pulled out a flashlight, stepping in calmly. The golden-horned spider hissed as it followed closely. The floor bore horrifying bloodstains and claw marks, hinting at someone being dragged violently. Qin Lan casually nudged aside a desiccated severed arm and stopped at a compartment along the corridor. The layout resembled a hotel, with compartments every few meters. Through the glass door, Qin Lan saw the back of a girl in a school uniform. She sat alone on the edge of a bed, shoulders trembling slightly, her head down, obscuring her face. Used, semi-transparent wrappers were scattered on the floor. He twisted the lock and entered the room. The door's loud creak went unnoticed by the girl. Only when Qin Lan approached did she slowly turn her head, like someone with a stiff neck. In the flashlight's beam, her pale, delicate face emerged, hinting at her beauty and life. Her body showed no signs of decay. Her skin remained fair, yet her teeth and nails had been violently removed, her pupils an eerie frost white. Driven by a hunger for flesh, she lunged at Qin Lan but lost balance halfway, crashing heavily to the ground. Qin Lan let her cling to his leg, biting and tearing. As his gaze fell on her lower half, a grotesque, colorful, rotting snake tail, crudely stitched to her severed waist. Bang! A gunshot shattered the silence, and the ghoul's head exploded. Qin Lan adjusted his disheveled pant leg and looked up at the camera on the ceiling. "Sorry, I can only give your art piece a 0. Not even a single point." Moments later, the camera swiveled, and a deep, gentle male voice spoke, "Come to the end of the corridor. I have another masterpiece I'd like you to see." Qin Lan's eyes flickered as he shot out the camera and continued forward with the golden-horned spider. He contemplated. Zhu Kongming was a madman, a third-tier beast master capable of forming 3 beast contracts to control raging beasts. Lin Ting, fused with the black-tailed pot fish, was likely already under his contract, unable to defy the will of her contract master even if conscious. Reaching the corridor's end, Qin Lan was met by a figure in a blood-stained white coat, approaching slowly, a smiling Zhu Kongming holding a golden hunting rifle. His eyes behind the glasses were as gentle as spring snow. Hard to believe he was a psychopath. Qin Lan holstered his gun, aware that beast masters received some power feedback from their beasts, and a third-tier beast master's body could withstand ordinary bullets. In the dim light, Zhu Kongming's smile faded. "Your name is Qin Lan, right? I saw you a few days ago at Su Qingshua's graduation. That pure little girl was my target, but your presence changed my mind." His gaze sharpened. "Before crafting each masterpiece, I investigate the target's family background to avoid trouble. You puzzle me. In just a few days, how did a fierce-eyed little wolf pup transform into a tiger? It's as if a different soul inhabits your young body." Zhu Kongming removed his glasses to wipe them. "Don't rush to deny it. Before Doomsday, I held dual master's degrees in psychology and bioengineering. To me, the eyes of intelligent beings are like closed computers, ready to be read once you find the right method. Your transformation is so drastic it makes me question my understanding. Are you really Qin Lan?" Zhu Kongming's eyes flickered with unease, his voice suddenly rising in intensity. Qin Lan remained silent in the face of the accusation. His eyes, dark and luminescent, transformed his demeanor into something profound and unfathomable, much like the shadowy corridor around them. Out of nowhere, a colossal centipede, 6 meters in length, emerged from the end of the corridor. Its body, made of flexible black metal, coiled swiftly into a wall-like structure, encircling Zhu Kongming protectively. The giant centipede hissed, its green insect eyes filled with fear as they fixated on Qin Lan, as if he were some enigmatic beast rather than a mere human. Sensing the fear transmitted through the creature bond, Zhu Kongming burst into a fit of mad laughter. His expression turned deranged, his once gentle eyes now bloodshot, reminiscent of an astronomer discovering an unknown planet. Qin Lan chuckled softly, casting a glance at the massive centipede before focusing back on Zhu Kongming. Weren't you going to show me your masterpiece? Where is it? Zhu Kongming's laughter abruptly stopped. He retrieved a metal remote from his coat pocket and pressed a button. With a sharp snap, the lights along the corridor flickered on, and the walls split open to reveal a hidden passageway. From within came a continuous, eerie wailing. A middle-aged man, his face etched with despair, crawled out, as if dragged by something behind him. Then came a second person, a third, soon. A grotesque human centipede, composed of dozens stitched together, stretched out before them. Help, please, you devil, Zhu Kongming, you'll pay for this. The lead man lifted his numb face, seemingly pleading with Qin Lan, though his lips could not form coherent words. Zhu Kongming spoke with smug satisfaction. The world is like a rotting apple, facing decay. Things will only get worse. Food shortages will lead to chaos, despair, moral collapse, and uncontrollable consequences. By stitching these lowly people together, the ones at the front eat, and those behind consume waste, saving resources for the cities and nurturing more elite beast masters for the human community. Qin Lan was at a loss for words, cradling a trembling ice spirit, as he turned to look at Zhu Kongming, who kept a manic grin. The arrival of Doomsday had indeed driven many survivors to madness. Zhu Kongming licked his lips, raising a golden hunting rifle aimed at Qin Lan. The twin barrels loomed like a beast ready to strike. Old soul in a young body. What score do you give me? Qin Lan's lips curled into a smirk, and under Zhu Kongming's expectant gaze, he drew his gun and shot a 0 on the wall. Zhu Kongming's smile vanished, his expression turning icy. Don't appreciate my art? He sneered, pulling the trigger without warning. Bang! 2 golden bullets whizzed towards Qin Lan's face. In a split second, a golden horned spider leapt from a beast nest ring, intercepting the bullets precisely. Zhu Kongming showed no surprise, stepping aside as his giant armored centipede lunged ferociously at the spider. It moved with the speed of a cheetah, while the spider, guided by Qin Lan's soul bond, countered with its own powerful skills, hard as steel and bull rush, charging like a golden car into the fray. Clang! The 2 armored beasts collided, their clash ringing out like a metallic crash. The centipede's multitude of legs exploded with force, ensnaring the spider, its body spinning ferociously, drawing out spurts of insect blood with its constrict and crush skill. The spider cried out in pain, its 8 sturdy legs stabbing fiercely, but the centipede cunningly shielded its vital spots, allowing the sharp legs to only spark against its heavy armor. Zhu Kongming beamed, firing at Qin Lan while taunting. A low-tier Lord-class golden-horned spider is impressive, its species quality easily outmatching a high-tier general-class armored centipede. But it's only first-tier, far weaker than the third-tier centipede. Dragging this out leads to certain death. Just last week, a 4th-tier golden-horned spider perished at the West Gate. How did you manage to get your hands on the golden-horned dragon spider? Zhu Kongming demanded harshly. Qin Lan didn't respond. Instead, he deftly dodged 2 bullets whizzing past him. With a flick of his wrist, a gleaming first-tier Gatling gun appeared firmly in his grip, its barrel aimed directly at Zhu Kongming. In the narrow corridor, the Gatling's barrage was enough to intimidate any third-tier beast master. The gun barrel began to spin wildly, spewing out blinding tongues of fire that cast flickering shadows across the passageway. Seeing Qin Lan remain silent, Zhu Kongming let out a cold snort, a flicker of anger in his eyes. A flash of light from the beast nest ring on his finger revealed a towering, 2-meter-tall, iron-blue giant pangolin, his second contracted beast, a third-tier, 1-star greenstone pangolin of medium general-grade quality. The beast growled, its body armored with heavy scales, resembling a moving fortress as it shielded its master. The Gatling bullets sparked harmlessly against it, failing to penetrate. It advanced on Qin Lan, its claws leaving deep grooves in the wall with casual swipes. Won't talk? Zhu Kongming's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. Even a corpse can tell me what I want to know. Greenstone, crush him. The pangolin grinned menacingly, effortlessly tearing a massive rock from the wall, ready to smash Qin Lan into pulp. However, instead of retreating, Qin Lan pressed forward, maintaining suppressive fire with the Gatling. As the distance closed to 5 meters, he suddenly dropped the Gatling and drew a stunning red sniper rifle from his beast nest ring. This sniper rifle was like a vivid red phoenix, its body radiating an elegant crimson glow. Inside the transparent chamber, 2 vermilion gold bullets were clearly visible. Zhu Kongming's smile froze, his eyes wide with disbelief. A 4th-tier Red Phoenix sniper rifle? Impossible. The Flame Alliance only made 10, all given to the commanders of major cities. Qin Lan smirked as he raised the sniper rifle. This artifact, crafted from the bones of a 4th-tier Lord-level beast, the Red Phoenix, was his prize from rescuing Jiang Xiaoyu, daughter of the Jiangnan city commander. The remaining 2 bullets were more than enough to handle the current predicament. He took a deep breath, his arms steady and his energy focused. His dark eyes shone with a cold glint as he squeezed the trigger, the gun flaring with brilliant scarlet light. A piercing, armor-piercing round, wrapped in orange flames, roared forth, like a fiery phoenix targeting its prey. In the corridor, the red Luan sniper rifle fired with lightning speed. The cumbersome bluestone armadillo had no time to dodge, and its flat head, covered in hard blue armor, shattered like paper under the armor-piercing bullet. With a cracking sound reminiscent of a watermelon bursting, hot red and white matter splattered against the silver-white walls, leaving scarlet streaks. The headless giant beast staggered back before crashing to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. As the soul bond with the beast broke, Zhu Kongming's face turned ashen, his pupils shrinking to pinpoints, terror spreading in his eyes. This was a third-tier berserk beast known for its defense. Though reckless, his extreme fear of death made him meticulously investigate the backgrounds of his test subjects. 20 meters away, Qin Lan frowned, pain piercing his arms. As a first-tier beast tamer, he struggled to handle the recoil of the red Luan sniper rifle. Had it been an ordinary person, their arms would have been pulp. Seizing Zhu Kongming's moment of distraction, Qin Lan slammed half his body against the wall, and with a sharp click of bones, his dislocated arm snapped back into place. He skillfully twisted his other dislocated arm, expressionless as he aimed the gun again, this time directly at Zhu Kongming in his blood-stained lab coat. The roles of hunter and prey were now crystal clear. The threat of death caused Zhu Kongming's complexion to change drastically. In a split second, he pressed a remote control hidden in his sleeve. The floor flipped open, and Zhu Kongming vanished, leaving behind a dark hole leading to an underground river. Qin Lan approached to investigate, hearing the sound of rushing water and glimpsing a figure in white fleeing into the distance. Interesting, you want to play hide and seek? Qin Lan chuckled, collecting the bluestone armadillo's body before heading towards the battlefield of Golden Horn. At that moment, two berserk beasts were locked in fierce combat. A black-armored centipede coiled around Golden Horn like a giant snake, forming a dark sphere. Ferocious as a wolf, Golden Horn endured the agony of its body being sliced, turning its head to bite viciously into the centipede's neck, tearing away a chunk of flesh. The black-armored centipede screeched, the pain from its wound overshadowed by the agony of its master severing their soul bond. From birth, it had only known the figure in the white coat, who had nurtured it like a father, now heartlessly abandoned. Confusion and rage filled its mind as it let out a skyward howl, its black fangs growing like venomous snake teeth, oozing green poison, aiming to pierce Golden Horn's Hiata commanding beast skill called Fang Strike. Just as the fangs were about to strike Golden Horn, a gunshot interrupted the deadly blow. The centipede's head exploded, its massive body collapsing heavily to the ground. Qin Lan arrived just in time, his arms dislocating again from the recoil. The narrowly saved Golden Horn hurried to its master. Leaning against the wall, Qin Lan reset his dislocated arms, gently patting Golden Horn's head. Well done, taking on a third-tier beast as a first-tier. You held on until I got here. Golden Horn joyfully circled around him. After a brief rest, Qin Lan put away the now empty red Luan sniper rifle. Without its special bullets, the weapon was useless to him. He collected the centipede's body and mounted Golden Horn to the outside pool. Minutes later, they arrived at the poolside to find Lin Ting gone, leaving behind a few dazed mermaid girls. In front of them, Qin Lan displayed the two berserk beast corpses, the bloody scent awakening the mermaids from their stupor. Zhu Kongming is defeated. Su Qing, by Heng Shuai, Ma Jialing, Long Guanghe, Wu Jia. Who will assist me in pursuit? Only his death will bring you freedom. Qin Lan's words struck the five girls like thunder. I will. Count me in. Zhu Kongming must die. One mermaid's eyes burned with hatred, never forgetting the agony of having her legs cut. The five mermaids eagerly responded. Qin Lan stored the bodies and Golden Horn, diving into the pool, riding on one of the berserk mermaids. The water rippled as the five mermaids transformed into hunting hounds, following Lin Ting's scent. As Zhu Kongming's third beast, Lin Ting was likely summoned in advance to assist her master's escape, explaining her sudden disappearance. In the dim underground river, Zhu Kongming crawled out of the water, his face darkened. He was soaked to the skin, his hair clinging to his scalp, looking utterly disheveled. He removed his glasses, shook off the water, and stood on the riverbank, unable to suppress a low curse. Damn it! Where did that fourth-tier Hongwan sniper rifle come from? He pondered, frowning. Could Qin Lan be the illegitimate child of some city commander? This suspicion wasn't unfounded. While investigating the people around Su Qingxue, he had also checked into Qin Lan's background. Qin Lan's mother was merely a woman of some beauty from a scholarly family, but his father's identity was unusually vague, as if deliberately obscured. After confirming he was alone, Zhu Kongming quickly headed for the preset escape route. Losing the beast pet is no big deal, he consoled himself. With my research contributions, They'll surely reward me with an even higher grade beast. Reaching the wall, he carefully felt around and tapped it. Snap! A hidden stone mechanism vibrated, revealing a dark passageway. This secret path led directly to the teacher's quarters, allowing free passage. Zhu Kongming crawled into it, moving quickly like a caterpillar. Finally reaching the end, he pushed open the wooden board above, panting. Dim light poured through the gaps, illuminating the passage. Seeing the familiar ceiling of the study, a smile appeared on his face. However, just as he was about to climb out, a silver handgun silently pressed against the back of his head. Zhu Kongming's pupils contracted, his heart gripped by an invisible hand. Through the reflection on his thick glasses, he saw the familiar figure behind him. Wait, don't. Bang. Before he could finish his sentence, a silver bullet had already pierced through the back of his head. Zhu Kongming's pupils dilated, his face twisted with unwillingness and resentment. As a third-tier beast master, his skull was thick enough that a first-tier silver handgun might not kill him instantly. Qin Lan smirked and fired another shot into the bullet hole. Zhu Kongming's plan to feign death was completely foiled, and he died on the spot. The study was filled with a strong scent of blood. Qin Lan tidied his disheveled black coat in front of a mirror, carefully wiping the blood from his face with a handkerchief before attending to Zhu Kongming's corpse. The belongings of a third-tier beastmaster were quite substantial. A space ring with 100 square meters of capacity and the ability to slowly heal beasts. A second-tier beast weapon-grade golden hunting rifle, equally valuable. Putting on the ring, Qin Lan discovered Lin Ting trapped inside. He didn't release her immediately but leisurely walked to the bookshelf, took out an expensive bottle of red wine, and only then freed the terrified Lin Ting. You killed him. Lin Ting looked at Qin Lan, who was casually sipping wine, with a complex expression. Sit down. Qin Lan gestured to the chair beside him. Lin Ting took a deep breath, struggling to move her mermaid tail, and finally collapsed onto the chair. Qin Lan handed her half a glass of red wine. Thanks for the tip-off. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to set up an ambush in advance. No need to thank me. I was just looking out for myself. Lin Ting downed the wine in one gulp with a bitter smile. The soul beast contract of a beast master left her no room for betrayal, so all she could do was discreetly tear off a small piece of Zhu Kongming's clothing while fleeing. Sipping her wine, Lin Ting fell into confusion. The world outside has changed so much. She looked at Qin Lan. You're strong. Can I follow you? Follow me? What can you offer me? Qin Lan squinted, scrutinizing her shapely upper body like a lion assessing its prey. I have a great figure. Lin Ting blushed. I can give you the ultimate pleasure. As long as you agree, I'm yours tonight. She explained that Zhu Kongming had never violated her because, 30 years ago, he was saved by a mermaid and regarded her as a sacred, untouchable work of art. Will you protect me? She asked pitifully, one hand covering her chest, her black hair cascading down to her waist. Qin Lan chuckled, amused by the woman's audacity to try and charm him with a general-level beast technique, the Song of Enchantment. He walked over to her and slapped her hard across the face. Slap. The crisp sound of the slap echoed in the room. Can you hit me again? Lin Ting covered her cheek, self-mockingly saying, that slap made me feel alive. All right. Qin Lan switched hands and delivered another slap. Lin Ting laughed, a crazed laugh, as tears rolled down like silver pearls. Well done. She calmed down. I used to look down on those selling themselves in alleyways. Thanks to your slaps, I've pulled back from the brink and regained my human dignity and self-respect. I will lead my sisters, who share my plight, to strive for a better life together. Lin Ting declared with unwavering determination, her gaze as resolute as a warrior's. Qin Lan looked at the once fragile girl before him, now transformed, with admiration in his eyes. In the laboratory, Lin Ting was bidding farewell to him with 7 other mermaid girls by her side. Qin Lan, since we can no longer live on land as humans, I have decided to take them to the sea. Go ahead. The sea has always welcomed all, and it's indeed a good choice, though it is fraught with dangers. I understand. I hope we meet again. By then, I will be stronger, Lin Ting said, giving Qin Lan a deep look before leading her sisters into the dark river passage beneath the pool. Watching them leave, Qin Lan returned to his seat under the parasol, sipping his drink. He rubbed the beast nest ring on his finger, and immediately, Golden Horn leapt out. Qin Lan retrieved a brilliant golden beast core from his pocket, which shimmered like a gemstone under the light. This was a high-grade, level 3, 3-star black armored Centipede beast core. Golden Horn Dragon Spider's eyes gleamed with excitement as it pounced and swallowed the beast core, curling up and entering a state of slumber, its body glowing with a firefly-like luminescence. Qin Lan estimated that once Golden Horn fully absorbed this precious core, it would likely break through to the second tier. He then took out a yellowish crystal core, the beast core of a mid-grade, level 3, 1-star greenstone pangolin. After a moment of thought, he decided to save it for the ice snow elf rather than feeding it to the big jaw parasitic flower, as the latter already had 2 level 3 beast corpses to digest and evolve. The summoned ice snow elf timidly greeted Qin Lan. He gently picked up the small creature, about the size of a basketball, and used a first-tier scanner for inspection. Name: Ice Snow Elf. Attribute: Ice. Race quality: low-grade general. Level: First tier, 3-star. Racial talent: low-grade solid ice. Skills: Water spray, Ice arrow, Ice armor. Condition: underdeveloped. The scan revealed that the Ice Snow Elf was not only underdeveloped but also had the lowest grade racial talent, solid ice, which only enhanced ice skills by 10%. In comparison, the mid-grade could enhance by 30%, the high grade by 50%, and the special grade by 80%. Seeing the little one's disappointment, Qin Lan comforted, lack of talent doesn't matter, but you must never give up. When we reach Jiangnan Ice Snow City, I'll get you some ice marrow to boost your strength. For now, eat this beast core. After settling the 2 beasts, Qin Lan began processing the corpses of the black-armored Centipede and the greenstone pangolin. Using his beast master talent, Blood Prison, he successfully condensed 2 high-quality beast eggs. Although each was worth over 3 million black crystal universal points, given limited resources, he decided to sell them at the upcoming Jiangnan E-City underground black market auction, using the proceeds to nurture the golden horn dragon spider and the ice snow elf. As he left Silver Dragon High School, the sky had darkened. On the playground, he tested the second-tier golden hunting rifle he had obtained from Zhu Kongming, blasting 2 fist-sized holes into a sturdy tree trunk, satisfied with its power. Riding a mountain bike, Qin Lan headed towards the Red Romance Villa district. As one of Jiangnan G-City's 3 affluent areas, it was set to face a catastrophe the following night: a third-tier beast, leading a 1,000-strong beast horde attack. In this small town of 1 million people, the chaos presented an opportunity for profit. The affluent Red Romance Villa district stood majestically, its opulent architecture starkly contrasting with the surrounding ordinary residential areas. As Qin Lan pedaled his bicycle towards his destination, an unexpected call caused him to pause. The voice came from the 3rd-floor balcony of a 10-story apartment building. A middle-aged man with a kind face, dressed in a white shirt, leaned out and quietly warned, "Young man, come up quickly. The beasts in the ruins are about to awaken, and they will hunt down the survivors roaming the city." Qin Lan raised an eyebrow, scrutinized the well-meaning man, then calmly parked his bicycle and entered the building with his golden hunting rifle. Inside, a few beasts roamed, mostly insignificant plague rats. At this moment, his 2 major allies' Golden Horn was refining the core of a 3rd-tier black-armored centipede, while the Ice Spirit was in a similar state. To conserve bullets, Qin Lan summoned the Great Jaw Parasite Flower. Although this plant couldn't devour the 2 tough 3rd-tier general-class beast corpses, by infiltrating the damaged parts with its vines to absorb beast blood, it had advanced from high-level soldier to special-level soldier, reaching a realm of 1-star 9. With a low growl, the human-sized Great Jaw Parasite Flower launched a swift assault. Its 2 vine-like tendrils, as thick as a child's arms, whipped like steel, effortlessly killing and devouring over a dozen plague rats in under a minute. After retracting the plant, Qin Lan arrived on the 3rd floor and politely knocked on the door. It slowly opened, and the man in the white shirt cautiously peeked out. Upon recognizing Qin Lan, he promptly invited him inside. The interior was warm and well-stocked with supplies. In the living room sat a beautiful woman with delicate features, her oval face radiant and her dark hair elegantly pinned up. A simple hair tie adorned her head, and a white nightgown accentuated her well-maintained figure. Beside her, a cat beast the size of a terrier lounged lazily. After some small talk, Qin Lan learned the couple's names. The man was Lu Dong, and his wife was Su Shuidan. The amiable Lu Dong soon struck up a lively conversation with Qin Lan and asked his wife to prepare some snacks to accompany their drinks. Su Shuidan smiled and agreed, heading to the kitchen. Shortly, the sound of chopping meat echoed from within. Lu Dong began sharing stories of the past with Qin Lan, speaking of the day of destruction 10 years ago and the life path that should have made him a billionaire. A hint of sadness flickered in his eyes when he mentioned their deceased son. Qin Lan offered him a cigarette, which Lu Dong accepted, lighting it and exhaling smoke as he inquired about Qin Lan's destination. Upon learning that Qin Lan was headed to the Red Romance Villa district, Lu Dong's eyes lit up, mentioning that his elder brother lived there too. He suggested that Qin Lan spend the night and travel with him in the morning. Before long, Su Shuidan returned with several cold dishes. To avoid the scent of hot food attracting the beasts, they opted for this safer dining option. Lu Dong opened 2 bottles of beer, and the 3 of them enjoyed a pleasant meal together. Qin Lan complimented Su Shuidan's culinary skills, and the atmosphere grew increasingly cozy. As time passed unnoticed, night enveloped the entire city, and the clock on the wall pointed to 8 o'clock. Lu Dong is a straightforward guy, but he can't really hold his liquor. After a few bottles, his face turned beet red, and he ended up drunkenly passed out on the sofa. Su Shuidan, a young woman, frowned slightly but picked up a beer, looked at Qin Lan with a playful smile, and said, "Little brother, your brother Lu can't handle his drinks. Let me drink with you in his place." Qin Lan raised an eyebrow and clinked glasses with her. As they drank, a rosy blush spread across Su Shuidan's face, adding to her charm. She brushed a strand of hair behind her ear and moved to sit next to Qin Lan. The warm, rich scent of jasmine filled Qin Lan's senses as Su Shuidan sat close. She poured herself another drink and sipped it slowly, her expression turning pensive. "Sujia, do you have something on your mind? Feel free to talk to me about it," Qin Lan asked gently, noticing her change in demeanor. Upon hearing this, Su Shuidan seemed to open up, like a floodgate had been released. "Little brother, 10 years ago, your brother Lu and I had a child. Unfortunately, the child didn't survive the day of destruction, and Lu has never been able to let it go. Since then, it seems your brother Lu has had some health issues, and I've not been able to get pregnant again," she said, her face growing more sorrowful as she gently rubbed her flat stomach. "What do you mean, sister-in-law?" Qin Lan asked seriously, setting his glass down. Meeting Qin Lan's gaze, Su Shuidan's eyes glistened with unshed tears. She placed her delicate hand on Qin Lan's leg, tracing circles with her nails. "Little brother, both your brother Lu and I desperately want a child. Since he's unable, perhaps we could find another way. I find you quite appealing. You're young, full of energy and drive. I was hoping you could help us by providing what we need. Don't worry, your brother Lu will be out until at least tomorrow morning. Tonight, I was hoping." Su Shuidan's fair face was full of allure, her skin taking on a soft pink hue. Under the influence of alcohol, she leaned closer to Qin Lan, her lips slightly parted, her breath fragrant, as she lazily moved into his embrace. "Seduction?" Qin Lan raised an eyebrow, a playful smile curling at his lips. Instead of pushing away Su Shuidan, who had leaned into him, he wrapped his arm around her, pulling the alluring, mature woman closer. Su Shuidan was flustered and tried to pull away, but found his arm around her waist as unyielding as a steel band. Qin Lan squinted slightly, his hand slowly moving down from her waist until it rested on her long, slender legs, gently caressing them. "Wait, can we go inside?" Su Shuidan tried to maintain her composure, reaching out to stop his actions.
"No."
Qin Lan rested his chin on her shoulder. "If you're here to ask for a favor, Lu Gu should be part of it. We'll do it right here on the living room sofa." With him watching, Su Shuidan's expression changed, and she suddenly spoke softly. "Dear brother, let your sister-in-law give you a kiss first." She wrapped her arms around Qin Lan's neck, her lipstick-tinted lips parting slightly. The next moment, a silver handgun was pressed against her forehead. "Second-tier phantom butterfly paralysis powder, disguised with jasmine scent," Qin Lan said coldly. "I run a potion shop. I can recognize these smells." "Impossible." Bang. The muffled sound of a silenced gunshot cut her off, and she fell to the ground, eyes wide, blood pooling from the back of her head. "Wife!" Lu Dong, who had been feigning sleep, erupted in fury, lunging at Qin Lan with a knife. From the shadows, a black cat also sprang into action. Qin Lan deftly dodged, delivering a spinning kick that sent Lu Dong flying. He summoned a giant-jawed parasitic flower to fend off the black cat's claws, its vines thrashing the feline against the ground. Lu Dong scrambled up, pulling out a silver Gatling gun and firing wildly, but Qin Lan's summoned golden horn spider blocked every shot. "Second-tier beast master?" Lu Dong's face filled with terror. Qin Lan didn't respond, instead calmly loading bullets into a golden hunting rifle, aiming at Lu Dong's legs and pulling the trigger. "Any last words?" Qin Lan asked, looking down at him. "Screw your ancestors." "Fine, I'll send you to meet them," Qin Lan said impassively, pulling the trigger again. He then briefly reminisced about his ancestors, who were bandits, executioners, slave owners, and assassins, before straightening his clothes and searching the other rooms. In the last room, he encountered a shocking scene. A child bound by chains, transformed into a zombie, surrounded by piles of human bones. "So that's it, they intended to feed me to their son," Qin Lan realized, pulling out a lollipop as he approached. Facing the agitated zombie boy, Qin Lan softly said, "I'm sorry for killing your parents. Let me reunite your family." With a gunshot, Qin Lan left the room, gun in hand. Under the cover of nightfall, Qin Lan, clad in a black coat, seamlessly blended into the darkness, like a ghost wandering the streets. This was the territory of the savage beasts, yet Qin Lan seemed to have a natural instinct for sensing danger, always managing to precisely avoid the packs of beasts on the hunt. Half an hour later, he arrived at the Red Romance Villa district. The sight before him was startling. Massive steel security gates twisted and deformed, as if some giant beast had forcibly rammed through them. The entire villa area was shrouded in a suffocating darkness. He had barely taken a few steps past the gate when the sharp cries of bats suddenly pierced the night sky. Soon after, glaring red lasers were projected from a distant high-rise. Qin Lan remained unfazed, calmly raising his hands. Interesting, he mused to himself. The armed forces here are not weak. They even have nightbat snipers. Nightbats are an advanced initial species with exceptional visual perception abilities. As they advance, their strength continuously increases. Once bonded with a beast master, the master can share the nightbat's vision. A few minutes later, a squad of mercenaries in black combat gear approached, accompanied by several canine beasts. The leader, a burly man, scrutinized Qin Lan before signaling his men to search him. Hold on, Qin Lan said, eyeing the leader with a smirk. I'm here to join you. Give me a chance. The blonde mercenary preparing to search him sneered. Join us? You think you're worthy? I'm a beast master, Qin Lan replied, summoning a first-tier 9-star great jaw parasite flower from his beast nest ring. The sudden appearance of the massive flower startled the blonde mercenary, who angrily shoved Qin Lan. Everyone here is a beast master. What's so special about you? Boss, I suggest we just shoot him. Qin Lan chuckled. Rodent-like? Huh? He studied the blonde mercenary, whose face was narrow and full of piercings. Who's more like a rat here? The leader ignored the blonde's chatter, observing closely before asking. We work for Boss Wang Dongsha. Are you sure you want to join? Yes, Qin Lan nodded, a strange gleam in his eyes. Why? To stay alive. G-City is too chaotic. You need to stick together to survive. The leader took out a first-tier scanner and aimed it at Qin Lan. A pale blue hologram displayed. Identity, young entrepreneur from Jiangnan, G-City. Owes 200,000 to the Black Tiger Gang. Recorded in the Yin Alliance credit database. Name, Qin Lan. Bone age, 20. Level, first-tier 6-star beast master. Talent, great upper, fast runner. Contract slots, 0. Boss, he's a deadbeat. A robust man exclaimed. He owes money to the captain's godbrother. After confirming Qin Lan's identity and barely adequate beast master qualifications, he was surprised to find he had reached first-tier 6-star, thanks to the power feedback from the Golden Horn. The scanner then focused on the Great Jaw Parasite Flower. Name, Great Jaw Parasite Flower subspecies. Attribute, wood. Species quality, special grade soldier level. Tier, first tier 9-star. Talent, flesh growth. Skills, intimidate, lash, bind. Special grade soldier level, first tier 9-star, impressive. One of the team members remarked with interest. Zhang Qingshan put away the scanner and patted Qin Lan's shoulder. We could use more hands. Follow me to see Boss Wang. Only with his approval can you officially join. The group headed toward the largest villa. Along the way, Zhang Qingshan detailed Boss Huang's background. Originally named Huang Wuliang, later changed to Huang Dongsheng, he controlled a tenth of G-City's real estate. To protect himself, he heavily invested in training this private force, aiding in the awakening of beast master talents and providing beasts. Qin Lan feigned attentiveness while secretly calculating the remaining assets of Boss Huang. After all, by tomorrow night, this villa district would be overrun by a small beast tide. Having lived through this once before, he knew well the hardships and costs of cultivating savage beasts. Minutes later, a sprawling mansion spanning kilometers came into Qin Lan's view. The mansion was shrouded in specially designed blackout curtains, making it inconspicuous even when brightly lit inside. 2 private mercenaries, each with a guard dog, greeted their leader, Zhang Qingshan. Hey Zhang. Yeah, there's a beast tamer joining us. Take him to see Boss Wang. Zhang Qingshan replied curtly. Got it. Zhang Qingshan opened the door and led Qin Lan into the mansion. The 3-story building was divided into upper, middle, and lower levels. The ground floor was packed with nearly 100 survivors, all looking disheveled and vacant, huddled together like penguins. A wealthy man in a luxurious gray suit brightened up upon seeing Zhang and hurriedly approached, adjusting his attire. Xiao Zhang, I need to see your boss to discuss a business deal. Zhang Qingshan looked at the plump tycoon with disdain. A deal? At a time like this, still thinking about deals, he thought to himself that this guy's bulk might serve as a decoy in an escape. Sorry, Boss Wang is busy and not seeing anyone. The tycoon's face froze, but he forced a smile and blocked Zhang's path. Xiao Zhang, could you return my beast nest ring? Return it to you? Zhang Qingshan sneered. Mr. Sun, don't forget we risked our lives to save you and your son. Consider the ring as a protection fee. Step aside, or I won't be so forgiving. The tycoon's face turned a shade of green and white, and he ultimately retreated into the crowd, defeated. Among the crowd, a young woman clenched her fists, her eyes filled with resentment. What's so great about a stinking security guard? Always a lowlife. 10 years ago, he wasn't even worthy of carrying my shoes, she fumed. My beast nest ring had 2 million black crystal points and expensive cosmetics, and those opportunistic guards just took it. Shoo, do you want to get yourself killed? Someone nearby whispered a warning. Afraid of what? My fiancé is from the Li family in Jiangnan City. A government official, she boasted, standing up arrogantly. Zhang, give me back my beast nest ring. The air became tense. Even Qin Lan was stunned by her audacious words. Zhang Qingshan's expression darkened as he unleashed the aura of a Tier 2 10-star beast tamer. Everyone present shuddered and stepped back. He strode towards the woman, and the crowd hurriedly cleared a path. Zhang, I'm telling you, my fiancé is Li from the Li family. Slap. A sharp smack echoed. The woman clutched her face in disbelief. Damn, I'll fight you. Slap. Another slap knocked her to the ground, her high heels flying off. Zhang Qingshan's eyes glinted with savagery. You worthless woman, if you want to look down on us, I'll make sure you get what you deserve. With that, he hoisted her onto his shoulder and headed toward the storage room. The woman struggled wildly. What are you doing, you beast? Let me go. Help. The room fell silent. No one dared intervene. A beautiful young girl started to rise but was quickly silenced by the man next to her, who covered her mouth and pulled her back down. The door to the storage room closed, and after a few more slaps, the sounds of resistance gradually faded. Qin Lan watched coldly, setting up an easel to paint while waiting for Zhang Qingshan. In this post-apocalyptic world, where order had collapsed, people always paid a price for their arrogance. After about 10 minutes, Zhang Qingshan emerged. Qin Lan was about to speak when the sky suddenly lit up with an eerie blue glow. Zhang Qingshan's face changed dramatically, and he rushed to the window. A massive blue moon rose in the pitch-black sky, hurtling towards the ground like a meteor. Qin Lan's pupils contracted. He knew this scene all too well. The second blue star cataclysm was arriving earlier than expected. This isn't right. The second cataclysm was supposed to be next year. Why is it happening now? Qin Lan's mind raced, his expression growing increasingly grim. As the blue moonlight sphere plummeted rapidly from the sky, Qin Lan stood in the shadow of a stone pillar, his brows furrowed in deep concern. The sphere exploded with a thunderous roar at an altitude of 10,000 meters, unleashing a blue shockwave that swept across the entire blue star. This marked the arrival of the second doomsday. The first doomsday, a decade ago, had claimed the lives of nearly 70% of the global population and caused countless creatures to mutate. Although this shockwave did not directly threaten human life, it brought with it an even more terrifying disaster, cataclysm comparable to a high-dimensional reduction strike. Inside the living room, a scream pierced through the tense crowd. Why have the fruits on the table suddenly rotted? All eyes turned to the mahogany table, where the fruit platter was now a putrid mess, emitting a nauseating stench. Big brother, things are looking bad. A burly man pulled a piece of smoked meat from his beast nest ring, its surface gleaming with an eerie blue light. All my stored food is compromised. Even the fresh meat has spoiled. Zhang Qingshan checked his own beast nest ring, his expression turning ashen as if he had seen a ghost. He immediately ordered, Xiao Huang, go check our water and food supplies. Xiao Sun, inform the night bat unit to heighten their vigilance. Huang Mao hurriedly left with his team, shooting a sharp glare at Qin Lan, who stood against the wall. Qin Lan's dark eyes narrowed slightly. The core issue of this disaster was plants. Not only was the existing food supply destroyed, but the land would also become untillable. Although vacuum-sealed compressed biscuits and meats were temporarily safe, these reserves were ultimately limited. The most affected were plant-based beasts. He rubbed the beast nest ring on his finger. Inside, the golden horned spider and ice snow elf were in deep slumber, while the great jaw parasitic flower had transformed into a vine-encased orb, pulsating like a heartbeat. This might signal an evolution in their species quality. From the second floor came the sound of slippers on wooden stairs. A well-built middle-aged man with slicked-back hair descended slowly. He wore loose black printed pajamas and had a brown cigar clamped between his lips. Most strikingly, he had an arm around each of a pair of disheveled twin girls, whose faces were flushed with a rosy hue and whose eyes sparkled with youthful vitality. Seeing this, Zhang Qingshan promptly stepped forward, respectfully holding up an ashtray. This was their boss, Huang Dongsheng, and the twin girls were Xiang Qian and Xiang Chao, the goddaughters he had sponsored from a mountain village in his early years. Huang Dongsheng gave a soft hum, flicking the ash from his cigar, his tiger-like eyes narrowing as he surveyed the assembled crowd with keen interest. Huang Dongsheng's gaze swept across the room like a tiger released from its cage. No one dared to meet his eyes. They all looked away in avoidance. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on an unfamiliar face, someone leaning against a pillar. It was Qin Lan. Zhang Qingshan immediately understood and leaned in to whisper an introduction to Huang Dongsheng. Huang nodded thoughtfully, never taking his eyes off Qin Lan. Having navigated the complexities of urban life for years, Huang was known for his keen ability to assess people. The young man before him exuded an indescribable aura, as if wrapped in a veil of mystery. When their eyes met, a flicker of surprise crossed Qin Lan's face. He recognized Huang Dongsheng's man who had famously paid a fortune for a royal-grade spirit queen dragon egg at an auction in a previous life. Young man, would you be willing to become my godson? Huang Dongsheng asked suddenly, his tone sincere. Stick with me, and you'll have your share of the spoils. Women, wealth, territory, I can give you all of these. His words left everyone present, including Zhang Qingshan, stunned. Being favored by Boss Huang in such a manner was a rare opportunity. However, Qin Lan merely raised an eyebrow and shook his head without hesitation. Zhang Qingshan drew a sharp breath, his gaze instantly becoming piercing. He knew Huang's personality well. Few who dared refuse him lived to tell the tale. Yet, unexpectedly, Huang Dongsheng was not angered. Instead, he laughed heartily. Interesting. I like your defiant spirit, Huang remarked with admiration. If you can survive in this chaotic world, you'll achieve great things. Qingshan, make young Qin your deputy. Yes, boss. Huang Dongsheng then turned his attention to the earlier blue light incident. After listening to Zhang Qingshan's report, his expression grew serious. Boss, should we continue waiting for rescue? Zhang Qingshan asked cautiously. Huang Dongsheng shook his head and sighed. Wait for rescue? I'm afraid it will never come. As someone who understood the critical importance of resources, he had already drawn his conclusions. Zhang Qingshan stood silently, fully grasping the weight of Huang Dongsheng's words. The outbreak of the second doomsday would topple the fragile order of the wasteland that humanity had painstakingly established, like a house of cards. From the rooftop of the villa came the low growls of lions and tigers. Huang Dongsheng's eyes gleamed with determination as he embraced his two goddaughters and turned to leave. Before heading upstairs, his voice resonated in Zhang Qingshan's ear. Qingshan, organize a team to hunt mutant beasts and test the edibility of their meat post-second doomsday. Also, prepare to scavenge supplies from G City. We'll be relocating to Jiangnan City E in a couple of days. Understood. Zhang Qingshan nodded respectfully, watching Huang Dongsheng ascend. He took out his phone to check the time. It was just past 8 in the evening. With a gentle smile, he turned to Qin Lan and extended his hand. Brother Qin, looking forward to working with you. Qin Lan squinted and smiled, shaking Zhang Qingshan's hand. Heading to Jiangnan City? What a coincidence. I was planning to go there too. Originally planning to travel alone, his plans changed instantly. Zhang Qingshan withdrew his hand, scratching his head sheepishly. Brother Qin, I have some matters to attend to. Could you please help hunt a few mutant beasts to test their meat quality? Qin Lan nodded in agreement. Delighted, Zhang Qingshan immediately called over 2 mercenaries for assistance. One was surnamed Wu and the other Li, each with a high-grade, second-tier, 1-star black evil dog as their beast companion. These mutant beasts were entirely black, about half the height of a person, with curly fur resembling a perm, making them look quite comical. As night deepened, the 3 of them arrived at a nearby commercial street. Once bustling, the street was now shrouded in darkness, with the occasional sound of mutant beasts tearing into flesh. The 2 mercenaries cautiously held their guns, while their black evil dogs suddenly crouched, baring their teeth at the dark road ahead. Deputy, there's something up, Lao Wu whispered tensely. Qin Lan raised his night vision binoculars, a strange expression crossing his face. At the end of the street, a golden, flashy motorcycle sped towards them. Riding it was a girl wearing a black and white cat ear helmet, dressed in a white shirt and black plaid skirt, her black stockings accentuating her spirited demeanor. The propeller on her helmet spun continuously, while a pure white canine beast sat on the back seat, its tongue flapping in the wind, looking adorably silly. Further back, a pack of dark-colored wolf beasts pursued the motorcycle. Qin Lan put away his binoculars, smiling as he loaded his golden hunting rifle, his black coat flapping dramatically in the night breeze. Get ready, about 20 wolf-shaped mutant beasts incoming. As the distance closed, Lao Wu suddenly recognized the distinctive golden motorcycle. That's the birthday gift the boss gave his niece, the Victory Swallow. It's Miss Huang. Upon hearing this, Lao Li smiled wryly and quickly redirected his gun. Miss Huang was the boss's only blood relative, practically raised as his own daughter. Miss Huang, stop. Huh, Uncle Li? Uncle Wu? Huang Xiaoyi exclaimed with delight from the motorcycle, executing a perfect drift to stop by the street lamp. Get off, Dubai. Roar. As soon as Huang Xiaoyi Liso stepped out of the vehicle, she didn't even remove her helmet before swiftly pulling out a Tier 1 silver Gatling from her beast nest ring. She held it firmly with both hands, joining the team with a vigilant stance. In the darkness, over 20 night wolves were charging madly towards them. These night wolves were not to be underestimated. Their initial race rank was already at a special soldier level, and judging by their size, most had reached the first-tier realm, boasting considerable combat power. Just as the 2 were about to take preemptive action, Qin Lan suddenly raised a hand to stop them. Hold your fire, let me handle this. A slight smile played on Qin Lan's lips as he stepped forward. His beast nest ring glimmered softly on his fingertip. The transformation of the great jaw parasite flower seedling is complete, perfect for some action. Buzz. In the dim moonlight, a human-sized green floral beast appeared out of thin air. This was the newly evolved great jaw parasite flower, now boasting a more slender form. Where it once resembled a bloated carnivorous plant, it had transformed into a graceful slim figure. The 4 vine-like tendrils that were as thick as a child's arm had now doubled to 8. Roar. The night wolf pack advanced menacingly, with their leader clearly exhibiting strength beyond the second tier. With a fierce gleam in its eyes, it leaped off the wall, its sharp fangs targeting Qin Lan's vulnerable neck. Chirp. The great jaw parasite flower let out a peculiar laugh, its 8 tendrils rising like those of an octopus, then launching into a frenzied assault. Basic beast skill whiplash. Crack, crack,
Crack.
in the shadowy night, the green tendrils danced, creating an impenetrable web of whip shadows. The Wolf King's neck was struck fiercely, twisting at an unnatural angle as it collapsed. The rest of the wolf pack charged forward but were sent flying like ragdolls by the powerful strikes, crashing into the surrounding buildings, leaving the commercial street in ruins. Parasite, Qin Lan murmured with narrowed eyes. With the great jaw parasite flower having broken through to a lower general grade, it could now use the general beast skill parasite. It let out a sinister laugh, extending tendrils to pierce the carcasses on the ground. Moments later, the wolf corpses swelled and burst, and several small great jaw parasite flower seedlings emerged, lining up neatly before their mother plant. The wolf pack, witnessing the brutal scene of their companion being torn to pieces, tucked their tails and fled into the night. The 2 mercenaries looked at Qin Lan in shock, their eyes unconsciously showing respect. Old Wu quietly took out a scanner and aimed it at the giant parasitic flower, scanning it thoroughly. The results left him astonished. The beast, originally of top quality, soldier class, level 1, 9 stars, had evolved into a low-level general class, level 2, 1 star. As Huang Xiaoyi was expressing her amazement, Qin Lan turned around, causing her to gasp, "NPC Uncle Qin?" Qin Lan looked at the young biker girl with confusion. How did this girl know his nickname? It was a playful moniker given to him by Su Qingxue and her sister. "Uncle Qin, it's me, little Yaya." Huang Xiaoyi removed her helmet, revealing her fair, spirited face and a neat ponytail. To prove her identity, she quickly performed a disguise show. Putting on thick red-framed glasses, letting her hair down, wrapping a scarf around her neck, and holding a book, instantly transforming back into the timid literature club girl. Only then did Qin Lan recognize her as Su Qingshue's best friend. Upon learning that Su Qingxue had been sent to Jiangnan City Sea for training, Huang Xiaoyi turned to ask the 2 mercenaries about her uncle's situation. The group began to deal with the wolf beast's carcass. When mercenary Lao Li cut open the beast, he discovered its flesh had an eerie pale blue glow, except for the heart, which remained normal and was still faintly beating. Back at the large villa, Huang Dongsheng was overjoyed to see his niece safe and sound. However, upon hearing the news that the beast's flesh might be contaminated, his expression turned grim. To test the safety of the flesh, a haughty, aggressive woman was forced to consume the beast meat. In an instant, she transformed into a werewolf-like monster, promptly torn to shreds by Huang Dongsheng's level 3, 5-star, top general class beast companion, the Scarlet Flame Hell Lion. The scene left everyone present in shock. Qin Lan watched without expression, fully aware that after the second doomsday, the meat of these beasts was a genetic pollutant for humans. Anyone who consumed it would turn into these untrainable mutants, posing a threat even greater than zombies. As night fell, in the bedroom on the 2nd floor of the villa, Qin Lan sat quietly on the sofa by the window, holding a glass of red wine that swayed gently. He was deeply engrossed in a stack of psychology books he had obtained from Zhu Kongming's beast nest ring. Among them, the most intriguing item was a specially crafted hypnotic clock. It was with this clock that Zhu Kongming was able to effortlessly hypnotize a group of modified mermaid girls. Being well-versed in the study of hypnosis, Qin Lan understood its essence. The hypnotist uses language, actions, and scent to guide the subject into a state of subconscious openness, and then implants controlling ideas. He recalled past encounters with several hypnotic beasts, the malevolent light bat, the little night demon, and the widely known humanoid black mountain goat succubus. While he was absorbed in his reading, with his legs crossed, a giant creature silently crawled along the ceiling, casting a shadow that obscured the room's light. Suddenly, a clear voice came from outside the door. "Uncle Qin, can I come in?" Upon receiving permission, Huang Xiaoyi peeked in stealthily. She was dressed in a white blouse and a black plaid skirt, her long legs accentuated by black tights, and white sneakers adding a touch of youthful energy. Intending to discuss her friend Su Qingxue, she was immediately drawn to the books on the table. She plopped down across from him, neatly tucking her legs, and curiously asked, "Uncle Qin, what are you reading?" "Psychological hypnosis." "Hypnosis?" Huang Xiaoyi's eyes lit up, and after a moment of thought, she looked expectantly. "Uncle Qin, Can you hypnotize me? I want to seal away the memories of my mother's death 10 years ago. They keep waking me up at night. Qin Lan picked up the black and gold clock on the table and pressed a button. The clock began to tick softly and emit a faint fragrance. Focus on this watch, relax, and imagine yourself on a cloud, he said gently. Huang Xiaoyi's eyes followed the clock, her gaze becoming vacant. But Qin Lan quickly saw through her act and flicked her forehead. Keep pretending. Hee, you caught me. Huang Xiaoyi laughed mischievously, resting her head on the table. I just wanted to see if you're like those creepy uncles in hypnosis games. They started chatting. From Qin Lan's family history to his never-met half-brother, the conversation carried them to 11 p.m. As Huang Xiaoyi lazily rested her feet on the white canine beast by her side, a sudden gunshot shattered the night's calm. Immediately, a barrage of gunfire and screams followed. Huang Xiaoyi swiftly drew a golden beast weapon handgun, while Qin Lan focused on the countless small bird-like creatures circling in the night sky. Uncle Qin, what are those birds? Mutant toothpick birds, servants of the eel boss. An eel boss can control over 10 of these birds. Qin Lan replied with a serious expression. Let's go. We need to evacuate. This place is done for. Huang Xiaoyi's heart tightened. She knew all too well what the eel boss signified: a formidable mutated crocodile, at least of the lowest general rank, second only to the infamous Wang snow cake Yangtze crocodile. Bang! The door to Qin Lan's room was flung open, and Zhang Qingshan burst in, panting heavily. Miss, I've finally found you. The boss has ordered us to abandon the base and head to Jiangnan City Sea overnight. Huang Xiaoyi nodded, quickly slipped on her shoes, and followed Qin Lan towards the bedroom. The villa complex was already buzzing with a tense atmosphere of preparation for battle. Over 40 mercenary beast tamers trained by Huang Dongsheng were mobilized, clearing obstacles and taking down the mutated toothpick bird beasts circling overhead. The ground floor of the villa was brightly lit, the cold light casting a pallor over the faces of the affluent refugees, whose eyes were filled with despair. Panic spread through the crowd like a rising tide. Mr. Huang, please don't leave us behind. I have elderly parents and young children. I can't die here. Save me. I'll do anything. I'm still a virgin. Whoever saves me can have me. I have several properties in other cities, Mr. Huang. Save me and they're yours. The pleas rose from the crowd, every eye fixed on the figure in a loose robe, a cigar clamped between his teeth. Huang Dongsheng rubbed the beast nest ring on his finger with an impassive expression and instantly summoned a ferocious tiger and lion. The deafening roars silenced all other sounds. He surveyed the crowd coldly and spoke slowly, quiet. There are only 6 specially armored vehicles, not enough for everyone. Elders, children, and women first. If there's space left, then the men can board. What? Mr. Huang, you can't do this. Several wealthy men erupted in anger. Huang Dongsheng sneered, his gaze shifting to the 6 ox-head trucks assembled outside. He thought to himself, those who achieve great things don't get bogged down by trivialities. It's only by stepping over bones and wading through rivers of blood that one reaches the top. The overly compassionate died out a decade ago. Originally, he had taken these people in to trade them for favors once Jiangnan City was reclaimed by the Flame Alliance. But with the second doomsday upon them and food supplies scarce, major cities were preoccupied with their own survival. Who would bother with this remote place now? The value of these people had greatly diminished. Taking the elderly, women, and children was already a rare act of kindness from him. As the beast roars grew nearer, Huang Dongsheng's face darkened. He bellowed, elders, women, and children, step forward and board the vehicles immediately. Chaos erupted among the crowd. Meanwhile, the Nightbat snipers on the perimeter, sharing their vision, witnessed a terrifying scene. Over 200 mutated crocodile beasts, 3 meters long, were charging towards the villa complex. These creatures had bull-like horns and triangular dorsal fins that glowed eerily in the darkness. They moved as fast as cars, and when a sniper tried to shoot them, the bullets failed to penetrate their defenses. Huang Dongsheng ordered the Nightbat squad to retreat via walkie-talkie. It costs too much to train a Nightbat sniper. I can't afford to lose you. The snipers were overjoyed at the command and swiftly retreated to the trucks. By now, the truck beds were packed with people, and the wealthy who had failed to board were cursing furiously. Some tried to block the trucks in desperation, while others knelt and pleaded with Huang Dongsheng. Mr. Huang, please save my wife and children. I'll distract the beast horde to help you escape. Huang Dongsheng nodded in agreement, and as the trucks started moving, he casually tossed a few explosives. Moments later, the beast horde flooded into the villa complex like a tidal wave, flattening the iron gates, their roars and the screams of the trapped echoing through the air. On top of the truck, in the biting wind, mercenaries clutched their machine guns, firing relentlessly at the pursuing beasts. Alongside the crocodile horde were wolf packs, leopard packs, and even tens of thousands of dark-legged, blood-sucking mosquito beasts swarming in pursuit. Qin Lan crouched on the truck roof, picking off the mosquito swarm with her golden hunting rifle. Each shot took down a swath of them in a mist of blood. As she wiped the blood from her gun, her gaze settled on Zhang Qingshan. We can't keep this up. There are too many pursuers. Someone needs to be the bait. I'll handle the rear wolves, Qin Lan said with a smile. Remember to tell Mr. Huang he owes me a big favor. Before Zhang Qingshan could respond, she had already leaped off the speeding vehicle, waving to the truck with a grin. Huang Dongxing's willingness to take the elderly, women, and children slightly improved her opinion of him. Such a man could be useful for future collaboration. A 4-meter-long tusked wild boar charged out of the beast horde, its eyes bloodshot, aiming for the back of the retreating Qin Lan. Stand down. Qin Lan turned, her eyes in the night sharp as blades. The boar skidded to a halt, cowering on the ground with a frightened squeal, slowly backing away. It wasn't Qin Lan it feared but the enormous shadow that had appeared beside Hera towering 2.5-meter goldenhorn draconic spider, its 8 golden legs gleaming ominously, ready to claim lives at any moment. This was Qin Lan's beast, having fully absorbed the high-grade general-level black-armored centipede's 3rd-tier beast core, now elevated to a low-tier lord level, 2nd rank, 2 stars. The golden horned spider emitted a low, menacing hiss, its lordly aura cascading like a river to intimidate the rampaging beasts on the street. Although the horde's momentum was suppressed, their bloodthirsty desire remained undiminished. A 3rd-tier horned crocodile with massive teeth emerged from the pack, drooling with greed. In its predator's eyes, excitement and brutality gleamed. This little golden creature was merely a low-tier lord. If it could devour the lord-quality beast core, it might elevate itself from a special-grade general to a low-tier lord. Qin Lan raised an eyebrow and lightly tapped the golden horned spider, signaling it to prepare an earth spike blockade. The spider's carapace shimmered with golden light as its sharp forelimbs plunged into the ground. The street trembled, and a dense array of golden spikes erupted like bamboo shoots after rain, each nearly a meter long. This lord-level earth spike skill unleashed devastating power in the narrow street. Amidst cries of agony, the beasts that couldn't dodge were impaled through their bellies. The thick scent of blood didn't deter the horde. Instead, it awakened their innate savagery. The strongest of them, a 3rd-tier 7-star horned crocodile, disdainfully flicked its hefty tail, effortlessly smashing the golden spikes on the ground. The surrounding crocodiles became agitated, seemingly cheering for their leader. Seeing that the earth spike blockade had failed, Qin Lan decisively leapt onto the golden horned spider's back. He provocatively loaded his gun in full view and fired at the horned crocodile before commanding the spider to dash towards Silver Dragon Academy. The enraged horned crocodile let out a furious roar. As a special-grade general, it possessed significant intelligence. Witnessing this black-clad human's audacity in front of its subordinates was intolerable. It immediately led its kin in pursuit, determined to capture the human and spider duo. Qin Lan was intimately familiar with the layout of Jiangnan's G-City, able to navigate it effortlessly even with his eyes closed. He directed the golden horned spider to weave skillfully between buildings, occasionally turning to fire shots to draw the pursuers. Suddenly, the air buzzed with the sound of a massive swarm of mosquitoes, drawn by the gunfire and flames. Each mosquito beast was as long as an adult's arm, with mouths as sharp as arrows. They swooped down, targeting Qin Lan's vital points. Qin Lan remained calm, and as the mosquito swarm closed in to 5 meters, he rubbed his beast nest ring to summon the ice snow spirit. The little creature had not yet fully absorbed the 3rd-tier azure stone armadillo beast core within it, its realm only at 1-star tier. Its transparent, frosty body revealed most of the beast core. Startled by the sight of the swarm, the ice snow spirit launched an attack without waiting for instructions. It opened its mouth wide, unleashing a frigid breath that extended 5 to 6 meters. The nearby mosquitoes were instantly frozen, their wings stiffening as they plummeted to the ground. Using a scanner, Qin Lan discovered the ice snow spirit had not only advanced in rank but also serendipitously grasped the general-level beast skill, Frost Breath, in addition to its original skills, Soldier-level water spray, Ice arrow, and general-level ice armor. It now wielded 4 beast skills. The ice snow spirit squinted with delight, laboriously spraying water to alter its form into a chubby ice crystal-colored squirrel. It proactively cast the ice armor skill on Qin Lan, forming a solid 3-centimeter thick ice shell on him in the span of 3 breaths. Qin Lan tapped the sturdy ice armor, promising a lollipop as a reward afterward. The squirrel-like ice snow spirit's eyes sparkled as it perched atop his head, vigorously firing ice arrows. Qin Lan continued shooting while advising it to use water spray followed by frost breath for synergy. The ice snow spirit nodded in understanding, puffing its cheeks to release a dense stream of water. Although the pure water attack had limited effect, the subsequent frost breath instantly froze the water-doused mosquitoes, causing them to fall. Delighted by the results, the little creature tested the combo on itself, finding that the speed and thickness of the ice armor's formation improved significantly. Qin Lan nodded approvingly, acknowledging the high-intelligence creature's remarkable cleverness and quick comprehension. As time passed, a seamless synergy developed between Jin Jiao, the golden horned spider, Qin Lan, and the ice spirit. It was a perfect trio. One ran, another lured, and the third provided aerial defense. After about 10 minutes, Qin Lan, riding the golden horned spider, finally reached the familiar grounds of Silver Dragon Academy. The academy was shrouded in an eerie silence. Ghostly white mist drifted in the air, and the sight of shriveled corpses piled at the entrance was horrifying. Thick vines had completely consumed the buildings. Some floors even snapped in half under their constriction. Sensing danger, the golden horned spider's eyes flickered uneasily, and its pace slowed. The ice spirit perched on its head was equally unnerved. Its tail curled into a frosty ball, trembling like a wilting plant, eyes of icy blue filled with fear. This was not without reason. A terrifying plant beast lurked beneath the academy, and the roaming great jaw parasite flowers were its handiwork. Qin Lan smiled slightly, dismounted the golden horned spider, and retrieved a vial from his beast nest ring. He opened it and poured the liquid over himself. This was a Tier 2 potion called Concealment Elixir, developed by the Flame Alliance's Alchemy Guild. It could temporarily mask the user's presence and scent, akin to falling into a cesspool and using the elixir to make the stench disappear momentarily. However, its effect only lasted for the time it takes an incense stick to burn. As an owner of a potion shop, carrying such a precious potion was quite normal. Standing at the academy's entrance, Qin Lan adopted a posture of surrender. The pursuing beasts slowed their pace. Their roars diminished. They eyed him with suspicion, none daring to step into the academy, as if they feared something within. With a slight smirk, Qin Lan leisurely loaded 2 golden bullets into his gun and aimed at the hesitant horned crocodile beast. Bang! The shot hit its mark, but instead of charging in fury, the beast's eyes showed even more trepidation. This was the territory of a powerful plant beast, and entering recklessly would only awaken it. Bang! The second shot wasn't aimed at the horned crocodile beast, but hit a nearby black fox beast. The wounded fox howled in pain. The horned crocodile beast's pupils contracted in fear as it quickly crushed the fox underfoot, terrified its cries would rouse the slumbering plant beast lord beneath. Time ticked by, and Silver Dragon Academy remained tranquil, the underground beast showing no signs of awakening. Qin Lan continued shooting lower-tier beasts. As the death toll rose, the horned crocodile beast's hesitation gave way to greed. The commotion hadn't disturbed the underground plant beast lord, suggesting it was in a deep sleep. Eyeing Qin Lan's low-tier lore class Tier 2 golden horned spider, the beast's eyes gleamed with avarice. Devouring a lord-level beast core could surely lead to its evolution into a more formidable creature. Bang! A bullet struck the horned crocodile's tail, a blatant insult that enraged it. It growled lowly, commanding its tribe to charge, but the crocodile herd was petrified, none daring to advance. Enraged, the leader crushed a disobedient underling's skull, blood and brain matter oozing from its menacing jaws. Under its vicious threats, the crocodile herd finally charged at Qin Lan. Qin Lan stowed his rifle and summoned a human-sized, low-tier general class Tier 2 great jaw parasite flower. Fear was unknown to this plant. It foolishly waved its vines in front of Qin Lan, trying to block the oncoming beast tide. Qin Lan smirked, tossing a gray beast skill stone to it. The flower obediently swallowed the stone, which dissolved into a gray liquid, seeping into its consciousness. Moments later, it mastered the trash-tier beast skill insect song. Buzz. At Qin Lan's command, the flower's 8 vines whipped the air, producing a strange buzzing sound. The noise grew louder, and the great jaw parasite flowers wandering the academy halted, responding like ants to a superior signal, converging towards the entrance. Standing at the gate, Qin Lan watched the beast horde, his hand clenched tightly under his sleeve. Behind his calm demeanor lay a tension that was hard to disguise. Although the effect of the basic level beast skill, Insect Call, is simple, it plays a crucial role at this moment. Much like ants summoning their peers through pheromones, the insect call of the giant jaw parasitic flower conveys a simple yet urgent message. An invader is approaching, assistance is needed. The sound of the horned giant crocodile herd's footsteps grew closer, causing the ground to tremble with their approach. When the distance narrowed to 20 meters, Qin Lan's tense nerves finally relaxed. The lord-level plant beast that lay dormant underground, the guardian of the giant jaw parasitic flower, had finally been awakened by the insect call. With a thunderous crash, the smooth ground in front of Silver Dragon Academy suddenly shattered, and cracks spread rapidly like a spider's web. Under Qin Lan's watchful gaze, countless vines as thick as a grown man's waist burst from the earth, transforming into a dense array of green whips that lashed out mercilessly at the invading crocodile beasts. The air was filled with the sound of explosive impacts. The 3-meter-long horned giant crocodiles had no time to evade and were instantly smashed into bloody fragments scattered across the ground. Their once proud, hard scales were as fragile as paper against these vines. The scent of blood permeated the air, and a crocodile head, frozen in terror, landed at Qin Lan's feet, creating a scene too gruesome to behold. From the cracks in the ground came a series of soft whimpers, like the murmurs of a sleeper awakening. Then, the ground within a radius of several dozen meters fractured again, and the nearby guardhouse was swallowed by a yawning chasm. Following this, a plant beast over 10 meters tall slowly rose. Standing in the shadows, Qin Lan observed the lord-level beast, the queen jaw flower, with great interest. Its power was evidently no less than Tier 4. He took out a scanner to begin collecting data on this formidable creature. Buzz. A shimmering screen appeared before Qin Lan, detailing the attributes of the queen of the great echelon flower. A wood element race of medium lord quality, having reached the 4th stage, 5-star level. Her innate ability is meat consumption growth, and she commands a range of beast skills from soldier to lord-level intimidation, whip, bind, along with more formidable techniques such as thorn and tangle, stem prison, vine wall, parasite, and her signature tree punch and puppet control. The data reveals that this species evolves remarkably from a sapling in the dark forest to an elite special general level, and finally to a queen form after devouring the flesh of lord-level beasts. As the ruler of her species, the queen of the great echelon flower usually dwells underground, awakening only when hungry. With enough power, she could ascend to an even more formidable empress form. Qin Lan stood in the shadows, raising an eyebrow. The thorough research conducted by the scholars of the Flame Alliance on this species surprised him. Moonlight pierced through the dispersing clouds, illuminating the queen of the great echelon flower. She wore a green floral dress, exuding grace, with a vibrant flower bud on her back and a crown of flowers on her head. Beneath her seemingly delicate frame, countless vines thrashed like frenzied green serpents, tearing the horned, giant-toothed crocodiles into pieces. Witnessing the massacre of its kin, the crocodile leader attempted to flee, only to be struck down by the queen's lord-level beast skill, tree punch. The massive green wooden fist smashed the 6-meter-long beast in half, its remains ensnared by vines. Qin Lan quietly stepped out of the shadows, stopping at a safe distance of 10 meters. He activated his beast master talent, Blood Prison, transforming the Crocodile King's corpse into a beast egg. This special general-level beast, with some nurturing, could easily break through to lord level and would undoubtedly fetch a high price at the upcoming Jiangnan City black market auction. More importantly, the auction would feature a crucial item, the lord-level beast skill stone, Egg Swallow. While this skill might seem trivial to most beast masters, allowing a beast to accelerate evolution by consuming beast eggs was of vital importance to Qin Lan. He pocketed the beast egg, a satisfied smile on his lips, and quietly vanished into the darkness. He was determined to succeed at the auction a month from now. The eggs of the rampage beasts are considered rare treasures, with high-quality ones being priceless. Ordinary people would never dare to use them casually to feed the beasts. However, for Qin Lan, who possesses the blood prison gift, this is no issue. With enough pure maiden's blood, he can continuously gather the souls of rampage beasts and condense them into eggs. The beasts had dispersed, leaving behind only a field of corpses and hundreds of large odd flowers. The queen of these flowers let out a soft cooing sound, her vines slithering like snakes to wrap around the beast carcasses and draw them into the ground for storage. Under Qin Lan's watchful eye, this plant beast lord slowly sank into the earth, preparing to resume her slumber. Not even a carcass left for me. What a greedy little creature. Qin Lan muttered to himself as he glanced at the trembling snow elf beside him, then turned and headed into Silver Dragon Academy. The pure maiden's blood needed to power the blood prison had run out, so it was time to replenish. He thought about the girls in the dormitory, hoping they were still there, which would save him the trouble of searching. After all, these inexperienced girls were easy targets for obtaining blood. The girls' dormitory at Silver Dragon Academy had undergone a dramatic transformation in just one day and night, with eerie green vines crawling all over the building. Little one, ice arrows, Qin Lan commanded, and the snow elf in his arms puffed up her cheeks, shooting ice arrows to precisely eliminate the obstructing parasitic flowers. He adjusted his black coat and kicked open the gate, heading straight for the familiar room on the 3rd floor. After knocking, there was silence inside. He then said, "It's me, the window-peeping spectral beast." A few pairs of innocent eyes peeked through the door crack, and upon recognizing Qin Lan, the girls quietly let him in. Inside, 5 girls looked exhausted, their eyes red, clearly having had a tough time. The twin-tailed girl lay on the bed, asking despondently, "Brother Qin, what's the situation outside? Can we still hope for rescue?" Facing their hopeful gazes, Qin Lan gently nodded while stroking the snow elf. Upon receiving confirmation, the girls fell into silence, their faces filled with confusion and despair. They weren't natural beast tamers, came from ordinary families, and couldn't afford the 10,000 black crystal universal points for a first-tier awakening potion. Do you want to survive? Qin Lan asked, scanning their legs. Yes, they replied in unison. Who's still a virgin? Step forward if you are, he suddenly asked, causing the girls to blush and their hearts to race. For girls, faces flushed, stepped forward, leaving the twin-tailed girl to awkwardly explain that an accident involving cycling had caused her to lose hers. Qin Lan understood and included her in the group. He retrieved 5 bottles of first-tier awakening potions from the beast tide ring and placed them on the table. The girls' breaths quickened as they stared intently at these precious elixirs that could turn them into beast tamers. Qin Lan flashed a smile reminiscent of a cunning businessman, pulling out 5 sheets of white paper to draft unequal blood slave contracts. Ordinary girls' blood was too weak for powering the blood prison. Only the blood of beast tamers held real value. In the dormitory, 5 girls exchanged uncertain glances, the note in their hands prompting deep thought. Qin Lan sat leisurely in a chair, trimming her nails, her lips curling as she spoke. Not only do you have to donate blood for free, but once you reach City E in Jiangnan, you must also repay the money on time. Is 100,000 expensive? Not at all. Once you become a beast master, making money is easy. Plus, I'll provide you with free beast companions. The girl with twin ponytails was the first to break the silence. All right, thank you, Qingge. The other 4 girls hesitated briefly before nodding in agreement and began signing the contract documents. Survival comes first. Qin Lan glanced over the documents, tapped the wooden table, and gestured for them to take them. The girls, eyes gleaming with excitement, stepped forward one by one to collect the first-tier awakening potion. As night deepened, the dormitory fell silent. The 5 girls curled up on their beds, their skin flushed, bodies heated. Sweat soaked through their thin clothing, outlining their delicate figures. They bit down on towels, enduring the excruciating pain brought on by the potion. On the ceiling, a golden horned dragon spider hung upside down, spinning a large web. The ice spirit on the table dozed lazily, digesting half a beast core within it, occasionally sneezing out frost. By the window, Qin Lan lounged in a wicker chair, one leg crossed, holding a glass of red wine. He gazed up at the cage of blue light in the sky, thinking, no one wants to be a caged bird. He too longed to explore the unknown stars, hoping one day to soar on a phoenix and witness firsthand the culprit behind the day of destruction. As dawn broke, shrouded in mist, Silver Dragon Academy lay quiet. The 5 girls in the dormitory had long since awakened, their cheeks flushed, thrilled to realize they had successfully awakened. Qin Lan took out a first-tier scanner to assess their talents, his gaze lingering on the girl with twin ponytails for a while. Qingge, how are our talents? One girl asked eagerly. 4 of you are grade D upper level, and the twin ponytail girl is grade C upper level, not bad. Qin Lan's words quickly dampened their excitement. Don't be discouraged. If talent is lacking, focus on nurturing your beasts. Humans thrive on wisdom, not strength, which is why the Beastmaster profession exists, he consoled. Qin Lan approached the twin ponytail girl, playing with her braids. Your name is Lin Nan? Yes. Lin Nan beamed. Lin Nan, you'll owe me 200,000 black crystal points in the future. What? Because of me, you awaken to a grade C Beastmaster talent. The extra 100,000 is a personal debt. Lin Nan nodded dejectedly in agreement. Qin Lan immediately drafted a new stringent clause, then retrieved 5 large-odd parasitic flower seedlings from his beast nest ring to distribute to the girls. They quickly formed contracts with their beast companions, transitioning from initial fear to harmonious interaction. Qin Lan left the dormitory, heading to the parking lot in search of transportation. He chose a black van, driving it unsteadily to the dormitory building. Seeing his drunken-like driving skills, the girls exchanged worried looks. Qingge, you can't drive? I can. Get in. Qin Lan stubbornly replied. The van nearly plunged into the moat, saved only by the co-driver's quick braking. Unfazed, Qin Lan stood up, pulling out a plum-flavored lollipop and handing it to the pale-faced Lin Nan. Good reflexes, worthy of praise. You drive. Qingge, where are we going? Lin Nan asked, taking over the wheel with ease. To City E in Jiangnan, Qin Lan replied, cradling the ice spirit. City E in Jiangnan? Perfect. My uncle is making a living there too. Lin Nan pressed the accelerator, skillfully turning the vehicle around. Their destination, City E in Jiangnan. The journey to Jiangnan's E-City wasn't particularly long. Qin Lan leaned out of the car window and skillfully shot a raging beast right in the head. He then elegantly pulled out a handkerchief to wipe the barrel of his gun. They had left Jiangnan's G-City several hours ago, and according to the planned route, they would reach their destination in about an hour. E-City is a prosperous metropolis with a population of 3 million, much larger than G-City. Qin Lan had meticulously planned this trip to E-City, intended to stay for a month, waiting patiently for the black market auction. He was determined to get his hands on the Lord-quality swallow egg beast skill. Suddenly, the ice snow elf leapt into Qin Lan's arms, its frosty eyes filled with anticipation. Qin Lan smiled knowingly and produced a lollipop as a gift. The little creature nuzzled his hand and, satisfied with the candy, nestled into his embrace, unwilling to move. An hour later, Lin Nan gently woke Qin Lan from his light slumber. Brother Qin, we've arrived at Jiangnan's East City. The girls, having finally shaken off the oppressive atmosphere of the journey, chattered excitedly. Qin Lan lazily yawned and gazed at the magnificent buildings in the distance. East City was laid out similarly to G City, with a square-like structure surrounded by thick, high walls. However, the walls here were more imposing, with several uniquely designed turrets mounted on the dark, bluish surfaces. Let's enter the city, Qin Lan said succinctly. Okay, Lin Nan replied, suppressing her excitement as she skillfully drove towards the city gate. The city gate was heavily guarded, with several Flame Alliance official beastmasters and their beasts on high alert. The still damp bloodstains on the ground hinted at a recent small-scale beast tide. A young beastmaster with a gun and a dog stopped their car, shouting, "Halt! Step out for inspection." Qin Lan immediately adopted an innocent expression, like a French raccoon, and obediently raised his hands as he got out of the car. As a promising young entrepreneur from G City, he had no intention of being accused of abducting graduate girls. The girls followed suit, mimicking his gesture by raising their hands. The young beastmaster glanced at the lineup of French raccoons surrendering before him, his mouth twitching as he silently took out a white scanner to verify their information. When the records showed they were from Jiangnan's G City, the beastmasters began to chatter among themselves, some even worrying about their relatives back in G City. After a brief inspection, they were allowed to enter the city. Inside East City, the atmosphere was bleak, with few pedestrians on the streets, all wearing worried expressions. The arrival of the second doomsday had caused all fresh produce and refrigerated meats to spoil, drastically reducing edible resources. As Qin Lan munched on a ration bar, he noticed the longing eyes in the car and generously handed out a pack to each person. Lin Nan nibbled on hers and mumbled, "Brother Qin, where to? I'm quite familiar with East City. I used to come here with my dad." Qin Lan lit a cigarette and pondered for a moment, noticing someone on the roadside holding a coffee. Inspiration struck him. Is there a quiet coffee shop nearby? There is, Lin Nan replied, skillfully turning the car southeast. Soon, an old, secluded coffee shop came into view, its wooden sign creaking in the wind. Qin Lan pushed open the door, immediately drawing several sharp glances. Inside sat a group of shirtless men in their 30s, each with a tattoo of a blue canine beast on their arm, exuding an intimidating aura. Unfazed, Qin Lan nonchalantly surveyed the room like a boss inspecting his domain, nodding in approval before heading to the counter. Behind it stood a burly man with a cigarette in his mouth, holding a heavily made-up young woman in his arms. Qin Lan stood inside the coffee shop, his eyes fixed on the owner. The owner, a burly man with a mouthful of yellowing teeth, impatiently asked, "What do you want to drink? If you're not buying, how much will you pay for the shop?" As soon as the man finished speaking, his expression turned wary as he scrutinized Qin Lan. "Are you really buying my shop?"
Yes.
Qin Lan decisively extinguished his cigarette and pulled out a black crystal card from his beast nest ring. This card, obtained from the eccentric Zhu Kongming, had a limit of 5 million points. The burly man's gaze flickered over the black crystal card, his pupils narrowing to pinpoints. He immediately released his female companion and raised a finger. 1 million. Give me 1 million and the shop is yours. All right. Qin Lan's straightforward response left the man momentarily stunned. His eyes darted as greed got the better of him, and he suddenly slammed the table. Wait, I remembered wrong. 1 million is for the land, not the shop. You need to give me another million, totaling 2 million black crystal points. How about I give you all 5 million? Deal. Hearing this, Qin Lan smiled, tired of the charade. He summoned the golden horn spider. The Twonda half turtle beast appeared, its lord-level pressure flooding the cafe like a tidal wave. Everyone inside turned pale, struggling to breathe. Behind the counter, the burly man's legs shook as he watched the golden horn spider slowly approach him, its limbs poised menacingly. He collapsed into a chair in fear. What kind of beast is this? It's more terrifying than Brother G's third-ear hellhound. Qin Lan sighed, leisurely pulling up a bar stool. He then summoned a human-sized great-jaw parasitic flower, its vines gently brushing against his shoulder. The flower seemed to scent fresh meat, its green drool dripping down, corroding the wooden floor and emitting wisps of smoke. Qin Lan calmly pulled out a nail clipper, trimming his nails before speaking gently. Don't be afraid. I'm fair in business. Here's my offer: 1 black crystal point for the shop. Otherwise, his tone turned icy. Don't blame me for taking it by force today. This is outright robbery. The burly man behind the counter roared internally, but forced a sycophantic smile when faced with the menacing golden-horned dragon spider. Brother, 1 black crystal credit is far too little. I've got so many brothers to feed. Cut the crap. Are you selling or not? Qin Lan frowned, impatient with the man's whining. In the end, the group of burly men left the shop in disgrace. The bald leader trembled with anger, cursing inwardly, heartless beast. This is blatant extortion. If Brother G learns the shop was sold for just 1 black crystal credit. Boss, what should we do? One of the underlings asked, shrinking back. Go find Brother G. Tell him our territory's been taken over, and ask him to stand up for us, the bald man growled. The group dispersed to search for Brother G. Inside the shop, Qin Lan lounged on the counter, directing Lin Nan and 4 other young women as they cleaned the cafe, which reeked of smoke and sweat. Brother Qin, will you pay us after we finish cleaning? Lin Nan asked innocently. Pay you? Qin Lan sipped his coffee, smiling. The compressed biscuits you ate on the bus were your pay. Get moving. Time is money. An hour later, the door swung open. A young man with a rainbow mohawk, a nose ring, and lips painted a dark blue-black strode in. He wore a black spiked leather vest and teal jeans. Brother G. Without a word, Brother G drew a kukri from his belt and slammed it onto the counter, the handle vibrating against the wood. Beastmaster? By street rules, fight me. Lose and you leave. With an apology to my brothers. And if I win? Qin Lan paused his coffee grinding. The shop's yours, and we won't bother you again, Brother G said, sheathing his knife and heading outside. Under the worried gazes of Lin Nan and the others, they moved to a nearby deserted street. Brother G summoned 2 beasts, a hellhound with black flames, a low-level general, tier 3, and a gray-white snowfoot hound, a special soldier, also tier 3. Seeing Qin Lan delay summoning his beast, Brother G sneered, too good for me? I'll let you go first, Qin Lan replied calmly. Brother G snorted, ordering, air by, claw strike, charge. Dehay, ignite, full speed assault. The 2 hounds roared and charged at Qin Lan. The hellhound left blackened tracks like a runaway car, while the snowfoot hound attempted a side attack, claws extended. At that moment, Qin Lan finally summoned the golden-horned dragon spider. The massive creature casually flicked 2 golden legs, sending the hounds flying like ants, their bodies tracing arcs through the air before crashing to the ground. You win. Brother G feigned composure and turned to leave, only to be blocked by the dragon spider. Its enormous head loomed close, pale gold saliva splattering his face. Turn around. Qin Lan approached leisurely. I'm planning to stay in Jiangnan City for a while. Interested in working for me for a month? Never. I'd never in my life. Brother G began. The pay is a mid-tier general-grade beast egg, payable now. Brother G's tone shifted instantly, eyes alight. Working? Well, that's something we could consider. Qin Lan tossed him a green stone armadillo beast egg. After scanning and confirming its value, Brother G's face flushed with excitement. Boys, pay your respects to the big boss. Get inside and clean up the place, Qin Lan instructed. Oh, and I need detailed information about E-City. In the cozy ambience of a coffee shop, Qin Lan was meticulously polishing a fine white jade coffee cup. The cup was intricately carved with a lifelike dragon design, which seemed ready to leap from the cup with a gentle shake. Jigo, seated at the counter, was eagerly sharing insider information about the underground black market auction in E-City. As a native, he knew the city inside and out. After finishing with the cup, Qin Lan casually tossed a black crystal card, saying, 5 million. All for buying ice marrow. Seeing GGE's puzzled look, she calmly explained. Ice marrow? Jigu was taken aback. It was a rare treasure used to nurture ice-type beasts, found deep within icy mountains and priced at 10,000 black crystal points per gram, far more expensive than gold. Don't ask too many questions, just get it done, Qin Lan instructed, her eyes half closed as she played a classical vinyl record. The soothing music began to flow through the shop. Jigu shivered slightly and quickly left with his team. Watching Jigu depart, Qin Lan called over 5 busy girls. She gently played with one of the girls' ponytails and suddenly asked, would you like to enroll in the Jiangnan City Ice Curling Beast Master Academy? Hope flickered in Lin Nan and the others' eyes, only to fade quickly. We'd love to, but the tuition is too expensive. Qin Lan poured each of them a cup of coffee, smiling. I'll send you there for free, as long as you do one thing for me: promote this coffee shop at the academy. The bigger the buzz, the better. The girls exchanged glances, puzzled by Qin Lan's interest in promoting a shop in a place she would only stay for a month. Yet the offer of free tuition was too tempting, and they all agreed. Qin Lan's eyes twinkled with amusement. Her real motive for opening the coffee shop was to attract the attention of an old friend at the academy who loved coffee. By evening, Jigu returned, panting, with 500 grams of ice marrow. He proudly announced that he had swept up the entire city's stock. Qin Lan inspected the glistening blue gems, nodding in satisfaction, and instructed Ji Gu to apply for spectator status at the underground beast fighting arena and to handle the girls' enrollment paperwork. After Ji Gu left, Qin Lan summoned her ice spirit, now at the second tier and 4 stars. The clingy little creature transformed into an ice snake, nuzzling her chin affectionately. Qin Lan handed it a bag filled with ice marrow and watched as it devoured the contents greedily before falling into a deep sleep. As night fell, Qin Lan prepared to close up, cradling the sleeping ice spirit. Her gaze fell on Lin Nan, who was tidying up. Their eyes met, and Qin Lan smiled, taking Lin Nan by the arm and leading her to the bedroom, while instructing the other girls to wash up. Don't, Qin Gu. In the brightly lit bedroom, Lin Nan was cornered, her face filled with panic. Her legs trembled slightly from fear, like a trapped hamster with nowhere to escape. Impatiently, Qin Lan advanced towards her. It'll be over soon. Don't waste my time. He reached out and grabbed Lin Nan's slender arm with swift precision. Ah, it hurts. Lin Nan gasped as the needle pierced her skin, tears welling up in her eyes. Qin Gu, please, slower. I can't take it. Qin Lan ignored her pleas, focused on drawing blood. The crimson liquid quickly filled the syringe, too much for Lin Nan to bear watching. He took out another empty syringe and repeated the process. After drawing blood from 5 girls, Qin Lan had collected 10 tubes, enough to sustain the blood prison for 2 to 3 uses the next day. The following morning, Qin Lan was awakened by a cold, wet sensation. Opening his eyes, he found an ice spirit enthusiastically licking his cheek. Seeing its master awake, the spirit flipped in the air, transforming into a blue bird-like creature, scattering delicate frost. Qin Lan took out a scanner and aimed it at the visibly larger ice spirit to check its status after consuming 500 G of ice marrow. Name: Ice Spirit. Attribute: Ice. Species quality: Intermediate general grade. Beast mastery level: Tier 2, 4 stars. Species talent: Intermediate hard ice. Soldier grade B skills: Water spray, Ice arrow. General grade B skills: Ice armor, Frost breath. After tidying himself upstairs, Qin Lan headed down to a cafe. Ji Gu had been waiting for some time, bringing good news. The spectator pass for the Black Market Beast Arena was ready, and they could visit anytime. Half an hour later, Ji Gu drove Qin Lan to a hidden alley. This was the infamous black market of East City in Jiangnan, dealing in gambling, red light activities, slave trading, and other underground businesses, with even the authorities turning a blind eye. With GGE's enthusiastic recommendation, Qin Lan reluctantly agreed to visit the slave area. The southern part of the black market was lined with steel cages, shadowy figures barely visible beneath thin black cloth. Suddenly, Qin Lan stopped in his tracks. He recognized a familiar figure curled up in one of the cages. Huang Xiaoyi. Huang girl. Qin Lan kicked the cage lightly. Uncle Qin. Huang Xiaoyi looked up and, upon seeing Qin Lan, burst into tears. Please save me. They're going to sell me to an 80-year-old bachelor. 80 years old? That's not so bad. Just wait a few years, and you could inherit his estate. That's nonsense. Huang Xiaoyi cried, drawing circles on the ground in despair. I'd rather warm your bed than an old man's. Qin Lan chuckled, deciding not to tease her further. He spent 5,000 black crystal universal points to redeem her. Overwhelmed with joy, Huang Xiaoyi, tears and snot flowing, lunged towards Qin Lan with open arms. Uncle Qin, I love you. Give me a kiss. Get lost. Qin Lan dismissed her with a light smack on the head. Looking at her disheveled, refugee-like appearance, he sighed and pulled out a coat from his beast nest ring, tossing it to her. What's going on? How did you end up as a slave? Huang Xiaoyi was wearing a loose coat that didn't fit her properly and pouted as she started to recount her ordeal to Qin Lan. As they walked, Qin Lan listened and couldn't help but find the situation a mix of tragic and comical. This girl's luck was unbelievably bad. First, she was separated by a beast stampede. Then while fleeing for her life, she was captured by slave traders. Just when they were about to sell her in another human city, they were ambushed by another group of slave traders. Uncle Qin, my Dabai is dead? Oh, can't you at least pretend to sympathize and cry with me? No, I'm busy. Qin Lan stopped in his tracks, his gaze fixed on the brightly lit sign of the arena ahead. The arena was bustling with activity, and at the entrance, 2 women dressed as bunny girls were handing out masks. Brother Ji quickly stepped forward, showed some proof, and returned with 2 masks, handing them to Qin Lan. Boss, it's a rule that everyone must wear a mask to enter the arena. Qin Lan nodded, picked up a black raven mask, and put it on. Pfft, Uncle Qin. You look like a macho man. Huang Xiaoyi suddenly burst into laughter. Shut up, or I'll sell you back to some 80-year-old man as a young bride. Huang Xiaoyi's face turned pale instantly, and she fell silent, terrified of returning to captivity. As they entered the arena, the scene resembled a reenactment of an ancient Roman Colosseum. The stone stands, entwined with green vines, exuded a primal aura, filled with masked figures sitting in silence, creating a tense atmosphere. Qin Lan frowned slightly. His plan had hit a snag. As a second-tier or lower beastmaster, his blood prison soul capture ability had an effective range of only 10 meters, while the nearest stands were at least 40 meters from the center of the arena. This completely thwarted his plan to watch the matches, gather beast eggs from the fallen, and sell them to raise funds for an auction a month away. Didn't you say you knew the manager here? Qin Lan turned to Brother G. See if they can let me into the arena to watch the beast fights up close. Well, I'll go ask. Brother G looked troubled, but quickly hurried backstage. A few minutes later, Brother G returned with a complicated expression, his eyes filled with anxiety. He hesitated for a moment, and then leaned in to whisper to Qin Lan, "Boss, manager Zhu refused." Unless what? Qin Lan's dark eyes turned sharp and playful, like two swords aimed directly at Brother G. Brother G scratched his head and showed a troubled smile. If you want to get a closer look at the beast, there's only one way: sign a life and death waiver and get into the ring. But be warned, fighting those ferocious beasts means life and death are up to fate, and the arena takes no responsibility. He paused, then continued, of course, there are rewards for winning. 10,000 black crystal universal points for one win, 1 million for 5 consecutive wins, and 10 million for 10 straight victories. Upon hearing this, Huang Xiaoyi immediately felt anxious, thinking that Boss Zhu clearly wanted Uncle Qin to fight for free as entertainment for the audience. She was about to speak when Qin Lan gently placed his hand on her head, withdrawing it a few seconds later. This gesture made Huang Xiaoyi understand, and she obediently kept silent. Qin Lan gracefully took out a handkerchief to wipe his hands, a meaningful smile appearing on his face. No problem, I'll treat it as a game. But I have a condition: the beast must be of general quality or higher, and its level must match that of my beast. Also, he looked at Brother G meaningfully, keep the fact that I have a lord quality beast to yourself. Brother G nodded repeatedly and hurried off backstage. As they watched him leave, Huang Xiaoyi frowned and whispered, Uncle Qin, this guy seems suspicious, like he's deliberately luring you into the ring. Qin Lan didn't respond. Instead, he displayed a triumphant smile. In the dim light, he suddenly pulled Huang Xiaoyi onto his lap. Her cheeks turned red as she gently pushed him away. Uncle Qin, what are you doing? Looking down at her flushed face, Qin Lan lazily leaned back in his chair and stretched out his leg. Massage my leg. Okay. Huang Xiaoyi looked up at him suspiciously. What? Still want to play the spoiled princess? Keep dreaming. Qin Lan teased with a mischievous grin. Huang Xiaoyi rolled her eyes, massaging his leg while muttering, Uncle Qin, you're so unromantic. I'm a fair-skinned, beautiful girl who loves wearing black stockings. You should treasure me. Not interested. Meanwhile, the tent backstage at the arena was brightly lit. A fat man with a gold chain and monocle sat confidently, fiddling with a chain in his hand. He looked at Gu Ji, who was leaning against a pillar. Xiaogu, you say this guest has a lord-quality beast? That's right, a second-tier golden horn spider, Brother Ji said, playing with a green beast egg. This gentleman asked me yesterday to arrange for him to be a spectator. I thought, since you're short on hands, if we could persuade him to be a gladiator, it would surely make the audience spend big. Manager Zhu showed a sinister smile. Good idea? Having a beast master with a lord-quality beast compete is indeed thrilling. Arrange for opponents of the same level, as he requested. He sneered. If he can win 10 in a row, I'll even give him a lord-level beast skill stone. With that, he pulled out a handgun and fired at a slave bound by chains on the ground. Dead men can't take the prize. Brother G repeatedly agreed, and after leaving the tent, he reverted to his carefree demeanor. He quickly returned to Qin Lan's side, whispering mysteriously, Manager Zhu agreed. Boss, the highest level beast in the arena is only a special general level, no match for your golden horn spider. He also said if you win 10 in a row, you'll get a lord-level beast skill stone. Really? Absolutely true. The arena never lies. The arena was suddenly plunged into darkness, as if every source of power had been cut off. When the lights flickered back on, a chilling creature appeared in the center of the arena. This dark behemoth, resembling a terror bird, stood as tall as a human, with a face covered in monkey-like fur, draped in a blood-stained robe, exuding a sinister aura. It was not only highly intelligent and capable of human speech, but it also fed on the brains of monkey beasts and occasionally preyed on the young of other creatures. The creature surveyed the crowd, emitting a strange, phlegm-like sound from its throat. This grating noise gradually shifted into a deep, male voice. Welcome to the black market arena. In this era of chaos and collapse, let us cast aside everything and revel in this unprecedented beast battle. As soon as the words were spoken, the masked dignitaries in the audience became restless, whispering among themselves, their heated gazes fixed on the creature. The beast seemed to relish the attention. its monkey-like face contorting into an even more bizarre expression before it let out a piercing howl. With the howl, a scorching rain of blood began to fall in the arena. The blood evaporated upon contact with the ground, spreading towards the audience. Huang Xiaoyi, who was massaging Qin Lan's legs, caught the scent of blood, her heart racing as her pale face flushed with an unusual redness, a wave of dizziness washing over her. Slap! A sharp slap jolted her back to reality. Pouting, Huang Xiaoyi looked up at Qin Lan, meeting a pair of cold, dark eyes. You deserve that, Qin Lan said coldly, handing her a mask from his beast nest ring. Put it on. This is the general-level beast skill, Beast Desire, capable of stirring emotions in both beasts and humans. Oh. Huang Xiaoyi glanced around, noticing that the people in the arena were becoming increasingly agitated, with some couples even beginning to kiss publicly. The scene continued to change. A blue pig beast, wrapped in chains, was forcibly dragged out by a three-meter-tall white ape beast. The low-level general-grade blue-haired pig, its eyes bloodshot, stomped the ground with its sturdy hooves in a futile attempt to break free. Suddenly, the overhead spotlight turned on, scanning the audience before settling on Qin Lan. The crowd's curious gazes immediately focused on his calm figure. Boss, it's your turn. Good luck, Jigu reminded him timely. Qin Lan adjusted his attire before stepping into the arena. The audience erupted into a frenzy, whispers and rapid heartbeats mingling in the air. No one had expected a beast master to participate in this performance. Qin Lan retrieved a golden shotgun from his beast nest ring and effortlessly leaped into the arena. The white ape beast released the chains, and the blue-haired pig charged at Qin Lan amidst the crowd's frenzied shouts. Kill him. Turn him into mincemeat. The audience roared with twisted excitement, bloodshot eyes brazenly displaying their warped desires in the darkness. Qin Lan felt a pressure on his chest. Closing his eyes when he reopened them, all his calmness was replaced by long-suppressed madness. No one knew how he ascended to the pinnacle against fate with his low-grade talent in his past life, nor the price he paid his dignity, his life, or perhaps a beloved. Let's play, then, Qin Lan muttered, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he faced the charging blue-haired pig. Calmly, he loaded the golden bullets and pulled the trigger. The bullets struck the pig beast, causing blood to spray, but failing to slow its charge. The pig beast, fighting for survival, ignored its wounds, growling as it continued its charge, its hooves sparking against the ground. The beast nest ring on Qin Lan's finger glowed, and an ice sprite emerged, transforming into a bird-like creature. Without awaiting orders, the angry little sprite launched an attack, spraying water at the blue-haired pig. The audience burst into laughter, mocking the seemingly feeble attack. However, in the next moment, the ice sprite's eyes widened, unleashing the general-level beast skill, Frost Breath. A chilling frost erupted, gradually encasing the charging blue-haired pig in ice. Qin Lan raised his gun, firing 2 precise shots into the pig beast's eyes, ending its life. Gray mist rose from the pig beast's corpse, slowly merging into Qin Lan's eyes. Qin Lan deftly took out a small knife, skillfully sliced open the head of the green-haired pig beast, and retrieved the beast core, casually tossing it into her beast nest ring. At the back of the arena, Manager Zhu watched leisurely, fiddling with a stack of cards in his hand. With a calm demeanor, he drew a card featuring a wolf beast and instructed, release the second beast, low-level general rank, second-tier 3-star black nether wolf. Let the guests enjoy some more. A figure in a black robe responded and swiftly activated a switch. The cavern walls of the arena trembled as a jet-black wolf beast shot out like lightning. Seeing this, Qin Lan immediately summoned the golden horned dragon spider, a colossal creature over 2 meters tall, instantly igniting the crowd's enthusiasm. My god, it's a lord-level golden horned dragon spider, gasped the crowd, and the previously clamorous voices calling for Qin Lan's demise suddenly quieted. After all, a beast master with a lord-quality beast was nearly invincible in the black market arena. Kill it, Qin Lan ordered coldly. The golden horned dragon spider screeched and lunged at the black nether wolf with lightning speed. Its golden legs transformed into spears, aiming for a deadly strike. But the black nether wolf's eyes flashed with a dim black light, its speed tripling suddenly, narrowly dodging the attack. Just as it showed a smug expression, several earthen spikes erupted from the ground, piercing its entire body. The golden horned dragon spider mercilessly pounced, devouring the beast core from its skull. The gruesome scene left the audience breathless, their eyes bloodshot. Manager Zhu raised an eyebrow, a playful smile on his face, and drew another card. Interesting, release the next one, high-level general rank, second-tier 5-star blue electric ram. As the cage opened again, a ram beast, standing as tall as a human, elegantly stepped out. This rare electric-type ram beast left flickering electric paw prints with each step. It glared arrogantly at the golden horned dragon spider, showing no fear, as it began to charge a thunderball on its horns. However, the golden horned dragon spider, still savoring its meal, casually lifted a leg and shook the ground, instantly sending a golden spike through the blue electric ram's body. With speed like that, are you planning on celebrating the new year? Qin Lan mocked. A chorus of sighs rose from the stands as seasoned spectators explained. While the blue electric ram was a noble lightning attribute beast, its innate sluggishness made its attack rhythm too slow. Qin Lan stepped forward, absorbed the blue electric ram's soul, and tossed its beast core into her beast nest ring. Inside the ring's space, a lamb the size of an arm wobbled out of an eggshell, swallowing its own beast core. A bizarre transformation followed. It rapidly grew to its former size, its level slightly reduced but still stable at the second tier. With a sneer, Qin Lan clapped her hands in the air, summoning the blue electric ram from the beast nest. The ram immediately nuzzled affectionately against Qin Lan, leaving everyone, including Manager Zhu, speechless and shocked. Next, Qin Lan looked up at the control room, her tone filled with impatience. The crowd stood frozen in place. The sudden appearance of the blue electric sheep made Manager Zhu's heart skip a beat. As he locked eyes with Qin Lan through the surveillance cameras, he forced a smile and played his fourth card, summoning a high-level, 6-star lava ancient lizard. The dark cage of the arena burst open as a 3-meter-long scarlet lizard emerged. Its body was covered in large, heavy scales, and its beastly eyes were filled with fury. Its thick, powerful tail was lined with deadly spikes. The lava ancient lizard appeared uneasy from the moment it entered, restlessly pacing back and forth. It opened its massive, fanged mouth and spat a scorching fireball directly at the golden horned spider. The experienced golden horned spider deftly dodged without command, then charged like a rampaging beast, its golden horn aimed like a spear at its opponent. In a critical moment, the lava ancient lizard emitted a red mist, transforming a 10-meter radius into a shrouded area. However, Qin Lan smirked, signaling the ready blue electric sheep to act. With a flash in its eyes, the sheep launched a thunderball from its head, dispersing the mist in an instant and revealing the lava ancient lizard. Enraged, the lava ancient lizard swung its flame-engulfed tail hammer, smashing the ground and scattering stones. It had planned to use the mist as cover to evade the charge and counterattack, but did not expect its opponent to employ a two-known strategy. With the golden horned spider charging at it, it had no choice but to brace for impact, raising its tail hammer to perform the beast technique, flame hammer strike. Bang! After the fierce collision, the lava ancient lizard was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing heavily against the wall. As it struggled to its feet, the golden horned spider, following Qin Lan's command, ensnared it tightly with a golden web. Despite the lava ancient lizard's desperate struggle, it couldn't break free. The golden horned spider aimed for the weakest spot on its neck, driving its leg in forcefully. As blood spurted, it took the lava ancient lizard's life. Qin Lan quickly drank 2 vials of the blood, collecting the soul-condensed beast egg and core, placing them into his ring. He held up 3 fingers to the surveillance camera, provocatively declaring, "Next round, I want to fight 2 at once." The audience erupted, some amazed by his audacity, others eagerly anticipating the arena's response. In the backstage, Manager Zhu was furious, ultimately choosing 2 cyan cards, a special high-level, 8-star wind attribute Qingli bird, and a special high-level, 9-star water attribute Bibbo great claw mantis. As the cages opened, a tumter-long bird beast with 3 long plumes on its head flew out first. Spreading its fan-like wings, it immediately unleashed a fierce cyan storm, howling towards Qin Lan's position. The powerful beast technique cutting storm roared into existence, rapidly expanding to a height of 3 meters with a speed visible to the naked eye. Through the semi-transparent barrier of the storm, countless razor-sharp blades swirled within, exuding a menacing aura of lethal intent. Qin Lan raised an eyebrow and immediately led the blue electric sheep to retreat. The massive 2-meter body of the golden horned dragon spider shielded her, its carapace suddenly gleaming with a dazzling golden light, as if clad in a suit of metal armor. The cutting storm violently battered the golden horned dragon spider, but only left superficial white marks on its surface, unable to penetrate its defenses. Just as the cutting storm was about to dissipate, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A blue figure darted out from another cage, moving with lightning speed and leaving behind a crisp chirping sound. When everyone's eyes refocused, a blue mantis, half the height of a human, had already appeared before the golden horn. This azure wave mantis was clad in a glass-like armor, and its scythe-like arms resembled folded executioner blades, glinting with a chilling light. Facing this sudden adversary, the golden horned dragon spider felt a twinge of unease and instinctively shot out its web to bind it. However, when the web hit its mark, the figure dissipated like mist. It was merely a decoy. As the spider's bristles stood on end, a chill and the rapid sound of sharpening blades came from behind. The real azure wave mantis had somehow circled to its rear, with its sharp scythe arms frantically grinding, completing dozens of strikes in a single second. Observant spectators immediately recognized this as the advanced beast technique, sharpening, which temporarily enhances the sharpness of its scythes. This exceptional general-grade azure wave mantis dared to covet the head of a lord-grade golden horn dragon spider. The sharpening sound abruptly ceased, and the world seemed to pause in a moment of silence. In the next instant, blue water-like light flashed across the mantis's scythe arms, followed by a barrage of frenzied slashes. Countless blue blade lights poured down like a spring rain, all targeting the unprotected nape of the golden horn dragon spider. Holy crap! It's the lord-grade beast technique, overlapping wave slash, someone in the crowd exclaimed, sparking a wave of astonishment among the spectators. In the backstage viewing area, Supervisor Zhu looked on in disbelief. He knew this azure wave mantis well. Its owner had sold it to the beast arena, deeming it too old and near the end of its lifespan. During initial assessments, the mantis had shown no sign of possessing lord-grade techniques. Could it have somehow mastered such a powerful skill during its captivity? The sound of exoskeletons shattering and flesh being sliced filled the air as the bi-bone mantis unleashed a flurry of 100 strikes in mere seconds. By the time the final blow landed, the golden horn spider's neck was half shattered, revealing its golden flesh beneath. Streams of golden blood gushed forth like a fountain. The mantis's ferocity left the audience breathless. Just as the bi-bone mantis prepared to continue its assault, a sudden blast of frost struck its insect body, slowing its attack. This was the work of Qin Lan, directing the ice spirit to launch an attack. The mantis glared resentfully at the ice spirit before retreating with a beat of its wings. The anxious ice spirit quickly flew to the golden horned spider's neck, desperately spewing frost in a bid to staunch the bleeding. The little creature, fond of its golden spider sister, couldn't bear to see her perish before its eyes. Though the frost had some effect, it was not enough. Qin Lan furrowed his brow. As an experienced 8th-rank beastmaster, he recognized the combination of techniques the bi-bone mantis had executed. The speed-enhancing soldier-level beast technique, the commander-level water clone, the soldier-level sharpening, and the formidable lord-level wave slash. If it added the commander-level boiling blood to the mix, the mantis could easily slay other fierce beasts beyond its rank. The golden horned spider's eyes were now cold as the abyss, its murderous intent palpable. It glared at the bi-bone mantis hovering midair, then lowered its head to ravenously devour the remains of a fallen beast. This was its commander-level beast technique, carnivorous regeneration, which allowed it to heal by consuming the flesh of the strong. Witnessing this, the intelligent Qin bird and the bi-bone mantis decided to join forces to stop it. Driven by their desire for freedom, they launched a fierce attack. The Qin bird let out a piercing cry, its wings sending a barrage of blue feathers like daggers towards the spider's wound. Meanwhile, the bi-bone mantis accelerated again, becoming a blur of blue light as it sharpened its scythe-like arms, poised like a leopard waiting for the right moment. Qin Lan squinted, giving the ice spirit a gentle squeeze to signal it to cast an ice armor. The small spirit immediately sprayed the feeding spider with a chilling mist, quickly encasing it in a sturdy layer of ice. The rain of blue feathers shattered against the ice armor, sending shards of frost flying, but the spider remained undeterred, focused on its meal, determined to make its foes pay once it was whole again. Seeing that the spider's wounds were nearly healed, the impatient bi-bone mantis decided to repeat its earlier tactic. It charged at the spider like a tiger descending the mountain, undeterred by the electric orbs launched by Qin Lan's blue electric ram, which merely dissolved into splashes of water, nothing more than its water clone. Its true form had already appeared silently behind the spider's neck, its scythe arms gleaming with a deadly chill. The audience erupted with excitement, especially Huang Xiaoyi, who blushed as she cheered for Qin Lan, though her voice was quickly drowned out by the roaring crowd. As everyone watched in anticipation, the bi-bone mantis initiated another wave slash. At that moment, a sly smile appeared on Qin Lan's lips. With a wave of his hand, he summoned a nearly 3-meter-long lava lizard. The beast, upon appearing, immediately unleashed a long-prepared explosive projectile. With a resounding boom, the child's-sized projectile struck the bi-bone mantis's back, precisely targeting its wing roots. The high-offense, low-defense mantis let out a piercing scream as its fragile wings ignited in flames. The golden-horned dragon spider let out a sharp screech as a silver-white web ensnared the green-clawed mantis that had just fallen to the ground. With a swift and decisive move, it raised its sharp foreleg and pierced the head of the mantis, whose eyes were filled with unwillingness. The formidable green-clawed mantis, ranked as a special lieutenant, 2nd tier 8-star, met its demise. The arena fell into a sudden silence. The spectators stared in disbelief at the lava ancient lizard crouched beside Qin Lan, as if they had seen a ghost. Even more shocking was the fact that the corpse of the previously defeated lava ancient lizard still lay on the ground. First, it was the blue electric sheep, and now the lava ancient lizard. This could no longer be dismissed as mere coincidence. Backstage, Manager Zhu's eyes were bloodshot as he frantically rubbed his temples. His mind raced as he tried to comprehend the situation. How could this young man possess beasts identical to those in the arena? Except for being slightly lower in rank, the characteristics were almost identical. Various possibilities flashed through his mind. Shadow duplication? Control over beast corpses? Beast king talent? Or perhaps a special affinity for Class B beasts, allowing him to amass a collection of young beasts through wealth? The battle continued. The frost elf, golden horn dragon spider, blue electric sheep, and lava ancient lizard teamed up, using long-range attacks to corner and kill the last Qingli bird. Qin Lan skillfully harvested the beast cores and even took the time to condense 2 of the beasts into beast eggs, which he stored in his beast nest ring for cultivation. The green-clawed mantis, which possessed lord-level beast skills, particularly stood out. If it could break through to the special lieutenant level, it could evolve into the water knight giant-clawed mantis. Under the stunned gaze of the crowd, Qin Lan adjusted his attire and held up 3 fingers towards the surveillance camera. To everyone's surprise, Manager Zhu agreed to his request and sent out 3 second-tier low-rank, green-furred boars to battle. The audience buzzed with speculation, assuming that Manager Zhu was setting the stage for the 10th match after all. Winning 10 consecutive matches would earn a reward of 10 million black crystal universal points. Huang Xiaoyi sat in the audience, her hands, wrapped in black silk, nervously kneading her knees. She felt a growing sense of unease, sensing that the 10th match would be perilous. Indeed, after Qin Lan effortlessly dispatched the 3 green-furred boars, Manager Zhu snorted coldly and produced a golden card. The words Lord Level were prominently displayed on the card, and the staff member who received it trembled with anticipation. The golden access card slid into the card reader, and the prison door slowly opened under the staff's gloating gaze. He was well aware of the terrifying nature of the little darling that Supervisor Zhu had mentioned. A deep, beastly roar echoed from within the cave, causing some spectators' pupils to tremble and a chill to rise in their hearts. Supervisor Zhu, with his ulterior motives, sent out that bloodthirsty creature for the 10th match. As regulars at the beast arena, they were all too familiar with the formidable beasts inside. This doesn't look good. The boss might lose this time, Gookie said with a schadenfreude grin. As the saying goes, a snake grows into a python into a boa into a jiao, and a jiao into a dragon. A mere low-tier lord-level second-rank golden horn spider is no match for that creature. Huang Xiaoyi ignored Gookie's sarcastic remarks. She tapped her toes rhythmically on the ground, her white hand clenched into a fist, watching the arena with a serious expression. Although she believed Uncle Qin had a trump card, she couldn't help but feel uneasy. After all, they were in the same boat. If Uncle Qin failed, she would likely be sold into slavery. The thought of being mistreated by some 70 or 80-year-old man sent shivers down her spine. Seconds later, the mysterious beast slowly crawled out of the cave. Huang Xiaoyi's pupils dilated, and she stopped her tapping motion. This was no mere python beast. It was a lord-quality one-horned purple flame jiao. This beast had an impressive physique, as thick as a barrel and nearly 8 meters long. Its body covered in heavy purple scales, with a pair of curled claws on its forebelly. The most striking feature was the single horn on its head, glowing with a purple light. The purple flame jiao let out a low growl. Its purple eyes locked onto Qin Lan and his group like a predator eyeing its prey. It moved its slender body back and forth, its belly scales scraping against the hard stone floor, sending sparks flying, ready to attack at any moment. The golden horned spider responded defiantly, spreading its legs wide to shield Qin Lan, its golden armor-like shell resembling a giant shield, instilling a sense of safety. The air was thick with the smell of sulfur and smoke as the 2 sides faced off. As a fire attribute beast, the purple flame jiao's innate purple flames were notoriously difficult to extinguish, ranking it among the top in strength among lord-level beasts. It launched the first attack, opening its fanged mouth to unleash a purple fireball straight at the golden horned spider. This fireball, resembling a burning pumpkin, seemed to set the air ablaze as it flew, with a grotesque, hollow grin visible on its surface up close. Golden horn, webbind. Little one, frost breath, Qin Lan commanded in a deep voice. The golden horned spider and the ice spirit acted simultaneously, a golden web laced with icy currents meeting the pumpkin fireball. The attacks collided midair, holding for a moment before exploding, scattering a shower of brilliant purple sparks. Enraged by the thwarted attack, the purple flame jiao coiled its body like a cobra, its horn glowing with fiery light. The crowd gasped, breaths quickening. They knew this was a sign of the jiao preparing its ultimate move. Qin Lan observed his opponent's posture calmly. As a competent battlefield beast master, He understood that mastering the situation required not just keen insight but also extensive knowledge and combat experience. The purple flame Jiao, with pride in its eyes, ignited in purple flames, unleashing a torrent of purple flame breath. The lord-level beast skill, infernal breath. The purple flames turned into a rolling river of fire, scorching the hard stone floor to a glowing red. In this critical moment, Qin Lan touched the beast-tied ring on his finger, summoning a special second-rank green Li bird. Use cutting storm to block the infernal breath. The green Li bird let out a long cry, closing its wings to release a swirling green storm. As the storm roared, dirt and stones from the ground and the Jiao's infernal breath were sucked in. In an instant, the green storm turned purple, eventually collapsing under the strain, scattering countless sparks. The arena fell silent, followed by an eruption of astonished cries. Wow, it's the green Li bird from the last match. It actually used the cutting storm to counter the purple flame Jiao's infernal breath. How is this kid controlling so many beasts? Did he contract a high-quality beast with hypnotic abilities? Possibly. He's wearing a scanner interference device, and all the scanner shows is that he's in debt to the Black Tiger gang. Some spectators showed fear in their eyes, especially women who considered themselves good-looking, who turned pale and wished they could hide in their male companions' arms. In the stands, an old man wearing a fox mask had a serious look in his eyes. What do you mean, Grandpa? His ability to control and command beasts far surpasses yours, and even mine. Impossible. Grandpa, you've guarded Jiangnan City for years, fought in thousands of battles if not tens of thousands. How could a mere boy compare to you? The masked old man shook his head. To him, the composed figure in the arena was clearly a seasoned commander. In the arena, a fierce battle was unfolding. Qin Lan's agile Qingli bird deftly countered Yushi's offensive, driving the purple flame Jiao into a frenzy. Enveloped in a surge of purple flames, it recklessly charged at Qin Lan, intending to turn the tide with close combat. Little one, ice armor, Qin Lan commanded in a low voice. The ice spirit, in its bird-beast form, puffed up its cheeks and blew a frosty breath towards the golden horned spider. In an instant, a thin layer of blue ice armor covered the spider's shell. Empowered by this protection, the golden horned spider's morale soared, and it boldly faced the purple flame Jiao. Boom! The two ferocious lord-level beasts collided violently. The purple flame Jiao's massive tail swept across with devastating force, sending debris flying with each strike. Meanwhile, the spider's legs, sharp as spears, left deep gouges in the stone floor with every thrust. Under the intense clash, the arena's sturdy surface began to crack and crumble, causing manager Zhu to wince from the sidelines, his face etched with distress. After all, the repair costs would come out of his pocket. As time went on, the disparity in their levels became evident. Though the golden horn spider was also a low-tier lord beast, its second stage 3-star level was far inferior to the purple flame Jiao's second stage 8-star prowess. After several exchanges, it was repeatedly driven back by the Jiao's tail. But this was no solo fight. Under Qin Lan's remote command, the ice spirit, lava lizard, blue electric sheep, and Qingli bird, all general-level beasts, coordinated seamlessly, relentlessly harassing the purple flame Jiao with long-range attacks. Ice arrows, explosive shots, ion spheres, and wind blades bombarded it continually, leaving the Jiao overwhelmed. It was akin to a 5-against-1 scenario in a game, where the Jiao, akin to an underfunded top-lane tank, was beset by 4 underdeveloped shooters. The spectators exchanged puzzled glances, secretly wondering if the arena's undefeated champion would really fall to such a siege tactic. Those who had bet on the purple flame Jiao in private wagers were especially anxious. However, manager Zhu, seated comfortably backstage, remained unfazed, leisurely sipping his coffee with a knowing smile. He understood the purple flame Jiao's origins better than anyone. This was a rare dual-talent beast, sired by an emperor-grade violent dragon and a lord-grade purple flame Jiao. Though it took after its mother in form, it inherited its father's unique talent. This second talent was notoriously troublesome. Once it entered a berserk state, even its contract holder was not safe. 7 previous contract owners had met their demise at its fangs. The battle raged on for 5 minutes, leaving both sides battered. The golden horned spider's ice armor shattered, one of its legs nearly severed, its body dented and battered. The purple flame Jiao fared no better, its 8-meter-long body riddled with wounds, scales peeled back, and beast blood igniting where it fell. At this critical juncture, the golden horned spider traded injury for injury, using its horn to precisely strike the Jiao's abdomen, lifting it high. A glint of cold determination flashed in Qin Lan's eyes as he summoned the green wave scythe mantis for a finishing blow. The mantis's wave-cutting strike fell like a torrential storm, leaving 100 scars on the Jiao's abdomen, its innards shredded. Just as victory seemed assured, an unexpected change occurred. A powerful heartbeat emanated from the dying purple flame Jiao. Sensing impending danger, Qin Lan hastily ordered the golden horn spider to execute a golden earth spike finishing move. But it was too late. A bizarre purple flame erupted from the Jiao's heart, instantly melting the earth spike. Within this flame, the Jiao's wounds healed at an astonishing rate. Manager Zhu finally revealed a triumphant smile. The purple flame Jiao's inherited second talent from the violent dragon, berserk mode, had finally awakened. The eyes of the purple flame Jiao suddenly snapped open, losing all sense of reason, leaving only violence and bloodlust. Under the amplification of its second talent, berserk, its purple body turned blood red, and its aura surged rapidly, breaking through the bottleneck to reach the third tier. The third tier ferocity spread like a 100-meter-high tidal wave, weighing down on the beasts, causing their legs to tremble as if filled with lead. The berserk purple flame Jiao went into a frenzy, its savage eyes locking onto Qin Lan, unleashing a breath of hellfire. Having temporarily stepped into the third-tier realm, its hellfire not only became more powerful, but also expanded in range. Overhead, Qin Lan's Qingli bird attempted its usual tactic, releasing a slicing storm with its wings. However, this time, the azure storm was incinerated by the incoming hellfire, offering no resistance. The devastating hellfire transformed into a purple tsunami, threatening to consume Qin Lan and the surrounding beasts. Uncle Qin, Huang Xiaoyi shouted hoarsely in panic. Ji Gu, lounging with his legs crossed, muttered to himself, the boss is doomed. Once that berserk purple flame touches you, it's instant ashes. He turned to Huang Xiaoyi, you're a pretty one, young girl with long black stockings. How about considering me, Ji Gu? Get lost. I'd rather be with an 80-year-old man than you. Oh, looking down on me? I was just trying to save you. But fine, I'll just sell you back later, Ji Gu sneered, his specialty being in selling people. In the audience, a young man wearing a dog head mask asked the old man beside him, Grandfather, should we save this talented commander? The old man hesitated briefly, then sighed, No, we won't. I've seen into his heart. He's a lone wolf with ambitions too wild for us to control. The crowd erupted with cheers, Burn him! Burn him! The patrons betting on the purple flame Jiao were shouting madly. Under the scrutiny of all, Qin Lan took a small step forward, unleashing the power of a second-tier beastmaster. You want me dead? Sorry, not even the king of hell can do that, he smirked, flicking his fingers at the startled Qingli bird. A second-tier beastmaster can harness the faint spiritual energy within, allowing for certain special techniques. A spark of starlight shot into the Qingli bird, causing its body to twist and transform uncontrollably. As the azure light dissipated, a half-human, half-bird creature emerged. Long green hair adorned with feathers, a face as delicate as jade, arms transformed into wings, a torso like a young girl, a slender waist, normal thighs, but with green bird claws below the knees. The arena fell into a pin-drop silence. A special class Qingli bird. Has it evolved? Someone murmured. Holy, Grandpa, it's a Lord-level Qingwan wildling. The masked youth exclaimed in shock. Manager Zhu's eyes widened in disbelief. It's a secret art. He explained in detail the connection between relics and secret arts. After the destruction of Blue Star, relics discovered in space rifts brought many treasures, with secret arts being the most prized. A streak of white appeared in Qin Lan's wolf-like hair. He had used the secret art of blood sacrifice, burning 10 years of his life to temporarily elevate the Qingli bird to Lord level. Why not choose the golden horn spider? Because that would require 1,000 years of lifespan, a price he couldn't afford. Qingwan wildling, slicing storm. A 10-meter-high azure storm swept across the arena, easily neutralizing the hellfire threat. Qin Lan didn't stop, performing another blood sacrifice on the Bibbo Claw Mantis, burning more of his lifespan. What to do when you can't win? You play with your life, Qin Lan muttered, as another streak of white hair appeared on his head. In the arena, an unexpected transformation took place. The Bai Bo de Qian Tang suddenly morphed into a towering, ghostly blue mantis beast, its body adorned with intricate patterns of insect armor. Its decapitating pincers doubled in size, shimmering with a golden aura, and a pair of spiral horns sprouted from its head, giving it the imposing look of a young general. The audience in the stands was stunned. Grandfather, that's a Shui Yi Ju Qian Tang, exclaimed a young man wearing a dog mask. The old man, watching intently, showed increasing interest in Qin Lan. I can see it. This secret technique is quite sinister, burning through the beast master's life force at an alarming rate. The tide of battle had completely turned. The Jin Jiao Long Zhu rose to its feet, joining forces with two newly ascended Lord Beasts to besiege the Zi Yin Jiao, reminiscent of a legendary three-hero struggle. Qin Lan sneered. Hold it off until the frenzy ends. The three Lord Beasts worked in unison, entangling the frenzied Zi Yin Jiao. In its madness, the Zi Yin Jiao unleashed explosive pumpkin projectiles and swept its massive tail across the arena, smashing the ground into rubble. Despite this, the 3 second-tier Lord Beasts managed to maintain their hold. A minute later, the battle subtly shifted. The Zi Yin Jiao was struck on the head by the Bai Bo de Qian Tang, and the violent crimson in its eyes faded, replaced by profound weakness. It staggered, as if intoxicated, helplessly watching the 3 beasts close in for the kill. The Jin Jiao Longzhu's legs pounded into the Zi Yin Jiao's abdomen like a pile driver. The Shui Yiju Qian Tang was even more ruthless, targeting the vulnerable neck. Each swing of its golden decapitating pincers left dazzling trails and sprayed dragon blood. At last, the light in the Zi Yin Jiao's eyes extinguished, leaving only a lifeless void. Keep attacking, prevent any tricks, Qin Lan ordered coldly. The 3 beasts grew even more ferocious, with the Shui Yiju Qian Tang ultimately severing the Zi Yin Jiao's head. Amidst the stunned spectators, Qin Lan strode forward, grasping the singular horn of the Zi Yin Jiao. Veins bulging like coiled dragons on his arm, he lifted the beast's head high above his own, allowing the scalding dragon blood to drench him. His gaze, sharp as lightning, swept over the masked onlookers, forcing them to avert their eyes as though facing an ancient predator. With a smirk, his blood-soaked coat added to his sinister allure. I have won. The arena erupted with thunderous applause. 10 consecutive victories. A feat not seen in ages. Huang Xiaoyi's face flushed with excitement as she waved energetically, while Ji Gu beside her gaped wide enough to fit a whole salted egg. Backstage, Supervisor Zhu's face was ashen, his hands trembling. 10 consecutive wins meant paying out 1,000,000 black crystal currency points plus a Lord-level beast skill stone, a prospect that made him regret deeply. Silently, Qin Lan activated his Beastmaster's talent, Blood Prison, to capture the soul of the Zi Yin Jiao, storing the beast remains in his beast nest ring before leaving the arena. Ji Gu rose with a rueful smile. The boss is mighty. Qin Lan left with only the instruction, send the goods back to the cafe, before departing with Huang Xiaoyi. A large screen in the arena displayed Qin Lan's image, with String Master flashing below. Fireworks burst, and Supervisor Zhu begrudgingly prepared the rewards, realizing that the spectacular battle would actually enhance the venue's reputation. An old man with a fox mask turned to the young man with the dog mask beside him. Guisuan, help your grandfather investigate his background. I must pay him a visit. The young man asked if they should recruit him for official service, but the old man shook his head. A person of such latent potential will not be confined by ordinary power. Leaving the Jiangnan East City black market, Qin Lan took a taxi with Huang Xiaoyi back to the cafe. The place was quiet, with only a burly man sitting by the counter. Lin Nan and 5 other girls had already reported to the Bingu Beast Academy. Seeing the intimidating Qin Lan, the burly man trembled. Boss, Qin Lan calmly replied. Make me a cup of coffee. The man hurriedly donned disposable gloves and got to work. In the misty bathroom of a cafe, Qin Lan sat shirtless on a wooden stool, while behind him, Huang Xiaoyi knelt with her black, silk-clad legs tucked beneath her, dutifully scrubbing his back. As she scrubbed, Huang Xiaoyi's eyes darted mischievously, and she leaned close to Qin Lan's ear, whispering warmly, Uncle Qin, could you give me 2 fierce beasts? Why should I? Qin replied. Oh, come on, she pouted. You've already bought me as a slave. I'm so pretty. What if someone covets my beauty? Look at my alluring figure, these killer black silk legs, and my innocent schoolgirl face. Qin Lan glanced sideways at her. Her white shirt and skirt were drenched from the shower, clinging to her body, with a faint hint of a blue bra visible underneath. Flat as a board, he couldn't help but quip sarcastically. You think anyone's interested in your barely there chest? Hey, she retorted. Who says it's barely there? No way, Uncle Qin, let me show you. Huang Xiaoyi grinned mischievously, pressing her soft upper body against Qin Lan's back like a koala hugging a tree. Feel that? Isn't it impressively soft, Uncle Qin? Give me the 2 fierce beasts and I'll let you. Her words stopped abruptly as she jumped back, her hands clutching her chest. Her innocent face flushed red as a tomato. Uncle Qin, you're bad. I didn't give you permission to touch. Qin Lan looked indifferent. He withdrew his hand, thought for a moment, and then summoned 2 fierce beasts, a lava lizard and a blue electric sheepan, tossed a beast nest ring to Huang Xiaoyi. This girl would be useful in the future, so giving her 2 beasts wasn't a big deal. The blue electric sheep had significant drawbacks, being slow. As for the fire attribute lava lizard, he already had better alternatives. Go make a contract with her. The 2 beasts were reluctant, walking towards Huang Xiaoyi with an ungrateful gait. She was delighted. As a second-level beastmaster, she could contract with 2 fierce beasts. In the misty bathroom, Qin Lan silently enjoyed the warm comfort of the shower on his skin. Second level now, he murmured after a while, feeling contemplative. The soul beast contract bonded a beastmaster and their beast closely. The beast training and level advancement could feed back power to the beastmaster, enhancing their own level. Now, having ascended to the second level, Qin Lan could contract another fierce beast. His first beast companion was the Lord-level golden horned spider. Who should be the second? The exceptional general-level Qingli bird? The exceptional general-level green wave mantis? Or perhaps the lower general-level great jaw parasite flower? Or the yet-hatched Lord-level purple flame jiao? After deep contemplation, Qin Lan decided to contract with a mid-general-level ice snow spirit. The ice snow spirit was versatile, capable of offense, defense, and support. Moreover, ice-type beast skill stones were relatively cheap and easy to pair with skills. Additionally, ice-type fierce beasts were easier to cultivate and required fewer resources. With his mind made up, Qin Lan summoned the ice snow spirit, Poo Poo. Poo Poo. The ice snow spirit, in the form of a bird, joyfully flew to perch on Qin Lan's shoulder, its frosty eyes filled with affection. Little one, interested in being my contracted beast companion? Qin Lan smiled, playfully teasing the ice snow spirit on his shoulder. Poo Poo. Without hesitation, the ice snow spirit nodded enthusiastically, even voluntarily offering its soul blood. Qin Lan, surprised, laughed as he swallowed the icy blood. As he did, an ice-colored diamond crystal formed in his soul space. The second beast contract was officially successful. The ice snow spirit was overjoyed, continually conveying its happiness to Qin Lan through the beast contract. Qin Lan scratched his nose, barely able to comprehend the little creature's emotions. Happiness, affection, and a desire for food. After washing up, Qin Lan dressed in loose black patterned pajamas and went downstairs. In the cafe, Ji Gu was patiently waiting with a wooden box in hand. Qin Lan pulled out a wooden chair, and Huang Xiaoyi immediately stepped forward to massage his shoulders, as obedient as a little maid. Ji Gu appeared nervous, respectfully handing over the wooden box. Boss here. Qin Lan opened the box to find 2 black crystal cards valued at 1,000 W each and a thumb-sized golden stone. Ignoring the crystal cards, he took out a scanner to examine the golden stone. After a while, the information appeared. Lord-level beast skill stone, swallowing egg. Qin Lan's pupils widened in shock. A beast skill stone like swallowing egg? Wasn't this supposed to appear at an auction a month later? It felt like the goddess he'd been yearning for had suddenly confessed to him. Without changing his expression, he collected the items and turned his gaze to the bowing Ji Gu. Ji Gu was sweating profusely, not daring to speak, and bowed even lower. After giving Ji Gu a long, hard look, Qin Lan shifted his attention towards the cafe door. This guy's identity was not simple. This matter could wait. The door to the hallway swung open. An elderly man in a white robe, accompanied by a young man in a suit, walked in with a smile. Brother Ji quietly approached Qin Lan and whispered, "Boss, that old man is Wei Chun, the headmaster of the Ice Curling Academy in East City, Jiangnan. He's a level 5 beast tamer." "I know," Qin Lan replied calmly. "You know?" Brother Ji looked surprised. Qin Lan picked up the coffee on the table, took a small sip, and thoughtfully glanced at the old man. "I wonder if the gentleman is here for coffee, or to find someone." "Both for the coffee and to find someone," Wei Chun, the headmaster of the Ice Curling Academy, chuckled heartily and pulled out a wooden chair to sit across from Qin Lan. He poured himself a cup of hot coffee, took a sip, and showed a look of approval. "Not bad. This coffee is rich and aromatic, with a hint of authentic milk tea flavor. It must be a luxury item. You've put some thought into this." Qin Lan's eyelid twitched slightly, thinking to himself, how should he explain that this is a $1 pack coffee nearing its expiration, with an 11-year shelf life? Wei Chen set down the glass cup and got straight to the point. "Your experience with beast taming is quite remarkable, even I must admit. I've come to invite you to be a guest instructor at the Ice Curling Academy. Don't worry, it's only for a 7-day training camp." "A guest instructor?" "Exactly." Wei Chen sighed and continued, "This year, we've had an exceptionally large intake. Over 5,000 young beast taming university students joined the academy, and there are quite a few troublemakers. Just yesterday, there were several incidents of female students harassing external teachers. I need someone their age to discipline these self-proclaimed prodigies, training unruly male and female college students." Qin Lan's eyes narrowed slightly, a sly smile playing on his lips as he asked the most crucial question. "Sir, what about the compensation?" Wei Chen smiled at this. Before coming, he had his obedient grandson investigate Qin Lan's needs. "I heard you've been having your people in East City purchase large quantities of heaven and earth essence ice marrow to nurture your ice element beasts. I happen to have a substantial reserve of ice marrow. Would that suffice as compensation?" In the coffee shop, the figures of Wei Chun, the dean of the Ice Curling Academy, and his grandson Wei Dong gradually disappeared through the glass door, leaving satisfied. Qin Lan withdrew his gaze and downed the coffee in front of him. The low-quality brew, mixed with artificial sweetener, left a unique blend of bitterness and sweetness on his tongue, yet it had its own peculiar charm. Casually, he pulled Huang Xiaoyi onto his lap, holding her close as he lazily leaned back in his chair. His sharp eyes, much like an eagle's, locked onto Guji across the table. Leader of the Night God's yellow rank team? The words struck like a thunderbolt, freezing Guji in place. His thick lips moved slightly, but no words came out. The Night God, a name that instilled fear far and wide. In his past life, Qin Lan had faced them numerous times, even acquiring the blood sacrifice secret technique from one of their branch halls. Guji quickly regained his composure, forcing a flattering smile. Boss, I don't understand what you're talking about. Qin Lan silently poured a cup of hot coffee and, with lightning speed, splashed it onto Guji's exposed waist. Guji grimaced in pain as a pigeon-shaped mark gradually appeared on his reddened skin. Qin Lan had killed no fewer than 40 Night God warriors in his past life, most of them mere yellow rank lackeys. The Night God organization had a clear hierarchy: Celestial God, Earth King, Profound Soldier, and Yellow Pawn. Guji was just a small-time leader, slightly stronger than a regular lackey. Guji sighed, aware of the Night God's notorious reputation for city massacres and mutation research. A look of determination flashed in his eyes as he summoned the elite-level beast, Ice Demon Bat, from his beast nest ring. He'll fight. But in the next second, he was on his knees, begging for mercy. Boss, please spare me. I'm a good person. The Ice Demon Bat, initially ready to unleash its hypnotic sound waves, looked up and was instantly terrified. Above, a 6-meter-long purple flame Jiao coiled in the air, its intense purple flame spreading freely, causing the temperature in the coffee shop to soar. Qin Lan nonchalantly toyed with Huang Xiaoyi's black stocking leg under her skirt while a scanner displayed detailed information about the purple flame Jiao. A low-level lord-class beast, possessing talents like purple flames and berserk mode, capable of mastering powerful beast techniques and evolving into a purple flame dragon after breaking through to the sovereign level. Get up. If I wanted to kill you, I would have done it in the beast arena, Qin Lan said as he put away the scanner and tossed Guji a black crystal card worth millions. Go buy high-grade minerals, as many as you can. Guji, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, fled with his Ice Demon Bat in a panic. Huang Xiaoyi watched in astonishment. Uncle Qin, so rich? How about you support me? She began listing her advantages, describing everything from her outfit to the setting in vivid detail. Qin Lan, however, simply took out a small amount of black crystal universal points, teasing her until she huffed and went off to brew more coffee. After retracting the purple flame Jiao, Qin Lan summoned the golden horn dragon spider. The first contract beast had recovered from its injuries, its legs regenerated and full of vitality. Qin Lan gently stroked its head, feeding it a golden swallow egg beast skill stone. The scan showed that the golden horn dragon spider had successfully acquired a new skill, perfectly complementing Qin Lan's blood prison talent. As the evening set in, Qin Lan closed up the shop, preparing to rest. Tomorrow, he would head to the Ice Curling Academy to serve as an external military training instructor for 7 days. The next morning, as the sun rose high in the sky, Qin Lan was diligently at work in the bedroom. Uncle Qin, it hurts you're being too rough. Huang Xiaoyi, lying on the bed, grimaced in pain, her cheeks puffed up like a bun. Don't move. If you don't want me to miss the vein again, stay still, Qin Lan replied, his brow furrowed as he carefully inserted a sharp needle into the girl's slender wrist. Despite being a second-tier beast tamer, Huang Xiaoyi was not exempt from Qin Lan's determination. Uncle Qin, if you want blood, you could offer academic credits as a reward to encourage the female students at Bingu Academy to donate blood. I'm sure many naive students would come forward, she suggested. Qin Lan paused, considering her idea. It did make sense. After drawing a vial of blood, Qin Lan tidied his unruly hair in front of the mirror, ensured his attire was neat, and then headed downstairs to catch a ride to Bingu Academy. Located in the southeastern corner of Jiangnan City's district, the academy was a significant economic driver, with its surroundings bustling with street vendors trying to make a living. After a leisurely journey, Qin Lan arrived at the academy's entrance, where the vibrant energy of the students coming and going reminded him of his own youth. University? He had never attended one. He wondered how Su Qingxue was doing in Jiangnan City's C district. Lost in thought, Qin Lan waited until the teaching assistant assigned to him by Principal Wei Chen arrived. The assistant, a Suntobe graduate from the academy, needed to complete 10 academic credits to graduate. Qin Lan figured this one was likely struggling to meet that requirement, as serving as an assistant would earn 2 credits. Spotting a young woman holding a sign and looking around, Qin Lan raised his hand to signal her. Over here. The figure visibly relaxed and jogged over to him. Qin Lan, hands in pockets, assessed the credit-poor student with interest. She was quite striking, standing about 5 feet 7 inches with light makeup, colored contact lenses, elf-like earrings, and long silver hair cascading down her back. She wore a silver dress with white stockings and high heels, exuding mature feminine charm except for her rather flat chest. Hey there, she greeted with a bright smile, dimples showing, her smile as radiant as a flower. Qin Lan's pupils widened in surprise, and he instinctively stepped back. A male voice? Damn, a cross-dresser? Seeing Qin Lan's reaction, Qin Xiao scratched his nose awkwardly and explained, "No need to worry, Instructor Qin. I'm straight, just like you. I like women. I'm dressed like this to help a buddy fend off family pressure to get married." Qin Lan's expression relaxed slightly, understanding now that Qin Xiao was not what he initially thought. Qin Xiao maintained a smile but was inwardly puzzled. He and his dorm mates had drawn lots to see who would cross-dress to help their friend, and he had drawn the short straw. Committed to helping his friend, he had dressed up, only to be urgently summoned to greet an incoming instructor, Qin Lan. He had considered refusing until the director offered an extra 3 credits. The lure of those credits made him swallow his pride and rush to the academy entrance, unable to change his clothes. His journey had been socially mortifying, with some male students even asking for his contact information. Even after insisting he was male, one had simply replied, "That's not a problem." Sizing up the so-called instructor Qin before him, Qin Xiao couldn't help but feel a slight disdain. Qin Lan appeared young, possibly in his early 20s, perhaps even younger than Qin Xiao himself. Could someone so young really handle the notorious freshman? He knew all too well how formidable the new students could be, some coming from wealthy backgrounds with powerful tamed beasts. Several external instructors had been publicly defeated by these troublemakers. Walking alongside Qin Lan through Bingu Academy, Qin Xiao introduced himself. "I'm Qin Xiao, a second-tier beast tamer, graduating this year. You can call me Xiao Qin." He continued to chat amiably, providing Qin Lan with information about the academy and the freshman class he would be overseeing. This year, over 5,000 new students had enrolled, divided into 50 classes. Qin Lan would be responsible for Class 3. "Be careful, Instructor Qin. Those freshmen are like devils," Qin Xiao warned, recalling past incidents. Some freshmen had brazenly challenged upperclassmen, kissing their girlfriends in front of them after defeating them, and even using money to humiliate female teachers. They were truly vile. "Don't worry," Qin Lan replied confidently. "I'll show them who the real devil is." Qin Lan nonchalantly cradled the snow elf, now in the form of a squirrel, with a relaxed and contented smile on his face. The enticing reward of 3,000 grams of ice marrow for 7 days of work was personally promised by the old principal, Wei Chun. Each gram of ice marrow was worth 10,000 black crystals, totaling 30 million in compensation, enough to tempt anyone, especially since it could enhance the snow elf to a high-ranking quality. Walking through the bustling campus, Qin Xiao led Qin Lan to the freshman teaching building. Standing downstairs, Qin Xiao showed a hint of hesitation and whispered to Qin Lan, "Director Qin, Class 1 of the freshmen is in the first room on the 3rd floor. Remember to greet them gently." "Aren't you coming with me?" Qin Lan asked, raising an eyebrow. Qin Xiao grimaced, tugging at his dress. "I'd rather not. There are a few enthusiasts among the freshmen. I'm afraid my outfit might cause you trouble." Qin Lan agreed with this reasoning and exchanged contact information with the little ladyboy. Carrying the snow elf alone, Qin Lan walked up to the 3rd floor and quickly found the target classroom. Even before entering, the deafening noise inside made him frown. As he pushed the door open, the classroom suddenly fell silent, and over 100 eyes turned to him, their gazes a mixture of amusement, mockery, curiosity, and pity. The most striking sight was the attractive couple on the teacher's podium, engrossed in a passionate kiss, oblivious to Qin Lan's arrival. "Get down," Qin Lan said coolly. The pair remained lost in their affection. At this moment, a young man with glasses and sideswept bangs sneered and tossed a black crystal card at Qin Lan's feet. "Scram. Don't interrupt brother-son's fun. Is 2 million black crystals enough to make you leave?" Qin Lan paused for a moment, then smiled as he bent down to pick up the card and tucked it into his beast nest ring. "Quite the rich kid, aren't you?" With that, he turned and walked out of the classroom, closing the door behind him. However, just seconds later, Qin Lan re-entered, now holding a golden hunting rifle as tall as himself. "Happy New Year, everyone!" Bang! Qin Lan held the gun with both hands and fired without hesitation at the teacher's desk. With splinters flew as the desk disintegrated, sending the couple who had been getting cozy on top crashing to the floor in a disheveled heap. "What the heck, are you crazy?" The boy with the sideswept bangs, who had earlier handed Qin Lan a 2 million black crystal card, glared at Qin Lan furiously from the doorway, where he maintained his shooting stance. Qin Lan shifted his gaze, aiming the gun directly at the boy's vulnerable spot. "I'm about to shoot. 3, 2, 1, ready," he taunted with a smirk. The boy's pupils contracted in shock, and he quickly summoned a human-sized blue-toad beast to shield him. The golden bullet whizzed through the air but was deftly caught by the toad's agile tongue. "Not bad. Your reflexes are pretty quick," Qin Lan commented nonchalantly, pulling out a handkerchief to wipe down the gun barrel. This display of calm infuriated the boy with sideswept bangs. "Blue poison toad, venom spray. Disable the hands holding that gun," he ordered sharply. The toad opened its mouth, releasing a fist-sized blob of venom that reeked with a nauseating stench. Qin Lan remained unfazed, continuing to elegantly clean his golden double-barreled shotgun. Just as the venom was about to hit, a flash of blue light sliced through the air. The venom split neatly in two, splattering against the doorframe and leaving corrosive yellow marks. "Spare him," commanded the green wave mantis, its eyes fierce as it darted toward the blue poison toad with lightning speed. A quick flash of its blade, and the second-tier toad let out a piercing scream, collapsing heavily to the ground, pinning the boy beneath it. A deep red gash appeared on its white belly, blood gushing out like a fountain. "Seems I overdid it, but it shouldn't die," the mantis remarked, flicking the blood from its scythe-like arms, its beastly eyes gleaming. The classroom fell into a stunned silence. A bespectacled student instinctively pulled out a scanner, which revealed astonishing data. Special grade, Lord Quality Beast skill, Wave Slash. But before others could follow suit, a flurry of blue light shattered their scanners. "This guy is quite aloof and doesn't like being scanned," Qin Lan explained, calling back the green wave mantis and gently stroking its head. At this moment, the young man in luxurious attire, who had been with his female companion on the teacher's desk, stepped forward. Brushing off the wood debris from his clothes, his eyes glinted coldly. "Enough. Even a substitute teacher must pay dearly today." "Oh, you want to fight me?" Qin Lan asked with interest. The young man, named Sun Hai, snorted, summoning two massive beasts, a red rock-armored explosive rock ape and a brown-red giant bull with triangular horns. Both were special grade. "I'll give you a chance. If you lose, you strip and apologize publicly," Sun Hai declared arrogantly. "And if I win, you'll wear a wedding dress and run laps on the field, shouting, 'I'm the cutest little boy girl,'" Qin Lan proposed, sending the class into an uproar. Some advised Sun Hai to be cautious, considering Qin Lan's confidence. But Sun Hai, already provoked, declared, "The word fear doesn't exist in the Sun family." "All right, then I'll use this second-tier green wave mantis to fight you," Qin Lan said, further solidifying Sun Hai's resolve. He was confident his explosive rock ape was unbeatable, and once it broke through to Lord Quality, it could evolve into a lava tyrant. In the battle simulation room of the Curling Academy's freshman dormitory, 100 students from Class 1 were gathered in a circle, eagerly discussing the upcoming beast duel. The sealed space was 10 meters high, constructed from fourth-tier material known as Qing Mountain Stone, which emitted a faint aura of spiritual energy. "Go, Sun, go. Victory is yours." Cheers erupted from the crowd. Sun Hai, a direct descendant of the Sun family, one of the three major families in Jiangnan City, was renowned for his rock ape's formidable defense. Qin Lan stood casually in a corner of the arena, nonchalantly cleaning his ear. His gaze wandered around the battle room as he recalled what Bing Ning had mentioned about the unique features of this venue in a past life. The battle was about to commence. Sun Hai initiated the attack, commanding through his soul beast contract, "A bow, test the waters." With a roar, the rock ape summoned a gigantic rock with its fan-sized hands and hurled it towards Qin Lan. The earth-toned boulder sliced through the air, exuding a powerful sense of pressure. "Go, have some fun," Qin Lan said softly. His green wave mantis launched into action, its gleaming scythe-like blades coming together to slash a blue cross-shaped light through the air. The light sliced the giant rock into rubble. With the probing attack over, the green wave mantis transformed into a blue arc, charging at the opponent. Seeing this, Sun Hai sneered, "Close combat? That's a death wish." "A bow, staff dance." The rock ape clasped its hands, conjuring a thick earthen staff. It swung the staff with a blend of hard and soft techniques, creating an impenetrable wall of staff shadows. This was the Sun family's secret technique, passed down through generations. A glint of appreciation flashed in Qin Lan's eyes. The rock ape had indeed been well trained. No wonder Sun Hai was so confident. But Qin Lan recalled a conversation with a core member of the Sun family in a previous life, and a knowing smile appeared on his lips. "Strike the snake at its weak point. Hit its belly button. That's the weak spot of the earth armor," Qin Lan suddenly instructed, his golden hunting rifle aimed at the rock ape's abdomen. Sun Hai's pupils contracted in shock. This secret was known only to the Sun family's direct lineage, originating from their family's special stone liquid pool and young ape cultivation process. The green wave mantis seized the opportunity, darting like an arrow to the rock ape's abdomen. The rock ape hastily guarded its belly, smashing the oncoming figure only to find it was a mere water clone. The battle room fell silent. Everyone saw that the real green wave mantis had somehow appeared behind Sun Hai, its sharp blades poised at his neck. Despite its fury, the rock ape dared not make a reckless move. "It turns out the target wasn't me." Qin Lan slowly lowered the golden double-barreled hunting rifle that was aimed at Sun Hai, a gentle smile appearing on his face. "You thought my target was the rock ape? General, you've lost. As a beast master, your first priority is to protect yourself, and clearly, you failed at that. Hearing this, Sun Hai's face flushed with embarrassment. He clenched his fists tightly but dared not retaliate, only managing to glare at Qin Lan and squeeze out a few words through gritted teeth. Despicable. What? Didn't your elders ever teach you that in a battle between beast masters, taking out the beast master is the key? Qin Lan retorted. This left Sun Hai stunned, his expression shifting between shades of blue and white. Indeed, this principle had been mentioned by his elders before. Come back, Qin Lan called softly. The green wave mantis emitted a buzzing sound and instantly transformed into a streak of blue light, returning to his side. Fine, I lost this round, 0:1, Sun Hai said reluctantly. But I'm a second-tier beast master with 2 beasts. If you dare, face me in a second round. He was unwilling to parade around as a little man, and with a quick glance, he challenged Qin Lan again. Not satisfied? Qin Lan raised an eyebrow, putting away the golden double-barreled hunting rifle. This time, Sun Hai had learned his lesson. He first signaled the rock ape to guard him, then raised his hand to summon his second contracted Biasta first-class general-ranked triangular bull. Moo, the triangular bull let out a low growl, its beastly eyes gleaming with ferocity beneath its red fur, as its sturdy forehooves scraped the ground, ready to charge. Santang, attack! With Sun Hai's command, the triangular bull charged forward, its 3 sharp horns aimed directly at Qin Lan. Qin Lan sighed softly, gently rubbing the purple beast nest ring on his ring finger. Time was of the essence, and he no longer wished to play games with these college freshmen. Leave him alive. Roar. The purple beast nest ring suddenly glowed red, and to the horror of the onlooking freshmen, a gigantic 6-meter-long beast appeared out of thin air. The purple flame Jiao exuded a menacing aura, coiling its towering body, and unleashed a blast of infernal breath. The room's temperature skyrocketed as the fierce purple flames surged like a tidal wave, engulfing the charging triangular bull. Sun Hai stood frozen, watching helplessly as his triangular bull collapsed with a wail, its fate uncertain. It was an undeniable one-hit defeat. It's over. That's a lord-level beast, the purple flame Jiao. Sun Hai's face turned pale as he realized he was about to become a little man. The simulation room was eerily silent, every eye fixed on the purple flame-scaled serpent. The seemingly young and unassuming visiting instructor turned out to be a master-level beast tamer. Sun Hai's face was ashen, his facial muscles twitching uncontrollably like a gambler who had lost everything. Was he really going to have to wear women's clothing? In the classroom of freshman class 3, 100 students sat upright in their seats, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Qin Lan leaned against the window, a cigarette between his lips, observing the ice rink-like field of the academy outside. On the track, a figure was sprinting. It was Sun Hai, already dressed in women's attire. Surprisingly, the young man born with a silver spoon in his mouth looked remarkably good in it. His snow-white skin contrasted with the waist-length white wig, his long legs wrapped in white stockings, exuding an awkward, yet intriguing elegance in his every move. The sight made Qin Lan momentarily dazed. Although not attracted to men, the close-dressed Sun Hai strangely reminded him of someone from his past. Sun's perfume smells nice, murmured a boy by the window, craning his neck to get a better look. Shoo, do you want to get yourself in trouble? His classmates quickly hushed him. Snapping back to reality, Qin Lan took his coffee and walked to the blackboard, writing his name. He surveyed the classroom with a smile, introducing himself. I'm your visiting instructor, Qin Lan. Just call me Instructor Qin. I hope we have a pleasant 7 days together. Yes. The students replied weakly, clearly not thrilled about being under supervision. Let's get started, Qin Lan said, picking up the attendance sheet and flipping through it. Is he really going to teach? The students exchanged puzzled glances, doubting what such a young instructor could offer. Noticing their reactions, Qin Lan raised an eyebrow. As an 8th-level beast tamer, he had encountered things beyond these freshmen's imaginations. Rare beasts, high-grade magical plants, mysterious realms, and enigmatic beast artifacts. He was well-versed in them all. He casually pulled up a stool and began his lecture on beasts, covering everything from dietary habits to skill combinations, even touching on breeding techniques. Initially skeptical, the students gradually began to take notes seriously. The content was fascinatingly novel. A beast that devours dreams? A beast that turns into a ghost upon death? A ghost girl who can't conceive? A 7th-level longevity flower that extends life by a century? Humans breeding with certain humanoid beasts? Silence filled the room as everyone focused intently on Qin Lan. Just as Qin Lan was about to delve deeper, a commotion from the adjacent room made him frown. Excusing himself, he left the classroom with a golden hunting rifle. Minutes later, he returned, wiping blood from his hands, and continued teaching. By then, the neighboring class had gone eerily silent, every student wrapped in silk cocoons, suspended from the ceiling. Meanwhile, on the field, Sun Hai continued his run. Just 10 more laps and I can get out of this damned outfit, he muttered through gritted teeth. But then, a white figure caught his eye. Freezing him in his tracks, it was the Academy's iconic beauty, Bai Bingning. A typical social embarrassment might have been manageable, but the catch was that she was his own sister, who had often beaten him up since childhood. Among the three major families in Jiangnan City's district, the Sun and Bai families were particularly close. The Sun family grew rubber trees, while the Bai family manufactured high-quality condoms. Their ties were so strong that they intermarried. His father had married a daughter from the Bai family, with an agreement that sons would take the father's surname and daughters the mother's. Even when the apocalypse hit, the two families weathered the storm together, securing their foothold in Jiangnan City. Sun Hai kept his head down, praying she wouldn't recognize him. But reality has a cruel way of making unwanted encounters inevitable. Stop right there. Buzz. As soon as the cold voice of a woman reached Sun Hai's ears, his mind went completely blank. His legs suddenly gave way, nearly collapsing beneath him. Struggling to suppress his inner panic, he attempted to keep his head down and quickly escape, but a flash of silver dashed any hope he had left. It was an elegant ice soul sword, merrily circling around him. This exclusive beast-controlling sword of the Bai family measured 3 feet in length, with a crystal-clear blade and intricately carved patterns on the hilt. Most striking was the vertical ice-blue eye on the sword, blinking as it scrutinized him. Evolved from a general-grade ice sword into a special beast-like sword form, it was not only formidable in attack and defense, but also extraordinarily powerful. A click sounded from a camera shutter by the roadside. With a bitter expression, Sun Hai looked up to see his elder sister, Bai Bingning. This young woman in her early 20s seemed like a work of art sculpted by the creator himself. She had bright eyes and pearly teeth, her lips delicate and soft, and her long, silk-like white hair casually pinned up with a crystal plum blossom hairpin. Standing nearly 5'7", she wore a flowing white dress, her slender waist lightly cinched with a silk ribbon. Beneath the dress were her long, graceful legs, her feet in semi-transparent crystal sandals, with 10 dainty toes peeking out, even the blue veins at her ankles visible. Under the white dress, she wore a light blue neck off-shoulder slip dress that perfectly showcased her figure. Her full bust pushed the slip dress up, creating a mesmerizing white cleavage. Bai Bingning smirked, shaking her head and sighing as she continued to snap photos. Times have changed. When we were young, Mom loved dressing you up like a doll, putting you in pretty dresses. Who would have thought that now, with the world in decline, you'd regain your memory and willingly cross-dress in public? She teased. Little brother, come on, give me a smile. This secret is enough to keep me entertained for a lifetime. Have you figured out how to please your sister? Sun Hai's eyes were dull and lifeless, as he forced a smile that looked more like a grimace. No matter how beautiful an older sister might be, to her younger brother, she's just his sister. On an autumn afternoon, beside the swings by the path on the playground, Sun Hai set aside his usual arrogance and crouched down like a wronged child, sharing his day's troubles with Bai Bingning, who was gently swaying on the swing. Bai Bingning pondered over his words. A new assistant instructor? That reminded her of the conversation she had yesterday with Principal Wei Chun, who had asked if she would assist Director Qin. She had politely declined. The thought of being at the beck and call of a stranger, even if he was highly regarded by the principal, was out of the question for her. Sun Hai tossed aside the small stick he had been fiddling with and occasionally glanced at his sister's striking snow-white hair. He remembered it had been black until she underwent the Bai family's secret ice skin and jade bone ritual before she turned 18. He wondered if he should suggest his girlfriend dye her hair white too. Come on, take me to meet this Qin instructor who defeated you, Bai Bingning said, stopping the swing with her foot, a faint smile playing on her lips. Are you going to avenge me, sis? Sun Hai's eyes lit up with hope. No, Bai Bingning replied, her eyes glinting with amusement. Setbacks lead to growth. You'll have to avenge today's humiliation of wearing women's clothes on your own. As they walked, they attracted numerous admiring glances. Some boys were so entranced they walked into trees. As the reigning beauty of the Ice Curling Academy for 3 consecutive years, with even 40% of the female vote, Bai Bingning's allure was undeniable. As they arrived at the freshman teaching building, 3 boys in white wedding dresses approached with gloomy faces. Sun Hai recognized them as Bin, Jiegu, and Wei. Upon seeing Bai Bingning, they hurriedly fled in shame. Before leaving, Jiegu warned, Xiao Hai, don't mess with the guy with the golden hunting rifle. He's strong, even defeated Liang Gu, one of the freshman 4 kings, who's now wearing women's clothes. The news hit like a thunderbolt. Sha Liang, the son of the Sha clan leader, commanded a lord-level beast, the violent water crocodile, and had once defeated 8 third-tier instructors, even infamously stealing a kiss from a married female teacher. Known as Little Fierce Croc, his prowess was formidable among the freshman elite. Footsteps echoed in the stairwell as Sha Liang, aided by a few underlings, emerged awkwardly in high heels. Upon seeing Bai Bingning, he wished he could disappear. Xiao Hai, Don't go in there if there's a madman inside, he warned in a low voice before hobbling towards the playground. Bai Bingning's curiosity piqued further, and she gestured for Sun Hai to follow. From the third floor's freshman class 16, the sounds of combat and exclamations could be heard. Through the window, Sun Hai spotted the figure standing with a gun and whispered urgently to his sister. Sis, that's the jerk who beat me. Bai Bingning raised an eyebrow and pushed open the door. Inside the classroom, students were watching two bird beasts battle. The figure commanded, Qingli, cutting storm. The green bird beast flapped its wings, creating a whirling storm that engulfed the opponent's flamingo, leaving it battered and defeated. I lost, the opponent admitted. A girl in the room blushed and sighed in defeat. She looked at the man in front of her with a complex expression. Director Qin, the leader of the freshman class 16, said quietly, handing over a vial of fresh blood from her arm. Qin Lan accepted the blood sample, a faint smile playing on his lips as he casually pocketed several boxes of cigarettes from the table. With 51 freshman classes, this was only the 17th. He put away the Qingli bird and was about to head to the next classroom when a sharp, frosty sword light suddenly slashed towards his feet. Qin Lan narrowly dodged it and turned to look at the doorway. A figure in white stood there. The moment he saw her, Qin Lan's expression became unusually complex. Relief, melancholy, nostalgia, and a hint of delight all converged on his handsome face. Bai Bingning met his gaze, her brow slightly furrowed. An inexplicable sense of familiarity surged within her, but she quickly shook off the troubling thought. Determination sparked in her eyes as she lightly tapped her fingers, and the Lord-quality violent beast ice soul sword emitted a buzzing hum. You're Qin Lan? Fight me. If I lose, I'll dress like a man and run laps on the field. Qin Lan didn't respond to her challenge, but instead took out a jade flute from his pocket and gently placed it to his lips. As the melodious tune began, Bai Bingning's pupils contracted, her face full of shock. This was the Bai family's second secret Beastmaster technique obtained from the secret realm the Requiem. It could soothe the Ice Soul Sword, which had developed hostility from long-term bloodshed, preventing it from losing control and affecting its quality. Sun Hai, standing nearby, was also stunned. As someone who knew the Bai family's two secret techniques, he couldn't comprehend how an outsider had mastered such a closely guarded secret. While Bai Bingning was distracted, the Ice Soul Sword vibrated joyfully, unexpectedly flying over to Qin Lan and circling around him. With a light laugh, he reached out and skillfully grasped the sword's hilt. This sword had once been his third beast. In the 13th year of the Day of Destruction, when the lone wolf Qin Lan, with nowhere else to turn, joined the army, his instructor was none other than the sword's owner, Bai Bingning. 2 years later, on the battlefield, the gravely wounded Bai Bingning entrusted the Ice Soul Sword and the Beastmaster's secret technique Requiem to this deputy. Sun Hai was stunned, utterly unable to believe his eyes as he witnessed Qin Lan effortlessly wield the Bingpa sword. This legendary weapon of the Bai family, renowned and revered, seemed to willingly submit to a stranger's control. Bai Bingning quickly regained her composure, gracefully waving her hand to summon the Bingpa sword back to her. Qin Lan, unperturbed by the situation, calmly holstered his golden hunting rifle and donned a pair of gloves. He then confidently strode over to Bai Bingning. Allow me to introduce myself, he said with a gentle smile, extending his hand. I'm Qin Lan, a visiting instructor at Bingu Academy. Bai Bingning regarded the mysterious man before her with caution, hesitantly reaching out her hand. Her hands were slender and fair, with perfectly manicured nails, even more elegant than those of a pianist. Yet, as their palms met, Qin Lan's lips curled into a meaningful smile. In an unexpected move, he pulled her into his embrace. In full view of everyone, Qin Lan leaned in and whispered into Bai Bingning's ear. No one knows you better than I do. Not even the mole on the inside of your left thigh is a secret to me. Come to the instructor's dormitory tonight, and I'll help you resolve the hidden cold energy problem within you. With those words, Qin Lan released her with gentlemanly grace and walked away. Bai Bingning stood there, as if struck by lightning, her mind blank. She couldn't stop replaying Qin Lan's words. She had accurately mentioned the mole on her upper thigh, a detail so private that it shocked her. Even more bewildering was his mention of the cold energy issue. The Bai family ancestor had acquired two arcane techniques from a secret realm, Ice Skin Jade Bones and Requiem. The former enabled women to contract beasts across dimensions and enhance their physical strength, but it came with a side effect: the persistent growth of cold energy within, which could accumulate over time, causing severe temperature imbalance, unbearable cold, and even threaten one's life. At 18, Bai Bingning had undergone the transformation process, and within just a few years, the side effects had started to show. Even in the peak of summer, her limbs would turn icy cold at midnight. Solving this cold energy issue would be a monumental relief for the entire Bai family. News spread like wildfire across Bingu Academy. The students of Class 16, particularly the male students, were incensed by the scene of their admired senior, Bai Bingning, being disrespected. The entire academy was soon abuzz, with people everywhere searching for Qin Lan. In the senior dormitory, a red-haired woman known as Sister Sha was livid, crushing the slender-faced massager in her hand, sparks crackling at her fingertips. How dare he tarnish my beloved by Bingning? Put a bounty on him, they'll teach that fool a lesson. Sister Sha was part of the Sha family, one of the three great families, and the cousin of Sha Liang, one of the four kings among the freshmen. She was already a Tier 3 Beastmaster, with 2 Lord-quality Tier 3 beasts and 1 special general-grade beast. Her special affection for Bai Bingning was an open secret within the academy. Meanwhile, Qin Lan had returned to his private instructor's dormitory, sitting by the window with a glass of wine. He reminisced about his past life and his history with Bai Bingning. Back then, she had been transformed by the arcane technique into ice-skin jade bones, with a heart as cold as ice. While their relationship wasn't intimate, they had saved each other's lives more than once. The secret of her mole was something he had inadvertently discovered while tending to her wounds after a battle. If Bai Bingning could survive, her achievements would undoubtedly surpass his own as an 8th-tier Beastmaster. Unfortunately, when the day of destruction came, she faced those terrifying enemies. 15 years later, the extraterrestrial three-eyed race descended upon Blue Star, using it as a trial ground. A diminutive three-eyed child, accompanied by unheard-of beasts, reduced tens of thousands of Blue Star Beastmasters to dust in mere moments. If it weren't for Bai Bingning's sacrificial self-detonation, using her ice-skin jade bones to severely injure the three-eyed child, the entire military camp would have been wiped out. 18 years later, although the strong of Blue Star managed to repel this wave of invaders, even more formidable four-eyed, five-eyed, and six-eyed races followed. They descended like deities, unleashing countless cosmic beasts to ravage the land. 25 years later, Blue Star's last line of defense fell, and civilization was on the brink of extinction. Defeated, utterly and completely. At the moment when the 8th-tier low-level monarch dragon self-destructed, Qin Lan felt an invisible force helping him turn back time. Although he couldn't fully return to the days before the apocalypse, he found himself in the 10th year following the catastrophic event. A cool breeze carrying light rain brushed against the window, pulling Qin Lan from his memories back to reality. In this life, he had been reborn with the Beastmaster's blood prison talent, but too many things were now beyond his control, especially the prematurely arriving second apocalypse. Would the three-eyed aliens arrive ahead of time? This thought caused him to frown slightly. As he closed the window and prepared to leave, his phone rang unexpectedly. The caller ID displayed Huang Xiaoyi. Uncle Qin, send me your location. Your package has arrived, and I'm bringing it over now. Huang Xiaoyi's mysterious voice came through the phone. A few minutes later, Huang Xiaoyi arrived at Qin Lan's private quarters on her electric bike. As she entered, she mischievously pulled out a wanted poster featuring Qin Lan as the crooked-mouthed Dragon King. Uncle Qin, you're wanted? The entrance of Icepod Academy is plastered with these, she teased. Qin Lan rolled his eyes and casually crumpled the poster, tossing it into the trash. He hadn't expected Bai Bingning's influence to be so widespread, creating a wanted poster so quickly. Where's the package? He asked. Huang Xiaoyi removed her brown leather shoes and shook out a beast-tied ring from one of them. Noticing Qin Lan's look of disdain, she grinned and explained, I was just trying to avoid getting robbed. A pretty girl's feet are fragrant. Want to take a whiff? Consider it a reward for our dear Uncle Qin, who loves to boss around girls in black stockings. Qin Lan's face darkened instantly. He carefully cleaned the ring and extracted the minerals inside. Several second-tier nebula stones, third-tier black vein stones, and a fourth-tier gold vein flaming stone. He had used 1 million of the 2 million he earned from a 10-fight winning streak in the Beast Arena to have Guji procure these minerals. The golden horned dragon spider was summoned and immediately began devouring the minerals with excitement. Its innate talent for consuming metals allowed it to enhance its level and strengthen its exoskeleton, making it a versatile asset. Uncle Qin, pay up, Huang Xiaoyi demanded, extending her fair hand. I need to pay my tuition. I want to attend Icepod Academy too. Qin Lan transferred her 100,000 points, but Huang Xiaoyi was clearly dissatisfied. She clung to his arm, coaxing him. Professor Qin, just a little more. I can offer special services alone in a room with a beautiful student. Aren't you curious about what I can do? I'll be on my best behavior. Annoyed by her persistence, Qin Lan transferred an additional 500,000. Delighted, Huang Xiaoyi rushed off to enroll. After the golden horned dragon spider finished digesting the minerals, its golden exoskeleton shimmered with a soft glow, having grown significantly. A scan revealed that it had advanced directly to a 2-star level, proving the 1,000,000 points well spent. Qin Lan then summoned the ice spirit, which promptly transformed into a frost-colored bird, joyfully flitting around the room. He fed it a lollipop, inwardly pleased. Tonight would be the ice spirit's chance. The cold aura within Bai Bingning was a powerful tonic for ice-attributed beasts. In his previous life, after Bai Bingning's death, Qin Lan had developed a method to counteract the side effects of the ice skin jade bone condition as a way of repaying her for saving his life. With only 13 members of Bai's family transformed by the secret method, he hoped to use their cold aura to enhance the ice spirit's level and quality, possibly evolving it into a low-level Lord-class Frost Snow Maiden. As night fell, the commotion Qin Lan had stirred up reached the school's administration. Many wanted to challenge the foreign instructor accused of harassing female students, but Principal Wei Chan blocked their efforts. The old principal seemed to have a special appreciation for Qin Lan, even going so far as to secretly post false location information on the school's website to mislead those pursuing him. Under the moon's soft glow, Bai Bingning arrived as planned at the private teaching quarters. She still wore the white dress from earlier, her white hair neatly tied, and her long legs encased in white stockings glistened softly in the moonlight. "Sis, that guy is definitely tricking you," her companion, Sun Hai, protested indignantly. "If the Bai family can't solve the cold aura problem, how could he possibly have a solution?" Bai Bingning didn't respond to Sun Hai. She simply raised her hand and gently knocked on the dormitory door in front of her. Moments later, the door opened, and out came Qin Lan, dressed in a loose black robe, his hair still damp from a recent shower. Qin Lan's gaze drifted between Bai Bingning and Sun Hai before settling playfully on Sun Hai. "Little boy, stay outside. You wait here." "No way." Sun Hai immediately retorted, his eyes sharp like a jungle leopard. "What if you try something with my sister?" As a man himself, he knew all too well what most of the boys at the academy thought of Bai Bingning. Love at first sight? More like attraction at first glance. "You're her brother?" Qin Lan's eyes flashed with surprise, and his gaze towards Sun Hai softened. Sun Hai rolled his eyes, instinctively pulling Bai Bingning behind him. "Come on, everyone at this sprawling ice vessel academy knows I'm her brother. Sis, he looks creepy, and he forces people to cross-dress. He's got issues. Let's go back and not." Before he could finish, Bai Bingning interrupted him. Her face broke into a satisfied smile as she gently patted her brother's shoulder. "The little boy who used to trail after me with a runny nose now knows how to protect family. Not bad, you've grown up. Xiao Hai, wait for me at the door." "What?" Bai Bingning shook her head, signaling Sun Hai to stay quiet, and walked calmly into the room. As a third-tier beast master, she was far from a delicate flower. Under Sun Hai's hostile gaze, Qin Lan closed the door with a triumphant smile. The private dormitory that Principal Wei had arranged for Qin Lan was quite luxurious, even equipped with a kitchen. In the living room, Bai Bingning sat on the sofa with a teacup, silently facing Qin Lan. An ice spirit, transformed into a plump frost squirrel, hopped onto the coffee table, curiously observing Bai Bingning, seemingly drawn to a unique aura she exuded, like the refreshing comfort of diving into a cool river on a summer's day. After a moment of silence, Qin Lan spoke first, cradling the ice spirit in his arms. "The cold energy within you can't be dispelled by the Bai family, but that doesn't mean no one can. If you trust me, take off your shoes." "Why should I take off my shoes?" Bai Bingning asked with a frown. "I'm going to use needles," Qin Lan explained, gesturing for the ice spirit to conjure ice needles. The little creature blinked and spat out a cluster of crystal-clear ice needles that clattered onto the coffee table. "Hurry, don't waste time. Remember to pay me 5 million black crystal credits as a fee," Qin Lan shamelessly added, planning to both treat Bai Bingning's internal cold energy and earn a reward. After much hesitation, Bai Bingning decided to trust this stranger she had only met twice. She removed her exquisite crystal shoes and reached under her skirt to pull off her knee-high white stockings, revealing her smooth, delicate legs and dainty feet. Her feet were exquisite, with toes as fair as peeled lychees, adorned with light-colored nail polish. Qin Lan pulled up a wooden stool and sat before her, casually grasping her toes. The sudden touch made Bai Bingning shiver, nearly summoning her ice soul sword. She took a deep breath, reminding herself this was for treatment. "Bear with it, it might hurt a bit." "I'm going to start," Qin Lan warned, expertly picking up a finger-length ice needle and inserting it into Bai Bingning's soul. The ice needle slid in smoothly like tofu, making Bai Bingning wince slightly. A tingling sensation followed. As Qin Lan continued, she turned her head and closed her eyes. One after another, soon Bai Bingning's foot looked like a porcupine with over 30 ice needles gleaming with a cold sheen. "Is it done?" Bai Bingning opened her eyes, looking at her now numb foot. Qin Lan lit a cigarette, gesturing for her to try channeling her internal spirit energy. As a third-year beast master, this was effortless for her. The moment her spirit energy surged, Bai Bingning was astonished to find it uncontrollably flowing toward her right leg. Buzz! The ice needles vibrated. Undergoing a bizarre transformation, the 30-plus frost-white needles gradually took on a bluish hue until fully covered. "Is the cold energy inside me gone?" "Not yet. You need 3 more sessions to completely expel the cold energy," Qin Lan said, reaching to pluck a blue-tinted ice needle. As soon as his fingers touched it, a thin layer of frost formed. He quickly endured the piercing cold and removed all the needles. Bai Bingning couldn't help but let out a soft sigh of relief, then coughed lightly to cover her embarrassment. How do you feel? Qin Lan asked with a smile. Bai Bingning closed her eyes to sense. It's effective. The cold energy has indeed lessened, she admitted, a rare flicker of excitement in her usually calm eyes. Great. We'll continue tomorrow. Take care, Qin Lan said, clearly uninterested in further conversation. As the Academy's acknowledged star, it was the first time a man had hurried her out, leaving her with a hint of frustration. All right, I'll be back tomorrow, Bai Bingning replied, leaving a 5 million black crystal credit note on the table before putting on her shoes and leaving. Sis, are you all right? Sun Hai immediately asked with concern as soon as Bai Bingning stepped out of the door. I'm fine, let's go, Bai Bingning replied succinctly. Okay. Sun Hai nodded obediently, following behind her. As they walked, his peripheral vision caught sight of her right leg, and his pupils dilated in shock. It was bare, starkly contrasting with her left leg clad in white stockings. Sun Hai was puzzled. Where had his sister's stocking gone? What exactly happened in that room in just a few minutes? He wanted to ask but didn't dare. Inside the room, Qin Lan looked puzzled as he used a feather duster to pick up a white silk stocking from the sofa. She left in such a hurry that she forgot her stocking. I guess I'll have to return it tomorrow. He tossed the stocking aside and instead signaled the ice sprite to consume the 30-some cold breath ice needles. For most ice-type beasts, these needles were akin to elixirs. Poof, poof. The ice sprite inhaled quickly, drawing the ice needles into its mouth. After swallowing, it shivered slightly, showing a satisfied expression before curling up on the table to digest. Qin Lan yawned. Seeing it was late, he switched off the lights and went to sleep. With the dawn's light streaming in, Qin Lan, who was sleeping on the sofa, was awakened by a cold, wet sensation on his cheek. Opening his eyes, he found the ice sprite licking his face. Poof, poof. The little creature rubbed its cheeks against Qin Lan eagerly, expressing its joy. Qin Lan picked up the ice sprite to examine it closely. The 30-odd cold breath needles had been completely digested, and several deep blue patterns had appeared on its semi-transparent frosty body. Using a scanner, he discovered that Poo-Poo's racial trait, intermediate hard ice, had evolved into advanced hard ice. Qin Lan smiled. Intermediate hard ice only boosted ice-type B skills by 30%, but advanced hard ice enhanced them by 50%, explaining the little creature's excitement. Such a trait was considered genius level among the ice sprite species. Poo-Poo, frost breath. Poof. The ice sprite opened its mouth, releasing a general level beast skill, frost breath, that instantly covered the wall in a thick layer of frost. Ice arrow. Poof. Keep going, ice armor. Poof. In his private quarters, Qin Lan enthusiastically directed the ice sprite to test various beast skills. With its enhanced abilities, the power and efficiency of its skills had noticeably improved. In a good mood, Qin Lan tossed it a lollipop as a reward and stepped out. He mused to himself. The cold breath had indeed significantly boosted the ice sprite's abilities. If he could extract all the cold breath from Bai Bingning and the 13 members of the Bai family for it to consume, who knew what remarkable transformation might occur? When Qin Lan returned to the freshman teaching building at Ice Pod Academy, the entrance was already packed with students. Upon seeing him, they swarmed around as if looking for an outlet for their frustrations. What? Planning a rebellion? Qin Lan chuckled lightly, raising his hand to summon a Tier 2, 6-star purple flame Jiao. The pressure from the purple flame Jiao made some students turn red-faced and breathless. Oomph! A cold snort emerged from the crowd, and a black-haired young man with a bare chest stepped forward. It was none other than Black Horse Prince Ma Ying, one of the 4 kings among the freshmen. He glared at Qin Lan, fiddling with the beast nest ring on his finger, summoning a unicorn beast. This black unicorn beast was large and majestic, with flowing mane and hooves ablaze with fierce flames, its lordly presence spreading waves of heat. Ma Ying's nightmare unicorn is indeed formidable, ranking first among the 4 kings of the freshmen. Plus, he's a die-hard admirer of Senior Bai, willing to go to great lengths for her. Whispers circulated among the crowd. Enjoying the attention, Ma Ying crossed his arms and said, "Fight me. If you lose, apologize to Brother Sun Hai. And if I win? Win? You think you can win?" Ma Ying sneered dismissively. "Beat me, and I'll run a lap around the field dressed as a little boy." As he spoke, he summoned another unicorn beast, this one white with a shimmering mane and an elongated spiral horn. Wow! Ma Ying's other unicorn has evolved into a Pegasus unicorn. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Unicorns, rare beasts from the western lands, had 2 evolutionary paths. Feeding them light attribute beast cores could evolve them into light attribute Pegasus unicorns, while dark attribute cores could turn them into nightmare unicorns. Qin Lan observed the scene with interest, thinking this batch of freshmen was quite intriguing, even having such exotic beasts like unicorns, clearly indicating wealth. With the power of 2 unicorns, Ma Ying's momentum was unstoppable, pressing forward with each step. New instructor, dare to fight? I don't want to fight, haven't eaten yet. Qin Lan shook his head, declining. Just then, a figure darted out from the crowd. Huang Xiaoyi, holding a lunchbox, innocently said, Uncle Qin, I brought you lunch, eat up. Qin Lan glared at her helplessly, accepting the lunchbox. This girl was definitely doing it on purpose. He'd have to use his authority as a new instructor later to bring her to the closed gym for some punishment, cleaning duty. Huang Xiaoyi grinned mischievously, retreating into the crowd. Now you have food, right? Eat up, then fight me. Ma Ying urged impatiently. Still don't want to fight? It's pointless. Qin Lan refused again, turning to leave with the lunchbox. The crowd erupted in murmurs, and Ma Ying frowned. He lit a cigarette and played his trump card. Instructor Qin, fight me, and if you win, I'll give you 5 million black crystal credits. Qin Lan paused but continued walking. 5 million? Who are you looking down on? Make it 10 million. Qin Lan hesitated, showing signs of consideration. Ma Ying smirked, holding up 2 fingers. Win, and you'll get 20 million. Lose 5 million. Qin Lan stopped, scratching his head as he turned around. Being someone who loved money, he had suffered from lack of it in a past life and dreaded encountering people with deep pockets. 20 million was hard to turn down. Seeing this, Ma Ying smiled triumphantly. To him, money was trivial. He had traveled all the way to Icepod Academy in Jiangnan City to pursue Senior by Bingning. Unlike other suitors, he planned to first win over her younger brother Sun Hai, using a strategy of indirect pursuit to win both siblings over. Outside the new student building, the students naturally dispersed, creating a battleground for Qin Lan and Ma Ying. Ma Ying held a cigarette in his mouth, his eyes filled with defiance. This teenager, at the peak of his competitive years, was like a wild stallion, exuding an aura of I am supreme. Through a beast contract, he commanded his battle beast to attack. A piercing neigh shattered the air as a second-tier, 7-star nightmare unicorn appeared. This battle beast, as tall as a person, was engulfed in dark flames, its muscles sharply defined like marble sculptures. It charged forward, its spiraled horn gleaming menacingly, heading straight for the Ziyin Jiaolong. The momentum of its charge was akin to a sports car with the pedal to the metal. Qin Lan, facing the fierce opponent, remained calm and composed, a faint smile playing on his lips. Ziyin, have some fun with it? The Ziyin Jiaolong roared, coiling its body as it launched a pumpkin-sized purple bomb from its mouth. The intense heat distorted the air. The nightmare unicorn didn't flinch. The spiraled horn on its forehead glowed with a dim black light, conjuring a black wall of flames. A bizarre scene unfolded. The purple fireball struck the black flame wall and rebounded like a rubber ball, heading back toward the Ziyin Jiaolong. It's a general-level beast skill, Flame Wall. An informed student explained from the sidelines. As long as the attack power doesn't exceed a critical point, it can reflect most of the distant attacks from fierce beasts. The Ziyin Jiaolong, infuriated, let the rebounded pumpkin bomb hit its body, its tail lashing out like a whip towards the nightmare unicorn. The opponent, anticipating this, dodged skillfully and retaliated with a black pumpkin bomb. The Ziyin Jiaolong, unimpressed, shattered it with a single tail swipe. The battle's pace suddenly quickened. The nightmare unicorn's horn flashed with fire, forming a 3-meter-long black sword. The sword, enveloped in ominous black flames and controlled by an invisible hand, slashed towards the Jiaolong's head. Lord-level skill, Black Flame Spirit-Slicing Sword. The previously indifferent Ziyin Jiaolong was caught off guard this time. It had assumed its thick scales could block the attack, but the black flame sword effortlessly pierced through its defenses, directly injuring its soul. A shrill cry echoed across the battlefield. Ma Ying smirked confidently. Nightmare, show it some swordplay, and let this little snake see what swordsmanship is all about. The nightmare unicorn transformed into a master swordsman, maneuvering the black flame spirit-slicing sword with precision, forcing the Ziyin Jiaolong to constantly dodge. Ma is so strong, truly the top of the 4 freshman kings. Came the admiration from the sidelines, especially from the girls whose eyes sparkled with adoration. Qin Lan sighed. He wasn't lamenting the Jiaolong's predicament but rather reflecting on how his opponent's youthful exuberance had exposed 5B skills in just a minute: basic acceleration, general-level pumpkin bomb, general-level flame wall, general-level sword dance, and lord-level black flame spirit-slicing sword. Know your enemy and know yourself, and you can fight 100 battles with no danger. Ziyin, rain fire to seal the area. The Ziyin Jiaolong lashed its tail to force back its opponent and spewed a fireball into the sky. The fireball exploded, showering the area with fist-sized sparks, covering a range of several dozen meters. The purple sparks ignited the hard stone ground into a sea of flames. The nightmare unicorn scrambled to evade. Its flame wall could only block the front, not the falling fire rain. More critically, the ground's temperature was too high, and its black flames were far less dominant than the opponent's purple flames. By the time it escaped the fire rain, its majestic coat was scorched and uneven, with a small bald patch on its head. Heartbroken for his beloved beast, Ma Ying snorted and summoned another low-level lord beast, the Perseus unicorn. This light attribute battle beast immediately cast a healing spell on its companion, quickly mending the nightmare unicorn's injuries. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Ma Ying, unwilling to take advantage of numbers, signaled the nightmare unicorn to cease its attack and turned to Qin Lan. I won't take advantage of you. Bring out your second beast. Qin Lan merely smiled, remaining silent. Did he really need a second beast to deal with these two ponies? One was enough. It was a perfect opportunity for the Ziyin Jiaolong to hone its skills. From within the sea of flames, the Ziyin Jiaolong emerged, its imposing presence filled with defiance. Seeing Qin Lan remain unmoved, Ma Ying snorted coldly and immediately commanded the two unicorns, Nightmare and Perseus, to attack the purple flame Jiao. The Nightmare unicorn charged silently ahead, its horn brandishing a dark flame sword that gleamed ominously. Following closely behind, the Perseus unicorn let out a shrill whinny, forming a 3-meter-long sword of white light atop its head, a display of its lord-level beast skill. On the battlefield, the black and white beasts worked in perfect harmony, charging fiercely at the purple flame Jiao. The Jiao responded with its usual tactic, spewing a rain of fire skyward in an attempt to deter them. Just as the fiery rain was about to descend, the Perseus unicorn's horn glowed with a white halo, splitting into two to envelop itself and the Nightmare unicorn. Two sturdy white shields quickly formed, securely protecting the beasts. The purple fire rain pelted the shields with a crackling noise, instantly staining them purple. Yet, despite the relentless burning, the shields stood firm, like rocks against a mighty wave, showing no signs of damage. Qin Lan watched the Perseus unicorn with admiration. This white horse was actually more powerful than the Nightmare unicorn, possessing two lord-quality beast skills. Considering the formidable power of the purple flame Jiao's innate purple flames, the shield's ability to withstand such an attack was remarkable. A lord-level skill like the immovable light shield? Quite similar, Qin Lan mused, resting his chin on his hand. The two unicorns continued to gallop through the purple flames, their black and white swords shining like the swords of Damascus. As the distance closed, Ma Ying wore a confident smile, convinced that the purple flame Jiao could not withstand the dual assault of the lord-level beast skills. However, just as the distance between them shortened to 30 meters and everyone thought the battle was about to end, Qin Lan's face broke into an enigmatic smile. This purple flame Jiao was no ordinary beast. It was a rare creature with dual talents. With a flick of Qin Lan's finger, the Jiao opened its massive mouth filled with sharp fangs and, to everyone's shock, bit into its own abdomen. With a squelch, a large chunk of flesh was torn away. What seemed like an act of self-mutilation was, in fact, the activation of its other talent Berserk. The purple flame Jiao's body rapidly expanded, surging from 6 meters to 10 meters in an instant, transforming into a colossal beast. Not only did its size change, but the purple flames on its body deepened, dripping onto the ground like molten lava. Whoa! The crowd exclaimed in shock as the purple flame Jiao's level skyrocketed from Tier 2, 6 stars to Tier 2, 9 stars. Purple flame, infernal breath, Qin Lan's voice echoed. The purple flame Jiao roared at the sky, its ferocious red beast eyes filled with murderous intent. The side effects of the Berserk had driven it to madness, but Qin Lan quickly retrieved a flute, playing the Beastmaster's secret soul-calming melody. The notes, infused with spiritual power, swiftly restored the Jiao's clarity. Purple flame, infernal breath, Qin Lan commanded again. The Jiao unleashed a devastating river of purple flames from its mouth, sweeping towards the two beasts like a breached dam. Ma Ying's pupils contracted in shock and in haste. He activated his special grade level Beastmaster talent, Blood Shield. 2 points of blood-red light landed on the unicorns, forming small blood shields that layered over the existing shields. With a thunderous roar, the deep purple flame river engulfed the two lower lord-level unicorn beasts with ease. The area beneath the new teaching building became a sea of fire, turning 50 meters of blue stone bricks into magma. As the flames subsided, the unicorns emerged in a sorry state. The Nightmare unicorn's 3-layer shield was completely destroyed, leaving its skin charred and marred with purple flames. The Perseus unicorn fared slightly better, with a faint layer of shield still intact. Seeing this, Qin Lan decisively ordered, Purple Flame, Pumpkin Bomb, Roar. The purple flame dragon opened its massive jaws, showcasing incredible strength in its berserk state. Its throat swelled, and it unleashed 2 consecutive commander-level beast techniques known as pumpkin bombs. The searing purple flames traced elegant arcs through the air. Boom, boom. 2 deafening explosions echoed. Ma Ying's 2 beloved warhorses cried out and collapsed, gravely injured and unable to recover. His eyes were bloodshot, and his facial muscles twitched with anger as he helplessly watched the scene unfold. In the spectator stands, Principal Wei Chun was visibly uneasy. As someone in the know, he was acutely aware of Ma Ying's special status. Such a catastrophic beast incident could not be allowed to happen here. He quickly reached for the beast nest ring on his finger, and a graceful figure appeared. It was a stunning young woman in an ice blue gown, whose presence caused the entire floor's temperature to plummet, with deep blue frost patterns instantly forming on the walls. She was a high-ranking lore-class beast, a Tier 5 3-star frost snow maiden. With a wave of her delicate hand, countless sparkling ice arrows shot from her sleeves, precisely extinguishing the rampaging purple flames on the field. The flames vanished in an instant, as if they had never existed. Qin Lan observed this scene with a knowing smile. Reluctantly, he glanced at the two Lord-class beasts, dismissing any lingering envy. Such high-level beasts were beyond his reach. But it didn't matter. He could always ask his half-brother in Spain to arrange for a unicorn. You lost, pay up. Qin Lan twirled the jade flute in his hand and leisurely approached the flushed Ma Ying. Despite the altered timeline and the premature occurrence of many events, the most valuable combat experience remained firmly in his grasp. As an 8th-tier beast master in his previous life, even with the modest talent of fast runner, innumerable trials had forged his iron will. His understanding of beasts and combat awareness were far beyond the reach of these sheltered individuals. Ma Ying gritted his teeth, struggling to accept his public defeat. He shot Qin Lan a venomous glare before tossing over a black crystal card worth 20 million. Qin Lan, you win today. As agreed, I'll head to the field to run laps now. With that, he deftly retrieved a set of twin-tail wigs and women's clothing from his beast nest ring, as if he had anticipated this outcome. Watching Ma Ying's embarrassed retreat, Qin Lan retracted the weakened purple flame Jiao into the beast nest ring on his finger. This battle gave him a clearer idea of how to train the purple flame Jai. Perhaps he could obtain a rare royal level beast skill called Fire Swallow for it in the future. This skill, exclusive to the Phoenix clan, allows the user to devour and merge various beast flames to enhance its own fire abilities. In his previous life, experts in the Great Flame Alliance had published a ranking of flame intensity for fire attribute beasts. Given the vast variety of such beasts, the list only included the top 100 beast flames on Blue Star. The purple flame Jiao's innate purple flame, with its unique adhesive ability, ranked 33rd, while Ma Ying's Nightmare Unicorn's Dark Flame, though capable of burning souls, ranked 40th, with slightly less overall power. The strongest flame belonged to the Qilin. The surrounding students made way for Qin Lan, and Huang Xiaoyi followed closely behind with a crescent moon smile. Unconsciously, they found themselves in a small wooded area, a popular dating spot for campus couples, frequented by clandestine lovers each night. Since the war, it had become a place of many casualties, heavy with a chilling aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Uncle Qin, where are you going? Huang Xiaoyi quickly caught up and grabbed Qin Lan's arm, though her flat chest made him feel nothing. I'm going to check out the B skill room at Binggu Academy, Qin Lan replied. A hint of curiosity flashed in Huang Xiaoyi's eyes. She knew a bit about the B skill room at Binggu Academy. It had 3 levels, with skills classified from the lowest, soldier level, to general level, and then lord quality skills at the top. As a student of Binggu Academy, one could purchase skills here at discounted prices. A few minutes later, they arrived at the semi-oval egg-shaped B skill room. The entrance was bustling with people, and Qin Lan led Huang Xiaoyi to the first floor. This level was the most crowded, with students gathered around glass cabinets, discussing. The soldier-level skills generally priced below 1,000,000 universal points, and were considered common. Beast skill stones are, in fact, the condensed remnants of a beast's soul and memory upon its death. Similar to how a martial arts master might leave behind a manual, beasts, in their final moments, aim to leave something for future generations. On the second floor, the crowd thinned noticeably. Qin Lan's attention was suddenly caught by a tall woman in a white dress. Huang Xiaoyi noticed and pinched his arm. Uncle Qin, a frog that hasn't turned into a prince can't dream of swan meat, only little frogs like me. Boo-hoo, poor little frog. Qin Lan nodded in agreement. Indeed, not everyone can taste a swan like me. Bai Bingning seemed to sense someone watching her and turned to see Qin Lan, her face lighting up with delight. After his acupuncture treatment last night, she had slept much more comfortably. Director Qin, who is this? Bai Bingning looked at Huang Xiaoyi. Hello, Sister Bai. I'm Qin's godsister, Huang Xiaoyi. Huang Xiaoyi answered quickly with a sweet smile. After exchanging pleasantries, Bai Bingning offered her help. Director Qin, what type of beast skill are you looking for? I come here often and know the place well. I want to get an ice-type killer move for this little one, Qin Lan said, summoning his ice spirit, Poo Poo. As his second beast pet, its offensive capabilities were indeed lacking. As soon as Poo Poo saw Bai Bingning, it excitedly jumped into her arms, nuzzling her. Bai Bingning, fond of the ice spirit, stroked it thoughtfully. Director Qin, would you like to check out the third floor? They have Lord Quality Ice attribute skills there. Sure, let's take a look. In the three-story library, a handful of students were scattered sparsely throughout the space. By the counter, a red-haired girl lounged casually in a swivel chair, legs crossed, unabashedly flipping through a beach photo album of a glamorous female model. As Qin Lan and Bai Bingning entered, several students' gazes simultaneously landed on them, their expressions turning curious. One student quickly approached the counter and whispered something. The red-haired girl immediately set down the photo album and strode purposefully in their direction. Jing Jing! Bai Bingning exclaimed in surprise, recognizing her friend Sha Jing. This peer from the prestigious Sha family was her close confidant, albeit with an odd habit insisting on sharing a bed with her every night. Sha Jing firmly grasped Bai Bingning's arm, as if to assert her claim. Tilting her head, Sha Jing scrutinized Qin Lan with palpable hostility. Oh, so you're the new instructor who's been bullying little Bingning? You look decent enough. Interested in a sparring match? Don't worry, I'll give you a handicap. Sha Jing. Bai Bingning's voice rose, her brow furrowing. Sha Jing's words abruptly ceased, but her gaze toward Qin Lan grew even more unfriendly. She felt a pang of discontent. Bai Bingning had never raised her voice at her before, yet here she was, defending a stranger. Qin Lan's eyes briefly flickered with complexity before he smiled and turned his attention to the various beast techniques on the third floor. He mused internally. So this is Sha Jing, the Sha family's iron-willed tomboy, who in a past life was Bai Bingning's deputy and ultimately met her end at the hands of a fifth-level shadow mantis. He had taken her place as Bai Bingning's new deputy. Accompanied by Huang Xiaoyi, Qin Lan meticulously examined the array of beast techniques. Wine Spirit's Blessing priced at 60 million, Sky Pillar at 80 million, and a technique for inducing pregnancy at a staggering 100 million universal black crystal points. He understood the principle of rarity driving value, akin to gold's worthlessness if it were as common as dirt. Uncle Qin, over here. Huang Xiaoyi called out. Qin Lan approached with an ice spirit in his arms, spotting a thumb-sized frost blue beast technique Stone the Ice Burst sword array, priced at 55 million. It could summon 8 disposable ice burst long swords to attack enemies. Encouraged by Huang Xiaoyi, Qin Lan brazenly approached Bai Bingning to borrow money. He handed her a lollipop and straightforwardly asked, "Got any cash? I'm short 20 million black crystal points." Sha Jing was incredulous. What? How can you be so shameless? Asking little Bingning for money? She's the recognized beauty of Ice Pot Academy. Are you even a man? Qin Lan remained unfazed. With Wei Chen keeping an eye on him, he dared not use his blood prison talent to earn money and had to rely on borrowing from acquaintances. A beauty's reputation was hardly a substitute for food. Bai Bingning, slightly embarrassed, patted Sha Jing's arm. Jing, could you lend me 20 million black crystal points? I'm short on cash, but I'll pay you back by tomorrow morning. What? You're lending him money? Sha Jing was as fierce as a mother tiger, but still reluctantly tossed a 20 million black crystal card at Qin Lan, warning, "Hey, if you don't repay little Bingning, I'll bring a van full of people to trouble you in a few days. No need for reminders, I will definitely repay." Qin Lan replied calmly. Qin Lan slightly curled his lips, picked up the black crystal card, and strode towards the Beast Technique exhibition platform. As a man of integrity, he had no intention of gaining a reputation for not repaying debts. Sha Jing watched Qin Lan's departing figure, frustrated, and plopped down onto a chair. She pulled out her phone and urgently dialed a number. "Xiaoliang, send me some coins quickly. I don't even have enough for food." "Sis, you. Cut the chatter. Are you sending them or not?" "I'll send." Xiaoliang, one of the 4 new kings on campus, replied helplessly. Yesterday he was forced into wearing women's clothes, and today he was being drained of his coins. He couldn't help but lament how tough life was getting. At the exhibition counter, Qin Lan began tallying all his assets. 20 million earned from the Beast Arena, minus 10 million spent on buying minerals to feed the Golden Horn Spider, 5 million received last night as a treatment fee from Bai Bingning, plus 20 million from a wealthy young man named Ma, and an additional 20 million borrowed, totaling 55 million black crystal universal points. He swiped several black crystal cards in succession, and the cabinet door slowly opened, revealing the precious Lord Quality Beast Technique Stone the Ice Explosion Sword Array. "Go ahead and eat." The snow elf let out a happy poof poof sound, joyfully jumping into the cabinet and swallowing the Beast Technique Stone in one bite. Huang Xiaoyi witnessed the entire scene, her mischievous eyes twinkling. She sidled up to Qin Lan with a grin. "Uncle Qin, do you want an easy way to pay off your debt? I have a great money-making idea, specifically targeting college students. Want to hear it?" "What plan?" Qin Lan's interest was piqued. Hee. Huang Xiaoyi chuckled slyly. "Uncle Qin, you're quite the sensation now. Every guy on campus wants to challenge you. Why not let all your beast companions out and charge challenge fees based on their quality? For instance, challenging the purple flame Jiao could cost 1 million, the golden horn spider 800,000, and the special general grade blue wave big claw mantis, 300,000. This way, you can train your beast's combat skills while making money. I'm sure plenty of rich kids will come flocking to you. All you need to do is leisurely sip tea and read books while the money flows into your pocket. Qin Lan's eyes lit up after hearing Huang Xiaoyi's suggestion. In his beast nest ring, he happened to have 6 beasts of different attributes: a Lote Ear Lord level gold horn dragon spider of the metal element, a Lote Ear Lord level purple flame jiao of the fire element, a special tier general level azure wave big claw mantis of the water element, a special tier general level Qing Li bird of the wind element, a mid-ear general level ice snow spirit of the ice element, and a low-tier general level great jaw parasitic flower of the wood element. Releasing these beasts could indeed yield considerable benefits. With a sly smile, Huang Xiaoyi proposed, "Uncle Qin, my roommates and I can help you take care of these beasts. Of course, you'll need to pay us a salary. How about 10% of the income?" After a moment's thought, Qin Lan agreed. Shortly after, the ice snow spirit, having absorbed the beast skill stone, woke up and happily leaped into Qin Lan's arms, seeking attention. Inside the beast skill room at Bingu Academy, there were designated compartments for students to test their beast skills. Qin Lan led the little creature, Poo Poo, into one of these compartments. The room had a solid, rocky appearance, measured several dozen square meters, and was excellently soundproofed. Poo Poo, perform the ice explosion sword formation, Qin Lan commanded. The ice snow spirit immediately became serious, conjuring 8 ice blue swords, each 2 meters long. The sword formation shot forward like a group of agile serpents, striking the walls. With a series of explosive sounds, the temperature in the compartment plummeted, and thick frost rapidly formed on the walls. Watching Poo Poo's exuberant joy, Qin Lan nodded in satisfaction. The investment of 55 million black crystal universal points was certainly worthwhile. As they left the compartment, Bai Bingning was waiting at the door, asking if she could receive acupuncture treatment. Qin Lan led her to the gym storage room, locked the door, and laid out a yoga mat. "Today, we'll focus on your back," Qin Lan explained while preparing ice needles. "This is the second treatment session, primarily to dispel the cold energy accumulated in your organs." Bai Bingning hesitated for a moment before unfastening her white dress to reveal a fitted tank top. Following Qin Lan's instructions, she lay face down on the yoga mat. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a glow on her jade-like skin, enhancing her ethereal beauty. Suppressing his own emotions, Qin Lan concentrated on the acupuncture treatment. After more than 10 minutes, nearly 100 deep blue ice needles covered Bai Bingning's back. After waiting for a while, Qin Lan carefully removed each needle. All done. The fee for the second treatment session is 20 million, which will be offset by the loan repayment, Qin Lan said while leaning against the window. As Bai Bingning adjusted her attire, her perception of Qin Lan subtly shifted. Throughout the treatment, he maintained his professionalism without crossing any boundaries, which made her develop a slight fondness for him. To her, this man seemed different from others. Time flew by, and before he knew it, Qin Lan had been serving as an external instructor for 3 days. Early in the morning, a mischievous voice woke him up. "Uncle Qin, if you don't get up, I'm going to step on your face," Huang Xiaoyi teased, standing on his bed, flashing her playful little fangs. She lifted one leg, revealing her delicate toes through sheer black stockings. Qin Lan rolled his eyes, wondering why a female student would barge into a male instructor's room so early. He playfully pinched Huang Xiaoyi's soft leg, prompting a mock protest from her as he lazily got out of bed. The weather was exceptionally clear, matching Qin Lan's mood. After a quick breakfast of a few energy bars, he headed to the freshman dorms with Huang Xiaoyi. As they passed by curious onlookers, Qin Lan waved his hand, summoning a lineup of fierce beasts. The purple flame jiao coiled and roared, its intimidating gaze sending students scattering in fear. "Now it's up to you and your roommates. I have a class to teach. We'll split the profits 90-10, Qin Lan instructed. "Don't worry, I've got this," Huang Xiaoyi replied with a bright smile. "Let's make some money." After Qin Lan left, Huang Xiaoyi picked up a megaphone and began to call out energetically. Her sweet voice and charming demeanor quickly drew a crowd. "Isn't that the purple flame jiao that took on 2 opponents at once?" Someone in the crowd murmured. "Is Qin Lan planning another battle?" The purple flame jiao had become a symbol of strength, its reputation well known. When Huang Xiaoyi explained that these were Qin Lan's beasts and anyone could challenge them for a fee, the crowd buzzed with excitement. Some left, thinking it foolish to pay for a beating, but others were eager, eyes gleaming with the thrill of battle. "I want to sign up," a young man declared, stepping forward. "Only by fighting stronger opponents can one truly hone their skills as a beast master." "Count me in too," another chimed in. With plenty of affluent students at Bingu Academy, several quickly signed up, much to Huang Xiaoyi's delight as her account balance soared. By midday, Qin Lan, teaching on the 3rd floor, glanced out the window to see a long line of students from all years eager to challenge the beasts. Huang Xiaoyi was assisted by 5 girls from Jiangnan City's Silver Dragon Academy, helping maintain order. As Qin Lan was lost in thought, there was a knock on the door. Outside stood a tall figure with snow-white hair by Bingning. The needles from yesterday were quite effective, she said with a hint of a smile as Qin Lan stepped out. Where will you place the third set? On your head. After the third treatment, you shouldn't be troubled by the cold for at least 20 years. As they walked side by side, Bai Bingning suddenly paused. Qin Lan, could you sell me your acupuncture technique? There are a few elders in my family suffering from the cold. Name your price. The Bai family has some resources and can offer you a good deal. No sale. Qin Lan replied firmly. He thought to himself, if he sold the technique to the Bai family, how would he continue to benefit from using the cold to cultivate his ice-snow spirit? Upon receiving the diagnosis, a fleeting look of disappointment crossed Bai Bingning's eyes, but she quickly composed herself. Although the acupuncture treatment could only sustain her for 20 years, this period would be sufficient for the Bai family to find a cure for the aftereffects of the ice muscle and jade bone condition. Inside the sports equipment storage of Bingu Academy, Bai Bingning sat upright in a chair, allowing Qin Lan to perform acupuncture. He carefully gathered her waterfall-like snow-white hair, skillfully inserting each ice needle into the acupuncture points on her head. Qin Lan, there are 13 more members in the Bai family. Could you offer us a discount? Bai Bingning asked, somewhat embarrassed, as she gazed at the clear blue sky outside the window. Of course, for you, each person will be 5 million black crystal universal points, Qin Lan replied. Upon hearing this price, Bai Bingning visibly relaxed. The total of 65 million black crystal universal points for 13 people was not a significant burden for the Bai family of Jiangnan City. Half an hour later, the third treatment session concluded. Qin Lan expertly removed the ice needles, which were imbued with cold energy and were valuable materials for cultivating ice-type beasts. How do you feel? He asked with concern. Bai Bingning closed her eyes for a moment, a radiant smile spreading across her fair face. It feels great, all warm and cozy. How much for this session? It's on the house, consider it a promotion, Qin Lan chuckled. Bai Bingning understood the gesture and would soon bring the other 13 Bai family members for treatment. By evening, after a shower, Qin Lan awaited Huang Xiaoyi in his private quarters. The girl, in a black pleated school uniform skirt, her cheeks flushed like a tempting, juicy apple, casually perched on the table, crossing her legs in black stockings. Uncle Qin, we hit the jackpot. We collected 6.31 million black crystal universal points today. Huang Xiaoyi exclaimed excitedly, handing a beast nest ring to Qin Lan. After transferring 5 million points, Qin Lan returned the remaining 1.31 million as a reward to Huang Xiaoyi. Take it, share it with your roommates. Thank you, Uncle Qin. The girl's eyes curved into crescents as she tucked the black crystal card into her pocket. She then headed to the bathroom, enjoying the amenities of the private instructor's quarters. That night, Qin Lan summoned an ice spirit, allowing it to consume over 200 cold energy-infused ice needles extracted from Bai Bingning. The little creature fell asleep contentedly, while Qin Lan set up his easel by the window, sipping red wine and sketching the night view of Bingu Academy. A few days later, led by Bai Bingning, 13 Bai family members finally arrived. Leading them was her mother, Bai Bingxia, a noble and elegant woman. She wore a blue neck gown, her snow-white hair braided to the side, bearing a striking resemblance to her daughter. Bai Bingxia scrutinized Qin Lan with a hint of surprise in her eyes. As someone in a high position, she sensed an elusive aura about this young man. Similarly, Qin Lan observed the future head of the Bai family, recalling her past life's achievements as a 7th-tier beast master, wielding the mid-level royal ice meteor sword and 5 exceptional lord-quality beast ice soul swords. The giant rock ape, which was holding an umbrella for Bai Bingxia, suddenly let out a low growl, warily eyeing Qin Lan. As a high-level lord-class 5th-tier beast, it keenly sensed something unusual in the young man's gaze towards its master. In the sports hall, 13 members of the Bai family sat silently on wooden stools, their powerful presence subtly dominating the space. Qin Lan, calm and composed, approached a young woman weighing around 300 pounds. Lift your foot, he instructed. The young woman eyed him skeptically. Gidge, you're not going to take advantage of me, are you? I'm a diamond in the rough. Once I slim down, I'll be gorgeous. Qin Lan rolled his eyes. Just lift your foot. Do you want treatment or not? Gidge, I don't want a stranger touching me. That would ruin my chances of getting married, she said shyly, still a young lady under 18. Expressionless, Qin Lan pulled out a pair of disposable gloves. Only then did she relax, removing her shoes and socks. Qin Lan knelt before her and began the acupuncture under the watchful eyes of the others. His hands moved gracefully, as if wings of a butterfly, with icy needles landing like frozen butterflies on her soul. The procedure was done in less than a minute. Don't move, he warned before turning to the next patient. This time, it was a 12 or 13-year-old girl from the Bai family, with snow-white twin ponytails and a simple white dress. She clutched a patched-up white teddy bear. Seeing the icy needles in Qin Lan's hand, she looked fearful. Don't be scared. Big brother, I won't be afraid. The little girl mustered her courage, taking off her shoes and socks and peeking from behind her teddy bear. Qin Lan gently completed the acupuncture and continued treating the other family members. 10 minutes later, he reached the last patient by Bingning's mother. Bai Bingxia gracefully exposed her feet, her blue nail polish contrasting sharply with her fair skin. Qin Lan focused on his task, unfazed by her status. Your name is Qin Lan? Then I'll call you Xiao Qin, Bai Bingxia said as she enjoyed her daughter's massage. Bingning has sung your praises all the way here. Now that I see you, you do appear quite impressive. You can call me Aunt Cha. Hello, Aunt Cha. They began to chat, with Bai Bingxia subtly probing Qin Lan's background. Qin Lan was well aware of this and skillfully revealed just enough information, occasionally mentioning Bai family's internal secrets to shift the conversation. He knew that if his lack of backing were exposed, the family head might attempt to seize his acupuncture techniques. During their conversation, Bai Bingxia brought up the topic of the requiem. I heard you know one of the Bai family's 2 great secret techniques? My family taught me. Your family? Bai Bingxia frowned slightly. According to her investigation, Qin Lan's parents had died 10 years ago on the day of destruction. Qin Lan continued to mislead, mentioning a half-brother in Spain. Bai Bingxia became increasingly convinced that this young man was not simple. After the acupuncture session, Bai Bingxia handed him a black crystal card worth 200 million as a deposit. Qin Lan accepted it without a change in expression, as if it were a trivial amount. Half an hour later, Qin Lan was alone in the sports hall. For his first acupuncture session, he had placed 28 needles on each person, totaling 364 icy needles. The outcome was satisfactory. On the 6th day, the Bai family women returned. They had all slept well the night before, proving the acupuncture's effectiveness. This time, they required treatment on their backs and were fully prepared. Bai Bingxia, in a white bikini, lazily flipped through a magazine, her legs stretched out on a yoga mat. By noon, everyone left feeling refreshed. Qin Lan sat wearily at the table. Treating 13 people had indeed been mentally exhausting. This time he collected 1,300 icy needles, bringing the total to 1,664, which now formed a small mountain. He summoned the ice spirit, Poo Poo. Go ahead and feast. Bai Bingning's mother is a 5th-level beast tamer. The quality of her icy breath is the best. It should be enough for you to transform into the ice snow maiden. The ice elf, Poo Poo, gleefully dove into a pile of frost needles and began to feast. This time, however, was different from its usual meals. Within just a few minutes, a dense cocoon of snow began to form around its body, growing thicker until it completely enveloped the creature, leaving no trace of it visible. The energy contained within these thousands of frost needles was incredibly potent, and it would take 2 to 3 days to fully digest and undergo its transformation. As time passed, it marked the 6th day of Qin Lan's tenure as a visiting instructor at the Ice Curling Academy. Members of the Bai family visited the sports hall once more, each of them looking rejuvenated and wearing warm smiles. They could finally enjoy a restful sleep, free from the torment of the cold energy within them. For the 3rd round of acupuncture, Qin Lan employed a clever trick. He placed small bowls beside each woman from the Bai family, indicating that they should draw blood. When Bai Bingxia gave him a puzzled look, Qin Lan calmly explained that it was part of the treatment. Without questioning further, the women obediently cut their palms to let the blood flow. By noon, the 3rd round of acupuncture was complete. Qin Lan had collected over 1,000 frost needles, and with the additional 450 million black crystal universal points he had received as the final payment, he had become a multimillionaire overnight. Bai Bingxia felt a sense of relief and wanted to invite Qin Lan to visit the Bai family, but he politely declined. She didn't mind and instead took out a crystal token engraved with the character Bai from her beast nest ring, gifting it to him. This token granted the bearer a 20% discount at Bai family shops. Qin Lan accepted it without hesitation. After tidying up the sports hall, Qin Lan sauntered back to his private quarters, cigarette in mouth. With just 1 day left before his 7-day stint as a visiting instructor concluded, he felt a tinge of melancholy. Campus life didn't quite suit him. It had been too long since he last wielded his sword, and he was itching for action. As he opened the door to his room, carrying a bowl of dumpling soup, he found Principal Wei Chun seated cross-legged inside, a cup of hot tea in hand. The old man's face was lined with wrinkles, yet his smile was gentle as he motioned for Qin Lan to join him for a chat. Raising an eyebrow, Qin Lan obediently sat cross-legged across from him. It was clear that the principal had something in mind. With a chuckle, Wei Chen produced a beast nest ring from his sleeve and placed it on the table, stating it was a reward for Qin Lan. Upon inspecting the ring, Qin Lan found it filled with ice marrow, far exceeding the promised 3,000 grams. Seeing Qin Lan's pleased expression, Wei Chen then produced an ice blue beast skill stone, explaining it was a rare ice element defensive stone of lore-level quality, worth at least 1 billion black crystal universal points on the black market. Qin Lan's eyes lit up, and just as he reached for it, Wei Chen pulled it back, smiling as he mentioned needing Qin Lan's help with something. It turned out that beneath the city of Jiangnan, there was a small secret realm called Great Snow Mountain, discovered 3 years ago by Wei Chun and the Ice Heart Academy's principal, Zhang Liang. The realm was filled with snowy peaks and biting cold, perfect for ice element beasts. They had led expeditions inside, yielding many treasures: unknown ice element beast cubs, minerals, magic plants, and precious items. The most valuable find was an ice marrow vein. Qin Lan was taken aback. A small secret realm with a mineral vein? It was as rare as finding a phoenix in a chicken coop. Such a vein was priceless, akin to owning a hen that laid golden eggs. Qin Lan sat upright, with his elbows resting on the table, intently listening to Wei Chen across from him. The elderly principal wore a worried expression as he began, "Young friend, you must understand the value of the ice marrow mine. It's like a hen that lays golden eggs, everyone wants it for themselves." He continued, "After some discussion, I and Zhang Liang, the principal of Bingxin Academy, have agreed on a special contest. The winner will gain control and profits from the ice marrow mine for a year." "A contest?" Qin Lan raised an eyebrow. "What are the rules?" Wei Chen explained in detail. "The contest is called Black and White Flags. Our Bingu Academy will hold the white flags, and Bingxin Academy will hold the black ones, each with 20 flags. I will hide 20 white flags throughout the secret realm, and that old fellow Zhang Liang will do the same with his black flags. Each academy will send 50 young flag bearers under the age of 23 into the Great Snow Mountain secret realm to search. Whoever collects all 20 of the opponent's flags first wins this year's contest." Qin Lan turned the empty teacup in his hand, quickly grasping the rules. Bingu and Bingxin Academies each send 50 young flag bearers to find the opponent's hidden flags in the Great Snow Mountain secret realm. If Bingu Academy finds all 20 black flags first, they will gain control of the ice marrow mine for a year. Looking at Wei Chen's face, wrinkled like a chrysanthemum, Qin Lan couldn't help but sigh. He finally understood that the so-called 7-day foreign teaching was just a ruse. Their real aim was to have him participate in the contest for Bingu Academy. This 70 or 80-year-old man was indeed cunning. "Sorry, principal." Qin Lan put down the teacup, a playful smile on his face. "I won't participate. Life is precious, love is priceless, but for freedom, both can be. I'll pay more." Wei Chen interrupted, "And I'll add a Lord-quality beast skill stone. Young man, will you do it or not?" Qin Lan's words came to an abrupt halt, his expression turning complex, like a poor girl cornered by a dubious uncle, desperately offering money for a night's company. In his private quarters, Headmaster Wei Chun straightened his disheveled robes with satisfaction before leaving. For 3 years, Bingu Academy hadn't won a single match. The strength this kid showed in the beast arena was astounding. Perhaps tomorrow, Bingu Academy could finally turn the tide. Qin Lan sat alone at the table, lost in thought. He had intended to decline, but Old Man Wei's offer was too generous to refuse. Well, he might as well join the spectacle. With a light chuckle, he stood, stretched leisurely, and walked out of his room. With money in hand, there was no anxiety in his heart. Bingxin Academy's 3-year winning streak against Bingu Academy was testament to its impressive pool of dark horse talents. Today, he planned to spend all 6.5 billion black crystal universal points in one go. On the bustling streets of Jiangnan City, Qin Lan strolled leisurely, his arm around Huang Xiaoyi's slender waist. The girl not only welcomed his affectionate gesture but leaned closer, her clear eyes curiously scanning the shops along the street. The prospect of spending over 6 billion black crystal universal points in one fell swoop excited her greatly. "Uncle Qin, how do you plan to spend it?" she asked. "On defensive beast weapons," he replied. "Defensive beast weapons?" Huang Xiaoyi asked in surprise. What kind of beast weapon could cost that much? As a girl from a small town, her knowledge was limited. Still puzzled, she followed Qin Lan into a 3-story building named Baibao Pavilion. It was the largest beast weapon shop under the Bai family's banner, thriving in business. 2 young girls in white Chong Sams greeted them at the entrance with sweet welcomes for every customer. The first floor was crowded with shoppers, offering a wide array of products, from new delay kits to lifelike silicone mannequins. Baibao Pavilion's popularity stemmed from a mysterious inheritance the Bai family and Sun Clan received in a secret realm. The Bai family acquired the Ice Skin and Jade Bones and Requiem secrets, while the Sun Clan obtained numerous beast weapon blueprints. With these, both families rapidly rose to prominence in Jiangnan City. "Uncle Qin, should we buy a few kits?" Huang Xiaoyi said innocently. "I loved playing with them in high school, filling them with water to stuff in my clothes and instantly become a busta girl." Qin Lan gave her a sympathetic look. This poor girl was so desperate to use kits filled with water as fake breasts. Although he was often carefree and never used such things when close to girls, he still bought a few boxes for collection under Huang Xiaoyi's persistent persuasion. After browsing the first floor, they headed straight to the second. There, various lethal beast weapons were displayed, from sniper rifles and handguns to Gatling guns, and even swords made from ferocious beast scales and horns. Let's go to the third floor. That's where what I want is, Qin Lan said. The third floor was relatively quiet, with a few attendants chatting idly. Seeing customers arrive, a girl with dimples quickly approached them. What can I help you with? She asked with a sweet smile. The black shark armor, Qin Lan replied. The black shark armor? The girl asked, puzzled. Do we have that in our store? Qin Lan pulled a chair over, sat down, and drew Huang Xiaoyi into his arms, his hand restlessly caressing her long, black, silk-clad legs. Though her figure was unremarkable, her taut, black silk legs were truly a sight to behold. Huang Xiaoyi blushed at the attention, giving him a reproachful look, feeling a bit shy under the watchful eyes of others. Qin Lan tapped the counter, his gaze directed toward a distant, closed office. Call your supervisor. He knows what I want. But, supervisor's son is busy with important matters. Could you wait a moment? The girl asked hesitantly. Qin Lan remained silent, merely flashing a 9-figure black crystal card in front of her. The girl's expression changed upon seeing the card's glittering 9-figure amount. Money indeed could make the impossible possible and soften one's stance. She immediately bent over with a smile, lifted her skirt slightly, and hurried toward the supervisor's office. It's a jackpot, a billion-dollar customer, she exclaimed. Inside the supervisor's office, soft, delicate moans filled the air. Supervisor Sun Shang, drenched in sweat with damp hair plastered to his scalp, was engaged in strenuous activity. This over 300-pound man exuded an intimidating presence. Just as things were getting intense, an urgent knock interrupted the scene. Supervisor Sun, quick. There's a billion-dollar customer. The girl outside shouted anxiously. Sun Shang wanted to lash out, but swallowed his words. Unable to indulge any longer, he hurriedly dressed and flung open the door. Where's the customer? He demanded. The girl discreetly pointed outside. Sun Shang's gaze shifted abruptly as he quickly approached Qin Lan, his face plastered with a sycophantic smile, as if he were greeting a deity of wealth. What can I get for you, sir? Black shark armor. Qin Lan's 3 simple words made Sun Shang's expression change dramatically, as if he had seen a ghost. The black shark armor was a top-secret creation of the Sun family, meticulously crafted over the course of a year and modeled after beast equipment blueprints. Only 3 pieces had been completed so far. The one with the lowest quality was stored in the Sun family's by Bao Pavilion, intended for a black market auction as a trial run for future marketing. The value of this armor lay in its exceptional craftsmanship. It housed a Lord-quality Thunder Mink beast core as its energy source, and the main body of the armor was made from Tier 2 mineral fluid star combined with scales from 3-headed Lord beasts. The production cost was staggering. Seeing Sun Shang's horrified expression, Qin Lan's lips curved into a slight smile. It was clear that Bai Bingning had spoken the truth. There was indeed a black shark armor hidden here. He recalled how, in his past life as an adjutant, Bai Bingning had gifted him a silver shark armor for protection and mentioned in passing that the Sun family had begun developing its predecessor, the black shark armor, as early as the 9th year after the Day of Destruction. Although this defensive beast equipment lacked offensive capabilities, it offered extraordinary protective power. For beast masters with frail constitutions, such armor was invaluable. Low-level beast masters, in particular, had to command their beasts in battle while defending against threats from all directions, a task that often led to oversights. With the protection of the black shark armor, the upcoming gamble in the Great Snow Mountain secret realm would be much easier. Seeing Sun Shang still standing there in a daze, Qin Lan frowned slightly and waved the VIP token gifted by Bing Cha. I want to see the black shark armor within 3 minutes. Sun Shang's pupils contracted sharply, and without a word, he dashed toward the manager's office. Only 10 people held a Bai family VIP token, and offending such a person was out of the question. Half a minute later, Sun Shang returned in a fluster, carrying a wooden tray covered with a red cloth. Retrieve it. Huang Xiaoyi obediently got up and lifted the red cloth, revealing a small, crystal-colored belt. At its center was a cluster of dark liquid, with a purple beast core embedded within. She picked up the belt and fastened it around her waist, suddenly exclaiming, "Kamen Rider, transform!" The air froze instantly, and everyone looked at her with complicated expressions. Qin Lan sighed, rubbing his forehead as a faint trace of exasperation appeared. He hadn't expected this girl to be a closet otaku. Huang Xiaoyi's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she scratched her head awkwardly and handed the belt to Qin Lan. Qin Lan took the seemingly ordinary belt, and as soon as it touched his palm, a layer of spiritual energy shimmered over his hand. He adeptly slapped his palm against the belt, triggering a vibration. Instantly, black liquid surged out from within the belt, as if it had a life of its own, quickly enveloping Qin Lan's entire body, including his head, within just a few heartbeats. The liquid solidified swiftly, transforming into a sleek, metallic armor. This armor appeared remarkably simple, only about a centimeter thick, with no unnecessary embellishments. It was the black shark armor, a second-tier defensive beast weapon. Try this, Qin Lan said through the faceplate, glancing down before casually tossing a second-tier beast weapon, a golden hunting rifle, to Huang Xiaoyi. Without hesitation, Huang Xiaoyi caught the rifle and aimed it directly at Qin Lan's chest, pulling the trigger without a second thought. With a loud bang, 2 golden bullets whizzed out but bounced off the armor on impact, not even leaving a scratch. Wow, even a modified golden hunting rifle, also a second-tier beast weapon, can't penetrate it. Uncle Qin, you're rock solid, Huang Xiaoyi exclaimed, lowering the gun, her face full of amazement. Qin Lan lightly tapped his waist, and the battle armor instantly reverted to an inky liquid and retracted back into the belt. This series of fluid movements left Sun Sheng speechless. How much? I'll buy it, Sun Sheng asked eagerly. 5 billion. 5 billion. Huang Xiaoyi's eyes widened in disbelief. Why don't you just go rob a bank? It's just a second-tier beast weapon, and 5 billion universal black crystal points could buy you a mid-level lord-grade low-tier violent beast. Please, calm down. Sun Sheng, sweating profusely, quickly explained. The black shark armor is costly to produce, embedded with a mid-level lord-grade thunder mink beast core. The armor itself is forged by blending second-tier liquid star, or with 3 types of mid-level lord beast scales. Plus, the Sun family has only crafted 3 of these, making them rare and thus valuable. Huang Xiaoyi fell silent at this. Indeed, the leap from a low-level lord to a mid-level lord required a massive investment of resources. Considering they're using mid-level lord-grade materials, 5 billion might not be so unreasonable. Qin Lan calmly pulled out a card to make the payment. After Sun Sheng respectfully completed the transaction, he said, with the Buy Family VIP card, you enjoy a 20% discount, so the total is 4 billion universal points. After leaving the shop, Qin Lan calculated that he had over 3 billion universal points left. Uncle Qin, where to next? Huang Xiaoyi asked, linking her arm with his. To the black market. A short while later, they arrived at the black market in Jiangnan City. Huang Xiaoyi still harbored some apprehension about this place. She had once been imprisoned here as a slave. After wandering around with Huang Xiaoyi for a bit, Qin Lan stopped in front of a shop emanating a strong scent of blood. At the entrance, a burly butcher, wearing a burlap sack over his head, was extracting beast cores from violent beast skulls. This shop was closely tied to the black market's beast fighting arena, specializing in selling beast cores. Seeing Qin Lan pause, the butcher squinted his bloodshot eyes beneath the sack, absent-mindedly rubbing his meat cleaver. Fresh meat? Eh? Though the second destruction day made violent beast meat inedible, white meat is still fair game. With a smirk, Qin Lan slammed his black crystal card down on the blood-stained counter. A 2 billion deal, interested? The butcher froze, his fierce demeanor replaced by fervor. Interested? Please have a seat. I'll get the boss. He sprinted off. Huang Xiaoyi chuckled. Money sure talks, doesn't it?
His attitude changed instantly.
Moments later, a muscular man in a white tank top, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, emerged. Seeing the black crystal card on the table, he quickly put on a smile and snuffed out his cigarette. Qin Lan got straight to the point. I need high-grade gold attribute beast cores, at least of commander level, 2nd to 3rd tier. Gold attribute? You're in luck. We just got a batch of high-grade stock. The man rubbed his hands together, retrieving a crocodile skin case from his beast nest ring. When he opened it, a dazzling golden light spilled out, revealing neatly arranged gold attribute beast cores. The higher the quality and grade, the more expensive they are. Take this 3-star, 3rd-tier golden tail crab, a special grade commander. For instance, site costs over 7 million. But if you buy in bulk, I can offer a discount. Using a scanner, Qin Lan carefully selected his purchases, ultimately spending 2 billion to acquire over 30 special grade commander level, low-star, 3rd-tier violent beast cores. The power of money is truly unmatched. A bit of cash can buy what others risk their lives for. Qin Lan mused, recalling how in his past life, he had hidden from beast disasters in a shop basement. Yet now he owned 3 lord-grade violent beasts. With the transaction complete, the shopkeeper beamed, all teeth and no eyes, as he warmly saw them off. Uncle Qin, there's still over 1 billion left. What else are we buying? Huang Xiaoyi asked, her cheeks flushed, finding the act of spending money quite thrilling. Beast techniques, Qin Lan replied, heading deeper into the black market. The Ice Jar Academy's Beast Technique Room didn't offer gold attribute Lord Beast techniques. As night quietly fell, Qin Lan sat in his private dorm room at Bingu Academy, intently examining a golden beast skill stone in his hand. This precious item, worth 1 billion black crystal points, gleamed enticingly under the light. With a quick scan, he confirmed it was a Lord quality beast skill. Jinluan, eat it. Qin Lan casually tossed the beast skill stone towards his first contracted beast pet, the golden horn dragon spider. The creature expertly caught it in its mouth, swallowed it, and then resumed gnawing on a gold element beast core. Qin Shu, take care of me too. I can be your little beast pet. Huang Xiaoyi lay on the table, her eyes filled with envy. Sure, let's go to bed now, Qin Lan replied with feigned seriousness, grabbing her arm and pulling her toward the bed. He was beyond caring whether she was Flachistetta found a certain charm in it after all. Huang Xiaoyi panicked, realizing Qin Lan wasn't joking. Thinking quickly, she clung to the edge of the table, pleading, Qin Shu, I'm on my period. Please spare me. No problem. All roads lead to Rome. Qin Lan smirked with a suggestive grin. Like Columbus said, if one path is blocked, you find another? Huh. What do you mean? I don't get it. Huang Xiaoyi feigned ignorance. Her cheeks flushed, though she understood his implication perfectly. She cursed him silently, thinking he was a pervert with a dirty mind. Wait, I need to take a shower. I got all sweaty from shopping today. She seized the opportunity to escape. Qin Lan released her arm and watched her dart into the bathroom. He knew her mischievous nature well and expected her to escape through the window. Sure enough, half an hour later, he opened the bathroom door to find the window ajar. A sticky note with a drawing of a tongue-out pig face left behind. All right, she really got away. He stretched and turned off the shower, sighing as he left the bathroom. 7 days later, a rumbling sound woke Qin Lan. Opening his eyes, he saw a massive creature, 3 meters tall, tiptoeing around. It was his golden horn dragon spider, which had evolved after consuming over 30 special grade, low star, 3rd-tier beast cores. The creature's golden eyes flashed with a hint of apology upon seeing its master awake. Qin Lan sat up and used his scanner to check its stats. Name, golden horn dragon spider. Attribute, gold. Species quality, low-grade lord. Beast master level, tier 2, 9 stars. Species talent, gold devouring. Beast skills, ranging from pawn to lord level, all-inclusive. It jumped 4 stars in one go. Qin Lan marveled. He felt an improvement in his own physique and, channeling his tier 2 beast master's energy, clearly saw the soul connection with the golden horn dragon spider. Upon self-assessment, he found he had reached a tier 2, 5-star beast master level. Just as he was about to get dressed, a warm surge coursed through him, pushing him to tier 2, 6 stars. Realizing it was the work of his ice sprite, Poo Poo, he released her. In his arms appeared a petite girl, only 1.4 meters tall, with ice blue hair cascading down her back. Clad in a pale blue ice dress, Poo Poo had evolved into a frost ice maiden. Poo Poo. The little girl cheerfully perched on Qin Lan's chest, as light as a feather. Come, give your master a kiss. Qin Lan smiled, pointing to his cheek. Poo Poo leaned in and left a frosty kiss mark. The scan showed Poo Poo had grown into a tier 2, 7-star low-grade Lord Frost Ice Maiden, mastering a range of beast skills from pawn to lord level. Pleased, Qin Lan rewarded her with a lollipop. Today marked the day of the flag-betting battle against Bingxin Academy. As Bingu Academy's representative, Qin Lan was set to face this formidable opponent who had won for 3 consecutive years. After freshening up, Qin Lan tidied himself and, with Xue Nu, a snow spirit, fluttering joyfully around him, left his private quarters. The young snow spirit was as light as a feather, happily twirling around him. On the central field of Bingu Academy, 14 students from freshmen to juniors had already gathered. Sha Jing, lazily leaning against the back of a giant crocodile beast, her red dress fluttering, asked Bai Bingning beside her, "Do you think we can win this time?" Bai Bingning shook her head with a sigh. It's hard to say. Bingxin Academy has many newcomers, and dark horses emerge one after another. Last year's Xiaoxiu Luo Yang Tian and the Roma brothers were tough opponents. As she mentioned these names, a trace of apprehension flashed in her eyes. Last year, they were defeated by Xiaoxiu Luo Yang Tian. Not far away, the senior members of Bingu Academy were engaged in a worried discussion. A shirtless strong man, gently stroking the mink beast in his arms, asked Principal Wei Chun, "Who is the other student?" "Here he comes," Wei Chun replied with a smile, gesturing southward. Everyone turned to look and saw a figure approaching at a leisurely pace. The person was clad in a dark, protective beast armor, with even the head guarded by a streamlined shark fin helmet. Beside him, a small snow spirit floated merrily. The Academy's senior members were well acquainted with snow spirits, humanoid beasts of considerable power. Principal Wei Chen's first main pet was a snow spirit. Legend has it that snow spirits existed before the Day of Destruction, residing in the snowy mountains. In his youth, Wei Chen loved mountaineering and once encountered danger in the Himalayas, trapped in an icy ravine for 10 days before miraculously surviving. Afterward, he underwent a profound change, abandoning his family fortune and disappearing for decades. He only re-emerged when the Day of Destruction arrived, saving the capital alongside a girl as beautiful as snow. Suddenly, The ground on the field trembled and cracked open, revealing the head of a massive dragon rock turtle over 10 meters long. This was Wei Qin's third contracted beast, a mid-air lord-level beast of the 5th rank and 8 stars. The dragon rock turtle exposed a mysterious underground cavern, leading to the Great Snow Mountain secret realm beneath Jiangnan City. Under the guidance of the senior members, the students filed in one by one. Qin Lan noticed familiar faces among them, including Bai Bingning, Sha Jing, Sun Hai, and the dark horse Prince Ma Ying. Inside the cavern, lights illuminated the walls, which were covered with large bulbs. "Hey, what's your name?" Sha Jing, arms crossed, glared at Qin Lan, displeased because Bai Bingning kept glancing at this mysterious figure. Qin Lan ignored the iron-willed woman, uninterested in her provocations, and continued walking silently. The little snow spirit, Xuan Nu, stuck out her tongue playfully at Sha Jing. Xiaoliang, one of the 4 freshman kings, and Sun Hai, Bai Bingning's brother, approached arm in arm. Xiaoliang tugged at his sister's arm and whispered, "Sis, don't provoke him. He seems familiar to me." "Shut up," Sha Jing snapped. Several minutes later, the group arrived at a spacious cavern. The Bingxin Academy contingent was already waiting, led by an elder in a dark tang suit with slicked-back hair. Dean Zhangliang. "You old fool," Zhangliang said with a fake smile to Wei Chun. "This year, it looks like Bingxin Academy will win 4 times in a row. You might as well retire to the Yin Alliance headquarters, rather than watch your beloved grandson cry again." "Humph, we'll see who comes out on top," Wei Chun retorted, his beard bristling with anger. As tensions mounted between the faculty and students of both academies, Qin Lan leaned against the rock wall, peering through his visor at the hazy white spatial rift in the distance, the entrance to the lower Great Snow Mountain ruins. Since the Day of Destruction, such ruins have appeared everywhere on blue star like mushrooms after rain. Wei Chun stopped bickering with Zhangliang and turned to face the students of Binggu Academy, his expression serious as he laid out 3 crucial points. "Remember, your life comes first, capturing the flag comes second. Although we've teamed up to clear out the high-level beasts in the Great Snow Mountain's secret realm, there are still remnants in the underground ice layer. It's far from as safe as you might think, so stay vigilant once you're inside." He scanned the crowd and continued, "This is a fair competition between Binggu and Bingxin academies. You can seize the flag, but you must not take lives." As he finished, Wei Chin's gaze subtly swept over a figure clad in black shark armor. Qin Lan. Beneath the helmet, Qin Lan's eyes flickered, but he seemed unconcerned. "No killing people? That means killing beasts is fair game." Nearby, Bingxin Academy's headmaster, Zhang Liang, was also briefing his students. Moments later, both headmasters concluded their speeches and signaled their respective academy leaders to prepare backup plans. Understanding the cue, the leaders retrieved hummingbird-shaped drones from their fingertip beast nest rings. These were first-tier reconnaissance devices called bee machines, equipped with live streaming capabilities, clear enough to count the fuzz on a bee's back. With a buzzing sound, dozens of bee machines took flight, streaking into the Great Snow Mountain's secret realm. Soon, the remote control handles in their operators' hands vibrated, and a large blue screen appeared, showcasing the endless snowy mountains of the realm. As the freshmen marveled, one of the screens shook violently as a massive white wolf paw entered the frame. It was a 2-meter tall, burly white wolf beast. After confirming the metal object wasn't edible, it circled warily before casually lifting a hind leg to urinate on the drone and then departing. "What a huge lipstick! No, you beast." The teacher controlling the drone blushed furiously and quickly deployed a new one. Once everything was ready, the students of both academies began entering the realm in an orderly fashion. Within the Binggu Academy group, Bai Bingning discreetly handed Qin Lan a note. It detailed the strength and information of Bingxin Academy's participants. After a quick glance, Qin Lan pocketed the note and stepped into the realm. The world went dark and then bright again as Qin Lan found himself in a biting cold, snowy landscape. The 1,000-meter-high snowy mountains stretched endlessly, the blinding white scene making it hard to keep his eyes open. Suddenly, the ground beneath him shook, and a bear cub, camouflaged with the frost and snow, leaped out. Qin Lan casually kicked the first-tier low-star general-level snow bear cub to the ground. "So, it's random teleportation." Qin Lan patted the bear cub's head and summoned his golden horn dragon spider and little snow maiden, Poo Poo. The aura of the 2 low-level lord-quality beasts spread like a tide, making the bear cub meow in fear. Qin Lan sat cross-legged on the back of the golden horn dragon spider, with Poo Poo following closely behind. "Head east," he instructed, and the spider moved forward on its 8 long legs. They hadn't gone far when a pack of ice-ridged tigers surrounded them. These tigers had icy spikes on their backs and were covered in frosty scales, numbering over 30, mostly second-tier, with the leading Tiger King reaching 3rd-tier 2-star, high general level. The Tiger King, drooling with anticipation, led the pack to attack. Qin Lan remained calm and commanded, "Poo Poo." Ice ring burst. Little Snow Maiden was shrouded in frost, her white hair flowing as she struck the air. Instantly, icy blue frost energy transformed into a thorny ring, sweeping the tiger pack away for dozens of meters. Gold horn, golden wheel. Qin Lan pressed the advantage. The golden horn dragon spider's horns gleamed with golden light, forming a 3-meter-long golden blade ring that sliced half the tiger pack in two. The power of this billion black crystal beast made Qin Lan nod in approval. Seeing the situation turn, the Tiger King tried to flee. Think you can outrun me? Qin Lan summoned the special general level 6-star Bibbo Mantis. Take it down and bring me its head. The Bibbo Mantis shot forward like a blue streak. Seeing this second-tier general level bug dare to chase it, the Tiger King was furious. Damn it, a tiger falling on hard times gets bullied by a bug. Let's take him on. About 100 meters away, the Ice Ridge Tiger King abruptly halted, its jaws wide open, unleashing its general level beast skill, Frost Breath, against the relentless pursuit of the Azure Scythe Mantis. A shaped mist of frost surged from its mouth, covering an area of over 10 meters. The Azure Scythe Mantis, unable to evade, was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture and crashed to the ground. The Ice Ridge Tiger King stepped forward to crush the ice, but sensed something amiss. There was no sensation of flesh beneath its paws. Just as it was about to flee, an eerie sound of a blade sliced through the air. In a flash, the figure it had crushed appeared before it like a phantom. The Azure Scythe Mantis, with its cold, insect-like eyes fixed on the Tiger King, swung its decapitating arms without hesitation, executing its Lord-level beast skill, Wave Slash. Emerald blades surged forward like a tidal wave, and the sound of bones cracking filled the air as the Tiger King's head was severed cleanly. The Azure Scythe Mantis deftly picked up the head and swiftly flew towards Qin Lan. Wow! Xiao Xuenu waved enthusiastically at the Azure Scythe Mantis, exclaiming, Mantis Senior is amazing. It effortlessly took down that big tiger. The Azure Scythe Mantis glanced at her briefly before dropping the tiger's head. Qin Lan chuckled as he recalled the mantis and patted the little one's head. It's all right, that's just its nature. The Azure Scythe Mantis is born proud, living a life of solitude. It loves to hunt vicious beasts and is fiercer and braver than the honey badger. Xiao Xuenu nodded, half understanding, and then jumped into Qin Lan's arms, seeking affection. Qin Lan took out a lollipop to reward her, removed his mask for a breath of fresh air, and began to clear the battlefield. Carefully selecting his spoils, he activated his Beast Master talent, Blood Prison, and condensed 5 medium general-level Ice Ridge Tiger eggs. Eat, Qin Lan commanded. The golden horned spider opened its fanged maw and devoured the offered beast eggs. This was Qin Lan's strategic combination. The golden horned spider possessed the egg-swallowing beast skill, allowing it to rapidly enhance its species quality, perfectly complementing his Blood Prison talent. Looking around, Qin Lan felt a sense of satisfaction. The high-level ferocious beasts of the Great Snow Mountain Secret Realm had already been cleared by Wei Chun and Zhang Liang, leaving the low-level beasts as ideal practice targets for his hunting. He lit a cigarette and began collecting valuable items: beast cores, hearts, hides, bones, and even the tiger's whip. Suddenly, he discovered a palm-sized black metal flag from the Tiger King's remains, engraved with the character Heart, one of the 20 general flags of the Ice Heart Academy. Interesting. He casually stored the flag in his beast nest ring. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, the Ice Heart Academy's headmaster, Zhang Liang, was laughing heartily, teasing Wei Chun. Old Wei, did you see our academy's top talent, little Azure Yang Tian, in action? 3 opponents in a minute, and he won. Wei Chun snorted, eyes fixed on the live broadcast screen. The footage showed a handsome young man in a black robe with long, flowing hair, leisurely strolling through the snow, accompanied by a peculiar spider beast, the Black Widow. This low, lord-level ferocious beast had the upper body of a seductive woman and the lower body of a menacing spider. 3 Ice Cradle Academy students, each wearing a fallen emblem, followed dejectedly behind. Wei Chun sighed. Ice Cradle Academy had already lost 3 out of 50 flag bearers. He knew it was a matter of background. Yang Tian's parents were an inspector and a mayor, and with his own low-grade class Beast Master talent, he received full support from the Flame Alliance, along with a monthly subsidy of millions of black crystal points. Zhang Liang, with a grin, put an arm around Wei Chun's shoulder. Little Wei, Bai Bingning from the Bai family would be a good match for Yang Tian. Should we try to set them up? I could even play matchmaker myself. Come on, doesn't Yang Tian already have a fiancé in the capital? Wei Chun replied dismissively. So what? The one-spouse rule is long gone. With someone as outstanding as Yang Tian, taking a few concubines like Bai Bingning isn't an issue, is it? Zhang Liang said lightly. This old man, who had married 5 young women himself, was clearly justifying his own actions. As they chatted, Zhang Liang's expression suddenly changed. Luozhua. He hurriedly approached a high-ranking member of the Ice Heart Academy to get a closer look at the live broadcast. The scene on the screen is breathtaking. A bald young man is desperately fleeing on a golden lion-like beast across a steep snowy mountain. His youthful face is etched with panic, while snowflakes flutter densely like butterflies under the biting cold sky. Through the mist, a blue bird-like creature relentlessly pursues him, a figure in black armor standing on its back. Qin Lan skillfully loads bullets into a golden hunting rifle, shooting from a vantage point like a seasoned hunter. Damn! Another dark horse contender from Bingu Academy? Luo Zhuo clutches the lion's mane tightly, his eyes burning with anger. He had merely stumbled upon the opponent, hunting a pack of beasts, and couldn't resist commanding the beasts to ambush. Unexpectedly, the opponent summoned 3 Lord-level beasts to retaliate. Don't run, I won't hurt you, Qin Lan calls out, still aiming. Hearing the gunfire, Luo Zhuo doesn't look back and draws 2 golden pistols from his waistband to return fire. The bullets collide midair, bursting into fist-sized fireworks. Interesting, every shot on target. A lower beta-level beast tamer with the heart's eye talent? Qin Lan chuckles softly, putting away the rifle and gently scratching the head of the ice spirit beside him. Poo-poo. Poo-poo puffs up its cheeks and lightly taps in the direction of Luo Zhuo's escape. Instantly, 8 3-meter-long ice swords materialize in the air. Seeing this, Luo Zhuo breaks into a cold sweat. This is the Ice Type Lord's killer move, the Ice Burst Sword Formation. Duya! Diamond Shield. The golden lion lets out a low roar, unleashing its energy, and a translucent golden shield appears over its fur. The ice swords clash with the shield, releasing a chilling mist, but the lion charges through unscathed. Outside, Zhang Liang, the principal of Bingxin Academy, watches the projection in shock. A third-tier young beast tamer like Luo Zhuo being chased down? Wei Qin turns away arrogantly, saying nothing. Zhang Liang smiles mysteriously. Let this armored kid have his moment. It turns out the Luo brothers were born conjoined twins and survived surgery miraculously. After the day of destruction, they both awaken the heart's eye talent, allowing them to communicate telepathically. Soon, a wild smile spreads across Luo Zhuo's face. His brother has arrived. In the biting wind, a burly young man in a gray mink coat strides through the snow, with the captured Sun Hai in tow. Luo Yu rolls his neck and plants his hands on his sword, staring directly at Qin Lan. I'll give you 2 choices, run, or I'll beat you until you're picking up your teeth. He then summons 2 lord beasts, a 1-meturtle red-haired badger and a 3-meturtle golden-horned rhinoceros. These loyal beasts, once part of his family's zoo, chose to protect the Luo family in the post-apocalyptic world. The Luo brothers, with their 2 third-tier lower-level beast lords, were indeed formidable opponents. Qin Lan glanced at the information sheet in his hand, his gaze settling on Luo Yu, the second-ranked young beast master at Bingxin Academy. He was clearly a force to be reckoned with. Folding the paper away, Qin Lan descended from the sky on his Qingli bird. Seeing this, Luo Zhuo, who had been pursued all the way, clenched his fists and grinned menacingly. Brother, let's attack together before it's too late. However, Luo Yu shook his head, stopping his brother's suggestion with a raised hand. I want to face him in a fair fight first. All right, Luo Zhuo sighed, unwilling to dampen his brother's fiery spirit. Luo Yu eyed Qin Lan, who was clad in his black shark armor, his gaze full of fighting spirit. He called out decisively, Golden-horned rhino, harden up and prepare to charge. The golden-horned rhino's body shimmered with a golden light, its armor appearing even more solid. This 3-meturtle behemoth, comparable in size to a heavy-duty truck, charged forward like an armored knight, its momentum terrifying. Qin Lan raised an eyebrow and summoned his second-tier 6-star beast, the purple flame Jiao. Activate second talent, Berserk. The purple flame Jiao began a brutal self-mutilation, tearing off flesh to reveal its bones and blood vessels. As the flesh fell away, its body rapidly expanded, and the purple flames on its surface blazed furiously, as if fueled by gasoline. Its realm temporarily surged from second-tier 6-star to third-tier 1-star, its body swelling to a massive 10 meters. It glared at the golden-horned rhino, coiling its enormous body and launching a deep purple pumpkin bomb the size of a meter in diameter. As the bomb traveled, frost melted, snowflakes ignited, and the temperature soared dramatically. Luo Yu's expression grew serious, well aware of the elemental advantage fire held over metal. Once caught in the purple flames, extinguishing them would be nearly impossible. Ere long ago, the red-furred honey badger had been itching for action, and it shot towards the pumpkin bomb with its claws at the ready. Known for its thick skin and toughness, this creature from the African savanna was renowned for its snake-hunting prowess. Its evolution made it even more formidable, and it absorbed the bomb's impact with its resilient hide. Though it was sent tumbling across the ground, the red-furred honey badger seemed unscathed, shaking its head as it rose. Its eyes glowed red, clearly intent on revenge against the purple flame Jiao, a testament to its tenacity and reputation for relentless pursuit. With the red-furred honey badger's interference, The golden horned rhino closed in within 10 meters of the purple flame Jiao. At that critical moment, Qin Lan smirked and summoned his second-tier 9-star golden horned spider. Since we're not sticking to a unknown duel, don't blame me for not playing fair. After all, honor doesn't fill the stomach. Golden horn, spray web fluid to blind it. Poo-poo, freeze its legs. Purple flame, tail whip its head. The golden horned spider screeched and sprayed a sticky white web, hitting the golden horned rhino's face and covering its eyes. Blinded, the rhino panicked, and little snow maiden, Poo-poo, seized the opportunity to unleash an eerie blue ice breath. Enhanced by her race's talent to high-grade ice, the ice attack was powerful enough to freeze the rhino's limbs instantly. The purple flame Jiao took advantage, lifting its flame-wreathed tail high and bringing it down with a mighty strike. With a resounding crack, the golden horned rhino was left dazed and collapsed onto the ground. The red-furred honey badger attempted a sneak attack from behind but was met with a swift kick from Qin Lan, sending it flying and leaving it fuming with anger. Faced with the overwhelming power of these three beast lords, Luo Yu struggled to maintain his composure. He finally understood why his brother, Luo Zhua, had fled. Watching the live broadcast, the senior instructors at Bingxin Academy fell into deep thought, and the headmaster, Zhang Liang, looked particularly grave. This young man in black armor has a remarkable combat sense, clearly battle-hardened. I wonder how he compares to Yang Tian in terms of combat intuition. The golden horned rhino, true to its reputation, tried to resist despite several heavy blows. However, another powerful tail whip from the purple flame Jiao finally caused the lowered ear beast lord to roll its eyes and collapse, defeated. In just a brief encounter, Luo Yu's second main beast pet was swiftly eliminated, having only managed to use the rock-solid and pierce beast skills before retreating in defeat. Sun Hai felt a surge of joy but maintained a stoic expression. The golden horned dragon spider, the purple flame Jiao, and that mysterious black-armored figure, it was Qin Dao all along, Sun Hai mused to himself. Luo Yu's previous arrogance vanished instantly, and he glared at Sun Hai with a sullen expression. You're smiling. No, I'm not smiling, Sun Hai denied emphatically. Humph. Luo Yu snorted, trying to calm himself. He recalled seeing photos of Sun Hai in women's clothing on the official website and had to admit that Bai Bingning's brother had indeed inherited some of his sister's charm, making him quite captivating. If he ever had the chance to humiliate a captive, he would make Sun Hai experience wearing women's clothes. Brother, let's gang up on him together, Luo Zhua called out, leading the charge with his Vajra lion. Luo Yu didn't hesitate, immediately summoning his last special grade 3rd-ear 4-star red luan bird. Luo Zhua followed suit, summoning a special grade 3rd-ear 4-star explosive electric bear and a high-grade 3rd-ear 4-star middle-parted hair brother. The beasts launched their attack in an instant, some leaping into the air, others charging swiftly, all aimed at Qin Lan's beast group. Act freely, Qin Lan ordered, retreating with the Qingli bird, his eyes beneath his helmet watching the distant mountain disturbance warily, trying to discern friend from foe. The purple flame Jiao, with its rebellious nature, struck first. It roared and unleashed a torrent of purple flames, instantly turning several meters of permafrost into scorched, brown mud. Luo Zhua was shocked and quickly commanded the Vajra lion to use the defensive beast skill, Soundwave Wall. The golden sound waves formed a wall, splitting the purple flame torrent in two. Seizing the opportunity before the sound barrier broke, the Luo brothers coordinated flawlessly, one attacking while the other defended, directing their beasts to launch a fierce assault. Lightning and flames intertwined on the battlefield. The fight was intense. However, Qin Lan's attention was drawn to the unusual occurrence in the mountains. He took out his binoculars for a closer look, his pupils contracting sharply. It was a beast tide of over 10,000 ape beasts, stretching endlessly in a white mass. In the mountains, Bai Bingning, her dress stained with blood and her face pale, was desperately fleeing on a snow-colored leopard. She had sustained severe injuries to her abdomen and back, and one of her crystal high heels was missing. Behind her was a horde of white ape beasts, emitting strange cries and with eyes gleaming with excitement. These were the terrifying Hahuan apes, known for abducting human females for pleasure, with an alarming reproductive rate. Bai Bingning swung her beast sword, the Ice Soul Sword, sending out a sword light, only for it to be effortlessly crushed by the 5-meter Hahuan ape king. This mid-ear 4th-grade beast reveled in the chase, sniffing the high heel it had seized with delight. In desperation, Bai Bingning removed her other shoe to divert its attention. The Hahuan ape king, as if finding a treasure, pounced on it and began licking it furiously, its disgusting saliva quickly filling the crystal shoe. The high-level beasts in the secret realm were supposedly all cleared. So where did this 4th-grade Hahuan ape king come from? Bai Bingning wondered, filled with confusion. That's it for today. There's a beast tide approaching from the mountains to the east. Qin Lan set down his binoculars, his voice heavy with concern. A beast tide, Luo Zhua exclaimed, closing his eyes to activate his Beastmaster's innate ability, the Heart's Eye. As a lower-tier class Beastmaster, his ability allowed him to sense the emotions of nearby creatures. Moments later, he snapped his eyes open, his face pale. Damn, it's a horde of Hahuan apes. There must be at least 10,000 of them. Impossible. The secret realm of the Great Snow Mountain was cleared out by the two major academies. Where did these beasts come from? Luo Yu, who also possessed the Heart's Eye ability, sensed the impending danger. Let's go, brother. The beast tide is too fierce. We have to avoid it for now. With such a major incident in the secret realm, the Academy's leaders will surely send experts to handle it. Luo's took a deep breath, glaring at Qin Lan. Black-armored kid, today's battle ends here. I'll return to challenge you another day. With that, he and Luo Yu gathered their beasts and retreated. Watching them leave, Sun Hai sidled up to Qin Lan with a flattering smile. Qin Lan ignored him, dismissing his three beasts before casting a spell towards the Azure Bird. Beastmaster's secret technique, blood sacrifice. With a resonant hum, a streak of white appeared in Qin Lan's hair. This was the third time he had used the blood sacrifice to forcibly enhance a beast's quality. 10 years of his lifespan vanished, which he would need to recover with the rejuvenation secret method later. Under a soft azure glow, the Azure Bird transformed into an azure phoenix, becoming a stunning woman with long green hair adorned with delicate feathers and eyes as clear as water. She bowed respectfully to Qin Lan, like a subject before a king. Sun Hai was dumbfounded. How did the Azure Bird suddenly evolve into such an enchanting bird spirit? Qin Lan leapt onto the back of the Azure Phoenix, signaling her to fly eastward. The Azure Phoenix let out a soft cry, her slender claws lifting Sun Hai as they soared into the sky. Temporarily elevated to Lord level, her speed increased several-fold, quickly closing in on the rampaging Hahuan ape horde. Surveying the vast beast horde below, Sun Hai gasped, "Director Qin, that's my sister." "I know. So hurry up and dress as a woman. Make yourself look pretty." "Why?" The Hahuan apes have a preference for human females, especially ones that are beautiful, like Xiao Nanliang. Sun Hai rolled his eyes, realizing Qin Lan intended for him to disguise as Xiao Nanliang to distract the apes. "Qingli, save her." At Qin Lan's command, the Azure Phoenix dove, her wings whipping up a towering azure whirlwind that struck the formidable fourth-tier Hahuan Ape King. The massive Ape King was mesmerized by the beautiful Azure Phoenix, drooling with its fangs exposed. It didn't even attempt to dodge, letting the cutting winds hit its body as if it were merely a tickle. "Get up here." Qin Lan extended a hand to the battered by Bingning. She retracted her snow leopard and was pulled onto the bird's back. Roar! Seeing its prey rescued, the Ape King bellowed in rage, hurling several solid ice spheres like cannonballs at the Azure Phoenix. The spheres tore through the air, leaving icy trails. Qin Lan remained calm, skillfully directing the Azure Phoenix to evade. The ice spheres narrowly missed them, their force tearing away a few feathers. As the Ape King roared in frustration, the Azure Phoenix disappeared into the clouds. Outside, the leaders of the two academies were in an uproar. The hummingbird drones simultaneously malfunctioned, cutting off the video feed. Wei Qin and Zhang Liang exchanged shocked glances. Hahuan apes? That's impossible. The Hahuan apes in the secret realm were supposed to be eradicated. Where did these apes come from? Stop the competition and rescue them immediately. The two leaders couldn't afford any delay. After all, the participants in the secret realm were the elite of both academies, and any mishap would be a severe blow. As the external forces organized a rescue, the number of Hahuan apes within the secret realm continued to grow. Qin Lan led by Bingning to a concealed cave, helping her sit after removing his black shark armor. "Go take care of our tracks," Qin Lan instructed, handing Sun Hai a pouch of medicinal powder. Sun Hai glanced worriedly at his sister before taking the powder and hurrying out to apply his survival training and masking their scent. The cave fell silent, with the exhausted Azure Phoenix leaning against the wall, gradually reverting to her Azure Bird form. "Take a good rest when you return," Qin Lan said with a smile, twirling the ring on his finger. The Azure Bird affectionately nuzzled his head before disappearing into the ring. After putting away the Qingli bird, Qin Lan's gaze fell on by Bingning. She was slumped on the ground, clutching her abdomen tightly with one hand, as blood seeped through her fingers. "Is it a critical injury?" Qin Lan asked. "No, I barely dodged it." Bai Bingning exhaled deeply, with an unusual flush on her usually pale face. "Do you want me to help you with the wound?" "Please do." Qin Lan gently placed his hands on Bai Bingning's shoulders and carefully laid her flat. She didn't resist as he pulled aside the fabric covering her abdomen, revealing part of her fair waist. The wound on her left side was rolled back, looking particularly gruesome. "Bear with it," Qin Lan said, shaking a small bottle resembling a pesticide container. He opened it and sprayed it on the wound. "This second-tier magic potion heals quickly. It's worth 500,000 black crystal points per bottle." As the powder settled on the wound, the bleeding gradually stopped and the edges began to knit together. Bai Bingning's cheeks turned even redder, and she bit her lip, instinctively covering her chest with one hand. Qin Lan glanced at her and realized that his former superior was poisoned. Who did this to you? The fourth-tier harmony ape king, Bai Bingning murmured, her breathing quickening. A fourth-tier charm poison. Do you have an antidote with you? No fourth-tier antidote potion. Then there's only one option. They'll find a strong harmony ape for you to neutralize the poison. Harmony apes are known for. Before he could finish, Qin Lan was slapped hard across the face. He scratched his nose awkwardly and smiled. Under Bai Bingning's angry gaze, he began to remove his black shirt. Well, if you don't like the harmony ape, I guess I'll have to help you myself. Isn't there another way? Bai Bingning's voice trembled, her reason slipping away under the influence of the poison. I feel so hot, I just want a man. She was mortified by the feeling. There is, I can't perform acupuncture to detoxify you. Qin Lan replied honestly to his former superior. Bai Bingning's eyes lit up, clutching at the hope. Then do it. I'll pay you 50 million. Add a bit more. I'll give you 60 million. Just. Before she could finish, the clarity in Bai Bingning's eyes vanished, her face flushed as red as blood. Her beautiful eyes were filled with a fiery desire. She threw her arms around Qin Lan's neck, her trembling lips moving towards him. Qin Lan didn't resist, letting her kiss him fervently. After a minute, breathless, he raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap. Doesn't seem to hurt? Of course not. You slapped me. You're getting back at me for earlier. Bai Bingning regained her senses, pushing Qin Lan away, breaking down in tears. I've never been slapped before, and today I meet a gentleman like Lu Shahui. Enough teasing, let's get started with the acupuncture. Qin Lan put away his playful demeanor and expertly retrieved a needle pouch from his mystical beast nest ring. As he opened it, a myriad of long needles lay neatly arranged. Thanks to his past life experiences of apprenticing under a renowned physician in the mountains, Qin Lan had a profound understanding of acupuncture. He was well versed in the intricacies of human acupoints, especially when combined with spiritual power for enhanced effects. With precision, he selected several silver needles and inserted them into the acupoints on Bai Bingning's head. Instantly, wisps of pink energy began to rise from the needle tips, and Bai Bingning's flushed face gradually regained its calm. Is that all it takes? She asked. Yes, Qin Lan nodded, handing her a handkerchief from his pocket. Bai Bingning, now lucid, wore a complex expression. Memories of what had just transpired flooded back her passionate kiss with this man, followed by her own harsh slap. Her first kiss, gone just like that? The lingering taste of tobacco in her mouth reminded her that she had even willingly used her tongue. The cave fell silent, until Sun Hai burst in, panting, with a boulder ape by his side, breaking the awkwardness. Director Qin, the powder is set. Good, seal the entrance. We'll rest here and regain our strength before I assign you your next task. Sun Hai energetically commanded the boulder ape to use its spiritual power to conjure a massive stone to block the cave entrance. The interior was plunged into darkness, but Qin Lan promptly affixed several glowing stones to the walls, casting a faint light. He popped a lollipop into his mouth and retrieved a black and white striped maid outfit from his storage ring. Upon seeing the outfit, Sun Hai recoiled against the wall like a startled rabbit. Put it on. We'll need your help later. Qin Lan tossed the maid outfit to him. No way. I'd rather die than wear that. Sun Hai shook his head vehemently. Qin Lan lightly tapped the silver needle on Bai Bingning's head. Your sister's been poisoned. Only I can cure her. Are you sure you won't wear it? Bai Bingning sighed, casting a reproachful glance at Qin Lan. Once someone starts cross-dressing, it can become a slippery slope. If her brother got hooked, it would be troublesome. Sun Hai's face twisted with inner conflict, but seeing his sister's weakened state, he reluctantly agreed with a mournful expression. It's all for my sister. Meanwhile, in the snowy mountain's secret realm, a figure was desperately fleeing. The black horse Prince Ma Ying, bolstered by the strength of 2 horses, was in a sorry state, riding a nightmare unicorn at full gallop. Its hooves left flaming plum blossom prints wherever they touched. Behind him, 1,000 sliding penguins pursued relentlessly. These penguins were as tall as a person, with tufts of yellow hair on their heads, looking quite peculiar. They were commander-level ferocious beasts known as long-browed penguins, possessing varying degrees of ice talent from low to special grades. Before Doomsday, they were just ordinary Adelie penguins, famous for their comical antics and protective nature, often dubbed the ruffians and carrying big brothers of the penguin world. As Ming dodged the ice spikes being shot at him, he cursed loudly. Initially, he was merely enjoying the scenery in the secret realm when he accidentally fell into an icy abyss, discovering an unknown secret space beneath a 100-meter ice mountain. Before he could explore, a sudden army of penguins began chasing him. Besides the penguins, he encountered many unfamiliar ice-type ferocious beasts along the way, giant apes that specifically targeted females, flying ice snakes, and scorpion beasts that occasionally burst from the ground. Amidst his frantic escape, a familiar voice called out, "Brother Ma, over here." "Xiao Hai." Ma Ying's eyes lit up, recognizing the suspicious-looking white-haired maid. Guided by Sun Hai, Ma Ying quickly reached the cave where Qin Lan and his group were hiding. At the entrance stood a three-meter-tall Hahuan ape, its muscles like boulders, with a fierce face and tusks, a cigar clamped in its mouth, exuding the aura of a Tier 3 ferocious beast. Surrounding it were over 30 smaller Hahuan apes. "Don't worry, the cigar-smoking big ape is on our side," Sun Hai explained awkwardly. "Hahuan apes are attracted to beautiful women, so Director Qin had me cross-dressed to lure them. Unintentionally, I attracted quite a few." At this moment, Qin Lan, clad in a black shark armor, emerged from the cave, carrying the frail Bai Bingning. He held her long, slender legs in one arm and supported her waist with the other, his actions as considerate as a knight. The little snow maiden followed closely behind. One of the smaller Hahuan apes, upon seeing Bai Bingning, couldn't help but drool. Such a beautiful lady. Before it could finish, its head was smashed into bits by a heavy punch. This punch came from the Hahuan ape leader, transformed by Qin Lan's blood prison talent. It glared menacingly at the other minions, issuing a silent warning. The minions cowered, not daring to look again. This chosen Hahuan ape leader was quite special, possessing the commander-level beast skill Intimidating Leader, an ability typically mastered only by Hahuan ape kings who had evolved into low-level lords. "Damn, let go of my dream girl." Seeing Qin Lan holding Bai Bingning, the Black Horse Prince Ma Ying could no longer contain his anger and rushed forward. Bai Bingning was the goddess of his dreams, someone he wouldn't dare disrespect even in his fantasies, yet here she was, in the arms of a stranger. With a casual kick, Qin Lan sent the wealthy young master flying into a snowdrift. Qin Lan stretched lazily, indifferent to Ma Ying's presence, and walked straight into the cave to continue with his tasks. Ma Ying clambered awkwardly out of the snow, and only after Sun Hai's explanation did he realize the identity of the man in black armor. "Oomph. One day I'll defeat that Qin," he muttered to himself, following Sun Hai into the cave, feeling both unwilling and helpless. The secret realm is in trouble. Now's not the time for bickering. Ma Ying began to recount his experiences in detail, leaning against the wall in the dim cave. "There's another secret realm within the Great Snow Mountain secret realm?" Bai Bingning opened her eyes weakly, a hint of surprise and doubt flashing in her beautiful eyes. "Exactly." Ma Ying perked up immediately. "Sister Bingning, you have no idea how terrifying that secret realm is. I hadn't even gotten close when a bunch of fierce yellow penguins started chasing me." He vividly described his perilous encounters, embellishing his tale of barely escaping with his life. Hearing this, Qin Lan fell into deep thought. A double secret realm hidden beneath Jiangnan City's underground? Such a thing was unheard of in his previous life. Back then, he was hiding in an underground shelter. This unexpected discovery piqued his intense interest. The new secret realm was like an untouched maiden, promising the most precious treasures upon first exploration. Informing the higher-ups of the two academies would certainly cause a commotion. Given the personalities of Deans Bingxin and Bingu, they would undoubtedly be deeply interested in the new secret realm. This was a rare opportunity. With the Academy's forces paving the way, he could take advantage of the chaos to obtain the Blood Prison's condensed beast pet egg. As Qin Lan calculated his plans, Ma Ying approached Bai Bingning with a wooden box. "Sister Bingning, try these cookies I made myself. I stayed up all night learning how to make them." "Thank you, I love them," Qin Lan said, swiftly snatching the box from Ma Ying's hands. "You. Those were love snacks for Sister Bingning." Ma Ying fumed, his nose flaring in anger. "Give them back. Do you know how hard it is for someone who never lifts a finger to make cookies?" Just as Ma Ying was about to confront Qin Lan, the cave was suddenly filled with the alert cries of monkeys outside. Qin Lan's brow furrowed as he signaled everyone to silence, then quietly moved to the cave entrance to observe. What he saw made his brow tighten further. The cave was surrounded by a dense mass of Hahuan monkeys, nearly 1,000 strong, resembling a white ocean. Leading them was a third-tier Hahuan monkey king, far less powerful than the one that had previously chased Bai Bingning. It was angrily growling, confusedly watching the special Hahuan monkey at the entrance. "Strange, why is my brother, who went out to relieve himself, here and in an attack stance against me?" The special rank Hahuan monkey, transformed by Qin Lan, had lost its memory and naturally didn't recognize its former brother, responding only with low growls, ready to strike at any moment. As tensions rose, Sun Hai's appearance shifted the situation. The third-tier Hahuan monkey king became infatuated upon seeing Sun Hai in disguise. Under the watchful eyes of the 1,000 monkeys, Sun Hai's legs trembled, but he forced a smile and waved at the monkey king. The monkey crowd erupted in excitement, panting heavily, eyes fixed on Sun Hai. The Monkey King finally understood why its brother was hiding a beauty. It licked its lips, smashed the head of a blocking Hahuan monkey, and roared to the sky. The monkeys lined up by strength, clearly intending to take turns. The Monkey King advanced on all fours, closing in step by step. Sun Hai's face turned ashen, but he maintained his composure, throwing a clumsy kiss before fleeing into the cave in panic. The Monkey King, even more aroused, beat its chest and followed leisurely into the cave. Inside the pitch-black cave, the lust-driven Monkey King was oblivious to the surrounding danger, its gaze entirely fixed on Sun Hai. Sun Hai, having nowhere left to retreat, sat slumped on the ground, his pitiable appearance only fueling the Monkey King's desire. Just as the Hahuan Ape King was about to close in on Sun Hai, Bai Bingning, hidden in the shadows, seized the perfect moment to launch her attack. The temperature inside the cavern suddenly soared. With a low hum, she unleashed the Sun family's exclusive evolved Biasta Tier 3, 3-star Lesser Lord, the Lava Tyrant. This three-turtle ape was clad in heavy armor of molten rock, its fiery red fur blazing like flames, and its eyes shot out an intimidating firelight. Under Bai Bingning's silent command, a golden flash appeared in the Lava Tyrant's hand as it conjured a club as thick as an adult's thigh. Moving swiftly, it unhesitatingly swung the club towards the Hahuan Ape King's head. Just as the Hahuan Ape King sensed danger, a golden horned dragon spider descended from the cave ceiling, expertly blinding it with a sticky web. Blinded and panicked, the Hahuan Ape King struggled to tear away the web, but the Lava Tyrant's deadly strike was already imminent. Sky-crushing strike. This Lord-level beast technique ignited the Lava Tyrant's club with a deep crimson lava flame. Its arms bulged with veins like coiled dragons. In the Hahuan Ape King's terrified gaze, the lethal blow came crashing down. Crack! The Hahuan Ape King's head exploded instantly, blood splattering everywhere, and its massive body collapsed with a thud. Blood quickly pooled into a small puddle on the ground. With a determined expression, Bai Bingning swiftly summoned a Lesser Lord Ice Soul Sword, piercing the Hahuan Ape King's heart to ensure its demise. This meticulously planned ambush was a resounding success. Without the support of its tribe, the Hahuan Ape King was easily slain. As Ma Ying's nightmare unicorn emerged from the shadows, the cavern was once again illuminated. It was this beast's general-level technique, Nightfall, that had partially obscured the Hahuan Ape King's senses, leading it unsuspectingly into the trap. Qin Lan smiled in satisfaction as she quietly activated her beast master talent, Blood Prison, to acquire the Lord Beast's egg. Meanwhile, outside the cave, nearly 1,000 Hahuan apes remained oblivious to their leader's grim fate, still patiently lining up for their share. The beast core is mine. You can divide the carcass among yourselves, Qin Lan stated calmly but firmly. Bai Bingning nodded in agreement without hesitation. Her brother, Sun Hai, seeing her consent, raised no objections. Ma Ying muttered something under his breath, but ended up accepting the decision as well. Qin Lan bent down to pick up the frost-colored beast core from the ground. It was as clear and pristine as a white gemstone. Once consumed, this original beast core would allow the revived Hahuan Ape King to regain at least 80% of its former strength. The cave fell into a brief silence. After a few minutes of rest, Qin Lan stood up, ready to leave. Where are you going? Bai Bingning asked suddenly, a flicker of concern in her eyes. To deal with the Hahuan apes. Be careful. I will. As Qin Lan's figure disappeared from view, Bai Bingning closed her eyes again to rest. This mysterious man was like a fog, always elusive and hard to comprehend. When Qin Lan stepped outside the cave, the waiting group of Hahuan apes froze in their tracks. They stared at this male figure with confusion, seemingly searching for their leader. He's here, Qin Lan said, as if reading their minds, and summoned the third-tier Hahuan Ape King with a smile. Hahuan Ape King Attribute Panel. Name, Hahuan Ape King. Species, Ice. Quality, Low-level Lord. Realm, 3rd tier, 2 stars. Racial talent, Fertility. Beast skills. Subordinate level, Ape Venom, Snowball, Rock Solid, Reckless Charge. General level, Commanding Presence, Rending Claw. Lord level, Ice Spear Throw. With a mighty roar, the Hahuan Ape King unleashed its commanding presence, sweeping over the area. The apes prostrated themselves, trembling in submission. Qin Lan summoned the golden horned dragon spider and leapt gracefully onto its back. With this army of 1,000 apes at his disposal, exploring the secret realm of the snowy mountain would be much easier. And indeed it was. The ape horde moved like a swarm of locusts. Before long, they encountered a group of yellow-browed penguins chasing a few female students. Although he hesitated for a moment, Qin Lan decided to intervene. Under his command, the apes charged fiercely at the 100 or so yellow-browed penguins. Realizing the danger, the penguins quickly turned to flee, using their sliding skills to escape. Only one second-tier yellow-browed penguin, panicked and losing its way, collided with an ice mound and was trampled to death by its companions. The rescued female students thanked Qin Lan gratefully. It turned out she was a student from Bingxin Academy. Qin Lan reminded her to display her death token, as the competition was still ongoing. Continuing with the ape horde, they soon came upon another battle. More accurately, it was a one-sided slaughter. "Brother, that's our academy's prodigy, Xiaoshura Yang Tian," the rescued girl explained. "I know," Qin Lan replied, watching the figure in the black robe with a hint of amusement. Ever since the two academies had gathered, he had noticed this renowned figure from his past life. As a member of the prestigious Yang family from the capital, Yang Tian was also an 8th-tier beastmaster. The amusement in Qin Lan's eyes quickly turned to a cold glint. On the frontier battlefield of his past life, a medium-sized zombie secret realm had left an indelible mark on him. Bingning's team of 1,000 beastmasters had suffered heavy losses there, while Yang Tian took advantage of the situation to seize the realm's resources. Even worse, he had used his family's influence to pressure the Bai family into agreeing to a marriage with Bingning. Taking a deep look at the beastmasters around Yang Tian, Qin Lan concealed his cold gaze and replaced it with a gentle smile. It wasn't time to act yet. He needed to continue building his strength. An incense stick's time later, Qin Lan arrived at the southwestern corner of the snowy mountain secret realm. He sat on the corpse of an ice-bone snake, smoking as he observed the battle unfolding. A 10-meter-long ice-winged snake was fiercely fighting with the Hahuan Ape King, its tail sweeping aside several apes with each swing. "Jinjiao, lend a hand," he instructed. The golden horned dragon spider responded swiftly, joining the fray. Meanwhile, the little snow maiden circled around Qin Lan, affectionately assuring him of her protection. Qin Lan chuckled softly as she pinched the cheek of the little snow maiden, whose skin was as white as snow. This unique creature, unlike others who were transformed by the blood prison, genuinely desired to become her beast companion. The little snow maiden, known as Poo Poo, was visibly excited by the attention. Her cheeks puffed slightly as her frosty eyes scanned the surroundings cautiously, ready to defend her master against any danger. The battle on the plains gradually subsided, leaving the ground littered with the bodies of Hahuan apes and the remnants of self-destructed icebone snakes. The surviving Hahuan apes thumped their chests in celebration, their eyes collectively turning towards another ongoing battle. In that area, a Tugigan stone fight was underway. The third-tier Icewing snake, despite its formidable strength and ability to unleash a barrage of ice blades with its shivering wings, was steadily losing ground against the combined forces of the Hahuan Ape King and the golden horned dragon spider. Eventually, the Icewing snake was seized by its tail, dragged down by the Ape King, and incapacitated by a precise strike from the dragon spider. The Hahuan Ape King, caught up in its triumph, repeatedly pummeled the head of the icebone snake and even performed an Iron Mountain lean for show. However, it failed to notice the change occurring within the Icewing snake. The golden horned dragon spider sensed the danger and quickly shoved the Ape King aside. In the next moment, the lower-level Lord Icewing snake exploded, sending a wave of icy frost sweeping across a 30-meter radius. The ground shattered, and dozens of Hahuan apes that couldn't dodge in time were instantly turned into ice sculptures. The battered Hahuan Ape King rose to its feet, gratefully acknowledging its savior, the golden horned dragon spider. Among the ape troop, a few special elite-grade Hahuan apes showed a flicker of disappointment in their eyes. They had hoped to challenge and consume the leader's beast core and flesh to ascend as the new leader if the Ape King had been severely injured. Qin Lan approached the battlefield, consumed a vial of blood, and began collecting the soul of the Icewing snake. Amidst angry, unwilling howls, a gray mist was drawn into his eyes, then condensed into an ice-blue Lord Beast egg imprinted with a snake pattern. He handed the egg and the collected beast cores to the golden horned dragon spider. The battlefield yielded a substantial haul. Over 800 ice snakes and icebone snakes, more than 400 fallen Hahuan apes, totaling over 1,200 beast cores. 2/5 of these were of soldier-grade quality, the rest of general-grade quality, along with 3 beast skill stones. Qin Lan also selected 5 special elite-grade icebone snakes to craft into beast eggs. When the Hahuan Ape King saw the mountain of beast cores, it looked on eagerly. Qin Lan signaled that it could take some, and the clever creature grabbed a large handful to distribute among its tribe, thereby solidifying its position. The golden horned dragon spider began consuming the beast cores, with Poo Poo the little snow maiden joining in. After several hundred breaths, the dragon spider had devoured 2/3 of the cores and lay down, exhausted, to sleep. Its body began to emit a metallic sheen, and its aura rapidly intensified. At this moment, a 4th-tier instructor from Icepod Academy named Ingzwer arrived, riding an eagle beast. He informed Qin Lan that there was a problem with the secret realm, and the trial was temporarily halted. Just as he finished speaking, the golden horned dragon spider suddenly underwent a transformation. A massive, formidable giant golden-armored spider beast emerged, its head adorned with 3 horns, revealing it as a mid-level lord-quality beast. Ingzwa was astonished by the sight. The mid-ear lord-level 10-star golden horn dragon spider let out a screech, completing its evolution to a mid-ear lord. The massive creature gently lowered its head, nuzzling against Qin Lan. Qin Lan reached out to stroke its head, pondering that if it weren't for the constraints of his second-tier Beastmaster contract, this creature might have already advanced to the 3rd tier. After reaching the peak of the second-tier 10-star level, most of the beast core energy devoured by the golden horn was fed back to Qin Lan through the soul beast contract. He took out a scanner to check himself and discovered that his Beastmaster level had jumped 2 stars, reaching second-tier 8-star. He was now not far from becoming a 3rd-tier Beastmaster, which would allow him to acquire a new beast contract to tame even more powerful lord-level beasts. Pawn, General, Lord, Emperor, Monarch. With 3 beast contracts all at the lord level, he could easily outshine his peers and defeat 99 of young experts. Take your time eating, Qin Lan said. The little snow maiden nodded obediently, allowing Qin Lan to store her and the remaining beast cores into the beast nest ring. Elder, Bai Bingning and the others are still in the cave. The cave? Which cave? Ingzwa's expression immediately turned tense. As a member of the Bai family, Bai Bingning must not come to harm. Follow me. Qin Lan swiftly mounted the back of the golden horn dragon spider, leading the remaining ape group away in a grand procession. Ingzwa didn't hesitate, quickly jumping onto his 4th-tier blue tusk eagle to follow. On the way back, Qin Lan guided Ingzwa to the previous cavern. He took out a flute and gently played it. Moments later, the people inside the cavern emerged with their respective beast companions. Seeing Ingzwa, Sun Hai was so excited he nearly cried. It's Uncle Ing. The director Ingzwa had been a close friend of his father, and they shared a good relationship. Seeing Bai Bingning, Ma Ying, and Sun Hai safe and sound, Ingzwa's tense expression finally relaxed. It's good that you're all okay. He then led everyone towards the temporary gathering point. At the temporary gathering point in the center of the secret realm, strong figures from the 2 academies patrolled the skies. The rescued young men and women sat around the campfire, warming themselves and nervously recounting their experiences. You wouldn't believe how miserable I was. A group of passion apes wouldn't stop chasing me. They were so fervent, a chubby girl from Bingxin Academy exclaimed with a face full of terror. She had never encountered so many suitors before. Kind of thrilling when you think about it. A few companions rolled their eyes, occasionally glancing with pity at the stretcher not far away. With the sudden upheaval in the secret realm, it was inevitable that some would be harmed. The worst off were 2 female students who had been ravaged by the passion apes. They were now in a daze, their legs blood-stained, eyes filled with numbness and despair. Take them out for treatment and arrange for the best psychologist to counsel them, Bingxin Academy's headmaster Zhang Liang said calmly. Surviving the ordeal with the passion apes was already a blessing. If they could overcome the psychological barriers, they would surely find new life in the future. Zhang Liang silently counted the numbers in his mind. Out of 50 people, 43.5 were found. 3 students had died, and only half of one body was recovered. The sky suddenly shook, accompanied by an eagle's cry as Ings were returned with Qin Lan and the others. The passion ape group was left near the previous hiding cavern on standby. After dropping off a few people, Ingzwa once again rode his beast to continue the search. Little Bingning, let me check if you're hurt, Shajing said, full of concern, trying to hug Bai Bingning by the campfire. No worries, Bai Bingning sighed, glancing at Qin Lan and blocking Shajing with her hand. I'm really fine, just lost my first kiss, and it was the kind where I initiated with the tongue. Qin Lan sat cross-legged on the ground, lost in thought, contemplating the new secret realm. For hours later, the search was nearing completion. The top members of Bingxin and Binggu academies gathered to tally the results. A total of 85 students survived, while 15 elite students perished. Such a tragic outcome made even the usually calm Wei Chen angry. Strange, we had already checked the safety of the secret realm. Where did these wild beasts come from? Wei Chen pondered, stroking his beard. Ma Ying's eyes lit up, and he quickly stood up, raising his hand. Report, Headmaster. There's another secret realm inside the Snow Mountain secret realm. I saw it with my own eyes. His words caused an uproar at the scene. Even the 2 elderly figures, Wei Chen and Zhang Liang, were taken aback. A secret realm within a secret realm? You must be joking. I've never heard of such a thing. Neither have I, the crowd murmured, casting skeptical looks at Ma Ying. Ma Ying crossed his arms, snorted coldly, and declared, believe it or not, I swear on the honor of the Ma family that there is indeed a second small secret realm within the Snow Mountain secret realm. Do you remember the way? Wei Chen asked, regaining his composure, his expression serious. If the boy was telling the truth, the new secret realm would be invaluable, like an untapped gold mine. The eyes of the academy leaders gleamed with interest, all focusing on Ma Ying. Of course I remember. It's in the southeast direction. Let me lead the way. Marin grinned confidently, summoning his nightmare unicorn. He relished the attention. Wei Chen and Zhang Liang exchanged glances, then arranged for several teachers to lead some students out of the Snow Mountain secret realm. The new secret realm promised opportunities, but with opportunity came danger, and the survival odds for those entering were uncertain. Upon hearing they would be taken out of the secret realm, some students who considered themselves strong protested. It was rumored that unexplored secret realms were filled with magical plants, and just hiding in a spot could yield plenty, turning into profit once outside. Headmaster, I'm about to graduate from my third year. Please let me stay and explore the new secret realm to hone myself. One student stood up, clenching his fist, eyes determined. I want to stay too. I don't want to be a flower in a greenhouse. I want to face the storm. More and more students echoed the sentiment. Beastmasters required significant resources, and not all students came from wealthy backgrounds. With opportunity right in front of them, who would willingly give it up? Wei Chun and Zhang Liang exchanged helpless glances, seeing the growing commotion. After discussion, they agreed to the requests of those students who wished to explore the new secret realm. Out of the more than 80 students from the two academies, about half chose to stay, while the rest were organized to leave the Snow Mountain secret realm. Qin Lan chose to stay as well. On the icy mountain path, the leaders of various academies summoned their powerful beasts to clear the path of blocking creatures. Suddenly, an icy scorpion beast leaped from the snow, attempting to ambush Qin Lan. Before it could get close, it was skewered by a golden spider leg, left hanging in the air like a candied hawthorn. The golden horned dragon spider raised its leg, savoring the scorpion's remains. With the path cleared, everyone's gaze turned to the blue fissure at the end of the mountain ravine. The person-sized passage was clearly the entrance to a small secret realm. Zhang Liang's face flushed with excitement, his eyes gleaming. His main beast, the Gunlord, had been stuck at 5-star, 6th tier for a long time, and this resource-rich new realm might offer the breakthrough he needed. The students were eager and ready to go. Bai Bingning noticed Qin Lan's calm demeanor and silently approached, handing him 2 bottles of 3rd-tier, good fast potions. Be careful in there. Survival is key. Are you worried about me? Qin Lan took the potions, looking at her with an odd expression. Bai Bingning hesitated, then walked away without answering. Every time she saw Qin Lan, she remembered that her first kiss had been with him. The group prepared and entered the passage in single file. As they stepped into the secret realm, their vision dimmed and then cleared, revealing a strange new setting. Qin Lan awoke in a fresh, elegant wooden room. Kneeling by the bed was a stunning woman with natural beauty, bright eyes, white teeth, and lips as lustrous as if painted with premium lipstick, exuding a sweet floral scent. A tear mole lay under her right eye, her fair cheeks blushed, and her brows hinted at spring. Her snow-white hair cascaded loosely to her waist, as if after a stormy night. Bai Bingning? Qin Lan, I'm yours now. The woman blushed, drawing out a white cloth adorned with plum blossoms. For you, I'm willing to give everything. However many children you want, I'll bear them for you. Qin Lan frowned, pinching his cheek to confirm the pain. The woman cupped his face, her lips moving closer. Qin Lan, I want to be with you forever. Qin Lan shook off her hand and turned to gaze out the window. The woman looked at him forlornly, her eyes misty. Qin Lan, why are you suddenly so cold to me? He stretched lazily, slowly putting on a loose black robe from the floor. It was a nice dream, enough to delight my little brother. After finishing a cup of tea, he mused, stop pretending. This is a deep dream world you've constructed. You're a high-level dream demon, aren't you? You attacked everyone when we entered the realm, pulling them into dreams. Qin Lan, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Qin Lan sighed, picked up a chopstick from the table, and stabbed his neck. He knew that the way to fight a dream was through self-harm. In a past life, he had encountered a royal-grade dream demon that trapped an entire city of 1 million people, strengthening itself by consuming dreams. Moments later, Qin Lan awoke again, this time with an arm around a youthful version of Bai Bingning on his right, her twin ponytails and white gauze dress. The sisters displayed 2 white cloths with plum blossoms, repeating the same words. Qin Lan snorted, snapping his own neck. Upon waking for the 3rd time, he found Bai Bingcha beside him, wearing a disordered white silk dress, her snow-white hair swept to the side, proudly displaying a neck. Awake? I was very satisfied last night. Little Qin, Annie really likes you. As 2 Bai Bingnings entered with trays, Qin Lan broke his neck again. Upon his 4th awakening, he found himself in an ancient boudoir. At the dressing table sat a woman in a green dress, holding an eyebrow pencil, observing the dreamscape through a bronze mirror. Awake? The green-dressed woman turned, revealing a face without features, her voice echoing from all directions. Qin Lan stretched, walked up to her, and delivered a sharp slap. The dream demon froze, the eyebrow pencil dropping to the ground and dissolving into smoke. In the previous dreams, Why didn't you have by Bingning wear white stockings? I like seeing white stockings, Qin Lan said expressionlessly. The room fell into silence. By the dressing table, the dream demon sat still, coming back to its senses. The fiery pain on its cheek made its body shiver uncontrollably. This couldn't be happening. This was its own domain, the dream realm. How could a mere human harm it with a slap? Qin Lan sneered coldly, delivering another slap without hesitation. Smack! The crisp sound reverberated through the room. This slap completely enraged the dream demon, and a chilling intent to kill spread out like invisible blades, slicing through everything around. The wooden floor cracked, the luxurious purple bed shattered instantly, and the entire wooden house began to collapse, revealing a sky full of stars. Human, I'll make you pay for offending me. The dream demon reached out a finger, lightly touching Qin Lan's forehead. Beast Lord skill, a fleeting dream. Qin Lan smiled, neither dodging nor flinching. The moment their fingertips met, his body dissolved into starlight and vanished. The dream demon snorted, raising a hand to gather the starlight into a mask identical to Qin Lan's face. Beast Lord skill, memory mask. The dream demon toyed with the mask, its gaze fixed on the bronze mirror on the dressing table. In the mirror, 100 dreams played out like a projector. It locked onto Qin Lan's dream and entered with the memory mask in hand. In a city of towering skyscrapers, Qin Lan slowly awoke to find himself a child of about 10. A childhood memory dream, he murmured, observing the city that was both familiar and strange. On the streets at night, LED billboards flickered like fireflies, and fashionable women came and went with their bags. Suddenly, a scream pierced the night. Oh no, I'm going into labor. Help! A pregnant woman collapsed in pain, her partner desperately waving for a taxi. Just as the taxi arrived, a strange phenomenon appeared in the sky. A bizarre blue orb tore through the night sky, falling like a miniature sun. Boom! The orb exploded, and blue waves swept across the city like a tide. Chaos erupted on the streets, but Qin Lan remained unmoved, allowing the blue light to pass through him. The faceless dream demon appeared beside Qin Lan, dressed in a blue skirt, gazing at the sky. I see, it was this explosion that awakened me, it murmured, recounting its past. Once an ancient mirror, it traveled the seas with a white-robed elder, witnessing eight-headed serpents, sirens with human faces and bird bodies, and those peculiar white apes. Eventually buried with countless rare treasures, it transformed by consuming the dreams of white apes. On the street, the pregnant woman suddenly let out a piercing scream. Her abdomen swelled, and a bloody infant burst forth, beginning to devour its mother. The dream demon watched with interest, then turned its attention to Qin Lan. All right, it's time to settle the score. The dream demon's face split open, a blood-red tongue pressing against Qin Lan's chin. You managed to resist my sweet dreams and stay conscious, which is impressive. But now, I'll ensure you are forever lost in a nightmare abyss. It slowly raised the Qin Lan mask, placing it over its face. Crack! Time seemed to freeze as the night sky enveloping the skyscrapers shattered like a mirror. The remnants of towering skyscrapers lay scattered across the street, and a dream demon hovered over Qin Lan's face, laughing maniacally. It was delving into the human's memories, attempting to craft a nightmare. The cries of infancy, the laughter of childhood, the warmth of family, the smiles of friends, all these memories surged into the dream demon's mind like a tidal wave. Yet, Qin Lan's expression remained remarkably calm, devoid of fear. He knew he had a way to escape the dream's hold and was merely curious if this little dream demon could reach the most terrifying scene buried deep in his memory, the moment of his death in a past life. The dream demon reveled in the thrill of memory theft, recalling fondly the times it had spied on sailors' dreams in the mirror world. But suddenly, its pupils contracted violently, and the expression covering Qin Lan's face transformed into one of panic and confusion. Something's wrong. How can you have two sets of memories? The dream demon's eyes were bloodshot as it staggered back. One is of the future, the other of the present. The future memories unfolded within the dream. This human, before its eyes, was capable of commanding numerous fearsome beings. The world began to shatter, the sky turned grim, and space itself tore apart as countless bizarre swarms of creatures emerged. Above these insect beasts were several enigmatic entities exuding a destructive aura. They were strikingly handsome, clad in crystalline attire, with 3, 4, even 5 eyes on their foreheads. The dream demon wanted to halt this nightmare that had spiraled beyond its comprehension, but it was too late. The aura of even a single insect beast in the sky was dozens of times stronger than its own. 6th rank? 7th rank? 8th rank? The dense insect swarm numbered at least 1 million. Unknowingly, the dream demon's absolute control over the dream began to slip away, and it was reduced from the master of the dream to a mere intruder. The nightmare of an 8th rank beastmaster was entirely beyond the control of a 5th rank dream demon. Human, submit, commanded one of the five-eyed alien beings in the sky, its murderous gaze piercing through the dream demon, targeting Qin Lan directly. With a soft sigh, Qin Lan's aura surged, transforming him into a youthful figure with white hair. He donned a black beast armor, surrounded by ancient golden runes, and held a strangely shaped icy longsword in his hand. 8th rank Beastmaster, Qin Lan. He squeezed the 8th rank Imperial Beast, the Icefall sword, in his hand, his gaze filled with intrigue as he looked at the trembling dream demon. Enjoying my nightmare? The dream demon was petrified, trembling on the ground, unable to utter a single word. If you won't submit, then die. The five-eyed alien lost patience, and the swarming insects transformed into a torrent, rushing towards Qin Lan. Roar! The beast ring on Qin Lan's finger glowed with golden light, and the colossal crocodile beast, 100 meters tall, descended with a roar. This creature, entirely blue, was covered in thick spines along its back, with blue lightning crackling between them, heating the air. The crocodile beast opened its massive jaws, unleashing a blue lightning beam that instantly pulverized large swathes of the insect swarm. First beast contract, 8th rank 3-star Imperial Beast, Great Wilderness Crocodile. Qin Lan's eyes reflected nostalgia as he summoned a second beast from his beast ringa, giant black octopus with 108 tentacles, shrouded in mist, its tentacles striking down the insect swarm with lethal precision. Second beast contract, 8th rank 2-star High-Level Imperial Beast, North Sea Kraken Arturo. Qin Lan picked up the dream demon. Its former self was the Lord Beast Archon and the general-level beast Dark Octopus. In the 12th year of Doomsday, I bought it for 6 million. This one has a terrible temper, is reticent, and loves to eat the hearts of the strong. Next came the third contracted Biasta towering lava giant ape, swinging its molten club to smash the attacking insect beasts into pulp. Qin Lan continued to introduce his beast army. The fourth beast contract, 8th rank 1-star mid-level Imperial Beast Golden Needle Wasp King. The fifth beast contract Icefall Sword evolved from by Bingning's Ice Soul Sword. The sixth beast contract, the seventh beast contract. Each beast, exuding an intimidating aura, was unleashed. Want to know how I returned from the future to 10 years after Doomsday? Qin Lan slapped the dream demon across the face. The dream demon nodded in despair. Qin Lan crushed the beast nest ring on his finger, revealing a 1,000-meter-long azure dragon, the 8th beast contract. 8th rank 1-star low-level sovereign beast, Time Dragon. This time element beast tore through space with a claw, summoning a river of azure light that rushed toward the insect swarm, causing everything it touched to age and die instantly. Humph, everyone, join forces. The aliens in the sky summoned their own beast pets. Dozens of 100-meter-long insect beasts led millions of insect swarms in an all-out assault on Qin Lan. As he watched his beasts battle the insect swarm, a shadow crossed Qin Lan's eyes. 1 against 6, he was ultimately outmatched. The 6 8th rank insect nest beast masters eventually wore down several of his beasts, forcing the time dragon to self-destruct, sending him, in a critical state, along with his blood prison talent, into a chaotic flow of time. Do you want to survive? The sudden question made the dream demon tremble. Its featureless face lowered, avoiding eye contact with the terrifying man before it. The horrifying scene it had just witnessed had completely shattered its mental defenses. Qin Lan raised his hand slightly, and the chaotic dream world filled with battling swarms abruptly paused, as if someone had pressed a pause button. The swarm of insect beasts disintegrated into dust, swept away by violent winds. As the dream shattered, the setting reverted to the ancient, elegant room. Standing by the bronze dressing mirror, Qin Lan examined the unique mirror with interest. The surface was like a multi-screen monitor, displaying hundreds of windows, each reflecting a different person's dream. He gestured for the dream demon to come closer. I want to enter this dream. The dream demon dared not disobey, cautiously placing its hand on Qin Lan's shoulder, guiding him into Bai Bingning's dream. As a rare dream beast, this ability was second nature to it. Bai Bingning's dream revisited a nightmare from her childhood. In the underground chamber of a dilapidated hospital, the walls were mottled and peeling, exposing the red bricks beneath. Inside an iron cage, young Bai Bingning and several scantily clad girls were imprisoned together. Don't worry, the police will save us. A girl named Xiao Kai comforted Bai Bingning, holding her close. But Bai Bingning remained silent, clenching her fists as memories flooded back. She had witnessed Xiao Kai's eyes being cruelly harvested, leaving an indelible scar on her young heart. Suddenly, the door was kicked open. A staggering, drunk man with a crew cut stumbled in, reeking of alcohol. His greedy eyes scanned the cage, finally settling on Bai Bingning. This little one's from the Bai family, he hiccuped. She's going to be a real beauty when she grows up. He pulled out a scalpel and roughly dragged Xiao Kai to a table. Keep your eyes wide open. Anyone who dares to close them will have their kidneys next. Just as the blade was about to descend, A slender hand grasped the man's wrist with precision. Qin Lan, without hesitation, delivered a punch to the man's abdomen, dragging his unconscious body out like a discarded rag. The dream began to collapse, and Bai Bingning opened her eyes to find herself back in reality. Simultaneously, Wei Qin and Zhang Liang, the two elder directors, also awoke. Furious, Wei Qin immediately summoned a powerful fifth-rank, six-star gun tiger beast. The beast's roar roused everyone. Some looked blissful, as if they had dreamt sweetly. Others were pale, clearly having faced nightmares. Sun Hai rubbed his ashen face, shuddering at the memory of himself as a maggot swimming in a sea of filth in his dream. Bai Bingning gazed thoughtfully at Qin Lan. In that nightmare memory, his presence had left her deeply puzzled. Zhang Liang's anger gradually subsided, though he was still inwardly frustrated at being ambushed by an unknown beast upon first entering the secret realm, leaving him feeling humiliated. Fortunately, everyone in the group was unharmed. Surveying his surroundings, the secret realm resembled an underground cave dim, damp, and filled with stalactites from which cold water occasionally dripped, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of an ancient tomb. The dream demon suppressed its presence, transforming into a small bronze mirror that hung at Qin Lan's waist. Its surface reflected its featureless visage as it communicated with Qin Lan through thoughts. From the dream demon, Qin Lan learned that this was indeed a 2,000-year-old tomb. As the dream demon recounted the past, Qin Lan's expression grew increasingly intrigued. Leading 3,000 boys and girls out to sea? The dream demon's original master was actually Su Fu? Historical records suggest that Su Fu, a court sorcerer, was sent by Emperor Qin Shi Huang to seek the elixir of immortality but returned empty-handed. Could this be the mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang? Qin Lan's curiosity deepened as he continued to unravel the hidden history through the dream demon, a living chronicle. The true past of the Blue Star was far more complex than it appeared. The two senior deans, ever vigilant, summoned their entire retinue of beasts to guard the rear as they led the group forward. The large crowd disturbed the tomb's original inhabitants, creatures that were also part of the burial. According to the dream demon, the tomb owner left 3 burial items: the dream demon itself, the Hahuan monkeys, and the so-called elixir of immortality. As for the authenticity of the elixir, even the dream demon was uncertain, as it had long since decayed. The cavern was a maze of passages, and in the darkness, countless pairs of crimson eyes appeared at it was the Hahuan monkeys in droves. They roared and brandished large stalactites as they charged. Over 2,000 years, these monkeys had thrived in the underground tomb, forming tribes and surviving through intertribal conflict and cannibalism. Prepare for battle. Yes. The group quickly formed ranks, their expressions tense as they commanded their beasts to fend off the encroaching monkey hordes. A gold-horned dragon spider silently stood guard in front of Qin Lan, seemingly idle. With 2 fifth-tier beastmasters and dozens of 4th-tier elites present, its chance to act was limited. Qin Lan quietly approached Dean Wei Chun, whose main beast was a high-level lord-class snow maiden, standing nearly 6 feet tall with waist-length icy hair, captivating snow-colored eyes, and a flowing ice dress that accentuated her flawless figure. A red ribbon adorned her slender ankle, enhancing her breathtaking beauty. Sensing the presence of a kindred spirit, Poo Poo emerged from the beast nest ring, her gaze filled with admiration. Qin Lan patted her gently, saying, "Take your time. You, too, will grow taller and more beautiful. Then we can do something interesting, like resting on those long, beautiful legs for a good sleep." As an unabashed leg enthusiast, Qin Lan looked forward to this. With determination, Poo Poo continued to devour beast cores, resolved to become stronger. The battle raged fiercely. The Snow Maiden's prowess was astonishing, instantly freezing a charging 4th-tier low-level lord-class Hahuan Monkey King into an ice sculpture. Qin Lan seized the opportunity to move in and activate the blood prison, collecting souls to condense into eggs. In just 10 minutes, he had harvested 3 low-level Lord Hahuan Monkey King eggs. Though he couldn't obtain the Monkey King's beast cores, the haul was considerable. After some thought, Qin Lan handed the 3 beast eggs to the gold-horned dragon spider to consume. Absorbing the energy, the spider's size surged from 4 meters to 4.5 meters, with its 8 legs becoming more robust and pointed, resembling massive pile drivers. Although its rank remained at 2-star, its strength increased significantly. It was estimated that consuming 7 or 8 more low-level Lord Beast eggs would lead to another evolution. Jinjiao cautiously lifted one of its spider legs and gently touched the cave wall. The hard rock crumbled like tofu before it, breaking open with a light poke. At that moment, the team was taking a break. The Academy mentors wore joyful smiles as they busily collected the scattered beast cores from the ground. Thousands of dead ape beast corpses lay strewn across the floor. Among them were hundreds of high-quality, top-tier general-grade specimens. Once the rest was over, the team continued deeper into the cave. The cavern gradually widened, no longer as narrow and winding as before. After advancing roughly another kilometer, The surrounding rock walls suddenly revealed numerous man-made carvings. Qin Lan looked up to examine them closely. The patterns were intricate and complex, with the most striking being a depiction of a dragon expedition. In the scene, a massive black dragon was pulling a colossal carriage, surrounded by countless fervent soldiers kneeling in worship, stretching beyond sight. As Qin Lan quietly admired the artwork, the demon at his waist suddenly spoke, causing his pupils to contract sharply. Master, there is a real dragon in this tomb, a five-clawed black dragon. A real dragon? Qin Lan gasped. A dragon beast is at least of low emperor level. With their small force, entering would be suicide. But soon, the demon's next words brought him relief. That dragon is already dead. It fell alongside a great figure and was buried here. Master, the dragon beast is now just a skin and bones shell hanging there. However, I secretly hid its most precious dragon pearl. If you wish, I can retrieve it for you later. The demon was secretly scheming, hoping to use the dragon pearl to strengthen its bond with its master. It was well aware that Qin Lan was wary of it, given that it was at the 5th level, while its newly recognized master was merely at the 2nd level. It was akin to an emperor with only 300,000 soldiers, yet having a general who commanded 3 million troops. How could there not be apprehension? To dispel such doubts, the demon realized there was only one path left in its heart, to lower its own level and enter a soul beast contract with the man before it, becoming his 3rd beast companion. Dragon Pearl? A flicker of astonishment crossed Qin Lan's eyes. As an exceedingly rare treasure, even more valuable than a dragon beast core, the Dragon Pearl's primary use is in crafting the 5th-tier elixir, the Dragon Transformation Potion. This potion enables serpents, pythons, and flood dragons to directly evolve into true dragons. This brought Qin Lan's thoughts back to his master from a past life, a figure adept not only in acupuncture but also a master alchemist, famed for his expertise with the Dragon Transformation Potion. Where is the Dragon Pearl? It's in the main burial chamber, Master. Just ahead. The dream demon responded urgently. The group advanced a short distance before a massive door came into view. The door, several centimeters thick, was forged entirely from 4th-tier azure gold, its surface intricately carved with dragon and phoenix motifs, casting an eerie blue glow in the dim cavern. That's several tons of azure gold. A teacher skilled in mineralogy couldn't help but exclaim. The two senior deans exchanged a knowing glance and directed their beast companions to dismantle the door. This artifact holds significant research value. Let Principal Wei Qian and I study it first. Zhang Liang coughed, causing others to roll their eyes and secret it was an obvious attempt at monopolization. As the door was removed, a heavy, phosphorescent scent filled the air. The main burial chamber was spacious, with thick, teal vines creeping along the walls and floor. At the center stood a golden sarcophagus, its lid partially open, revealing only a few gold and silver burial items inside. Strange. Where's the body of the notable figure? It was here 10 years ago. The dream demon murmured in confusion. Indeed, that embalmed body was here when I awoke. The mirror demon, resembling a bronze mirror, flickered as it spoke. Suddenly, its voice sharpened. Danger! Master, watch out above. Qin Lan looked up to see a pair of blood-red beast eyes gazing down from the cavern's ceiling. In the dim light, a colossal dragon over 30 meters long was visible, its body emaciated, with loose black scales hanging from its frame. More disturbingly, a shriveled human figure was embedded into its head, as if forcibly inserted into the carved-out dragon's skull. A chill ran through Qin Lan. This was a case of corpse reanimation. The black dragon let out a low growl, spewing a jet of black liquid. Principal Wei Qian swiftly commanded the Ice Queen to erect several ice walls in defense. However, the walls melted in an instant, and a few droplets seeped through, landing on an unfortunate 4th-tier beast tamer, reducing him to bare bones in seconds. The sight sent everyone into a panic, causing them to scatter. The black dragon, thwarted in its attack, roared in fury and swooped down, its tail whipping up a fierce gust. Vile creature! Stop it! Wei Qian's face darkened, as the deceased was an old acquaintance from his academy. The academy's senior staff steadied themselves and commanded their beast companions to engage. Fireballs, ice swords, and lightning strikes were unleashed, yet they struggled to penetrate the dragon's scales, with only the two 5th-tier beast tamers managing to inflict any real damage. The corpse dragon continued to spew its noxious black liquid. Having witnessed its dreadful power, everyone directed their beast companions to retreat from the attack range. In a corner of the main burial chamber, students huddled together, shaken, knowing this level of battle was beyond their capability. Bai Bingning quietly took out a 4th-tier scanner, aiming it at the black dragon. This detection-type beast device could scan from greater distances at higher tiers, with height-ear ones capable of obtaining information on living beings from kilometers away. Bai Bingning frowned as she stared intently at the corpse dragon before her. The scanner in her hand flickered with a faint light, yet it failed to retrieve any specific information about the creature. There was no name, no dark species quality, no special Lord Beastmaster level, no 5th tier 8-star racial talent, and even the beast skills and other descriptions were completely blank. This indicated that this mysterious creature was not recorded in the Yin Alliance's official database. Just as she pondered this, a familiar wave of dizziness suddenly hit her. The scene before her shifted instantly, and she found herself standing on a vast green meadow. Not only her, but the weaker students around her were also caught in the same state. In the dim corner of the main burial chamber, the students and their beasts stood frozen, as if time had stopped. Qin Lan stretched lazily, while the dream demon bronze mirror at his waist emitted an eerie glow. Ensnaring this group of 2nd and 3rd-tier beastmasters in a dream was indeed a simple task for his mid-tier lord-quality violent beast. Qin Lan slowly approached Bai Bingning, unable to resist pinching her cheek. With the Academy's high-ranking officials engaged with the corpse dragon, he finally had the opportunity to execute the plan he had long suppressed. His fingertips brushed gently across Bai Bingning's soft lips before he turned towards Yang Tian, his eyes filled with a sharp, murderous intent. Memories from a past life surged like a tide. Back then, he and Bai Bingning were tasked with clearing a medium-sized corpse zombie secret realm, where the battle was extraordinarily fierce, and over 1,000 frontier beastmasters were nearly wiped out. Just as they were about to complete the mission, Yang Tian led the Yang family experts to forcibly seize control of the secret realm, claiming all the spoils of war and even the beast cores of the fallen beastmasters. What was even more infuriating was the Yin Alliance's high-ranking officials turning a blind eye to this. At this moment, Yang Tian was struggling in the dream, his brow furrowed, completely unaware of the impending danger. Beside him, 3 low-tier lord-quality violent beasts were similarly trapped in the dream, powerless to resist. The Yin Alliance's high-ranking officials favored this prodigy only because of his low-tier rank Beastmaster qualifications and his prestigious family background as a former high-ranking official of the Yin Alliance before the Day of Destruction. In just a minute, everyone awoke from their dream. Yang Tianshu, dressed in black, unfolded his eyebrows and a smile appeared on his face. In the dream, he had become the strongest young beastmaster on Blue Star, commanding countless beasts and standing proudly above his peers. People erected statues in his honor, worshipping him as a deity. The feeling of being revered was intoxicating to him. A hint of savagery flickered in Yang Tian's eyes, though outwardly he remained calm and composed. He particularly anticipated the arrival of Destruction Day, as it meant he could finally transform, shedding the facade of a public figure to indulge in his power and relish in an unparalleled sense of achievement. Brother Tian, you're hurt. You're bleeding so much. A terrified shout suddenly erupted nearby. Yang Tian snapped back to reality, his gaze landing on a panicked subordinate. Pain surged through him like a tide, and he looked down in disbelief at his chested dagger was deeply embedded. Only the hilt visible, with blood gushing out, staining the ground like plum blossoms. Not far away, Qin Lan sat on a stone, watching as the gentle little snow maiden Poo Poo neatly braided her snowy hair into twin ponytails. Poo Poo, while nibbling on a beast core, witnessed Yang Tian collapse lifelessly to the ground. This prodigy, who in a past life could have become an 8th-tier beastmaster, had fallen in the secret realm. With Yang Tian's death, the beast contract was severed, and his 3 lord-quality berserk beasts went into a frenzy. In the dream realm meticulously woven by the dream sprite, they had witnessed their master being brutally killed and now sought revenge. The Black Widow, leading them, bared its sharp fangs, its eyes blood-red, and ensnared a student with its web to drain their blood, leaving behind a dried corpse in seconds. They've gone mad. Yang Tian's beasts have gone mad. If you don't want to die, act now. Qin Lan shouted. The students who witnessed the carnage turned fierce, and over 40 capable 3rd-tier beastmasters launched attacks, raining down on the 3 berserk beasts. The dream sprite timely dragged them into a dream, rendering them unable to evade the onslaught. In no time, the 3 low-tier Lord Berserk beasts were nearly wiped out, leaving only the Black Widow barely clinging to life. Bai Bingning sighed softly and decapitated it with a single stroke. Qin Lan then activated Blood Prison, collecting 3 Lord-quality Berserk beast eggs. Meanwhile, the battle at the main tomb center was nearing its end. The corpse dragon, weakened without its dragon pearl, was quickly battered under the assault of 2 5th-tier beastmasters. Wei Qin's snow maiden summoned a massive ice storm, freezing the corpse dragon into a block of ice. Zhang Liang and Wei Chun were ecstatic but discovered the dragon pearl had vanished upon inspection. As they discussed how to handle the dragon bones, a student brought news of Yang Tian's demise. Zhang Liang nearly fainted upon hearing it, and Wei Chun was equally incredulous. How could Yang Tian, with his low-grade A-level beastmaster talent, be killed by an ordinary dagger? In the shadows, the true culprit, Qin Lan, silently observed everything, discreetly slipping a palm-sized golden orb into his beast nest ring. The most precious treasure of this ruin had quietly fallen into his hands. For someone who had always played the role of a bystander, this unexpected windfall was quite surprising. Inside the tomb, the expressions of the two elders were extremely grim. Yang Tian's identity was of significant importance, and his death was sure to cause an uproar in the capital. As they were lost in thought, a sudden change occurred in the frozen corpse dragon. The figure embedded in the dragon's head slowly opened its eyes, revealing golden pupils. With disheveled hair and an indistinct face, the figure's eyes held an infant-like confusion and lifelessness. As clarity returned to its gaze, it opened its mouth, revealing two thumb-length golden fangs, and fiercely bit into the corpse dragon beneath it. With a crunching sound, a bizarre scene unfolded. The dragon's scales rapidly lost their luster, and the bones that supported its body began to crumble, eventually collapsing completely. The sound of shattering ice caught everyone's attention, and both Zhang Liang and Wei Chan turned to look. Upon seeing the figure emerging from the ice, their faces changed dramatically. The figure had golden eyes, a blue face with fangs, and a body as withered as a skeleton. Wei Chun was wide-eyed in horror. It was the Corpse King. The two elders were thrown into turmoil and immediately commanded their beasts to attack. The Snow Maiden let out a gentle chant, conjuring a several-meter-long ice spear that shot forth. In this world, humanity had only two enemies: wild beasts and the undead. The day of destruction 10 years ago had left nearly 40% of humans as mindless undead. Fortunately, humanity had mastered the ability to control beasts, and over the past decade, most of the undead had been eradicated. But the Corpse King was different. They were born of a unique strain, capable of infecting humans and beasts alike. A powerful Corpse King could even gain intelligence by consuming flesh and blood. On the Flame Alliance's wanted list, the Corpse King was marked as an level threat. Previously, only 3 Corpse Kings had appeared in the Eastern Territory, and the Flame Alliance had paid a heavy price to eliminate them, even resorting to nuclear weapons in the 5th year. It was unexpected that a 4th Corpse King would appear today, transformed from the tomb's original occupant. Despite his muddled consciousness, the tomb's occupant possessed astonishing strength. He easily shattered the incoming ice spear and kicked away the pouncing tiger beast. The 5-star, 60-year Spear King spewed blood in midair, drawing a scarlet arc. This scene sent chills down the spines of everyone present. After kicking away the Spear King, the Corpse King climbed the rocks like a nimble monkey, quickly disappearing into the depths of the tomb. Wei Qin and Zhang Liang, with cold determination, ordered their respective academies' higher-ups to pursue. If the newly born Corpse King were to consume enough flesh to gain intelligence, the consequences would be dire. 3 hours later, at Binggu Academy in East City, Jiangnan, the city lay shrouded in darkness, along with the unease of those who knew the truth. The Corpse King had yet to be found, and even high-level canine beasts could not pick up any trace. City Lord Yin Ling paced anxiously in his room. He had been playing cards with a school-uniformed girl when he received news of the Corpse King's emergence underground. Only 3 Corpse Kings had appeared in the last decade, and now another one had surfaced. Reporting this to the Flame Alliance headquarters would undoubtedly cause great upheaval. "Hey, old man, are you losing your touch?" The girl on the bed teased with feigned sweetness. "Shut up." Yin Ling's eyes widened as he continued to pace anxiously. The girl was startled. Usually, this remark would make the city lord laugh and start unbuckling his pants, calling out, "The big stick is coming," while telling her to get ready. "Okay, I get it. I'll go call." "Get out." "Yes." The girl left the room in a fluster, not forgetting to close the door behind her. Inside, only Yin Ling's urgent footsteps remained. This is not good. The truth will out eventually. Yin Ling stood by the window, clutching an old-fashioned phone in his hand. After a moment of hesitation, he finally made up his mind to dial the mysterious number and report the matter to the Yin Alliance headquarters. New Kyoto, the seat of the Yin Alliance headquarters and one of the many reclaimed cities of the human race, boasted a population of tens of millions. Towering skyscrapers lined the streets, glowing with the light of advanced technology, while blue holographic screens on silver walls endlessly looped advertisements. A host, with a deliberately cheerful smile, enthusiastically promoted the latest magic potion. Pedestrians hurried along the streets, their faces marked with the unique indifference of city life. On either side of the road, uniformed android maids, wearing standardized smiles, handed out flyers for potion shops to passers-by. This was the 10th year after Doomsday, and thanks to the many treasures unearthed from mysterious realms, human technology had advanced by leaps and bounds. Of course, such prosperity was largely confined to New Kyoto, the Yin Alliance headquarters. At the moment, the atmosphere in the Yin Alliance headquarters meeting room was tense and grim. The many high-ranking officials gathered there wore serious expressions, unanimously agreeing that the newly emerged Corpse King must be eradicated before it could grow stronger and become another great calamity for humanity. After the meeting concluded, the high-ranking officials gradually departed, leaving behind an elderly monk with a horn-shaped hat, leisurely puffing on a smoking pipe. This centenarian, with white eyebrows so long they nearly reached his chin, was left alone. "Master, the milk is at 38 degrees, just right." A young man in a suit and tie approached respectfully, holding a baby bottle. The old monk mumbled in acknowledgement, took the bottle, and began to drink. Halfway through, the monk suddenly spoke. "Erkong, what do you think of the fourth corpse king, Tianqian, that emerged from beneath Jiangnan City?" The young man smiled wryly as he toyed with the prayer beads on his wrist, responding softly, "Disciple doesn't understand. But if the sky falls, there are tall people like you, master, to hold it up." The old monk sighed and looked up at the sky. The Z-Way star flickers, showing signs of devouring a dragon. This suddenly appearing fourth corpse king is no simple matter. In the private dormitory of the Ice Curling Academy, Qin Lan sat shirtless by the window, holding a glass of red wine as he gazed at the starry night sky. His brow furrowed as his thoughts wandered to the unexpected appearance of the fourth corpse king. This figure had never existed in his past life, clearly a massive butterfly effect triggered by his return. It was time to leave Jiangnan City. In the corner of the room, a silent standoff was taking place. The golden-horned spider glared menacingly at the black widow spider curled up against the wall. This newly hatched black widow, unable to obtain its original beast core, was only at the first tier and looked pitifully frightened in its human female form. "Goldenhorn, don't bully your future mate." Huang Xiaoyi immediately intervened when she saw her new pet being harassed. The golden-horned spider disdainfully glanced at the human girl, arrogantly turning away to climb the wall and spin its web. Despite its large size as a female spider, it couldn't be bothered to argue with the oblivious human girl. Suddenly, the sound of cracking eggshells came from beside the bed. The greenly bird and the blue-wave giant claw mantis were pecking at 2 lord-quality beast eggs. These exceptional general-level beasts were just a step away from becoming low-level lords. Once they devoured young Tian's lord beast eggs, they would undoubtedly break through to lord quality. As the night grew late, Qin Lan closed the window and sealed the door. The matter of the Corpse King was for the Yin Alliance officials to handle. He turned his attention to Huang Xiaoyi. Tonight, he needed to replenish the 30 years of life he had sacrificed for the blood ritual. Huang Xiaoyi, dressed in a black school skirt and black stockings, radiated youthful energy. "Stay with me tonight," Qin Lan said, pulling her by the shoulder. The girl's cheeks flushed as she stammered, "Uncle Qin, I'll go take a shower." After receiving permission, Huang Xiaoyi took the Black Widow spider into the bathroom, turned on the shower, and skillfully escaped through the window. However, it wasn't long before she was cornered in the academy's small grove. Qin Lan watched the girl who had tried to slip away with an amused smile. "I've given you money, beast pets, and now it's time to pay the price," Qin Lan said, grabbing Huang Xiaoyi's face as she attempted to lie further. He held on until she could barely breathe before releasing her. He laid a thick quilt on the ground and, lying down, beckoned Huang Xiaoyi to join him. "Come, watch the stars with me." Though wary, Huang Xiaoyi slowly sat down on the quilt. In this post-apocalyptic world, innocence was long worthless. During the first year of chaos, many high-profile actresses became playthings to survive. She gazed at the stars, recalling her deceased parents and her uncle, whose fate was unknown. Qin Lan cut his wrist and handed Huang Xiaoyi a bowl filled with blood. "Open your mouth. You must swallow it all, no spitting it out." This was the key to the secret rejuvenation technique, absorbing the extreme energy from a woman's body to restore lifespan. After drinking the blood, Huang Xiaoyi felt her body heat up and her consciousness blur. She leaned against Qin Lan, mumbling complaints about him adding something to the blood. By morning, Qin Lan emerged from the grove, carrying the unconscious Huang Xiaoyi. He was drenched in sweat, but revitalized, with a fifth of his white hair turned black. As he rode the docile golden-horned spider back to the dormitory, he gently adjusted Huang Xiaoyi's disheveled clothes. Although extreme energy could regenerate before the age of 30, it was very weak and ideally should be harvested every 3 to 5 days. Back in his room, his beast pets gave him a pleasant surprise. The blue-wave giant claw mantis had evolved into a water knight giant claw mantis, reaching a height of 1 person. With a body covered in blue patterned armor, its enlarged scissor-like claws gleaming gold, and a small spiral horn on its head, advancing to Tier 2, 8 stars. The greenly bird had transformed into a low-level Lord Qingwan wild demon, taking the form of a girl with long green hair, ethereal and graceful, with arms turned into wings. Her upper body resembled a human, with green feathers covering her modesty and a slender waist exposed, her legs ending in green bird claws, also reaching Tier 2, 8 stars. Gathering his newly evolved pets, Qin Lan assessed his lineup. Goldenhorn, Dream Demon, Puff, Purple Flame Jiao, Water Knight Giant Claw Mantis, and Qingwan Wild Demon 6 lord-quality beasts as his guardians. He finally had the power to protect himself. In the streets of Jiangnan City, Qin Lan, wearing a sun hat, was busy shopping. Her cart was piled high with survival essentials like compressed biscuits, and she was followed by Huang Xiaoyi, who was limping and pouting, clearly in a bad mood. Uncle Qin, where are we headed? Huang Xiaoyi asked sullenly, tugging on Qin Lan's arm. She still remembered fainting last night, and the pain upon waking up reminded her of what had happened. The Shenangjia Mountains. I need to meet an acquaintance, Qin Lan replied, casually tossing out a black crystal universal card and clearing out the high-priced food in the store. Huang Xiaoyi stopped asking questions and quietly put a lollipop in her mouth. The two soon arrived at the black market of Jiangnan City. This was the city's dark side, where anything, even human life, could be bought for the right price. Qin Lan headed straight to a private custom car shop, spending 5 million on a second-tier beast vehicle sports car. The silver car had a dozen spikes on the front and a 3-barrel second-tier golden Gatling gun mounted on the roof, enough to make any flesh and blood steer clear. While they were wandering the black market, they ran into 3 familiar faces. Director Qin. Sun Hai greeted warmly. Qin Lan nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze passing over Sha Jing and landing on Bai Bingning. There's a coffee shop nearby. Shall we talk alone? In the sparsely populated cafe, Qin Lan and Bai Bingning sat across from each other. Sha Jing was outside, glaring through the glass door with an exaggerated expression. Qin Lan paid no mind and moved to sit beside Bai Bingning, tidying her snowy long hair in front of Sha Jing. What are your plans for the future? Qin Lan asked while pouring coffee for Bai Bingning. Graduating in half a month, planning to join the military at the border for experience. The border? Qin Lan sighed. It's dangerous there. Always trouble from the neighboring country. Is Sha Jing going too? Yes, Jingjing wants to go as well. Tell her to be careful not to lose her head to a mantis beast. Bai Bingning frowned slightly. What do you mean? There are many insect beasts at the border. She's a bit careless, so a reminder wouldn't hurt, Qin Lan explained. During the conversation, Qin Lan's hand rested inappropriately on Bai Bingning's silky long legs. What about you? Are you staying here after your teaching stint? No, I'm leaving today, heading to Shenangjia. Qin Lan's hand was slapped away again. Bai Bingning was taken aback. Shenangjia is one of the last primeval forests in the world, with a coverage rate of 96. After the Day of Destruction, it became a haven for ferocious plant beasts, known as a human forbidden zone. When the topic shifted to the underground emergence of the Corpse King, Bai Bingning's expression turned serious. She revealed that archaeological experts had confirmed the tomb belonged to Lao Ai, a legendary figure known for his extraordinary physical abilities. He was tall and handsome, once posing as a eunuch to seduce the concubines, and had an affair with Queen Zhaoji, mother of Qin Shi Huang, bearing a son, which granted him immense power. The emergence of the fourth Corpse King, Tianquan, alarmed the top ranks of the Yin Alliance, and a special extermination team had arrived at dawn. Led by Special Forces King Lei Zhe, the team included monks, corpse handlers, fortune tellers, and other extraordinary individuals. They had already successfully eliminated 2 of the 3 Corpse Kings, showcasing formidable strength. Hearing this, Qin Lan became quietly vigilant. If these experts discovered his involvement in Yang Tian's death, the consequences would be dire. Qin Lan stretched lazily and unceremoniously wrote an IOU for 50 million black crystal points, handing it over to Bai Bingning. Lend me some money. I'm planning to break through to the 3rd-level Beast Master realm. I'll pay you back once I get to the frontier. Bai Bingning hesitated for a moment, but eventually took the note and handed over a black, crystal universal card from her bag. The money had just arrived yesterday, and now it was gone. Qin Lan chuckled as he pocketed the card, then pulled out a jade-green hairpin and placed it on the table. Here, consider it a token of thanks for the loan. For me. A flicker of hesitation crossed Bai Bingning's eyes. Aside from her brother and father, she had never accepted gifts from other men. Don't want it? Thank you. As Bai Bingning reached for the hairpin, Qin Lan suddenly leaned in and planted a soft kiss at the corner of her mouth. The unexpected intimacy struck Bai Bingning like lightning, leaving her mind blank. Instinctively, she summoned her ice soul sword from her beast lair ring and swung it at Qin Lan. Qin Lan seemed prepared, narrowly dodging the strike with a look of puzzlement on his face. Sorry, Bai Bingning lowered her sword, her expression a mix of apology and a hint of annoyance. Still can't shake off the fear of men from childhood? Childhood fear? Wait, how do you know about that? Bai Bingning looked at him, shocked. Qin Lan simply patted her shoulder and turned to leave. Time to go. Meanwhile, in the beast-infested Jiangnan city, a manhole cover was suddenly lifted. A figure clad in tattered armor crawled out slowly, a shriveled body with a ghastly face, fangs, and a striking pair of golden eyes beneath hair like dried grass. It was the newly emerged Corpse King, who had traveled stealthily through underground rivers from Jiangnan city to reach here. A prowling wolf beast spotted the Corpse King and lunged greedily. 3 breaths later, the wolf lay lifeless, its neck twisted. The Corpse King crouched by the wolf's body, examining it with childlike curiosity. He pierced his own chest with a sharp finger, extracting a drop of golden heart blood that shone like a gem. Here, take my heart blood. Find me two-legged blood food. The corpse king mumbled, flicking the golden droplet into the wolf's mouth. The wolf's corpse underwent a terrifying transformation. Its tumtor-long body swelled, blood-red muscles bursting through its fur. Moments later, a 5-meter-long giant wolf stood up, its head grotesquely splitting into 2 halves, filled with fangs as long as a child's arm. Its level soared from 3rd to 5th. Under the corpse king's command, the transformed wolf soon discovered an underground bunker in a nearby neighborhood and dragged back a middle-aged man. This street was where Qin Lan's spiritual plant shop was located. The man, pale as paper, was bitten by the corpse king, who drained him of blood and marrow in an instant. Over the next half hour, the corpse king consumed 29 more people, his form gradually becoming more robust, shedding his frail appearance. He tore off his ragged armor, revealing a strong, bronze-colored body. At that moment, the transformed wolf brought in a middle-aged woman. This time, the corpse king didn't kill her immediately but asked, "Are you smart?" I'm a biology teacher," the woman replied, trembling. "What is a biology teacher?" "Teaching and educating." "So, a scholar. I like smart people. Submit to me, and I will grant you eternal life." The corpse king's gaze deepened. Though his memory was hazy, he seemed to grasp the value of someone who educates. The biology teacher immediately knelt, begging for mercy. She knew she was facing a corpse king who could speak. Under his watchful eyes, she awaited the golden heart blood. As a biology teacher, besides her daily classes, she also tutored the principal and the principal's father in biology at night. The corpse king's slender fingers flicked lightly, sending a drop of golden blood straight into the beautiful woman's mouth. As time passed, her body underwent a startling transformation. Razor-sharp fangs grew from her mouth, her arms twisted into black serpent heads, and her pupils morphed into chilling green vertical slits. Buzz! The terrifying aura of a 5th-tier ghoul erupted, shaking the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. The woman immediately knelt, her eyes cold and lifeless. "Master!" Her voice carried no warmth, a clear sign she had been fully transformed by the corpse king's heart blood into a special type of ghoul, retaining fragments of her human consciousness. Such an eerie ability far surpassed the power of the top 3 corpse kings vanquished during the 10 years since Doomsday. If the Yin Alliance's leaders discovered this, they would be utterly shocked. The scene shifted to the library of Silver Dragon Academy in Jiangnan City, Ji Province. The corpse king sat cross-legged, shirtless, with black hair cascading down his back, intently studying a pile of books. Guided by the mutated woman, he was painstakingly learning English. "What is my name?" My. The corpse king frowned, tapping his head in frustration. He turned to the kneeling mutated woman before him. "Tell me, who in this world has the smartest brains?" "Master, it is said that newly employed college graduates have the sharpest minds. They are high IQ individuals." "High IQ, college students." The corpse king repeated the words thoughtfully before issuing a command. "Go. Since ancient times, one eats what one lacks. Capture college students for meth more, the better. I will eat their smart brains to make myself smarter. No brains from fools, I won't eat those. Eating fools' brains would make me stupid." The woman obeyed, leading zombie wolves to hunt for college students. Meanwhile, the corpse king returned to his books, a sudden thought striking him. "How strange. I seem to have lost something important. Round, golden, a golden orb." He set the books aside, lost in thought, hoping devouring college students' brains would help him recall his lost treasure. At the same time, a silver sports car roared past the gates of East City in Jiangnan. Qin Lan reclined lazily in the passenger seat, casually toying with a golden dragon orb in her hand. Her eyes sparkled with mischief as she twirled the artifact. Qin Lan toyed with a crystal-clear dragon pearl in his hand, a rare treasure indeed. Not only could it be used to concoct a 5th-tier dragon transformation elixir, but soaking it for an hour could also produce a miraculous water that neutralizes all poisons. He carefully put the dragon pearl away, then removed a foggy bronze mirror from his waist. In the mirror, a faint silhouette in a green dress could be seen, quietly sitting by a vanity. It was a dream demon, a genderless creature without a beast core, sustained by the dreams of the strong. However, feasting on such dreams was not without risk. Even though Qin Lan had been reincarnated, the dreams from his past life as an 8th-tier warrior still haunted him like a nightmare. For a 5th-tier dream demon to attempt to touch such dreams was akin to courting death. Qin Lan took out a beast device scanner and aimed it at the bronze mirror. A blue information screen appeared. Name: Dream Demon. Attribute: Dream. Race quality: Intermediate Lord. Beast control level: 5th tier, 8 stars. Racial talent: Master of Dreams. Beast skills: Hypnosis, Dream Entry, Conditioning. Body snatch general level: ephemeral dreamlord level. Special ability, memory mask. This dream demon was indeed extraordinary, especially with those two rare dream beast skills. The ephemeral dream could trap beings in a vivid, deep dream, making it difficult to awaken, though not fatal. The memory mask could replicate the memories of creatures within dreams. Noticing its master examining it, the dream demon in the mirror immediately stood up and bowed, appearing extremely fearful. Qin Lan furrowed his brow, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the bronze mirror with force. The matter of contracting the dream demon could not be delayed any longer. Was it genuinely submissive, or merely feigning loyalty? Its fifth-tier power was like a ticking time bomb. What if it betrayed him in battle? He took a deep breath and summoned his second beast companion Poo Poo, the Frost Snow Maiden. This little creature, at the pinnacle of the second tier, was crucial for breaking through to the third tier. The moment Poo Poo appeared, she leapt into her master's arms, nuzzling her head against Qin Lan's chest affectionately. Eat up. Qin Lan gently stroked the little snow maiden's head and took out a handful of beast cores. Poo Poo sat obediently on his lap, enjoying her feast. Through the bulletproof window, Qin Lan gazed at the desolate ruins outside. Vines grew rampant among the shattered buildings, and pale bones were crawling with worms. This was the harsh reality of the world today. Huang Xiaoyi, adeptly driving the vehicle, suddenly spoke up, "Uncle Qin, there's someone ahead." About 10 meters away, a ragged girl lay curled up on the ground, pleading for help, her chest barely concealed. "Run her over," Qin Lan said coldly, withdrawing his gaze. "Got it." Huang Xiaoyi floored the gas pedal, and the silver sports car roared towards the girl. Just then, a chorus of ape cries echoed from the surrounding buildings, and several large stones were hurled precisely onto the road. Huang Xiaoyi braked sharply, the tires screeching and sparking on the pavement. A group of burly men wearing skull masks emerged from the ruins, their greedy eyes fixed on the car's occupants. Leading them was a towering man, nearly 6 feet 3 inches tall, with braided hair. He approached with 3 ape beasts, pounding a wolfong club against the car hood. "If you don't want to die, get out of the car now." "Uncle Qin, he's a third-ear beast master. Should we get out?" Huang Xiaoyi asked nervously. "Sure," Qin Lan replied, putting Poo Poo away, then pushing the car door open with a smile as he stepped out. The attire and demeanor of this group were distinctly different from ordinary scavengers. As Qin Lan and Huang Xiaoyi stepped out of the car, the masked men immediately grew restless, their eyes fixated on Huang Xiaoyi like hungry wolves. The leader, a burly man of the third rank, looked down at Qin Lan, casually tossing a spiked club to the ground. In a cold voice he said, "If you want to live, break your limbs yourself." The eyes of the surrounding masked men lit up with excitement at his words. "All right." Qin Lan calmly picked up the iron club and gently tapped the bronze mirror at his waist. A halo of light emerged from the mirror and swiftly entered the burly man's body. This was a dream demon soldier-level beast, technique dream invasion. The burly man was powerless to resist. His eyes became cloudy, and his arms hung limply at his sides. Qin Lan tapped the bronze mirror again, using the dream demon soldier-level beast, technique hypnosis. The man's eyes regained their clarity as he took the spiked club Qin Lan handed him and slowly walked towards the group of masked men. Although the 3 ape beasts sensed something was amiss, they scratched their heads and followed. "Big brother, you?" A masked man reached out in confusion to touch the burly man's shoulder. Just as his hand was about to make contact, the man suddenly sprang into action, swinging the spiked club in an arc and smashing it down on the man's head. Smack! The sound was like a watermelon bursting, and blood sprayed everywhere. Huang Xiaoyi was dumbfounded. Why is he attacking his own people? "Big brother? Something's wrong, he's possessed. Wake up, big brother." Amidst cries of alarm, the burly man rampaged like a tiger unleashed, each blow causing a head to burst. After the third comrade's head was crushed, one of the masked men, terrified out of his wits, instinctively pulled the trigger as the burly man approached him. Roar! The 3 ape beasts were enraged, their eyes flashing with menace, and they moved to shield their master. Chaos erupted, with gunfire and beastly roars intertwining into a scene of mutual destruction. Qin Lan leaned against the car door, smoking a cigarette, and watched the massacre with a cold detachment. Huang Xiaoyi stepped forward, snatched the cigarette from his mouth, took a drag, and looked up to ask, "Uncle Qin, who are these people? Want to know?"
Yes.
Qin Lan pinched her fair cheek and leaned in to draw a puff of smoke from her cherry-colored lips. After finishing the imported cigarette, he explained, "Most likely they're the Fallen." "What are the Fallen?" "After the apocalypse, some abandoned ethics and morals, resorting to cannibalism and worshipping powerful violent beasts." Qin Lan spoke while cautiously surveying the surroundings. "There's a strong lord-level violent beast around here protecting the Fallen. In return, they must provide it with human blood and flesh. There should be a main base for the Fallen nearby, though its size is unknown." He recalled encountering a large fallen settlement in a past life, where the number of fallen exceeded 10,000. They kept ordinary humans captive, forcing them to breed day and night to produce blood food. After a long pause, the slaughter ceased, and a gust of cold wind carried the strong scent of blood through the air. Qin Lan slowly stepped forward, drew a bronze mirror from his waist, and placed it on the head of the dying burly man with the staff. Beast Master Technique, Memory Mask, he murmured softly. As the words left his lips, a radiant glow appeared, revealing an ethereal mask imprinted with the man's face. As Qin Lan donned the mask, the man's memories surged into his mind. The man was named Su Luo, a third-year, 3-star beast master from the spider god tribe. It confirmed that this group of masked men were indeed the fallen, originating from a tribe of over 2,000 people. Huang Xiaoyi directed her Black Widow spider to extract the beast cores from the battlefield. There were at least 20 of them, belonging to the deceased beast masters. She approached Qin Lan with a playful grin, holding the cores. Finders keepers, Uncle Qin, you get 1, I get 9. She quickly corrected herself. No, Uncle Qin, you get 9, I get 1. After last night's events, she had gained a newfound respect for this seemingly frail yet incredibly powerful Uncle Qin. Qin Lan kicked and broke the burly man's neck, then put away the silver sports car before turning to leave. Huang Xiaoyi hurried after him. Uncle Qin, where are we going? To the Fallen's gathering place, Qin Lan replied. From Su Luo's memories, he learned that the Fallen worshipped a lord-quality parasitic cave spider. Like moles, they built nests underground, with their entire gathering place hidden beneath the ruins. The two arrived at a seemingly barren area covered by ruins. As Huang Xiaoyi was about to comment on the emptiness, Qin Lan pointed to the ground beneath her. A stone manhole cover, perfectly flush with the ground, was almost imperceptible. Following Qin Lan's instructions, Huang Xiaoyi dragged the 100-pound cover aside, revealing a dark passageway below. The stench of rotting fish hit them, and Huang Xiaoyi grimaced and stepped back. Qin Lan handed her a gas mask and donned his own third-year beast gear, the black shark armor, as inky liquid flowed across its surface. Uncle Qin, can we swap? Huang Xiaoyi asked, eyeing the black shark armor with envy. If you lend me 6 billion, I'll give you this armor. Never mind, I don't have that kind of money. The two descended the passageway, going down at least 10 meters. Huang Xiaoyi then realized she was standing on a thick layer of human hair, stained with blood and nearly 10 centimeters deep. Seeing her apprehension, she quickly put on a brave face. Who's scared? My uncle's in the underworld. I've seen dead bodies before. Qin Lan mused silently. This girl's uncle, Huang Dongsheng, was indeed not simple. In his past life, he was a powerful figure. If he knew that Qin Lan had encountered his beloved niece last night, who knows how he would react? Considering potential collaboration opportunities in the future, Qin Lan softened his demeanor. Emerging from the winding tunnel, they found themselves in a vast underground primitive village made of wooden huts and straw tents. Hundreds of wooden houses were arranged in an orderly fashion, with countless tents scattered around. According to Su Luo's memories, the hierarchy here was strict. Only beast masters were qualified to live in the wooden houses. On the open ground, palette-skinned fallen were gathered around bonfires, indulging in food and drink. On either side of the path, tall wooden crosses stood, with several soldiers in camouflage uniforms bound to them. One of them, a burly man with a buzz cut, had bloodshot eyes and was cursing the fallen incessantly. Upon seeing Qin Lan, he frantically signaled for them to escape. This soldier, named Hong Tai, was a fellow native of G City and a third-year beast master like Qin Lan. He and his comrades were escorting refugees to E City for safety when they encountered an 80-year-old girl being chased by savage beasts. Acting out of compassion, they saved the girl, only to be lured into a trap under the pretense of rescuing her injured parents. Little did they know, it was a snare laid by a twisted-minded fallen. Tragedy struck in an instant. As Hong Tai's team reached the vicinity of the cellar mentioned by the little girl, thousands of fallen suddenly emerged from the ruins, swiftly surrounding the convoy. Under the fierce assault of the fallen, Hong Tai's forces were pushed back, with soldiers and their beast companions falling one after another. In the end, not a single soul, including the civilians in the vehicles, was spared. Hong Tai watched in horror as the little girl stood beside the leader of the fallen, gnawing on a comrade's fingers with a sinister smile. It was all a meticulously planned trap. The following days were like a nightmare. Women were used as objects of abuse, while men became food. Witnessing his comrades dying one by one, Hong Tai's heart grew numb, wishing only for death. Suddenly, a frail young man, feasting on human flesh, screamed, "Intruders!" Two women, his eyes greedily fixed on Qin Lan and Huang Xiaoyi. According to the Fallen's rules, only a beastmaster could claim women, and someone of his lowly status had no right to touch them. The one in black armor must be a voluptuous woman. As soon as he spoke, The entire encampment erupted into chaos. Wooden doors and tents flung open as nearly 1,000 fallen surged out, their greedy eyes locked on the two women. Run! Run! Hongtai shouted desperately. He knew all too well the fate that awaited if they were caught by these beasts. A beast master among the fallen laughed, swinging a blood-stained chain. Whoever catches them, keeps them. Others were eager and restless. Mine, don't you dare take them. It's been years since I've touched a woman. As the horde of fallen charged forward, Qin Lan sighed calmly and summoned a Tier 2 10-star golden horn spider. The colossal beast, standing 4.5 meters tall, immediately instilled fear among the frenzied fallen. Golden horn, kill them, Qin Lan ordered with chilling simplicity. The spider's legs pierced out like spears, instantly skewering several fallen. Panic spread through the crowd, and ordinary fallen scattered in all directions. Some beastmasters attempted to fight back, even using RPGs against the golden horn spider, but to no avail. Enraged, the golden horn unleashed golden spikes from the ground, impaling dozens of fallen into bloody shish kebabs. Qin Lan continued to summon more lord-level beasts. The Frost Ice Maiden, Purple Flame Jiao, Azure Luan Demon, Water Knight Giant Claw Mantis, and the Harmonious Ape King, among over 20 powerful beast companions. The soldiers tied to the crucifix were stunned. 6 whole lord-level beasts. Is this a zoo? One bespectacled soldier muttered in disbelief. We're saved. Heaven sent someone to rescue us. The beast horde began their ruthless slaughter. The Frost Ice Maiden's ice arrows froze the fallen into sculptures, the Purple Flame Jiao's purple flames ignited even bluestone, and the Azure Luan Demon's wind blades sliced enemies into pieces. The Water Knight Giant Claw Mantis and Harmonious Ape King resorted to even more brutal methods of killing. A blue figure swept across the battlefield, each swift movement accompanied by the heads of the fallen being severed. The Hahuan Ape King, leading dozens of its followers, rampaged through the crowd, its massive fists landing on the fallen with bone-crushing force. This was not a balanced fight, but a one-sided slaughter. Qin Lan wielded a golden hunting rifle, moving through the beast horde like a grim reaper. Each gunshot marked the end of several fallen lives. Suddenly, a bald fallen, towering at 2 meters, charged at him with a thick metallic spear, eyes gleaming with malice. Die! The bald fallen roared. The spear thrust forward with unstoppable momentum, striking Qin Lan. But the moment it touched the black shark armor, the metal spear shattered, scattering fragments. The bald fallen stood dumbfounded, holding only a broken shaft. Qin Lan seized this momentary opening, his veins bulging as his arm, glowing faintly with black light, delivered a punch with a whistling wind. Empowered by 2 lord-level beasts, his punch effortlessly pierced through the bald brute's chest. Shaking off the blood from his hands, Qin Lan continued his hunt. When a pleading child of the fallen appeared before him, he unhesitatingly pulled the trigger, the golden bullet precisely hitting the forehead. His expression remained cold, devoid of any mercy. No fallen is innocent, Qin Lan thought. Like a beautiful jade falling into a cesspool, can it remain pure over time? He vividly recalled the sight upon entering the Kavya salon paved with the scalps of thousands. This gathering of the fallen, existing for at least 4 or 5 years, had claimed countless innocent lives. Qin Lan picked up a small corpse from the ground and hurled it at a fleeing fallen. After a follow-up shot, he began searching house by house, granting death to all hidden fallen, regardless of age or gender. At this moment, in the eyes of the fallen, he seemed more like a fallen than they were. With a swift kick, Qin Lan burst through the wooden door, revealing a scene that sent shivers down his spine. Inside the room lay several women, their hair disheveled, their limbs severed, eyes vacant and devoid of life. They were bound by rusted chains, imprisoned like livestock. These were the Renji. As Qin Lan stood at the threshold, the women's hollow gazes slowly turned towards him. He raised his shotgun with a practiced motion, and with a deafening blast, a lunging beast collapsed, its head obliterated. Do you want to live or die? If you want to live, say something. Qin Lan's voice was calm and cold. Silence engulfed the room. The women's eyes were empty, none of them responding. Finally, one woman let out a bitter laugh and spoke. Live? How can we live without hands or feet? Just end it for us. Her eyes were filled with a desperate plea. All right, Qin Lan replied, drawing his blade as he stepped forward. Moments later, he exited the room, leaving behind the oppressive stillness. This marked the 3rd such room, with over 30 women making the same tragic choice. The slaughter continued. Qin Lan approached the largest wooden cabin and once again kicked the door open. Inside, the silence was profound, broken only by the presence of a woman in a white dress. Her pale skin stood in stark contrast to the filth-covered captives, like a lotus blooming in the mud. She sat with her legs crossed at a table, absent-mindedly watching the chaos outside the window, a stack of human skin masks in her hands. Wang He, Qin Lan called out. From the memory of a burly man he had encountered earlier, he knew this woman was Wang He, the leader of this den of degenerates. A beautiful woman as the leader was unexpected. Wang He looked surprised, clearly not anticipating that he knew her name. She covered her mouth with a soft chuckle, elegantly pouring 2 cups of steaming tea. Care to join me for a cup of tea? No, Qin Lan replied curtly, raising his gun and pulling the trigger, aiming at Wang He's unblemished forehead. 2 golden bullets whizzed towards her, only to clang harmlessly against her, unable to penetrate her defenses. Bullets that could shatter the body of a second-tier beast were ineffective against this woman. Unfazed, Wang He maintained her gentle smile. She lightly pushed the gun aside, inviting him again. Would you like some tea? Let's have a chat. What about? Qin Lan holstered his gun and sat across from her, ignoring the tea as he studied her with interest. Sensing Qin Lan's scrutiny, Wang He smirked strangely. She slowly lowered the strap of her white dress, revealing shoulders adorned with colorful spider tattoos. Do you like it? Black Widow? Yes, my godfather gave it to me, a man 30 years my senior. Wang He's voice turned ethereal, her eyes momentarily distant, but she quickly regained composure. She looked at Qin Lan with a meaningful gaze. You're strong. You've single-handedly dismantled the settlement I spent 4 years building. Survival of the fittest. The victor takes all. I admire you, much like a fly admires a steaming pile of dung. Interested in collaborating with me to navigate through this world? Collaborate on what? To restore this world to the old societal order where men dominate and women submit. Men dominate women? Qin Lan was momentarily baffled by her intent.
Indeed.
Wang He's tone was nonchalant, as if discussing something trivial. She began recounting a story about her friend, a girl born in a remote, impoverished area, with a lame father, a mentally challenged mother, and 2 younger siblings to care for. This girl dreamed of changing her fate through education until her hopes were shattered in high school. She was violated by the principal, and the principal's wife not only turned a blind eye but maliciously accused the girl in the white cotton dress of being a seductress. That white dress was a birthday gift from her frugal father. Despite her misfortune, she endured for her family, for her siblings' education, for her father's meager income. She finally graduated and earned a chance to study in a big city, clutching a golden acceptance letter, believing she could change her destiny. However, the glamour of the big city was just the beginning of another hell. She was out of place among classmates who discussed brands, boyfriends, and luxury items. Wang He sipped her tea with a self-deprecating smile as she continued. She became invisible in her class, someone everyone stepped on to boost their own sense of superiority. The final blow came in her sophomore year when a month-long fashion design project she poured her heart into was stolen by a roommate and published online first. Wang He stormed into the counselor's office, determined to report her roommate for stealing her fashion designs. However, when she arrived, her roommate was already there, tearfully accusing Wang He of plagiarizing her ideas. Several other roommates stood by, taking turns to falsely testify against Wang He. Just when Wang He expected the counselor, who had always been supportive, to stand up for her, she witnessed her roommates slipping a bulging envelope to the female counselor. Through the envelope's opening, she could see a stack of red bills. In that moment, Wang He was branded as a disgraceful plagiarist instead of the true creator. From then on, they bullied me even more, Wang He recounted. Her head bowed as she mechanically trimmed her nails, her face expressionless. Her eyes were cold, like a snake's. They made me fetch foot wash, clean their smelly socks. When they got drunk, they'd beat me with soap-filled stockings, leaving no marks but plenty of pain. Once I passed out, they'd strip me naked and take photos to threaten me. Her voice grew more agitated, her features contorting with emotion. I didn't dare resist. My father struggled to gather enough money for my tuition. If I fought back, I'd be the one expelled. Then it got worse. They had their boyfriends sneak into our dorm and drag. Those scum from bars and clubs ended up giving me HIV. Wang He laughed maniacally. Do you know how hopeless I felt? The whole world was gray. Until the day of destruction came, she continued, eyes gleaming with a madness on the brink of sanity. It entered my body, granting me power. A power that could sweep everything aside. Zombies couldn't pierce my skin, and I could snap steel bars with ease. In the school gym, I became a savior. I scavenged for food and water. Anyone who resisted me was killed, she laughed wildly. I made those bitches kneel and beg, commanding hundreds of frenzied men to violate them. I had their limbs broken, tongues cut out, turning them into nothing more than objects of abuse. Wang He's eyes were completely devoid of reason. Why are some born in Rome, while others in the mud? Those high and mighty beauties, I made them be violated by beggars, bare beggars' children. I wanted to destroy everything I despised. Under Qin Lan's gaze, Wang He began to transform, her white dress stained with blood. From her spine, grotesque spider legs emerged, turning her into a monstrous spider with a human head. You are strong, worthy of following me. Wang He pointed a spider leg at Qin Lan. Join me in creating a world where men dominate women, with wealth, status, and women in abundance. Qin Lan sighed and fired his gun. He understood that Wang He's invulnerability was due to a parasitic demon spider inside her, which amplified her desires, making her its puppet. You look down on me too? Wang He roared in disappointment. If you won't submit, then die. Her spider legs darted at Qin Lan like venomous snakes. At the last moment, the dream demon at Qin Lan's waist transformed into a green-haired figure in ancient attire, touching Wang He's head. Lord Beast skill, a fleeting dream. Wang He's attack halted just 3 centimeters from Qin Lan's face. The dream demon, now human-shaped, asked with concern, Master, are you all right? Qin Lan calmly removed his mask. A mere 4th-tier Lord Beast thinks it can harm me? The dream demon sheepishly transformed into a bronze mirror, returning to his waist. Qin Lan stepped outside, instructing his beasts to launch an attack. The 3rd-tier purple flame dragon exhaled its infernal breath, while other Lord Beasts unleashed ice swords, golden spikes, and storms. Immersed in her dream, Wang He couldn't evade and was gradually consumed by the purple flames. In her dream, Wang He lived a complete and fulfilling life, a wealthy family, a happy marriage, adorable children. Even as she turned to ashes, her face bore a serene smile. A pristine 4th-tier Lord Beast core fell to the ground. Qin Lan sighed, tossing it to Poo-Poo, and lit a cigarette. Watching the figures supporting each other in the distance, he knew it was time to advance to a 3rd-tier Beast Master. A group of soldiers from Hongtai bowed deeply to Qin Lan, their faces weathered and clothes tattered, their eyes betraying undeniable exhaustion. Qin Lan removed his black shark armor, revealing a youthful face that left everyone present momentarily stunned. Who would have thought that someone so young could single-handedly conquer the strongest in the settlement? Casually, Qin Lan tossed a few bottles of water and packs of compressed biscuits to the famished crowd, who immediately crouched down and devoured them ravenously. Just then, a clear voice called out from a distance, Uncle Qin, over here. Turning towards the sound, Qin Lan saw Huang Xiaoyi leaning out of a window of a massive wooden house, eagerly waving. Inside the wooden house, the dried carcasses of 2-legged sheep swayed in the breeze, the clinking of chains ringing crisply. The floor was coated with a thick layer of grease, which Qin Lan carefully avoided as he approached Huang Xiaoyi. She was overjoyed, cradling a golden bowl. Uncle Qin, look, there are so many ancient artifacts here. This is a golden bowl from the Shangzhou period. Qin Lan, however, was not interested and instead was drawn to a pile of magical plants. With his expertise as a potion shop owner, he immediately recognized the treasures, among them a 3rd-tier tall grass and a 4th-tier multi-eyed flower. He picked up the multi-eyed flower, enduring its sock-like stench as he swallowed it. Moments later, a tingling sensation spread from his eyes, and as it subsided, the world around him became remarkably clear. Even the pores on Huang Xiaoyi's face were visible. On their journey to Shenangjia, the group squeezed into Hongtai's silver sports car. Their original route to City E was altered to Taiping City, home to an army of 100,000, commanded by the Taiping general. In the back seat, Huang Xiaoyi boldly sat on Qin Lan's lap, engrossed in a mobile game, while Qin Lan toyed with her short hair, his gaze drifting out the window. As night fell, to avoid the brain-eating mosquito swarms, they found temporary shelter in a dilapidated local temple by the roadside. The temple's interior was thick with dust, and Qin Lan used a blackout cloth to cover the windows before lighting a golden beast core lamp. Suddenly, Huang Xiaoyi exclaimed, Uncle Qin, the earth god is crying. Sure enough, the formidable earth god statue had 2 brown streaks resembling tears at the corners of its eyes. Hongtai was about to climb up to cover the statue when he suddenly jumped back, pulling out a dagger. There's something inside, he whispered. I hear the sound of the undead. The others quickly drew their weapons, gathering cautiously around him. Qin Lan stood in front of the earth god temple, gently stroking the beast nest ring on her finger, summoning the 3rd Hahuan Ape King. The imposing Ape King roared and pounded its chest, its muscles knotted with power, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. Move the statue, Qin Lan directed, pointing to the earth god statue nearby. The Hahuan Ape King let out a low growl of understanding and, with heavy strides, approached the statue. Its arms bulged with veins as it wrapped them around the sculpture, and with a muffled grunt, it lifted the heavy clay figure from its spot. The scene revealed beneath was chilling. Hongtai's suspicions were indeed correct. An emaciated old man was chained to the oval concrete ground, his hair disheveled, eyes ghostly white. He wore tattered temple attendant robes, emitting a hoarse wail reminiscent of an opera singer. Uncle Qin, it's an old zombie, Huang Xiaoyi whispered, eyes wide. Qin Lan nodded, swiftly stepping forward to deal with the old man, then tossed the remains into the trash compartment of the beast nest ring. The temple attendant must have turned into a zombie during the outbreak and was imprisoned here as if he were just sick. Move the other statue as well, Qin Lan instructed, turning to the earth goddess statue. The Ha Huan Ape King complied, but there was nothing beneath it, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Hong Tai remained vigilant, leading a few men to thoroughly inspect the entire earth god temple. Once assured there were no anomalies, he cheerfully said to Qin Lan, "Brother Qin, you can rest easy. We'll keep watch tonight." Qin Lan nodded in gratitude, distributed some water and compressed biscuits, and then pulled Huang Xiaoyi towards the deeper part of the temple. "What for?" Huang Xiaoyi blushed, seemingly guessing his intention. "To give you a shot of prevention." "A shot?" Huang Xiaoyi became flustered. "Uncle Qin, Brother Hong, and the others are outside. I'm shy. Wait until there's no one around." Qin Lan didn't reply, instead summoning a silver sports car and opening the door. "Get in." Blushing deeply, Huang Xiaoyi hesitantly got into the car. Half an hour later, Qin Lan emerged shirtless, looking refreshed. Huang Xiaoyi followed, her face flushed, occasionally stealing glances at him. As night fell, stars dotted the sky. Outside the temple, a cat-like black beast hunted field mice but dared not approach the earth god temple. Inside, two soldiers on night watch remained oblivious as a slab of blue stone silently shifted. A thick yellow tail emerged, releasing a gas with a hypnotic effect. The soldiers immediately fell asleep. Then, a plump weasel, the size of a farm dog, crawled out from the ground. It had a tuft of white hair on its head, clearly aged. Its small, beady eyes glinted with danger as they swept over the earth god statue. The old temple keeper, the weasel, Huang Qi, weakly began to speak, human words spilling from its mouth in broken fragments. A vengeful glint flickered in its eyes as it staggered toward the slumbering strong men. Snap! The sound of fangs tearing through flesh echoed in the silent temple. The heads of several soldiers fell with a thud, rolling across the floor like balls. Blood stained Huang Qi's fangs as it licked the blood from its lips, its fierce gaze turning to Qin Lan and Huang Xiaoyi. "And you too, you must die." Huang Qi's memories drifted back to its childhood. It was this very earth temple's old keeper who had taken in the orphan creature. Childless, the old temple keeper showered Huang Qi with love, often treating it to roast chicken and fine wine. They lived together happily, depending on each other. But everything changed with the arrival of a blue light from the sky. The old temple keeper's personality shifted dramatically, descending into madness. With no other choice, Huang Qi hid the old keeper inside a statue. For 10 years, it foraged by day and knelt in prayer at night, seeking the protection of the earth god for the keeper's recovery, just like other devotees. Now the old keeper was gone, and strangers had invaded the temple. "You killed the old temple keeper?" Huang Qi seethed with rage, lunging swiftly at Qin Lan. Thud! Qin Lan's head fell, eyes wide open, rolling on the ground. He died indignantly in the jaws of a weasel. Huang Qi then turned to Huang Xiaoyi, its fangs aimed at her delicate neck. Thud! Another head hit the floor. In reality, Qin Lan was leisurely leaning against a car, smoking a cigarette, observing the weasel Huang Qi, who was under the spell of a nightmare demon. Trapped in a dream, the weasel was furiously gnawing at a stone pillar, muttering, "Must die," repeatedly. The toxic gas it emitted had rendered Huang Xiaoyi and Hong Tai unconscious, but Qin Lan, protected by a dragon pearl, remained immune to the poison. Talking, could it have swallowed a parrot mimicry beast skill stone? Qin Lan pondered. This beast skill, which enabled creatures to speak human language, was a unique secret of the parrot clan. In the desolate and dilapidated ancient temple, a weasel was gnawing on a stone pillar, its jagged teeth producing a piercing grinding noise. In no time, a fist-sized indentation appeared on the pillar. Qin Lan extinguished his cigarette, took out a scanner, and aimed it at the weasel. The scan results immediately appeared as a holographic display. Name: unknown mutant. Attribute: thunder species. Quality: special grade general level. Beast taming realm: tier 3, 10 stars. Racial abilities: incense, request seals. Soldier level beast skills: summon thunder, sharp teeth. General level beast skill: thunder spear. Leader level beast skills: fart burst. Description: a weasel adept at farting, seemingly ordinary. Qin Lan's eyelid twitched furiously as he stared at the weasel in disbelief. Farting, dual ability beast, and it's called ordinary? He put away the scanner, intrigued by this weasel that seemed to understand human speech. Approaching Huang Qi, Qin Lan quickly flicked the dream demon bronze mirror at his waist, employing the leader beast skill memory mask. A faceless dream demon in a blue robe appeared, conjuring a weasel mask in an instant. Qin Lan donned the mask, and blue memory particles surged into his mind. In the memory, Qin Lan transformed into a small, dirty yellow mouse. It was a gloomy, snowy night, with large snowflakes mixed with ice pelting down under the dim streetlights, the biting cold threatening to swallow the frail little creature. Just as Qin Lan, in the form of the little mouse, struggled in the snow, a pair of shoes, caked with mud and snow, appeared before him. A drunken old man in a yellow robe, holding a wooden cane with a wine gourd hanging from the top, stood there. What happened next made Qin Lan's face turn dark. The old man, supporting himself on the streetlight, undid his belt, and a hot stream flowed down like a waterfall, melting the snow and inadvertently saving the young Huang Qi. The old man noticed the shivering little creature on the ground, his drunkenness slightly fading. Strange, where did this little kitten come from? He picked up the little beast without minding the dirt, meeting his fate. The temple could use a rat catcher. I'm old man, you're in yellow, 70 years old this year, so you'll be called Huang Qi. Back at the Earth Temple, the old temple keeper revived Huang Qi with a warm bowl of rice oil soup. From then on, Huang Qi diligently caught rats in the temple and watched the visitors from behind the sculptures during his free time. Most who came to pray were elderly, like the temple keeper himself, as the young had long flocked to the bustling cities. The old temple keeper, usually cheerful, had his moments of worry. He would wear his reading glasses and repeatedly listen to the postman read letters, some from young people in the mountains, others from impoverished students. He was always generous, saying it was to nurture the pillars of the nation. However, some of the students he helped began making various demands, asking for Apple devices, claiming they couldn't attend college without them. The old temple keeper didn't understand and sought advice from a scruffy old Taoist who often came to drink. The Taoist, only half understanding, said these high-tech gadgets were just cheap goods, not even worth as much as the loose liquor in the village shop. The honest temple keeper believed him and exchanged the incense money he had saved into cash to send. 10 days later, he received a venomous letter accusing him of being a pretentious old fool who couldn't even afford an iPhone, causing the writer to be dumped by his girlfriend. Even the postman reading the letter turned green with anger. The incident left the old temple keeper heartbroken for a long time. He couldn't understand why the students who affectionately called him grandpa in their letters would say such hurtful things. Though Huang Qi was just an animal and didn't understand human emotions, it knew that the student who cursed the old temple keeper was worse than a weasel like itself. A month later, the postman visited again, bearing a peculiar expression and delivering shocking news. The college student who had asked the old temple keeper to buy an Apple computer had been arrested and imprisoned for a major theft. The crime was severe, and he was expected to face decades behind bars. On that day, Huang Qi was unusually cheerful, accompanying the old temple keeper in drinking away their sorrows until the old man passed out from intoxication. Time flew by in this small earth temple, and Huang Qi had spent several years there. As a weasel, one of its years was equivalent to over a decade for humans, and it had already become an old beast with white hair on its head. Fortunately, even in its old age, Huang Qi could still enjoy drinking with the old temple keeper, along with the companionship of an elderly Taoist priest named Feng Changyu. Feng Changyu lived in a rundown Taoist temple near the city god temple and often spoke of his desire for immortality. According to him, one of his ancestors had followed a prominent figure in search of the elixir of life. Whenever he got drunk, the old Taoist would mysteriously confide in the old temple keeper, claiming to possess a fragmentary recipe for immortality. If he could restore and successfully create it, he would share the blessing of eternal life with the old temple keeper. Huang Qi scoffed at this. How could an elixir of immortality exist in the world? If humans lived forever, could they still be considered human? Despite this skepticism, deep down, it hoped the old temple keeper could live long and enjoy eternal life. However, 10 years ago, this hope was shattered. That night, a blue star streaked across the sky, and thereafter, the amiable old temple keeper went mad. His eyes were cloudy, his body cold, and he would bite anyone he saw, including Huang Qi. At the same time, Huang Qi itself underwent a transformation. Its body grew larger, its strength increased, and its mind became clearer. The next day, the old Taoist arrived, sobbing uncontrollably, as if he understood something. He whispered sorrowfully, "Old Huang, you have been good all your life. How did you suddenly catch the corpse-stiff disease?" With that, he tied the afflicted temple keeper to the statue of the earth god. Huang Qi didn't understand what corpse-stiff disease was. It only knew that those who came to pray to the earth god often did so when someone in their family was ill. Perhaps it should also kneel and pray sincerely for the old temple keeper, hoping he would recover and they could once again enjoy drinking by the statue as they used to. Outside, Qin Lan, having digested Huang Qi's memories, slowly opened his eyes with a complex expression. He finally understood why this weasel had attacked them so aggressively since ancient times. The enmity of killing one's father was irreconcilable. Having sent the corpse of the temple keeper to its end, how could Huang Qi not be furious? As Huang Qi continued to gnaw at the stone pillar, Qin Lan hesitated for a moment before finally ordering the dream demon to lift the hypnosis. The dream demon complied, and Huangqi gradually awoke from its dream of vengeance. Grandpa, they killed you. I avenged you. Huangqi muttered incoherently until it accidentally caught sight of Qin Lan. A ghost? It's a ghost. It widened its beastly eyes in disbelief at the person it thought it had killed standing unharmed before it. After a moment of silence, Qin Lan summoned a headless corpsite was the remains of the old temple keeper, not yet consumed by the giant-mouthed parasitic flower queen in the trash. Grandpa, Huangqi wailed, tears the size of beans streaming from its eyes. Qin Lan, expressionless, retrieved an orange gasoline can, poured the contents over the old temple keeper's body, and set it alight, giving him a final dignity. You burned my grandpa. I'll bite you. Huangqi roared in fury, transforming into a yellow flash as it lunged at Qin Lan. At the critical moment, the beast nest ring on Qin Lan's finger gleamed, and a three-metertal giant plant beast appeared, a humanoid plant beast with a vibrant blossom on its back and a floral hat on its head. Its slender, elegant body was made of green vines, draped in a connected green floral dress, exuding a mysterious aura. The third-tier giant-mouthed flower queen stood motionless, while countless green vine tendrils beneath its skirt transformed into fierce green snakes, instantly binding Huangqi. No matter how much Huangqi struggled and bit, it couldn't break free. This was the result of the giant-mouthed parasitic flower's evolution after devouring several Lord Beasts. It had transformed into a lower-tier Lord third-tier giant-mouthed parasitic flower queen, an unexpected boon. Qin Lan gently stroked the vine tendrils of the giant-mouthed flower queen, his gaze fixed on Huangqi. 10 years ago, your grandpa was already dead, a mere walking corpse. Impossible. My grandpa was a good man. He could have lived a long life. He was just sick. And the people wandering outside are just sick too? Qin Lan sneered, his words cutting into Huangqi's fragile heart. Huangqi fell silent, having witnessed the changes outside and even having killed many patients similar to its grandpa. Beat it until it accepts reality. The giant-mouthed flower queen lashed out with its vine whip, mercilessly flogging the immobilized Huangqi. In no time, Huangqi was covered in wounds. Stop hitting me. My grandpa was long dead, 10 years ago. It wasn't you who killed him. Huangqi finally came to its senses amidst the pain, recognizing reality. Just as Qin Lan was about to signal the giant-mouthed flower queen to release Huangqi, the sound of clashing armor came from outside the temple. Qin Lan focused his attention on the entrance, where the barred temple door was suddenly thrust open, and a terrifying three-metertal figure stormed in like a demon god. The intruder was clad in ancient silver armor, with its head tightly wrapped, revealing only a pair of crimson eyes. Each step left shallow dents in the stone floor, resembling a humanoid tyrannosaurus poised for attack. After assessing the silver-armored giant for a moment, Qin Lan turned his gaze to the darkness behind it. In the dim moonlight, he could vaguely make out a handsome young man. He wore a tattered blue Taoist robe, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, and his white hair was braided into several plaits cascading down his back, looking almost too handsome for a modern person. Qin Lan noticed the young man had a limp in his right foot. Standing in the moonlight, the Taoist-robed youth flashed a wicked smile, but his voice carried an unexpected depth and steadiness beyond his years. Young man, do me a favor and let this little yellow beast go. Qin Lan's eyes revealed a hint of surprise as he recalled the conversation with the old temple attendant about the lame Taoist, Feng Changyu. Feng Changyu. The young man in Taoist robes spoke with clear interest. You know the old Taoist? Qin Lan didn't answer. Instead, he gently patted the vine of the queen of big jaw flowers, signaling her to release the yellow weasel, Huangqi. Once the plant's tendrils loosened, they immediately positioned themselves protectively in front of Qin Lan. Huangqi darted back to Feng Changyu's side like an arrow, his green beastly eyes filled with fear as he curled up into a ball. Feng Changyu chuckled lightly as he glanced around at the slumbering crowd. His expression turned solemn when his gaze landed on Hong Tai, who was dressed in camouflage military attire. He walked to the statue of the earth god, lit some incense, bowed 3 times, and then spoke. May I ask, young friend, what brings you here? Just a traveler on my way to Shenangjia, Qin Lan replied candidly, as he placed a cigarette in the dusty incense burner, thinking that in this era, the earth god might appreciate the stimulating scent. And those soldiers? Feng Changyu asked warmly, his eyes once again sweeping over the sleeping group, with a hint of coldness flashing in them. He thought to himself, destiny is about to change. I can't let the Yin Alliance military ruin the plan. If they are indeed after me. Qin Lan lit a few more cigarettes, stepped back, and casually said, I just rescued them from a fallen settlement today. They're headed to Ho Taiping City, so we're traveling together. I see. Your act of saving lives is a great virtue. and surely it will bring blessings to your descendants, Feng Changyu remarked, sighing. 10 years of calamity, and all creatures awaken. Many beings have turned into bloodthirsty creatures, and there are several primitive settlements nearby.
As an old Taoist with no power, I am helpless.
Qin Lan's eyes twitched as he warily eyed the three-meturtle silver-armored figuria, nearly fifth-order zombie, its aura even stronger than the subterranean parasitic demon spider within Wang He. After finishing the incense, Feng Changyu did not mention the old temple attendant. Instead, he gave a gentle smile and said, "It's getting late. Rest well, young friend. I'll visit again at dawn with a small gift for you." With that, he gave Qin Lan a deep look before disappearing into the night with the silver-armored giant and Huang Qi. Qin Lan pondered for a moment before closing the door. The incense lit by the old Taoist seemed to have a detoxifying effect, as the people who had been asleep gradually woke up. On a forest path, Feng Changyu strolled leisurely. Beside him, Huang Qi looked dejected. Why didn't you capture them to refine human pills?" Feng Changyu stopped and gazed at the stars. Those blessed with great fortune cannot be used for refining human pills. When one person achieves the Tao, even their chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. The fortunes of those around someone with great luck should not be underestimated. Great fortune? Who is it? Huang Qi's eyes widened as he thought of the enigmatic Qin Lan. Feng Changyu explained that just as beasts have innate talents, so do beast tamers. His talent, foresight of fortune, was rated mid-tier level, allowing him to glimpse the fortunes of living beings. Some win the lottery with ease, while others lose everything and live in regret, all due to their fortunes. The secrets of heaven must not be revealed. Huang Qi, your opportunity has arrived. Tomorrow, present your gift and seek a blessing. If successful, evolving to emperor-level quality will be within reach. Hearing this, Huang Qi was filled with excitement. He possessed the dual talents of incense and seeking blessings, but the latter could only be used once. He had initially wanted to seek a blessing from the old Taoist, but was rejected due to poor fortune. Now, having finally met a suitable person, his inner grievances dissipated. As morning mist enveloped the land, dew adorned the ground. Inside the temple, Hong Tai and the others were enjoying a breakfast of beast heart stew with compressed biscuit porridge. "Uncle Qin, here you go." Huang Xiaoyi cheerfully ladled a large bowl of meat soup and placed it in front of Qin Lan. Her gaze was inevitably drawn to Jinjiao Longzhu and Lin Bingshu Enu, also known as Pu Pu. Ever since Uncle Qin advanced to the 3rd tier last night, Jinjiao's size had increased dramatically to 5 meters tall, resembling a golden hill as it lay there. Pu Pu had also grown with her master's advancement, her height increasing from 1.4 meters to 1.5 meters. Her once chubby cheeks had now become more proportionate, transforming her from a little girl into a shy young maiden. She had become more bashful, and upon seeing Huang Xiaoyi approach, she immediately hid behind Qin Lan, peeking out curiously. Her lively eyes were filled with confusion. Why was Huang Xiaoyi, another female creature, so flat-chested? Qin Lan slowly opened his eyes, took the steaming soup, and sipped it thoughtfully as he pondered who to choose as his 3rd beast companion. At that moment, Huang Qi led a group of weasels, each about the size of a domestic dog, towards them. They all walked upright. Some carried magical plants, others held beast nest rings, and a few were jointly carrying the massive corpse of a snake beast. Judging by its size, it appeared to be a lord-level beast. Qin Lan, intrigued, took out a scanner and aimed it at the group of weasels, but the scan results were rather ordinary. They had only one talent, flatulence. It seemed that Huang Qi was indeed unique among them. Huang Qi respectfully and excitedly directed his kin to lay down their gifts before heading straight to Huang Xiaoyi. Guided by the old Taoist, he now understood who the true bearer of supreme fortune was. You helped me complete the petition. All these treasures are yours," Huang Qi said sincerely, pointing to the ground full of gifts. Huang Xiaoyi looked at Qin Lan, puzzled. What does petition mean? Why ask me for help? Seeing her hesitation, Huang Qi immediately upped the ante, pulling out a black crystal card from the beast nest ring. The old Taoist said money can make the world go round. These are war spoils. I'm raising the stakes, giving you money, so you can help me? Seeing the number on the card, Huang Xiaoyi's breath caught an entire billion. She instinctively took the card, and Huang Qi beamed with joy. He stood with hands on hips, his green beast eyes staring intently at Huang Xiaoyi. Gift petition. An invisible line of fortune instantly connected the two, and a yellow aura enveloped Huang Qi. He asked in human speech, "Girl, do I look more like a human or a god?" Inside, he hoped she would say like a god, so he could seize half the fortune and transform into a dragon beast. If she said like a human, he would only gain a small portion of the fortune to assume a human form, though he could freely switch between human and beast forms. Huang Xiaoyi's clever eyes twinkled as she finally grasped the meaning of the petition. Recalling stories online about the northeastern fox spirits seeking recognition, she mischievously replied, You look like a blonde, blue-eyed, beast-eared little girl. Wait, I'm male. Huang Qi panicked, but it was too late. His body was encased in a massive yellow cocoon. After several moments, the cocoon shattered, revealing a blonde, blue-eyed, beast-eared little girl with a tearful face. Oh no, I've changed genders. Huang Xiaoyi awkwardly stared at the crying beast-eared little girl in front of her. Wait, a male? This realization left her momentarily at a loss. Huang Qi stopped wiping his tears, his fair face blushing, making him look especially adorable. His emerald green eyes blinked at Huang Xiaoyi, and his yellow beast ears on top of his head kept twitching. The two of them locked eyes, and the atmosphere gradually turned bizarre. Qin Lan cleared his throat, bent down to pick up the scattered magic plants and the black crystal card worth millions. Girl, I'll hold on to these for you. No. Huang Xiaoyi hurriedly lunged forward to stop him. Those were treasures she had obtained for Huang Qi. If they fell into Uncle Qin's hands, could she ever get them back? Clearly not. She tried to snatch them back, but Qin Lan held her back with a finger on her forehead, and she could only watch helplessly as the treasures were taken away. After securing the items, Qin Lan turned his attention to the blonde, greenied little girl, Huang Qi. Seizing an opportunity, he grabbed her by the collar and lifted her up. What do you want? Huang Qi's ears perked up in alert, her green eyes filled with wariness. Just checking your physical condition, don't resist, Qin Lan said calmly, carrying the struggling Huang Qi behind the statue of the earth god. Take off your clothes. I won't. Don't be stubborn. Qin Lan tapped Huang Qi on the head, making her kneel and cry, obediently starting to undress. Clearly, after transforming into a human, Huang Qi's personality had changed, no longer as unruly as before. A few minutes later, Qin Lan emerged with a shocked expression. Huang Qi had indeed completely transformed into the form of a human female, with all the expected features. As time passed, the sun rose, and the mist in the mountains gradually dissipated, revealing the rolling green hills. Led by Huang Qi, the group headed towards the temple. Qin Lan was filled with curiosity about the old Taoist Feng Changyu in Huang Qi's memory. He was a hunched old man, not the handsome and charismatic Taoist he appeared to be now. Could it be that, after the apocalypse, he had really concocted an elixir for eternal life? The temple was located halfway up the mountain, not far from the earth god shrine. As they approached, the soldiers suddenly shuddered. Before them lay a field of white bones, countless human skeletons half buried in the earth, with decayed flesh clinging to the trees, the air thick with miasma and the stench of corpses. Caw! A crow in the branches was startled, its blood-red eyes fixed on the newcomers. Holy! There must be at least 10,000 bodies here. Hong Tai broke out in a cold sweat, and the other soldiers were no better off. Seeing the group's fear, Huang Qi earnestly explained, the old Taoist is a good person. He just used these people to make human pills. Make? Human pills? Hong Tai and the others were even more terrified. Having just escaped the land of the fallen, were they about to walk into another trap? Uncle Qin, there's someone there. Huang Xiaoyi clung tightly to Qin Lan's arm, warily eyeing the figure in the mist. Thanks to the enhanced vision from consuming the 4th-tier permanent magic plant multiview flower, Qin Lan saw the scene clearly. A 4-meter-tall black bear was slowly pushing a cart full of corpses, with a multicolored parrot perched on its head, holding an eyeball in its beak. The parrot swallowed the eyeball and spoke in a raspy voice, Kakik. The master invites you all to the temple for a chat. How did the old Taoist know we were coming? Did he divine it? Hong Tai exclaimed in surprise, recalling how his father had once said a wandering Taoist had accurately predicted his future as a soldier and officer. The parrot looked at him disdainfully. Idiot, times have changed. There are surveillance cameras in the trees. Hong Tai's face turned dark as he spotted the cameras hidden beneath the decaying flesh. When the parrot saw Huang Qi, it was initially puzzled, then screeched, Isn't this Lord Huang Qi? How did you become so cute?
Kawa.
Shut up. Huang Qi fumed, her cheeks puffing up. This multilingual parrot, backed by the old Taoist, often bullied other birds and beasts, especially enjoying harassing pretty female birds. Led by the parrot, the group arrived at the temple halfway up the mountain. The temple had been expanded, its size comparable to a small soccer field. In the garden at the front, the young Taoist Feng Changyu was bending over to plant seeds more accurately. He was stuffing seeds into the mouths of people buried up to their heads. This bizarre scene sent chills down the spines of Hong Tai and the others. In the garden, there were at least 100 people buried alive. Guests are always welcome, Feng Changyu said with a gentle smile, noticing Qin Lan and his companions as they arrived. Ing-yi, Shtong-er, please prepare some hot tea for our guests. The colorful parrot, Ing-yi, let out an odd laugh and, along with the black bear, headed into the temple to prepare the tea. Qin Lan pushed open the gate and walked into the courtyard, his eyes sweeping over the pleading faces of the severed heads on the ground before he approached Feng Changyu, curious about the seeds in his hands. What kind of seeds are these? Qin Lan asked. Feng Changyu stirred the seeds gently with his fingers and closed the mouth of a despairing young girl lying on the ground. These seeds are nameless, cultivated with the secret methods of a beast master and Shenong. They sprout in 2 days, bear fruit in 4, and can be harvested in 10. They thrive even on polluted land, producing 5 pounds of fruit per seed. However, he paused, they require special fertilizer. Human flesh and blood work best, though beast meat will suffice, extending the maturity period to 15 days. With that, Feng Changyu moved to another mound of earth, where a wolf beast lay buried, its mouth wide open with a vibrant green plant growing from it. He yanked the plant out by the roots, revealing clusters of palm-sized purple spheres. They taste a bit like potatoes, with a hint of toxicity, but not lethal, Feng Changyu said, casually plucking one and wiping it on his robe before popping it into his mouth. Qin Lan was taken aback. After the second blue light shockwave, regular crops couldn't grow on polluted land. Major cities were struggling to cultivate food, yet here was someone who had already developed a viable solution. Feng Changyu sat on a nearby stone, gesturing to the severed heads scattered on the ground. Do you think it's cruel to use humans to grow crops? A little. What if I told you these were all fallen people who feasted on human flesh? They worshipped savage beasts, exploiting the kindness of strangers to kill and harvest their flesh. Feng Changyu explained, pointing to the beautiful young woman on the ground. She looks about 20, with a charming figure, skilled at seducing unsuspecting men, but she's truly treacherous and has harmed many. At this, the woman's gaze towards Qin Lan turned venomous, like a snake. Feng Changyu rose and tossed a bag of seeds to Qin Lan. Consider this your first gift from me. Use it to help the world or sell it for profit. It's up to you. Come with me, there's a second gift. He turned towards the temple, and Qin Lan pocketed the seeds, following closely. Selling these purple potato seeds to the city's elite could cause a great stir in these times of food scarcity. Don't go. Huang Xiaoyi urgently called to Hong Tai and the others who wanted to follow. The more you know, the faster you die. The old master only invited Uncle Qin. Reluctantly, Hong Tai and the others stepped back. Inside the temple, the colorful parrot was riding atop a white dove beast, exclaiming, "Battle fun." Qin Lan averted his eyes from the bizarre scene and continued to follow Feng Changyu along the stone path. At the end of the path stood a massive tree as wide as 2 people's waists, its blood-red trunk adorned with faces twisted in agony. A tree of wisdom with fruits of knowledge. Do you know this tree's name, my young friend? The wisdom tree? Indeed. Feng Changyu nodded approvingly and began to recount the tree's origins. It was a family heirloom, said to have been brought back by an ancestor who journeyed with Su Fu in search of immortality. The fruits of the tree could enhance wisdom and extend life, each one adding 10 years. After years of cultivation, the tree had produced 8 fruits. Feng Changyu had consumed 6, leaving 2 on the tree. Would you like these 2 fruits? They're free. Really? Really? Thank you for your kindness, but I must decline, Qin Lan replied politely. Feng Changyu was momentarily taken aback. He clapped his hands, summoning a monkey to pluck the 2 blood-red, fist-sized fruits and insistently handed them to Qin Lan. He then turned and said, "Follow me, young friend. I have a third gift for you, human pills." Qin Lan looked at the fruits in his hands, contemplating their value. A magical plant capable of extending life, likely of at least the 6th tier. Human elixirs? Qin Lan asked with curiosity. That's right, you could call them magical potions, Feng Changyu replied, a mysterious smile playing on his lips as he led the way. Qin Lan watched Feng Changyu's slender figure with growing interest in the so-called human elixirs. A few minutes later, they arrived at a closed wooden door. Under the old red-tiled eaves, a giant blue bat hung silently. This was a high-level lord beast, a 5th tier, 8-star human-faced bat, Feng Changyu's first main pet. The bat slowly unfurled its blue wings, revealing a face resembling that of a centenarian. It glanced at the bronze mirror on Qin Lan's waist, its blood-red eyes flashing a warning before it folded its wings and resumed its slumber. As a nocturnal beast, the pitch-black night was its domain, while during the day, it was as lazy as a pig. Please step back a bit, my friend. This wooden door is equipped with high-tech iris recognition. Feng Changyu gestured for Qin Lan to move aside. Keeping up with the times is crucial. I don't want to end up like the old temple keeper, living like a caveman. Qin Lan couldn't help but twitch his lips at the sight of the rickety wooden door, thinking that the iris scanner must be a joke. With a click, the door opened, releasing a wave of thick, medicinally scented blue smoke. Qin Lan surveyed the room, noting 3 colorful statues in the main hall, likely representing the Taoist 3 pure ones. His attention was quickly drawn to a smoking alchemy furnace. The bronze-colored ancient furnace was intricately carved with 4 dragons playing with pearls, suggesting it hailed from at least the Shang or Zhou dynasty. Feng Changyu approached the furnace and gave it a strong pat, causing 2 blood-red pills to tumble out. Master, are these the human elixirs? Indeed, Feng Changyu replied, settling into a grand chair and placing the 2 blood-red pills on an old mahogany table. The recipe for these elixirs is one of the treasures passed down by my ancestors, along with the black dragon's blood. I've only managed to craft 3 over the years.
As for their effects,
He pointed mysteriously to the sky. They defy the heavens and alter fate. The story continues in the same style. Would you like me to continue rewriting the rest of it? Shaoli. Damn, Honggu, you're alive. At the city gate, 2 guard soldiers were overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down their faces as they rushed forward to embrace Hong Tai and his group. During the Beast Tide catastrophe in Jiangnan's G-City, the defending troops suffered devastating losses, with fewer than 1 in surviving. Reuniting with their comrades filled them with indescribable joy. Shaoli, what about Nangong, the leader? The young Shaoli shook his head and sighed. The leader is still in the city, but he lost 3 beast companions and his arm was severely injured. Fortunately, he's alive. As they engaged in heartfelt conversation, Qin Lan entered the city with Huang Xiaoyi and Huang Qi. He already had Hong Tai's contact information and could reach out if needed. They planned to rest in Taiping City for a day before continuing their journey to Shenangjia the next day. On the bustling streets, Qin Lan paused and pointed to a hotel. Let's meet at the guest inn tonight. Yay! Huang Xiaoyi exclaimed, tiptoeing to plant a quick kiss on Qin Lan's cheek before dashing off with the young girl Huang Qi to explore the city. Watching them leave, Qin Lan summoned his companion, the snow girl Poo Poo. She wore a knee-length snow dress, her slender white legs partly visible, surrounded by a visible chill. She immediately began joyfully circling Qin Lan. Among his 2 contracted beasts, Poo Poo had reached the 3rd tier, 3 stars, thanks to the core of a 4th-tier spider beast. Let's go for a walk. Poo Poo nodded happily. Qin Lan gently patted her head and began exploring the streets. Memories of his previous life in Taiping City surfaced as he searched for renowned magic potion appraisal institutions. He needed a master to assess the grade and effects of a mysterious pill. After all, taking something from a stranger could be risky. It might land him in trouble. Before long, he arrived at a shop called Potion Pavilion. Behind the counter, a stylishly dressed woman with curly hair was leisurely trimming her toenails, wearing a loose blue neck sweater. Appraisal fee is 10 million, she said nonchalantly upon seeing Qin Lan. Qin Lan nodded, activating a dream demon bronze mirror at his waist. A greenish aura instantly enveloped the shopkeeper's mind. Under the hypnosis of a 5th-tier dream demon, her eyes shifted from resistance to a dazed state. After ensuring no evidence was left behind, Qin Lan led the hypnotized shopkeeper into the appraisal room. In the enclosed space, she blushed, covering her mouth to stifle any sound. Her eyes filled with an unusual fondness. No licking, just a touch. Understood. The woman retrieved precise instruments and began appraising the blood-red pill. Minutes later, she put away the equipment, disbelief etched on her face. I've never seen such a potion. Its grade is at least 6th tier. Is there a problem with it? Every medicine has its drawbacks, but I can't pinpoint the specifics. Perhaps my master could help? She's a 3rd-generation traditional Chinese medicine expert. Following Qin Lan's instructions, the shopkeeper went to fetch her master, during which he also hypnotized the shopkeeper's daughter who entered the store. About 10 minutes later, a spirited, elderly woman with salt and pepper hair arrived. Qin Lan hypnotized her as well, then reclined on the sofa, waiting for the appraisal result. Soon, the elderly woman respectfully reported, "Sir, this pill is extraordinary, but I can't identify any special components. However, it contains immense life force. What about side effects? It might shorten one's lifespan." Qin Lan left, placing a 20 million black crystal card as payment. Once he departed, the 3 women awoke, clueless about what had transpired. The elderly woman stared at the black crystal card, lost in thought. In the dim room of the guest inn, after careful consideration, Qin Lan decided to consume the pill. It dissolved instantly, its bloody essence flooding his body. His face flushed, heat waves rolled above him, and his heart pounded like a drum. Poo Poo water. Amidst the searing pain, Poo Poo immediately sprayed a cool mist to lower his temperature. Half an hour later, Qin Lan opened his eyes, his temples now partially white, giving him a sinister yet disheveled appearance. He reassured the worried Poo Poo and used a scanner to check his status. Identity: young entrepreneur from Jiangnan's G-City, owes the Black Tiger Gang 200,000, recorded in the Yin League archives. Name: Qin Lan. Bone age: 21. Beastmaster level: 3rd tier, 1 star. Talent: grade B lower rank, rebounding armor, unknown. Contract slots: 1. Seeing the talent section, Qin Lan smiled. The pill was indeed miraculous, elevating his talent from a grade D upper rank, speedster, to a grade B lower rank, rebounding armor. What if I take another one? He murmured, pulling out the last crimson pill. As night quietly descended upon Taiping City, A few scantily clad young girls stood shivering under the streetlights near the hotel. Every time a male passerby approached, they would quickly move forward as if seeing a savior, hoping to strike up a conversation. If successful, they would lead him into an alley. If not, they would wait for the next, fortunate one. Qin Lan stood by the window, the wine glass in his hand reflecting his mostly white hair. A gentle breeze stirred his tousled hair. As a beastmaster, he knew full well that advancing in rank not only strengthened the body but also extended one's lifespan. However, the price of 2 6th-grade human pills had cost him 100 years of his life, leaving him with only a few years left, perhaps just over a decade. Setting down the wine glass, Qin Lan took out a second-grade scanner and aimed it at himself. A blue screen appeared. Identity: young entrepreneur from Jiangnan, G-City, owes the Black Tiger Gang 200,000, recorded in the Yin Alliance Credit Archive. Name: Qin Lan. Bone age: 21. Beastmaster rank: 3-star, first stage. Talent: Grade A low. Shadow duplication: unknown. Contract slots: 0. Shadow duplication. Qin Lan put away the scanner, his expression complex. Among the 31 types of Grade A talents, shadow duplication ranked at least mid-level in terms of power. He couldn't help but think that if he had possessed such a talent in his past life, he might have been able to counterattack the 8th-grade swarm beastmaster. Turning away to close the window, Qin Lan's gaze fell on Poo Poo, who was on the bed. This humanoid violent Biasta little snow maiden was curiously fiddling with the phone, swinging her legs back and forth. Taking a deep breath, Qin Lan focused on Poo Poo's shadow and decisively activated his talent. In an instant, veins bulged on his hand, and a dark light emerged from his palm. The light seemed to come alive, forming a vivid head of an ink-colored canine beast, straining to break free like a wild horse. The cost of using this Grade A talent was exorbitant, draining nearly 80% of Qin Lan's spiritual power with just one use. Releasing his grip, the dark light swiftly dived into Poo Poo's shadow. A strange scene unfolded. Poo Poo's shadow began to emit mist, writhing as it detached from the ground, as if it had gained life. This expressionless shadow Poo Poo resembled a lifeless puppet. Poo Poo, ice arrow. At Qin Lan's command, the shadow Poo Poo raised its hand and fired a dark arrow, striking the wall with a thud and leaving a shallow crater. The real Poo Poo watched in terror, dropping the phone and seeking refuge in Qin Lan's arms. Don't worry, it will disappear soon. Sure enough, after 20 seconds, the shadow Poo Poo collapsed and dissipated. Poo Poo breathed a sigh of relief and returned to her innocent smile. To this little creature born in the underground glacier, shadows had always been her closest friends. Just as Qin Lan pondered the pros and cons of this talent, his phone rang. Poo Poo picked it up and handed it to him. Uncle Qin, come quickly, some drunkard is harassing me. A frustrated voice of Huang Xiaoyi came through. What's there to harass with a flat chest? Qin Lan muttered to himself. Where are you? At the Big Bird 360 spin bar. A few minutes later, Qin Lan drove up to the bar's entrance. The parking lot was filled with luxury cars, and a wealthy young man was passionately kissing his date on the car roof, starkly contrasting the indifferent passers by hurrying by. As he was about to enter, a bald, burly man blocked his path. No entry for outsiders, it's a private event today. Qin Lan ignored him and continued forward. The man's eyes glinted with menace as he summoned a 3-meter-long giant lizard, its golden blade-like head glinting ominously under the neon lights. This was a 3-star, 8th-level Lodier Lord Violent Biasta giant blade rock lizard. The giant lizard let out a low growl and swung its head, snapping a streetlight in half. Bystanders scattered in fear. The burly man sneered. There's still time to back off. A big shot is here today, so breaking the rules of Taiping City is no big deal. As Qin Lan turned, a flicker of interest crossed his dark eyes as they settled on the giant blade rock lizard. Rules are meant to be broken, he thought. If entry is denied, then let strength speak. With a flick of his finger, the massive form of the golden horned dragon spider, nearly 5 meters tall, appeared. The burly bald man witnessing this scene gasped, his pupils contracting sharply. However, he quickly regained his composure, a cold smile playing on his lips. In his view, despite its impressive size, the golden horned dragon spider was all show and no substance. His third-tier, 8-star giant blade rock lizard clearly exuded a more formidable aura. The battle was imminent. The giant blade rock lizard launched the first attack, springing forward with its golden blade atop its head aimed at the golden horned dragon spider. The spider stood its ground, its 8 sturdy legs moving forward to meet the assault heathen. Bang! The two colossal beasts collided, producing an ear-splitting metallic clang. Enraged, the giant blade rock lizard swung its head wildly, its golden blade enveloped in a fierce energy, slicing towards the abdomen of the golden horned dragon spider. The attack landed, leaving a thumb-width scar on the spider's carapace. Wounded, The golden horned dragon spider was incensed, abandoning defense for a frenzied attack, its robust legs transforming into golden spears, relentlessly stabbing at the giant blade rock lizard. Despite being only a third-tier one-star creature, its mid-tier lord quality allowed it to fight evenly with its opponent, each strike drawing blood. The battlefield expanded, and an innocent sports car was split in two by the lizard's head swing. The bald man watched in distress. Rules might be made to be broken, but he would ultimately have to cover these damages. Finish it quickly, the bald man commanded coldly, activating his mid-tier grade Beastmaster talent, Rapid Growth. A stream of light infused the giant blade rock lizard, its power surging, sending the golden horned dragon spider reeling with a single blow. Arin, execute the triple blade strike, he ordered through their soul beast contract. The giant blade rock lizard let out a roar, its blade glowing brilliantly as it curled into an irregular rocky ball, spinning towards the golden horned dragon spider. The first strike crashed down, pinning the spider to the ground, spiderweb-like cracks spreading across the earth. Second strike, the bald man shouted triumphantly. This strike was twice as powerful as the first, enough to shatter the spider's back armor. Yet at this critical moment, Qin Lan, watching from afar, smiled. The golden horned dragon spider activated its Lord Beast skill, Reflective Carapace, its surface instantly transforming into a smooth mirror. As the second strike descended, the giant blade rock lizard let out a piercing scream, its body covered in fractures, while the spider, though its shell was cracked, remained combat-ready. Seizing the opportunity, the golden horned dragon spider launched a frenzied assault on its wounded adversary, its legs stabbing like rain, each hit leaving bloody punctures on the lizard. Please, have mercy. I surrender, the bald man pleaded in panic. However, Qin Lan ignored him, continuing to direct the golden horned dragon spider to ravage the now helpless giant blade rock lizard. Alas, a sigh emerged from the crowd as an elderly man, dressed in a tailored suit with slicked back hair, walked out slowly. The ring on his finger glinted coldly, summoning an ice-blue saber-toothed tiger beast in an instant. The tiger fiercely lunged at the golden horned dragon spider, which retreated unwillingly to Qin Lan's side, watching the old man warily. With a smooth smile, the old man retrieved a black crystal card worth 30 million from his pocket and extended it to Qin Lan. Greetings, I'm the manager of this bar. Xiao Lu was a bit hasty. Please accept my apologies on his behalf. Qin Lan took the black crystal card, his expression softening slightly, and pointed to the entrance of the Big Bird Bar. May I go inside? I'm looking for someone. Guests are always welcome, please. Thank you. Qin Lan nodded, put away the golden horned dragon spider, and strode into the bar. The bald and burly Xiao Lu approached the manager with a wry smile. Who's booked the place today? The eldest daughter of the Luo family. Luo. The manager's face darkened instantly, clearly apprehensive about the Luo family's eldest daughter. Inside the Big Bird Bar, the lights were dazzling, and the 360-degree rotating design was overwhelming. Young heirs clung to their partners, dancing closely, seeking temporary indulgence amid the oppressive atmosphere of doomsday. Hey little girl, spend the night with me. I'll give you 1,000,000 black crystal points. 1,000,000's not enough, I'll add more. Get lost. Huang Xiaoyi glared fiercely at the woman with wynard curls in front of her, her eyes filled with anger. You tomboy. The woman, slightly tipsy, was even more intrigued by Huang Xiaoyi. Feisty, I like that. How about 10 million for a night? My father is the head of the Luo family in Taiping City, commanding 10,000 Beastmaster soldiers. Spend the night with me, and you'll enjoy endless wealth and glory. Huang Xiaoyi's face flushed with anger, her fists clenched tightly, but she ultimately held back. She couldn't compete with family connections. What if the woman was telling the truth? Luo Li played with her glass smugly, her gaze growing more intense. I love young girls like this, pure with a bit of spice. They must be wild in bed. Just as she was about to continue her harassment, Qin Lan appeared silently beside them. Seeing that the person bothering Huang Xiaoyi was a woman, Qin Lan's face darkened. Let's go, don't waste time. Huang Xiaoyi turned her anger into joy and immediately clung to Qin Lan's arm. Luo Li frowned, her drunkenness slightly fading, and watched them leave with her legs crossed. As Qin Lan was about to reach the door, Luo Li suddenly revealed a playful smile and snapped her fingers. Snap! A bright light shot from the beast lair ring on her finger, and a phantom-like flying long-nosed pig beast appeared. Huminga low-level Lord Beast, the Dream Eater. The pig beast's eyes, like copper bells, shot out an inky phantom beast gaze, targeting Qin Lan. It was the Lord Beast's skill, Hypnotic Ray. At the critical moment, a faceless figure in a green dress floated in, disdainfully flicking a finger. Buzz. A particle halo condensed into a green finger shadow, meeting the phantom beast gaze. It was the Lord Beast's skill, a dream of Huangliang. Snap. The two forces collided, shattering the phantom beast gaze. The green finger shadow continued its momentum, piercing the Dream Eater that couldn't dodge in time. The Dream Eater's eyes turned vacant, and it fell to the ground, crawling slowly like a worm. Lori watched the scene unfold, her expression wavering, but ultimately she allowed Qin Lan to lead Huang Shaoyi away. Tomorrow marked the annual auction, and in recent days, Peace City had seen an influx of outside merchants, including prominent figures and young prodigies eager to witness the event. She let out a cold snort and summoned a ghostly blue Biasta third-ear Dream Eater. This low-level Lord Beast opened its mouth and inhaled, drawing wisps of blue light into its belly, which awakened the Dream Eater beast from its deep slumber. Outside the bar, Huang Shaoyi scratched her nose and summoned Huang Qi from her beast nest ring. The little girl, wearing a detective hat, immediately pulled out a candy wrapped in white paper from her pocket and offered it to Qin Lan. "Here, a little bribe for you," Huang Qi said, her golden tail swaying as the candy rested in her small, youthful hand. She remembered the old Taoist Feng Chong Yu's advice to maintain a good relationship with him. "All right, I accept your bribe," Qin Lan said, taking the candy and popping it into his mouth. Seeing this, Huang Qi's eyes twinkled as she continued to ponder ways to strengthen their bond. On the roadside, Huang Shaoyi stole glances at Qin Lan, her cheeks involuntarily flushing. "Uncle Qin, shall we head back to the hotel? Let's go to sleep." "Okay." Her face grew even redder as she nodded quietly. At room 36 of the Peace City guest house, Qin Lan sat by the window, gazing at the night scene. The stars and blue lights intertwined, casting a dazzling glow over the entire capital. It was undeniable that under the governance of the Peace Commander, this city's prosperity far surpassed other human settlements. Inside the room, Poo-Poo scurried around in a panic, nearly on the verge of tears. Chasing after her was a faceless dream demon in a blue dress, eerily calling out, "Let me use your memories and face." "Stop it." "Yes, master." The third-tier, one-star dream demon immediately became obedient, ceasing its pursuit of Poo-Poo. As Qin Lan's third contracted beast, it willingly suppressed its original power level. Since this suppression was voluntary, the dream demon's strength was closely tied to Qin Lan's, and as he advanced in his domain, the suppressed power would be gradually unlocked. Qin Lan poured himself a glass of red wine, staring into the swirling reflection of his face, lost in thought. He was contemplating how to handle the 2 wisdom fruits with life-extending abilities in his beast nest ring. Such treasures, if revealed, would undoubtedly spark a frenzy among the powerful. After all, who would refuse a chance to extend their life? As he pondered, the bathroom door slowly opened, releasing a warm mist mixed with the scent of shower gel. Huang Shaoyi emerged from the steam, her golden cat bell around her neck jingling. "Uncle Qin, look. How do I look?" She approached him, proudly twirling in her outfit. Qin Lan glanced up, taking in her youthful, vibrant figure, wrapped in a black silk-made outfit complete with adorable cat ears. "Looks nice." "Hee hee." Huang Shaoyi shyly pinched the hem of her skirt before boldly suggesting, "How about something exciting?" "Exciting? Like what?" Huang Shaoyi cleared her throat and knelt on the floor in front of Qin Lan, her black silk legs together. "Uncle Qin, I've been hit with a paralysis spell and can't move. You play the role of a robber breaking into a maiden's room, robbing and ravishing. I'll cry and beg you to spare me, and then you say, 'Heh heh heh, silly girl, if you don't want to get pregnant, you'd better behave or I'll make sure you have twins.'" Qin Lan rolled his eyes, realizing her idea of excitement was just role-playing. Scientific studies suggest that females not only mature earlier than males, but are also 7 times more amorous. Today's experience certainly proved that. "Come on, Uncle Qin." Huang Shaoyi's cheeks were flushed as she took his hand, gently guiding it to her face. "We've already been intimate, so why not have a little fun? No role-playing. If you're bored, I can play chess with you," Qin Lan said, taking out a go board and setting it on the table. "All right." Huang Shaoyi's eyes twinkled with mischief as she revealed her little fangs. "But the loser has to write the word correct on their face after each game, Uncle Qin. I'm a genius Go player, you know." "Okay." An hour later, Huang Shaoyi sat at the table, on the verge of tears. Her face was covered in countless correct marks, looking like a little cat, while Qin Lan continued to write on her leg with a brush truly a portrait of righteousness. Huang Shaoyi shifted her position, jingling the bell around her neck. "Uncle Qin, let's leave the day after tomorrow." "Reason? I haven't had enough fun yet, and there are still so many pretty clothes I haven't bought." "Reason denied," Qin Lan said, organizing the chess pieces and gesturing to continue. Huang Shaoyi pulled a colorful flyer from her beast nest ring. If she hadn't explained, Qin Lan would have mistaken it for a supermarket promotion. As he examined it closely, he realized it was an auction brochure listing over 180 items, ranging from low-end slave trades to high-end beast cubs. It was undeniable that the Peace City's auction was of exceptional caliber. The third item alone, a ton of third-tier quality demon claw gold, was enough to captivate Qin Lan. His gold-horned spider's talent was devouring gold, which could enhance its exoskeleton defense by consuming minerals. Since reaching the third tier, its appetite had grown, and ordinary metals no longer sufficed. This ton of demon claw gold would be enough to satisfy it for 10 days or so. Qin Lan marked the brochure with a pin, his gaze continuing to scan the other auction items. Qin Lan was intently reviewing the auction list from the Taiping City Alchemist Guild. His eyes lingered on a batch of 100 third-tier elixirs called Huiling Powder. This potion could restore nearly half of a third-tier Beastmaster's spiritual energy in just a minute, exactly what he needed for his energy-draining shadow replication technique. As he continued down the list, he circled the beast skill, Parrot Mimicry, which could enable a beast pet to speak human language. This might be something that Poo Poo could use. Huang Xiaoyi, resting her chin on her hand, observed Qin Lan as he marked over a dozen items on the list. She couldn't help but ask, "Uncle Qin, do you really have enough money for all this?" "I once went to a small auction in G City, Jiangnan, with my uncle," Qin Lan replied nonchalantly. "Now that was a real money pit." "Don't worry, I have my ways to get the money." He continued marking items until he reached the last 3 mysterious headline items. These were simply labeled with question marks, with no descriptions provided. "Go wash up. It's time for bed," Qin Lan said, folding the list and pointing to the bed. Huang Xiaoyi blushed and hurried to the bathroom to wash the ink off her face. When she shyly emerged, Qin Lan's eyelid twitched uncontrollably. He took a deep breath and slowly approached her. As he leaned in, Huang Xiaoyi's heart raced. She obediently closed her eyes and tilted her head up, expecting a kiss. Instead, she felt a delicate butterfly hairpin being clipped into her hair. "For you. This is the second gift you've given me," Huang Xiaoyi said, playing with the hairpin with delight. "The first was that candy." Qin Lan, cigarette in mouth, recalled how 3 years ago he had tricked this plain-looking girl into cleaning his shop for an entire afternoon with just a piece of candy. He didn't expect her to remember. Once the lights were off, the room plunged into darkness. The next morning, after getting ready, the two of them donned black cloaks and masks as they walked the streets. They were not alone. Others dressed similarly passed by, all headed to the Taiping City Auction House. In front of the massive black stone building at the city center, dozens of young women in cheongsams greeted guests with smiles. Just as they were about to enter, a young maid with dimples stopped them. "Guests, please show your invitation tickets." Nearby, in a small black booth, an elderly monk with a white beard was selling tickets of 4 grades: Heaven, Earth, Black, and Yellow, with prices ranging from 20 million to 10 billion black crystal universal points. Qin Lan took out a pitch-black lord-quality violent beast egg, the egg of a subterranean parasitic spiderling. The shocked expression on the old monk's face indicated it was no ordinary item. Soon, a middle-aged appraiser in a tang suit hurried over. After a brief private discussion, he emerged from the booth, beaming and instructed, "Quick, add another headline item to today's auction and arrange a heaven-grade box for our esteemed guest." In the dimly lit and opulent atmosphere of Box 11 at the Taiping City Auction House, a wynard crystal chandelier cast a luxurious and mysterious glow over the space. Qin Lan lounged lazily in a gilded chair, swirling a glass of red wine as she gazed down at the bustling auction floor below. A dozen scantily clad attendants stood in neat rows on either side, occasionally sneaking glances at Qin Lan. Their thoughts wandered back to the hedonistic days before the day of destruction when a few sweet voice messages could earn them a fortune, and the law seemed to favor them, the so-called T0 vulnerable group, even when they erred. But now, in a world being rebuilt from chaos, strength was king. The weak had to cling to the strong or band together to survive. Those who could sit in the elite box were either wealthy or powerful. Securing a connection with such a person could ensure a comfortable future. Huang Xiaoyi, who was massaging Qin Lan's legs, noticed the attendants' glances and was filled with jealousy. She glared at them and barked, "What are you staring at? Never seen a handsome guy and a beautiful lady before? Wang Gang, stay. The rest of you out." Wang Gang, the middle-aged bald-headed proxy bidder, approached with a tray, his face plastered with a sycophantic smile. As the exclusive proxy for the elite box, he was well-versed in maintaining discretion. Qin Lan closed her eyes, savoring the moment of luxury while her thoughts drifted to her past life. Her memory lingered on the 16th year after the day of destruction, when the three-eyed alien Beastmaster suddenly descended upon Blue Star. Her superior, Bai Bingning, chose to self-destruct to stop a Zerg Beastmaster. A year later, unable to bear the oppression of their new superior, she and several comrades left the frontier to become wandering pioneers, only to suffer a severe setback in Shenangjia. Fortunately, a recluse skilled in pharmacology and potion-making, Mu Changchun, saved her and took her as a disciple. Together, they developed a unique acupuncture method to eliminate the side effects of the Bai family's secret technique, Ice Jade Body. This trip to Shenangjia had 2 purposes: to visit her mentor Mu Changchun and junior apprentice Mu Jin, and to gather materials for crafting the 6th tier dragon transformation elixir. She already possessed the dragon pearl, and the other ingredients could be exchanged for a wisdom fruit at the auction. Once she consumed the dragon transformation elixir, her fourth beast companion, the purple flame Jiao, could leap from the lord level to the emperor level. A steely determination flickered in Qin Lan's eyes. Having been reborn, she had only one goal: to become stronger. Strong enough to reverse her former prey status and become the hunter, instilling fear in the alien three-eyed invaders. The memories of her past life, whether the locations of secret realms and high-quality beasts, or the fates of prodigies who died young, would all serve as catalysts for her rapid rise. As she surveyed the nearly 1,000 bidders in the auction hall, there was a knock on the door. Wang Gang opened it to reveal an elderly gentleman in a suit and slicked-back hair, carrying a tray. The elderly man, wearing an apologetic expression, said, "My apologies, but your sixth-tier wisdom fruit will not be auctioned." Huang Xiaoyi immediately protested. "What do you mean? Is the Taiping City auction house trying to pocket our goods?" The elderly man quickly explained that the auction house is behind Thessine's owner, the sixth-tier Beastmaster Taiping commander, had taken an interest in the wisdom fruit and already consumed it. Hearing this, Huang Xiaoyi fell silent, wary of offending the commander, who was one of the top beastmasters among humans and commanded an army of 100,000 elite troops. Qin Lan remained unfazed. It was expected that the 70-something Taiping commander would covet a life-extending treasure. The elderly man then unveiled 8 fifth-tier magical plant herbs on the tray as compensation, precisely the materials needed for the dragon transformation elixir. To the elderly man's surprise, Qin Lan accepted the offer graciously and even presented her last wisdom fruit as a gift to the commander. "Please convey to the commander that this is a gift from my mentor, Daoist Fong." Hoping to forge a good relationship, Qin Lan emphasized that it was a free gift and added, "I don't need the beast skills parrot mimicry or egg swallowing." The old man nodded with a smile and turned to leave. As the door clicked shut, the smile on Huang Xiaoyi's face faded away. She gracefully settled onto Qin Lan's lap, pulling his hand around her slender waist as if seeking comfort and security. "Uncle Qin." She looked up at Qin Lan nervously. "That man in the suit earlier? He's the Taiping commander, isn't he?" Qin Lan nodded in surprise. The 10 commanders of the Yin Alliance preferred to stay behind the scenes, making it so that outsiders only knew their names without ever seeing their faces. Huang Xiaoyi scrunched up her face, shrinking into Qin Lan's embrace. It had only been 10 years since Doomsday, and the strongest now were just 6th-tier beast masters. This meant she had just shared a room with one of the top 6th-tier beast masters on Blue Star. "Scared?" Qin Lan chuckled softly. "Well, of course. A 6th-tier beast master is no joke. I'm just a frail girl." Huang Xiaoyi paused, her cheeks reddening slightly. "Well, not completely frail. I did manage to prove that under the covers last night." "Then why aren't you afraid of me?" "Huh. Why would I be afraid of you, Uncle Qin?" Huang Xiaoyi looked puzzled. Qin Lan said no more. After Doomsday, some chose to fall, while others chose to shine. In his previous life, by the 16th year after Doomsday, the Taiping commander had been the first of the Yin Alliance commanders to die in battle, sacrificing himself to cover the evacuation of millions from Taiping City, facing 2 7th-tier alien beast masters alone. Such character justified giving him a longevity-enhancing wisdom fruit as a gesture of friendship. Qin Lan believed the Taiping commander would not let him down in return. Moments later, the door opened again. The Taiping commander, still in the guise of the old man in a suit, entered with Wang Gang, the cameraman. Huang Xiaoyi peeked briefly before closing her eyes and pretending to sleep in Qin Lan's arms. The old man smiled warmly and placed a brown tray beside Qin Lan, slowly unveiling it. On the tray were 2 Lord-quality Devour Egg Beast skill stones and 1 Lord-quality Parrot Mimicry Beast skill stone. The Devour Egg Beast skill stone, derived from the Lizard Lord Beast, could enhance a pet species quality by consuming beast eggs, though it was somewhat impractical. Who would waste expensive beast eggs on feeding a pet? In contrast, the Parrot Mimicry Beast skill stone, from the Parrot Lord Beast, was among the highest-grade Lord Beast skills. When consumed by a pet, it not only granted speech but also enhanced intelligence. According to beast experts, there's a 10% chance for a Lord Beast to comprehend a Lord-quality beast skill when advancing, and a 1 in 1,000 chance for a Royal-quality beast skill. Mastering Parrot Mimicry significantly boosts these odds. "For me?" Qin Lan asked in confusion. Of course, the commander felt it was only right to prepare some small gifts for a guest who traveled such a long way to offer gifts. The old man replied with an unchanged smile, gesturing for Qin Lan to accept them. Qin Lan didn't hesitate, clearing his throat as he pocketed the 3 beast skill stones. "May I ask where the esteemed Master Fong Daochang resides?" The old man inquired gently. "Our commander is deeply grateful and wishes to visit personally." "I'm sorry, my master prefers a life of seclusion and avoids worldly affairs," Qin Lan replied. "I see." The Taiping commander nodded, sighing. His 4th pet, the Truth Seeker Demon, had the ability to detect lies, a top-tier lore-quality ability. The young man's words were mostly true, suggesting Master Fong Daochang indeed existed. Anyone capable of gifting a wisdom fruit must be a compassionate sage, someone worth befriending. Would you be interested in joining the Taiping City forces? He continued, we offer full benefits, luxury cars, mansions, and a monthly salary of 50 million black crystal universal points. Qin Lan seemed to have anticipated this question, and he shook his head with a troubled expression. I appreciate the offer, but like my master, I value my freedom and prefer not to be bound. Though the Taiping commander felt a twinge of displeasure, he understood, considering the young man's master was the mysterious Master Feng Daochong. Young people seeking freedom was not unusual. He appeared to have made up his mind, casually tossing a golden black crystal card. The commander of Taiping gently patted Qin Lan on the shoulder, a warm smile spreading across his face. Since you're not keen on joining the military, I won't force you. How about this? I'll assign you a minor official position. It will allow you to operate freely within Taiping City without much oversight. Plus you'll receive a monthly salary through this card. Freedom and a steady income? A flicker of interest crossed Qin Lan's eyes, and he couldn't help but feel tempted. After a moment of contemplation, he accepted the offer. The commander's expression softened as he reminded, the auction is about to start. With that, he turned and left. As one of the top 10 commanders of the Flame Alliance, he had numerous matters to attend to, especially the sudden appearance of the Fourth Corpse King. That entity was on a rampage, slaughtering powerful individuals with the intent of turning them into intelligent corpses. The VIP box returned to silence. Qin Lan carefully put away the golden black crystal card and casually took out a scanner to scan himself. The result made his eyelid twitch. It not only showed his debt to the Black Tiger Gang, but also revealed his new role as captain of the demon-slaying squad of Taiping City. It seemed the Flame Alliance's information entry system was impressively efficient. He put away the scanner and decided not to dwell on it. The auction officially commenced, with dazzling lights illuminating the stage as a stunning woman in a cheongsam and white stockings gracefully stepped onto the platform. Holding a microphone, her sweet voice instantly energized the crowd. Qin Lan leaned back in his seat, listening intently, and handed the auction list to his proxy bidder, Wang Gang. Help me get these items later. If the price exceeds expectations, just let it go. Wang Gang took the list, examined it carefully, and nodded in understanding. Qin Lan summoned the little snow girl, Poo Poo, and handed her 2 beast skill stones, the swallowing beast skill stone and the parrot mimicry beast skill stone. With her decent bite force, Poo Poo managed to gnaw through the hard stones and successfully mastered the skills. What do you call me? Qin Lan chuckled, ruffling Poo Poo's hair. The little snow girl Poo Poo shyly fiddled with her dress, stammering in a soft voice, Go Godfather. Her gaze at Qin Lan was innocent and pure, making her appear especially adorable. Qin Lan's mouth twitched as he flicked Poo Poo's forehead lightly. Don't call me Godfather. Call me Master. Godfather is Poo Poo's master. Poo Poo repeated innocently, her bright eyes filled with anticipation as she looked at Qin Lan. Huang Xiaoyi couldn't help but twitch her mouth. What kind of logic was this? How did Godfather become master? She quickly moved to Poo Poo's side, patiently teaching the naive little snow girl how to speak correctly. Meanwhile, Qin Lan closed his eyes to rest. The auction list had been handed over to the professional gold-level auction agent, Wang Gang, so he only needed to wait for the results. The auction was in full swing. The first item was a 5th-tier beast nest ring, with an internal space as large as a stadium, starting at an astonishing 1 billion black crystal points. The bidding was fierce, leaving Huang Xiaoyi and all the wealthy in Taiping City were indeed as numerous as fish in a river, and this price could buy a Lord Beast skill stone. Ultimately, the ring was claimed by a mysterious figure in a black robe for 1.5 billion. The second auction item was a Lord-level python beast, bound tightly in chains, yet still exuding ferocity and letting out low growls. The beautiful auctioneer charmingly introduced the beast's origins. When it was time for the third item, Wang Gang perked up. It was a ton of 3rd-tier quality demon claw gold, precisely what the client needed. If he could secure it, the auction house would surely offer a generous commission. After intense bidding, he finally won it for Qin Lan at 2 billion black crystal points. Time passed, and Qin Lan awoke from his nap. Uncle Qin is awake? The auction went well, Huang Xiaoyi teased, poking his chest. Qin Lan ignored her, turning his attention to the auction screen. The auction was nearing its end, with only a dozen items still available. Wang Gang approached apologetically. Sir, there were too many VIPs today, and I only managed to secure 3 items you wanted. Which 3? A ton of 3rd-tier demon claw gold, 100 3rd-tier magic potion spirit recovery pills, and 3 4th-tier magic potions for fast healing, totaling 6.3 billion black crystal points. The other items exceeded your expected price. And what about the crypt parasitic demon spider egg I sold? It's been sold. Due to its rarity, it fetched a final price of 5.5 billion. Qin Lan didn't ask further, focusing entirely on the last 3 headline auction items. After a while, these heavyweight items were finally revealed. The first was a 5th-tier magic plant, the blood bone root, capable of altering a beast master's talent. Though the outcome was unpredictable, some rose from class to class, while others fell from genius to mediocrity. The second item intrigued Qin Lan even more, a fist-sized, fanged heart, pulsating violently within a glass jar. It was the blood demon of a high-tier lord-level parasitic beast, capable of replacing a heart and allowing rapid recovery, even for a damaged body, as long as it was regularly fed blood. In the VIP area, a figure in a black robe showed particular interest in this item. The final auction item was a complete 6th-tier royal beast skeleton, a bird-like creature over 10 meters long. When the staff brought it out, the auction hall fell silent. Even as a skeleton, it exuded formidable power. Such materials, if made into beast weapons, would undoubtedly possess incredible might. Seeing that all 3 headline items were to be exchanged for goods, Qin Lan left the VIP box with Huang Xiaoyi. As the sun set, Huang Xiaoyi playfully insisted on shopping. Qin Lan, in good spirits, accompanied her through the city, watching her buy clothes and cosmetics, until nightfall when they returned to the guest inn. Uncle Qin, today I'm going to play the innocent schoolgirl with pigtails, and you'll be Tang Bohu. Wait for me, Huang Xiaoyi teased, poking her head out of the bathroom before quickly closing the door. Qin Lan rolled his eyes helplessly, sitting by the window and gazing at the street, a vague unease creeping into his mind. Master, Master, Pu timidly asked, what did Sister Huang mean by Tang Bohu? Qin Lan pondered for a moment, then replied seriously, Tang Bohu is an art appreciation expert, specializing in admiring pretty schoolgirls. Oh, Pu understands. The little snow girl nodded innocently. Pu wants to be a pretty schoolgirl too, for Master to appreciate, she said, clinging to Qin Lan's arm and shaking it. Feeling increasingly awkward, Qin Lan quickly handed Pu a phone, telling her to go play games with Huang Qi. He thought to himself that he must properly educate Huang Xiaoyi, as she was corrupting his beast companions. Pu, clutching the phone, ran over to Huang Qi, excitedly explaining. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Huang Qi's green eyes widened, her golden beast ears twitching. Although she didn't fully understand, she seemed quite impressed. As night deepened, the full moon hung high in the sky. On the streets of Taiping City, following the conclusion of an auction, a figure in a black robe walked calmly, trailed not far behind by another similarly dressed figure. The wind stirred their robes, revealing glimpses of white hair flowing beneath. The black-robed figure in front suddenly turned into a shadowy alley and stopped at its end. Turning to face the follower, a mocking smile played on his lips. Friend, this is Taiping City under the command of the Taiping commander. You've been following me all this way. Could it be you're after some treasure? The follower remained silent for a moment, then extended a hand as fair as jade. Hand over the blood demon from the auction, and I'll spare your life, came the raspy, low voice. Tang Qi, a 5th-tier beastmaster, was momentarily taken aback by the demand. His expression turned icy beneath his cloak. With a cold laugh, he summoned a Biasta 5-star Thunder Ram, a mid-tier lord beast. Kill him. The Thunder Ram, enveloped in crackling lightning, charged like a bulldozer at the opponent. The black-robed figure remained unflustered, clenching a fist and striking back. Bang! A deafening explosion followed, lightning scattering in all directions. The Thunder Ram let out a piercing wail as its massive body was sent flying by a single punch. Tang Qi's face changed dramatically, and just as he was about to summon another beast, his vision blurred, and his shoulders were firmly pinned by the opponent. You're so weak. Let me help you out, a chilling voice whispered in his ear. The hood of the black-robed figure fell without wind, revealing a head of white hair and a face as beautiful as a celestial being. When he removed his pitch-black contact lenses, revealing golden eyes, Tang Qi felt as though he'd plunged into an icy abyss. Golden eyes. It's the 4th Corpse King, Tianqian. Tang Qi was terrified and struggled desperately, but the needle-like pain in his neck quickly rendered him unconscious. Tianqian extracted the blood demon from Tang Qi's beast ring. The heart-shaped lord beast whimpered in fear, but obediently entered his mouth under the Corpse King's control. After consuming the blood demon, Tianqian pointed at Tang Qi's corpse, transforming it into a blood-red mist that condensed into hundreds of fanged blood-red insect beasts. Covering his chest, the Corpse King coughed and put his contact lenses back on. Modern society is not what it used to be, with cameras everywhere. Just showing up on camera yesterday brought a swarm of strong opponents. He commanded the blood demon insects to infiltrate the sewers. Go collect the blood energy of the strong to aid my recovery. Meanwhile, in a guest house, a gold-horned dragon spider lay curled up like a tank cat in the corner, savoring a piece of 3rd-tier mineral, demon claw gold. Qin Lan, shirtless, lay on the bed browsing the Beastmaster forum, while Xuenu was giving him a massage by stepping on his back, paid with a lollipop. A post by a full-level user named Aotaman caught Qin Lan's attention. Shocking. Mysterious Shenangjia, a stunning angel with big chest and long legs spotted. Despite the 100 black crystal point feet of view, the mention of big chest and long legs tempted him to click. The video was blurry, showing a humanoid creature with white wings battling a python beast among towering trees. Qin Lan was initially stunned but then chuckled. The light elemental lord, the white goose heavenly winged demon, was the main beast companion of the young apprentice, Mu Jin. As Qin Lan gazed at this majestic creature, memories of the past began to flood his mind. By rights, Mu Jin, being the only daughter of Mu Changchun, should have been his senior apprentice sister. However, during the 10 years since the day of destruction, she had only just turned 11 or 12, still a naive and lively little girl, making it impossible not to refer to her as the younger apprentice sister. Just as Qin Lan was lost in his reverie, a sharp scream erupted from the bathroom. "Uncle Qin, help! There's a monster!" Before the words had fully settled, Huang Qi, who had been playing on her phone, instantly became alert. Her ears perked up and, in a flash, she transformed into a nimble yellow weasel, darting towards the bathroom like an arrow. Qin Lan's brow furrowed as he quickly followed. When he arrived, he found that Huang Qi had already subdued the enemy. She was holding a blood-colored insect beast in her mouth. The creature was as thick as an adult's forearm, its body menacing, with a mouth full of circular, saw-like teeth, resembling a mobile meat grinder. Each time the insect tried to struggle, Huang Qi's fangs would emit a burst of purple lightning, rendering it powerless. "Uncle Qin, what is this thing? It's so disgusting." Huang Xiaoyi emerged, wrapped in a bathrobe, her face still showing signs of shock. She explained in a trembling voice, "I was just taking a shower when this thing suddenly crawled out of the drain, swaying in front of me like a cobra." She paused, her expression turning odd. Strangely, I saw a hint of disdain in its eyes, as if it was hesitating whether to attack me. Just as it hesitated, Huang Qi rushed in and subdued it. Qin Lan examined the blood-colored insect beast closely, his frown deepening. He pulled out a scanner and aimed it at the creature, only to receive a blank result. "Give it to me," Qin Lan said, extending his hand to Huang Qi. "Oh," Huang Qi replied, shaking her head as she transformed back into her golden-haired, blue-eyed little girl form. Standing on tiptoe, she struggled to hand the insect beast to Qin Lan. The moment Qin Lan took hold of the creature, he crushed it without hesitation, instinctively activating his blood prison ability. A low hum filled the air as a blood-red mist swiftly coalesced into a small crimson beast egg. With a sharp crack, the egg shattered, revealing a menacing, palm-sized insect beast. Though its aura was weak, the first-tier creature nuzzled Qin Lan's hand, emitting soft chirping sounds, much to Huang Xiaoyi's astonishment. Just as Qin Lan was about to examine the peculiar insect beast more closely, it suddenly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. The mist rapidly climbed up his hand, enveloping his entire arm. When the mist dissipated, a sleek bone blade had formed along the outside of his arm. The bug transformed into a red exoskeletal bone sword? Huang Xiaoyi stared in disbelief. Qin Lan thoughtfully swung his arm, the bone blade slicing through the corner of a wooden table with the ease of cutting through tofu, leaving a clean cut. "I see. It's a parasitic type of beast," he mused with a slight smile. The bone blade quivered as if responding to Qin Lan's observation, its tip pointing insistently into the distance. "Are you guiding me?" Qin Lan asked. The blade's trembling intensified, almost eager. "Stay here and don't wander off," Qin Lan instructed Huang Xiaoyi. "Huang Qi, poo-poo, keep her safe and watch out for other parasites." After issuing these orders, he retracted the golden-horned spider and stepped into the night. The moonless night in Taiping City was eerily quiet. Qin Lan moved like a specter through the deserted streets, halting at a shadowy alley corner. There, a delicate woman with glasses knelt, wearing a white blouse, her cheeks flushed with the telltale signs of intoxication. The insect bone blade throbbed with violent warnings. Intrigued, Qin Lan approached, looking down at the drunken woman. "Out here drunk at this hour? Aren't you afraid of danger?" he said, lightly tapping her cheek. The woman stirred, her eyes fluttering open to see Qin Lan. She blinked in confusion, then panic set in. "Who are you? Why are you in my house? Get out or I'll call the police." "Are you sure this is your house?" Qin Lan countered. Only then did she take in her surroundings, surprise dawning on her face. As Qin Lan reached out to help her up, the woman suddenly unleashed a deadly intent. Her head split into four, transforming into four blood-red chain blades that lashed at Qin Lan. Fortunately, he was prepared, summoning the golden-horned spider to shield him. The chain blades danced like serpents, their strikes leaving only afterimages. But to the golden-horned spider, it was nothing more than a tickle. It lifted a golden leg, effortlessly piercing the three-tiered beast master's body. As her body fell, a blood-colored insect shadow darted out, attempting to escape into a nearby sewer. Qin Lan swiftly stomped on it, crushing its head underfoot. The blade on his arm detached, reverting to its insect form, and gleefully pounced on its fallen kin, devouring it. Within moments, it had ascended to the second tier. Qin Lan's expression grew serious as he knelt to examine the woman's corpse. The body was still warm, and the internal organs appeared human, indicating she had once been a living person. How many of these parasitic, human-mimicking blood beasts were there? If they infested the leadership of Taiping City? Just as he prepared to record evidence and report the incident, a piercing woman's scream shattered the night. Help! There's a murderer in Taiping City. Nearby, sound-activated streetlights flared to life, and the shuttered shops lit up. Qin Lan looked toward the voice, spotting a middle-aged woman with a broad face shouting in terror. Soon, a squad of Beastmaster patrollers surrounded the scene. The leader, a burly middle-aged man, glanced at the disheveled corpse on the ground, his expression darkening instantly. Some people swell with pride once they gain power, and Qin Lan had witnessed countless examples of this. Even in the orderly city of Taiping, incidents of brawling and bullying weren't uncommon, especially around the bars at night. The burly bald man had already pieced together the scene in his mind. A young man, drunk, harasses a woman, and when rejected, he flies into a rage, attempting to drag her into an alley to assault her. The woman resists, and in a fit of anger, the young man commits murder, only to be caught by a passerby. He cast a wary glance at the golden horned spider and drew a silver submachine gun, aiming it at Qin Lan. Put away your beast pet. This is Taiping City, under the command of the Taiping commander. Come with us, and there might still be a way out. The air was thick with tension, as the enforcement officers, faces cold as ice, commanded their beast pets to surround Qin Lan. Nearby, a middle-aged woman muttered gleefully about murderers paying with their lives. Feeling a stirring from the blood-red parasite in his pocket, Qin Lan ignored the encirclement and pointed directly at the middle-aged woman, commanding, "Kill her, she's not human." The officers were momentarily stunned, then sneered, "A murderer trying to divert attention? Surrender." With a sigh, Qin Lan pulled out a scanner and aimed it at himself. A light screen appeared, displaying his rank as captain of the Taiping City demon-slaying squad. The bald man's eyes widened in disbelief, mumbling, "Wasn't the captain just reported dead? How could this rank?" Upon Qin Lan's repeated orders, the military instincts of the officers kicked in, and they turned their guns towards the middle-aged woman. She immediately cried out for help, and the nearby shopkeepers quickly took cover. Just as the bullets from the Tier 3 beast weapon, the silver bullet machine gun, were about to hit, the woman's face split open, transforming into 8 segments of bloody chain blades, deflecting all the bullets. The parasite then abandoned the host and fled. Frowning, Qin Lan summoned the Azure Lawn monster to give chase. This half-human, half-bird creature gently grasped his shoulder, its wings flapping as it pursued the target. The bald man quickly rallied his team to mount their canine beasts and follow. Eventually, they cornered the parasite in an alley. This formidable Tier 3 parasite brandished its 8 lethal chain blades, ready for a desperate fight. The Azure Lawn monster cautiously set Qin Lan down, sensing the threat from the chain blades. "Azure Lawn, storm of blades," Qin Lan ordered, initiating the battle. The second-tier Azure Lawn monster spread its wings, conjuring a blue storm that surged towards the 8-chain parasite. The parasite let out a strange laugh, easily slicing through the storm with its 8 chain blades, then charged at Qin Lan like a fierce tiger. Unfazed, Qin Lan waited until the parasite was within 10 meters, then pointed a finger at its shadow. His lower-grade level Beastmaster talent shadow duplication activated. As his spiritual energy flared, a dark canine head phantom roared into the parasite's shadow. Instantly, the shadow came to life, wielding 8 black chain blades to launch a surprise attack on the host. Slash! The relentless assault rained down on the 8-chain parasite, and in a blink, the parasite's body, which had been lunging at Qin Lan, was shattered into neat chunks of flesh. The Azure Lawn monster widened its azure eyes, staring dumbfounded at the fading shadow. Its blue feathers, partially covering its ample chest, heaved with rapid breaths. Its master had grown stronger again. Among the scattered remains, a segment of the blood-colored parasitic beast wriggled defiantly. Qin Lan immediately threw his own blood-colored parasite to devour it. Having consumed this powerful kin, Qin Lan's parasite broke through, leaping from the second tier to the third, as if its kind were the perfect nourishment. Nearby, a bald, burly man and his companions arrived on their beast mounts, revealing wry smiles at the bloody scene before them. Qin Lan lit a cigarette to dispel the nauseating stench of blood and waved the bald man over to briefly explain what had happened. The bald man's face turned pale upon hearing the news, his eyes filled with fear. A blood-colored parasite that could inhabit humans, turning them into such monsters, even mimicking human emotions? Without hesitation, he pulled out his phone to contact his superiors. If these blood-colored parasites were not eradicated, Peaceful City would face endless troubles. Under the shroud of night, Taiping City was plunged into an unprecedented turmoil. The minister of the inspection department paced anxiously in his bedroom, deeply troubled. A disturbing piece of news had left him restless. A group of highly intelligent crimson parasites had infiltrated Taiping City. These creatures could parasitize humans and completely take over their hosts. Initially skeptical of this information, his doubts vanished when a video sent by the bald-headed Li Biao changed his perspective entirely. The video showed several law enforcers, led by a young man in a suit, besieging two abnormal creatures. The monster's head split open, revealing a mass of tentacles and scythe-like appendages, forcing the third-tier 9-star enforcers to retreat repeatedly. The video abruptly ended. The minister took out his phone to make a call but hesitated before putting it away. As the person responsible for the city's safety, he knew that alerting the deputy commander and commander would likely result in accusations of dereliction of duty. After careful consideration, he decided to immediately summon the entire city's enforcement team, aiming to quash the crisis before dawn. The Taiping City enforcement team was formidable, comprising 2 5th-tier Beastmasters, over 300 4th-tier Beastmasters, and over 700 3rd-tier Beastmasters. Upon receiving the summons, this 1,000-strong force gathered silently like phantoms. Meanwhile, a piercing scream echoed from a hotel room. Qin Lan, with an impassive expression, crushed the neck of a parasite host. As the body fell, a second-tier crimson parasite crawled out of its trousers, only to be shot dead by an enforcer. These parasites, though varying in their choice of host location, predominantly preferred the human head. Team leader Baldly Biao was in awe of Qin Lan's abilities. In just 1 hour, they had eliminated 28 crimson parasites. These parasites perfectly mimicked ordinary humans, evading even scanners, yet Qin Lan could effortlessly track them down. Soon, the 5th-tier Beastmaster and Minister of Inspection, Li Rue, arrived on the scene with 1,000 enforcers, surrounding the hotel. Li Rue, with a cigar in his mouth, wore a grave expression. He had encountered a parasite consuming human blood on his way, confirming his suspicion of a mastermind behind these uncontractable parasites. Upon learning that Qin Lan had inherited the position of captain of the demon-slaying squad in Taiping City, Li Rue's demeanor became friendly, even offering to introduce him to potential partners. However, Qin Lan politely declined and instead showcased 10 first-tier crimson parasites under his control. In response to Li Rue's inquiries, Qin Lan revealed his green ring and his faceless dream demon, using its hypnotic abilities to control the parasites. He also shared that low-tier parasites possessed a sensing ability, allowing them to locate each other even from vast distances. Li Rue promptly distributed the parasites, organizing the enforcement team into 10 groups to conduct a search. However, Qin Lan then presented a third-tier crimson parasite, which conveyed even more alarming news. Several high-level parasites were still lurking in the city. Li Rue immediately decided to lead the charge himself, determined to eradicate these threats completely. In the heart of Taiping City, Qin Lan, clutching a third-tier blood-colored parasite, sensed something amiss and led Li Rue and his team to a manhole cover. Following his command, a 4th-tier enforcer directed a half-human-sized blue bat to effortlessly lift the cover. Instantly, the stench of decaying wastewater assaulted their senses. The city's sewage system was vital, and the leaders of Taiping City were well aware of its importance. To prevent wild beasts hidden underground from damaging the system, they dispatched troops for regular purges. The enforcers were accustomed to the foul odor and descended the iron ladder into the depths without flinching. The voice-activated lights flickered on and off, illuminating the hidden underbelly of this bustling metropolis. In the expansive underground space, blackened sewage mixed with various filth flowed through the channels. As Qin Lan's gaze swept across, he saw floating human remains and bloated corpses, prompting a dark thought. The sewers truly are the perfect place to dispose of bodies. Donning a mask, Qin Lan followed the guidance of the blood-colored parasite. Seniorly, he asked, with Taiping City being so large, how is all this sewage usually handled? Li Rue chuckled, pointing ahead. Just a few more steps, and you'll see Taiping City's sewage cleaners. As they passed through the dim passageway, the view opened up to reveal a sewer channel teeming with countless fish-like beasts. These creatures, each the length of an arm, had eerie green eyes that gleamed as they voraciously devoured solid waste in the river. Are those mutated scavengers? Qin Lan asked, astonished. Exactly, Li Rue explained. By controlling a few scavenger fish kings, you can manage thousands of scavenger tribes. This is just the first step. There's further purification, and then it's sent to the water treatment plant for final processing. Suddenly, Qin Lan halted, his gaze fixed on a calf-sized scavenger fish king. The fish king scrutinized him, its eyes shifting from confusion to aggression. In an instant, its aura surged from 2nd tier to 4th tier, and its mouth unleashed dozens of blood-red tentacle blades. Get back! Li Rue, a 5th tier beastmaster, roared, summoning a special grade Lord Beast, the 5-star Thunderlord. The 3-meturtle, 4-eyed ape beast, with its blue face, fangs, and thunder-horned head, easily caught the incoming tentacle blades. It yanked the Fish King ashore and obliterated it with twin lightning strikes. As the Minister of Supervision, Li Rue, a fifth-tier beast master, was unrivaled in Taiping City. Dispatching a fourth-tier parasitic beast was a trivial task for him. Yet, his expression grew grave. It seems these blood-colored parasites can even infest beast pets. Qin, are there more nearby? There are, Qin Lan replied, nodding as the blood-colored parasite in his hand continued to warn him. Keep moving, Li Rue commanded, leading the team forward. Qin Lan deliberately lagged behind, quietly activating his blood prison to condense a lord-quality blood-colored parasite egg, tossing it to the golden-horned spider within his ring. He calculated silently that with 5 or 6 more initial-tier Lord Beast eggs, the golden-horned spider's species quality could break through to High Lord status. 7 or 8 minutes later, the team arrived at a massive pool filled with blue, semi-transparent slimes. Li Rue introduced, this is the second purification stage, the blue slime purification pool. These creatures grow in underground rivers and have the innate ability to purify water. The commander went to great lengths to capture them. By the poolside, a middle-aged man in a white shirt sat with his head in his hands, looking troubled. This was Ku Rong, a familiar face and a fifth-tier beast master in Taiping City. The blood-colored parasite in Qin Lan's hand pointed directly at him. What a pity, Li Rue sighed, approaching Ku Rong. Captain Li? Ku Rong looked up, greeting him warmly as if meeting an old friend. Ku Rong, are you all right? Li Rue asked, his expression complex. What do you mean? I'm a fifth-tier beast master. Who could harm me? Ku Rong laughed. 1 + 1 = what? 2. What's your son's name? My son? My son is named Ku. My son? Ku Rong's smile vanished as he clutched his hair tightly. Your son's name is Ku Jing. Yes, my son is named Ku. Ku Rong's face twisted, and he suddenly shouted, quick! While I still have my senses, kill me. My foolish son mistook the red parasite for a Fiji cup and turned into a brain-split monster. I killed him, but in my grief, it infested me. Before he could finish, Ku Rong's head split open, transforming into a monster with 100 tentacle blades sprouting from its neck, unleashing a fifth-tier aura that was suffocating. The pool shook violently as a giant blue slime leaped out, its transparent body teeming with visible blood-colored parasites. Qin Lan was shocked to discover that these parasites could even infest elemental creatures like the slime, which resembled an ice sprite. Minister Li Rue of the Department of Supervision gazed at the creature that Ku Rong had become, a wave of sorrow washing over him. A colleague he once saw almost daily had fallen to such a state. It was all because of Ku Rong's disappointing son, who ignored a perfectly good girl to pursue research on those fang parasites. Li Rue took a deep breath and summoned the remaining 4 fifth-tier ferocious beasts. With a flash of light, 4 Lord-level beasts of various sizes appeared, their oppressive presence thickening the air, making it difficult for those present to move. You all, deal with the blue slime king together. Leave Ku Rong to me, Li Rue commanded with a serious expression. The elite enforcers quickly retreated, summoning all their beasts to encircle the blue slime king. Faced with the onslaught, the blue slime king blinked its innocent eyes, looking bewildered. It seemed to remember something, conjuring a blue jelly-like tentacle to deftly extract a parasite from its body, crushing it effortlessly. This scene left the enforcers stunned. The fifth-tier blue slime king at the purification plant wasn't controlled by the blood-colored parasite? The blue slime king puffed out its cheeks, glaring at everyone before spitting out a series of half-dead blood-colored parasites. You're all bad. I was helping by eating these disgusting bugs, and you still want to attack me. Seeing this, a squad leader of the enforcers sighed in relief. It's a wild blue slime king, not parasitized. Let's assist the minister. With this realization, the enforcers shifted their focus to assist Li Rue in dealing with Ku Rong. Already struggling against 5 opponents, Ku Rong's parasitized form was overwhelmed, its 100 tentacle blades nearly smoking from the effort. With dozens more enforcers joining the fray, the situation became even more dire. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Lan summoned the Azure Lawn monster into the battle, purely to make her presence known. In just a few moments, most of Ku Rong's neck tentacles were severed, leaving only a few clinging to life. Thunderlord, unleash the piercing thunder spear. Send Ku Rong off, Li Rue commanded his main beast, the Thunderlord. The ape-like Thunder Lord beat its chest, roaring as blue lightning coiled around it, forming a massive lightning spear. Muscles bulging, it hurled the spear with all its might. In a flash, the lightning spear tore through the air, effortlessly piercing Ku Rong's body and blasting it to pieces. Just as Li Rue was about to order the cleanup, a sudden change occurred. From the blood mist, a purplured parasitic beast shot out at lightning speed, heading straight for the unsuspecting Li Rue, leaving afterimages in its wake. In the nick of time, A blue tentacle shot out like a frog's tongue, crushing the purplured parasite. The savior was the fifth-tier blue slime king. It glared at the crowd with its large blue eyes, puffing its cheeks in frustration before jumping back into the pool. As an elemental creature with intelligence rivaling that of ice spirits, the blue slime was naturally peaceful and fond of sweet drinks. Humans often fed them delicious sweet water, and it knew well who was friend or foe. Li Rue, pale and drenched in cold sweat, quickly backed away from the bloodstains on the ground. The speed of that purplured parasite explained how even a fifth-tier beastmaster like Ku Rong could fall victim. Emerging from the crowd, Qin Lan stepped forward, activating her beastmaster talent, Blood Prison. Being able to control 100 tentacle blades, this blood-colored parasite is at least mid-tier lord quality. What a find! Only Qin Lan could see the wisps of soul mist rising. Though they struggled and roared, trying to escape control, they couldn't avoid being devoured, transforming into a purplured parasite egg. Qin Lan pocketed the egg and released the initial third-tier blood-colored parasite. Like an eager puppy, it immediately darted to the ground, extending its long tongue to voraciously lick the remains of the purplured parasite. Soon, its aura surged, breaking through to the fourth tier, before cocooning itself in a flesh chrysalis to slumber. Qin Lan casually stored the chrysalis in her beast nest ring, pondering that when it emerged, it should reach lord quality. The prospect of these unprecedented blood-colored parasites left her intrigued, wondering if they could parasitize those alien three-eyed invaders. If feasible, that would indeed be fascinating. The battlefield cleanup was underway when Li Rue approached Qin Lan, gently patting him on the shoulder. "Xiao Qin, do you sense any strong parasitic presence nearby?" he asked. Just as Qin Lan was about to respond, the sound of footsteps echoed from the dark end of the road. Tap, tap. The footsteps grew louder, and a small silhouette began to emerge from the shadows. This unexpected disturbance struck every enforcer's nerves like an invisible hammer. The group immediately heightened their alertness, their silver firearms uniformly aimed toward the shadows. Gradually, the motion-activated lights illuminated a heart-wrenching sight: a ragged, white-haired little girl clutching a teddy bear, timidly approaching them. Her skin was pale as paper, her body so frail it seemed a gust of wind could topple her, and her long white hair hung dry and disheveled to her waist. Tear stains marked her small face, and her loose-strapped dress was barely hanging on. "Uncle, please help me. My mom is dead," the twin-tailed little girl sobbed, her whole body trembling. Her blood-stained and dusty little feet left a trail of misery on the ground with each step. The enforcers exchanged glances, all pondering the same question. Was this a human child, or a parasite in disguise? Qin Lan squinted, pulling out a palm-sized blood-red parasite and aimed it at the white-haired girl. The parasite remained unresponsive, instead lazily cozying up to Qin Lan. Something was off. Qin Lan then activated his lower-grade Alpha Beastmaster ability, Shadow Manipulation, a power that could only control the shadows of equally strong beings, making it a perfect tool for identifying formidable foes. Under the flickering lights, the girl's shadow stretched unusually long. Qin Lan's shadow hound lunged at the shadow, yet nothing happened. The little girl paused, looking at Qin Lan with surprise. "Have I been exposed?" she murmured to herself, as a zombified chameleon beast suddenly appeared above her head. In the enforcer's horrified eyes, the small girl transformed into a towering white-haired man. The Corpse King removed his colored contact lenses, revealing a pair of golden eyes that fixed intensely on Qin Lan. "How fortunate! It's the aura of the Dragon Pearl." The air seemed to freeze as those golden eyes came into view, leaving Li Rue and the enforcers momentarily stunned. Golden eyes? That must be the infamous fourth Corpse King everyone's been talking about. Qin Lan felt a cold sweat trickle down his back, forcing himself to maintain steady breaths. Who would have thought he'd encounter this familiar face from Jiangnan's E-City here in Taiping City? The Corpse King, Lao Qing, squinted his eyes, revealing a grin filled with sharp fangs. He was in an exceptionally good mood. The target he had been searching for was now within arm's reach. With a flick of his finger, Lao Qing's beast nest ring glowed, summoning a corpse-transformed azure python beast. This sixth-tier lord-level ghost-face serpent had a neck covered in faces contorted in agony, making it particularly eerie. The python coiled its body, letting out a thundering hiss, and its sixth-tier aura swept across the area instantly. Thousands of blue slimes in the nearby pool exploded into jelly-like masses. Though furious, the blue slime king only dared to peep out from the water, watching from a distance. "You have two choices, death or submission to me," Lao Qing rasped as he slowly approached, his gaze fixed on Qin Lan. After regaining his memory through consuming flesh, he remembered everything about the Dragon Pearl. It was crucial to him, enough to mend his bodily flaws. And this kid before him was radiating a strong Dragon Pearl aura. Li Rue, a fifth-tier beastmaster, wore a bitter expression. As a top figure in Taiping City, He knew all too well the terror of this corpse king, who could drive back a sixth-tier royal commander. Quietly, he slipped off his ring, ready to activate the fifth-tier nanobomb in his heart to buy time for everyone's escape. Just then, a rumble shattered the tense atmosphere. The corpse king curiously turned toward the sewage purification pool, where the blue slime king was frantically turning a valve. How dare you harm my kin? The enforcers' faces turned pale. This valve connected to the underground blue sea, and opening it would flood most of Taiping City. With a crash, the gate shattered, and a surging blue torrent, tinged with a salty stench, engulfed everyone. Under the night sky, Taiping City was in chaos. Manhole covers on the streets were blown sky-high, and towering blue water columns erupted, quickly submerging the streets. Bystanders fled to higher ground. A figure shot out from a manhole, a drenched Qin Lan, with a blue slime hanging around his neck as an oxygen tank. He had just tucked the little lifesaver into his ring when a dry, ghostly white-haired figure appeared. Their eyes met, and a chilling light flashed in the corpse king's golden eyes, his fangs barely visible. Qin Lan gave an awkward smile and immediately summoned his azure Luan wild spirit, fleeing towards the commander's residence. The city of Taiping was in chaos. In the night sky, Qin Lan rode swiftly on his azure phoenix beast, heading straight for the Taiping commander's residence. The situation was dire, and seeking the commander's aid was the only hope for survival. Run? Little one, you think you can escape after stealing my dragon pearl? The corpse king sneered, summoning a red bat-like creature. This was a Tier 4 corpse beast known as the rattlesnake bat, named for the rattling sound its tail made in flight. The corpse king leaped onto the beast, transforming into a streak of red light in hot pursuit. Qin Lan quickly adjusted his position, retrieved a Tier 2 beast weapon, the golden hunting rifle, from his ring, and fired calmly. The bullet struck the corpse king's chest, but only sparked a dazzling firework in the night sky. Realizing the attack was ineffective, Qin Lan swiftly changed tactics and pulled out several thumb-sized spheres Tier 1 magical potions called Bang Bang Balls, popular in his potion shop. Bang! Bang! The Bang Bang Balls exploded in succession but failed to phase the corpse king. Love potions? I despise such underhanded tricks. Scoundrel, die! The corpse king roared, raising his hand in a gun gesture to unleash the ancient beast master's secret technique. Exploding finger. His cyan nails glowed with a sinister light, shooting out like blades. Whoosh! The nails sliced through the air like knives. The azure phoenix beast couldn't dodge in time, leaving a fist-sized bloody hole in its side. Even with Qin Lan's Tier 2 beast armor, the black shark armor, his right arm was pierced. Worse still, black blood threads were creeping from the wound towards his hirtan infection from the corpse king's corpse poison. Stumbling to the ground, Qin Lan retracted the unconscious phoenix beast and summoned the swift water night mantis. This Tier 2 beast, though fierce, understood the urgency after a light chop from Qin Lan. It carried him, darting through the buildings like a phantom. Little insect, you think you can escape by using the buildings as cover? The corpse king snorted, extending his palm. It split open, revealing a grotesque maw that secreted thousands of purplish-red blood beads. The ancient beast master's secret technique, exploding blood, was activated, and the beads rained down like liquid bombs, obliterating the district's buildings. Yet Qin Lan survived tenaciously. The water night mantis, its body wrapped in faint flames, continued to flee with him. Enraged, the corpse king hurled a blood-stained beast nest ring, summoning a horde of corpse beasts and zombies. These zombies, once workaholics, now laughed maniacally as they rampaged through the streets, blocking the city's strong defenders. The corpse king crushed the rattlesnake bat beneath him, absorbing its blood mist and rapidly expanding into a three-turtle giant. He unleashed the potential unleash secret technique, sprinting like a cheetah, leaving deep footprints on the cobblestone streets with each step. Cold sweat dripped down Qin Lan's back as he once again used his lower-grade alpha beast master talent, Shadow Clone. The water night mantis's shadow darted towards the corpse king, only to be shattered with a single slap. With the gap closing to just 20 meters, an unexpected change occurred. The ground suddenly cracked, and a massive beast claw swept out, sending the corpse king flying. A colossal turtle beast with a dragon's head emerged from the ear than emperor-class beast, the Tier 6, 6-star mountain-moving dragon turtle. Qin Lan finally breathed a sigh of relief, retracting the severely injured water night mantis and taking a potion to heal his arm. Since his rebirth, it was the first time he had been in such a dire situation. In his previous life, the figure of a corpse king had never emerged. Qin Lan watched intently as the fourth corpse king emerged from the ruins, his eyes flickering with understanding. He realized this was a product of the butterfly effect. The butterfly effect stems from a well-known principle. The flap of a butterfly's wings in South America might set off a storm in the eastern United States. This chain reaction suggests that a small change can lead to significant consequences. Imagine two business giants, A and B. If A traveled back in time and altered B's mother's life, not only would B cease to exist, but the fate of his company's 500 employees would also be altered. Having been reborn 10 years after the day of destruction, Qin Lan had already changed many things. In Jiangnan's G City, he saved Jiang Xiaoyu, the daughter of Commander Jiang, who was supposed to meet a tragic end. This averted the disaster of Commander Jiang, bombarding the city's survivors in his grief. In Jiangnan's E City, he healed the Bai family, who suffered from the side effects of the secret beast master technique, Ice Skin Jade Bone. Each change was like a stone cast into water, creating ripples. From the sky came the cries of birds and beasts. A giant azure eagle beast descended from the clouds, carrying Minister Li Rue of the Surveillance Department and the Peace Commander. The Peace Commander, dressed in traditional Tang attire, glared at the Corpse King. Damn it! You dare cause trouble in my Peace City? If I don't take you down today, I'll change my surname. Little Palm, get him. The 10-meter-tall sixth-tier royal beast, the mountain-moving dragon turtle, let out an earth-shaking roar, intimidating the weaker beasts around it. The Corpse King, however, simply smirked as he stepped forward, blood-red mist swirling around him. A mere fledgling overlord isn't enough to kill me. Oh, really? How about adding another royal beast? The clouds parted in the sky, thunder roared, and Wang Quantiani, one of the top 10 human commanders, descended riding a thunder phoenix beast. He locked his gaze on the Corpse King, wary this fourth Corpse King was far stronger than the previous 3. Their last encounter had ended in a stalemate, and he couldn't let him escape again. The Corpse King maintained a smile, but his aura began to retract. The lightning from the Thunder Phoenix was a perfect counter to him, and as he scanned the surroundings, he realized the ant had vanished. Veins bulged on the Corpse King's forehead, and his fists clenched. The Tug-against-stone situation made him lose confidence in capturing the Peace Commander and seizing the Dragon Pearl. The two human powerhouses launched a relentless joint attack. The Thunder Phoenix flapped its wings, summoning a purple torrent of countless Thunderbird bolts. The mountain-moving dragon turtle also unleashed a bizarre yellow beam that petrified everything in its path, including roadside trees. Meanwhile, in the guest inn, a blood-soaked Qin Lan knocked on a door. Huang Xiaoyi cautiously peeked out, shocked at Qin Lan's appearance. Uncle Qin? What happened to your face? Qin Lan quickly headed to the bathroom. In the mirror, his face was pale, eyes bloodshot, and his arms were covered with purplured veins, clear signs of impending zombification. Yet, he seemed unusually calm, even taking out his phone for a selfie. I never turned into a zombie in my past life. I didn't expect to experience it this time. Uncle Qin, what's 1 + 1? Huang Xiaoyi asked tentatively from outside the door. 2. When did you take my virginity? Forgot. What? How could you forget such an important day? Huang Xiaoyi stormed into the bathroom angrily. That was my precious treasure for 18 years. Suppressing the urge to devour flesh, Qin Lan instructed Huang Xiaoyi to get a glass of red wine. Moments later, she returned with a large bowl of wine, her face filled with concern. Qin Lan reassured her, don't worry, it won't happen. With that, he dropped the golden dragon pearl into the wine. This antidote, capable of neutralizing all poisons, might just rid him of the Corpse King's venom. In the bathroom, Qin Lan downed the red wine from the porcelain bowl in one go. Huang Xiaoyi licked her lips and asked, Uncle Qin, how do you feel? My mind is clearer, Qin Lan replied in a muffled voice. After drinking the water infused with the dragon pearl, he realized an important fact: the detoxifying water from the dragon pearl couldn't completely neutralize the poison of the Corpse King. The poison from the fourth Corpse King was too unique, and the water could only suppress its spread. Qin Lan washed his face and refused to wallow in despair. He decided to expedite his plans to head to Shenangjia, believing that Master Mu Changchun might have a solution to cure the Corpse King's poison. He placed the dragon pearl back into the bowl to infuse more water, while rubbing the beast nest ring on his finger to summon the severely injured second-tier Azure Luan Demon. The Azure Luan Demon had a child-sized fist hole in its waist, and through the wound, the other side was visible. It too was infected with the corpse poison, its once white waist now covered in blue marks. It lay weakly on the ground, its blood-stained azure feathers falling, creating a chaotic painting on the floor. As the Azure Luan Demon approached death, its feathers would be the first to shed. Its human-like face was as pale as paper, and its azure eyes lost their luster, ready to turn into a corpse at any moment. Qin Lan couldn't bring himself to abandon the Azure Luan Demon. He held the bowl to its lips, indicating for it to open its mouth. The demon let out a weak whimper, looking at Qin Lan helplessly, wanting to open its mouth but unable to control its body. Huang girl, you feed it mouth to mouth, Qin Lan instructed. What? Huang Xiaoyi's eyes widened, blushing as she looked at the ethereal beauty of the Azure Luan Demon's face. She thought to herself that such humanoid beasts were indeed more beautiful than human girls. She quickly regained her composure. Uncle Qin, I'm not into that. Besides, It's infected with the corpse. Before she could finish, she was stunned to see Qin Lan already leaning down, holding the water in his mouth as he pressed against the azure Luan demon's lips. Qin Lan understood the terror of the Corpse King's poison. If Huang Xiaoyi were to make contact, she would be instantly infected, leaving him to take on the task. The azure Luan demon, in its haze, opened its mouth instinctively, wrapping its broken azure wings around Qin Lan's broad back. After a minute, it finally drank the entire bowl of water. Its feathers stopped falling, and its life signs stabilized. A person is a person, a beast is a beast. What I did can be seen as feeding a kitten, Qin Lan said, rising and wiping his mouth, addressing the stunned Huang Xiaoyi. Apply medicine to it. I'm going out for a bit. Huang Xiaoyi snapped back to reality, nodding dumbly. Qin Lan put on a mask to cover his eyes and left the bathroom, calling for Poo Poo. Poo Poo immediately left Huang Qi and floated to Qin Lan. Eat it, Qin Lan said, taking out a medium lord quality parasitic egg, the one he had obtained from the 5th-tier beast tamer, Kuru. Like the golden horn, Poo Poo possessed the ability to devour beast eggs, and consuming this medium lord egg should allow her to break through to the initial lord quality. Poo Poo obediently embraced the beast egg and devoured it. Moments later, she let out a satisfied burp, her body beginning to emit a cold, shimmering aura. Layers of frost condensed into a snow egg, enveloping her. About a minute later, the snow egg shattered, releasing a wave of medium lord pressure like a tide. Godfather, Poo Poo has become stronger again. Poo Poo exclaimed excitedly, emerging from the frosty aura, clenching her small fists. Qin Lan nodded, observing that the enhancement in Poo Poo's species quality had made her grow to over 1.6 meters, her snowy hair reaching her waist, her figure more defined, and her bust increasing from an A to AB, resembling a developing high school girl, surpassing Huang Xiaoyi. The center of Taiping City was engulfed in chaos, with both sides of the battle now out of sight, but the ground was littered with craters from lightning strikes, buildings had collapsed, and thick smoke billowed up, turning the sky a fiery red as if the apocalypse had arrived. Qin Lan, with Poo Poo in tow, searched the battlefield, quickly finding a severed azure finger in a ground fissure, struck by lightning the Corpse King's severed finger. He carefully collected the still warm finger with gloved hands, knowing that every part of the Corpse King was valuable. Even a single feather could fetch a high price on the black market. After securing the finger, Qin Lan followed the sounds of battle, moving forward. The Corpse King had many followers, currently engaged in combat with the enforcers of Taiping City, presenting a perfect opportunity to fish in troubled waters. In the western part of the city, the battle was nearing its end, with only a few corpse creatures and their beasts putting up a last stand. Li Rue, with a cigarette in his mouth, stood atop a building, occasionally firing shots to pass the time. Qin Lan silently approached him and tapped his shoulder, startling Li Rue into turning with his gun raised. Uncle Li, it's me. Ah, young Qin. Li Rue exhaled a sigh of relief, clearly still haunted by the Corpse King. Uncle Li, how's the battle going? Qin Lan surveyed the battlefield, littered with the bodies of the walking dead. Taiping City's defenses are formidable, with military forces numbering in the hundreds of thousands, and the powerful families won't sit idly by, Li Rue said, then turned to Qin Lan with a focused gaze. Young Qin, you played a crucial role in resolving the parasitic crisis and unmasking the Corpse King. I will report your contributions accurately to the commander, ensuring you receive a proper reward. Qin Lan smiled knowingly. Uncle Li, you're too kind. The Corpse King intended to release corpse poison across the city via the water plant, but it was you who bravely held the line, fighting fiercely until reinforcements arrived, foiling his plot. My contributions pale in comparison to yours. Li Rue's body stiffened with pride, looking at Qin Lan with increasing warmth. Good kid. You really know how to spin a tale. The cleanup on the battlefield was swiftly completed, with the last intelligent zombie falling amidst the sound of gunfire. Qin Lan turned to Li Rue, indicating that he would assist in treating the wounded. Li Rue nodded solemnly, saying, the underground drainage of Taiping City connects to the Blue Sea. If it's not dealt with promptly, the entire city could be flooded. Qin Lan and Xuanu landed gently on the ground and immediately began the rescue efforts. The battle had resulted in the deaths of hundreds of beasts. With a light touch of her toes, Xuanu spread frost over a 100-meter radius, turning the block into a hard, icy mirror. Your leg is broken. Can you walk? Qin Lan asked an injured enforcer. Sorry, but a broken leg makes walking impossible, the enforcer replied with a wry smile. Qin Lan moved the enforcer to a safe spot and took out silver needles to channel spiritual energy for treatment. Miraculously, the enforcer's broken leg not only stopped bleeding but also ceased to hurt. I've temporarily blocked the pain in your limb. It will wear off in half an hour. Thank you. Qin Lan continued to lead Xuanu in treating the wounded while using the power of the blood prison to condense beast eggs. Soon, He had collected over 30 beast eggs, including some of exceptional general rank and even 2 low-tier lord-class berserk beast eggs. They then patrolled the city, where the water level had reached 2 meters. Under the moonlight, shadows occasionally moved in the water. Suddenly, a plump merchant was struggling and calling for help. Xuenu quickly formed an ice arrow and precisely struck the bluefin shark behind the merchant. "Thank you, young man," the merchant exclaimed as he climbed onto the ice. "You're welcome, but there's a fee," Qin Lan replied with a smile, extending his hand. Seeing the merchant hesitate, Qin Lan unceremoniously tossed him back into the water. Faced with the threat of sea beasts, the merchant immediately agreed to pay 10 million. As the eastern sky began to light up, Qin Lan finally rested on a rooftop, taking stock of his gains. The knight's rescue efforts had not only yielded a large number of magical plants and potions, but also earned him billions in black crystal credits. Back at the Kulai Hotel, the lobby was packed with refugees. Qin Lan went up to the 3rd floor, where he found the vigilant Huang Qi and the sleeping Huang Xiaoyi. The injuries of the Qingwan wild demon on the bed had stabilized. Before sleeping, Qin Lan gave both himself and the Qingwan wild demon a bowl of dragon pearl water. He didn't wake until the evening, finding Huang Xiaoyi in conversation with Li Rue, the minister of the inspection department, while Huang Qi held a red cloth tray containing gifts. The newly awakened Qingwan wild demon immediately hugged Qin Lan tightly and, mimicking human behavior, tried to be affectionate by nibbling on his ear. Qin Lan shivered all over, looking amusingly at the bold little wild demon, thinking how daring it was to take advantage of him. Qin Lan approached the door barefoot and greeted Li Rue. His gaze immediately locked onto her eyes, and his expression turned grave. As a seasoned survivor in the wasteland, he was all too familiar with the signs of someone on the brink of turning into a zombie. Qin Lan's appearance raised a flicker of doubt in his mind. "Didn't sleep a wink last night, just stayed up too late," Qin Lan explained nonchalantly. Li Rue was skeptical, his eyes searching Qin Lan for any telltale signs. Sensing this, Qin Lan coughed lightly to change the subject. "Senior Li, how are the 2 commanders doing?" At the mention of this, Li Rue's expression darkened, shifting his focus from Qin Lan's oddness. He sighed and said, the 2 commanders joined forces for an ambush, but the cunning 4th zombie king still managed to slip away. At the critical moment, he even severed his own arm to escape." Hearing that the zombie king survived, a wave of disappointment washed over Qin Lan. After all, the zombie king's primary target was her. Seeing her serious expression, Li Rue assumed she was worried about the safety of Taiping City and reassured her by patting her shoulder. "Don't worry, the zombie king is severely injured, and the commanders are on his trail. They might find him by tomorrow and eliminate this menace once and for all." He pointed to the tray atop Huang Qi's head with a smile. "Come, lift the red cloth and see the treasures inside. I guarantee they'll catch your interest." Qin Lan lifted the red cloth to reveal a pile of beast cores, numbering over 200 by her estimation. Additionally, there were 10 property cards for Taiping City and a black crystal card with a 10 billion denomination. "Are all these from Commander Taiping?" "Exactly. You did an outstanding job, and the commander is always fair with rewards and punishments," Li Rue explained in detail. "These 200 cores are all 4th tier, with 5 of Lord quality and 195 of lower general grade, all top-notch. The 10 property cards correspond to 10 houses in the development area, ready for occupancy once built." A smile tugged at Qin Lan's lips, delighted that these beast cores would be enough to help several of her beast companions break through their limits. Not long after, Li Rue received an urgent call and left in a hurry. Qin Lan gestured to Huang Xiaoyi to close the door, then sat in the center of the room, sipping hot tea while summoning her golden horn dragon spider. The spider's eyes fixated on the beast cores in the tray, while the mischievous Huang Xiaoyi sneaked glances at them. "Want some beast cores?" Qin Lan saw through her immediately. "Would Uncle Qin give me some?" Huang Xiaoyi asked expectantly. "You can take 10. Elated by the permission, Huang Xiaoyi gave Qin Lan a quick peck and selected 10 smaller beast cores. She shared 2 with Huang Qi, then summoned her 3 beast companions, the general-grade blue electric sheep, general-grade lava fire lizard, and lord-grade violent beast black widow. The room instantly became cramped. The golden horn dragon spider, seeing the black widow approach Qin Lan, swiftly knocked it aside with its leg, claiming the space in front of Qin Lan. The toppled black widow curled up in the corner, looking aggrieved, while Huang Xiaoyi stomped her foot in frustration, tapping the dragon spider's carapace. "That's supposed to be your future wife." Under Qin Lan's command, the golden horn dragon spider began consuming the beast cores. As night fell, a breakthrough feast ensued. By midnight, the commotion of breakthroughs gradually subsided. The golden horn dragon spider's level surged from 3-star tier 3 to 10-star tier 3, growing even more massive and intimidating. If not for the constraints of Qin Lan, a tier 3 beast master, it would have broken through to tier 4 already. Similarly, Puff's level also halted at 10-star tier 3. With the feedback from the two contract beasts' advancement, Qin Lan's power multiplied several times, elevating her to an 8-star Tier 3 Beast Master. At this rate, she was confident of reaching Tier 4 within half a month. Qin Lan mused to herself that being reborn 10 years after the Day of Destruction was indeed advantageous, allowing her to reap the benefits of others' efforts. Looking at the remaining beast cores, she summoned the Tier 2 Qingwan Wild Demon. As it continued to consume, the Qingwan Wild Demon's level soared, finally breaking through to Tier 4 after swallowing a Lord-quality beast core. Its feathers gleamed more brilliantly, enveloped in gentle azure light, resembling a spirit by the sea under the moonlight. The elevation in its level also bolstered its resistance to corpse poison, visibly improving its mental state. Qin Lan decided to give the remaining beast cores to the Tier 2 Purple Flame Jiao within her ring. By midnight, the rewards from Commander Taiping were finally exhausted. At this point, her lineup was considerably formidable. Tier 3, 10-star mid-level Lord Beast Goldenhorn Dragon Spider. Tier 3, 10-star mid-level Lord Beast Frost Snow Maiden. Tier 4, 1-star low-level Lord Beast Qingwan Wild Demon. Tier 4, 1-star low-level Lord Beast Purple Flame Jiao. Tier 3, 8-star low-level Lord Beast Water Knight Giant Claw Mantis. The Water Knight Giant Claw Mantis hadn't broken through to Tier 4 simply because the Purple Flame Jiao's advancement consumed too much energy, leaving insufficient beast cores to support it. Taking a deep breath, Qin Lan had Huang Xiaoyi apply medicine to her arm. With such strength, she was now capable of standing her ground in the wasteland era. She resolved to set out for Shenangjia the next day to find her master from her previous life, Mu Changchun, to solve the corpse poison issue and to craft a Tier 6 dragon transformation potion to help the Purple Flame Jiao ascend to a royal-grade beast. The journey was only just beginning. As the sun rose in the early morning, Qin Lan donned a mask and led Huang Xiaoyi and Huang Qi on a wild shopping spree through the city. Being familiar with the preferences of Mu Changchun, the reclusive master from the Shenangjia, and his little apprentice, Qin Lan knew exactly what to get them. The three of them spent the entire morning wandering through the city, carefully selecting gifts for these two hermits who had little contact with modern technology. Uncle Qin, it's so huge. Huang Xiaoyi squatted on the ground, her fair face full of amazement as she gazed up at the colossal object before her. At 50 million, it's worth every penny, Qin Lan remarked casually, patting the three-tiered beast vehicle a mountain off-road bull car. This silver beast of an off-road vehicle stretched 4 meters long and was crafted entirely from third-grade silver horn ore, resembling a poised and reiodidicharged silver bull. Before departing, Qin Lan paid a special visit to Li Rue, the Minister of Surveillance. He was somewhat relieved to learn that the two commanders were still in pursuit of the fourth corpse king. As a parting gift, he presented Li Rue with a significant token capable of stabilizing the Order of Taiping City, a special crop known as landmine fruit, provided by the old Taoist Feng Changyu. Can this purple potato really be planted? Will it mature in just 14 days? Li Rue was skeptical. Since the second Doomsday's blue light impact, the severe land pollution had made it difficult for crops to grow, and even exposed meat would quickly spoil. Had it not been for the foresight of the Taiping commander in stockpiling a large quantity of vacuum-sealed food, the city would have descended into chaos. As he watched Qin Lan leave, Li Rue pondered deeply and finally decided to give it a try. The silver off-road vehicle sped through the outskirts of Taiping City, its specially designed anti-skid chains crunching through the dirt, kicking up clouds of yellow dust. Huang Xiaoyi excitedly maneuvered the steering wheel, while Qin Lan smoked silently, gazing out the window. In the backseat, Pu Pu and Huang Qi were watching a drama from the peaceful era on a mobile phone. Why are they kissing? Pu Pu pointed at the screen, her frosty eyes filled with confusion as she watched the male and female leads embrace. Because of love, Huang Qi explained sagely, removing his detective hat to reveal his golden animal ears. Love? So if Pu Pu likes daddy, can she kiss daddy like in the drama? Huang Qi was momentarily speechless, while Huang Xiaoyi, driving, immediately teased. No way, I heard that if a snow girl kisses someone, she'll become a big-bellied lady who can't move, and then Uncle Qin will abandon you. Pu Pu doesn't want to be abandoned. The little snow girl exclaimed in horror, her eyes wide. Bad woman, Pu Pu only listens to daddy, she declared defiantly. After a night of travel, the group finally reached the vicinity of the Shenangjia forest region by the next morning. This primeval forest, with a coverage rate of 85, boasted lush, undulating mountains resembling the fluctuating curves of a stock chart. During the peaceful times, the outer forest was developed into a tourist attraction, while the inner forest, teeming with poisonous insects and fierce beasts, remained shrouded in mystery. The vehicle drove into an abandoned tourist town, where the faint smiles of celebrity endorsers could still be seen on the walls. The zoo's gates stood open, overgrown with weeds, and the incessant buzzing of insects added to the desolate atmosphere. As the off-road vehicle passed through this wasteland, Qin Lan furrowed his brow, had a vague feeling that a pair of eyes was watching them from the shadows. Survivors? Or perhaps beast tamers drawn here by curiosity and adventure. As Qin Lan pondered these possibilities, a shadowy figure, previously lurking in the darkness, boldly stepped out from the corner. It was a silverback gorilla of immense strength, walking on all fours, its back covered in long silver hair, standing an impressive 2 meters tall. Qin Lan's gaze sharpened, and he gently pinched Huang Xiaoyi's leg to alert her. Stop the car. There's a lord-level silverback gorilla in the zoo. A silverback gorilla? Huang Xiaoyi's eyes lit up. As she parked, she recalled. It's a mutation from the gentle silverback gorillas. I remember seeing them a few times at the zoo when I was young. Through the car window, they observed the gorilla, its hair parted down the middle, curiously eyeing the off-road vehicle. Its large, fan-like hand occasionally reached behind, seemingly preparing for something sneaky. Qin Lan got out of the car calmly and approached the gorilla. A fine wildlord beast, he thought to himself. Quite exhilarating. As Qin Lan neared, the gorilla let out a strange cry, a sly glint flashing in its bright eyes. Suddenly, a steaming pile of dung appeared in its hand, seemingly out of nowhere. With a loud whoop, it hurled the dung at Qin Lan like a projectile. Sensing danger, Qin Lan's instincts kicked in, and he narrowly dodged this special attack. The foul stench that grazed him, however, left him grimacing, veins throbbing on his forehead. The gorilla, seeing this, beat its chest and let out a triumphant laugh, its eyes full of glee. You missed, Qin Lan said coolly, waving his hand. Care to try again? This taunt infuriated the intelligent gorilla. It quickly produced another missile and flung it again with all its might. This time, Qin Lan stood his ground. As if performing a magic trick, he pulled out a frying pan and gripped it with both hands. Channeling his energy, a faint white glow enveloped the pan's surface. Just as the projectile was about to hit, Qin Lan's arms tensed, and with a smirk, he swung with force. Bang! The dung was deflected back, smearing the gorilla's face with precision. The gorilla froze, instinctively licking its lips. The familiar taste sent it into a furious rage, and it charged at Qin Lan, wiping its face in a frenzy. Qin Lan calmly snapped his fingers, summoning a 3-star, 10-star goldhorn dragon spider. The charging gorilla halted abruptly, staring up at the towering armored beast with fear in its eyes. The spider hissed, showering the gorilla with saliva, drenching it completely. Wow, it's huge. Wait, what was I doing again? The gorilla scratched its head, trying to feign innocence and slip away, but the spider's spear-like legs blocked its path. Where do you think you're going, little troublemaker? The gorilla, on the verge of tears, turned to Qin Lan with its large eyes full of pleading. Just as Qin Lan was about to give the command to deal with the mischievous creature, a figure emerged from the overgrown, abandoned zoo. A guest is a guest. Xiaoyin, apologize to our honored visitors. Qin Lan looked towards the approaching figure, an elderly woman dressed in a simple linen skirt. She wore a worn-out caretaker's hat, and her gray-white hair spilled loosely from beneath its brim. Appearing to be around 60 or 70 years old, she exuded the frailty of an ordinary person. Qin Lan frowned slightly and gestured for the golden horn dragon spider to release the third-tier silverback gorilla. The gorilla, known as Ain, grumbled as it returned to the old woman's side, its large eyes filled with defiance. If you don't mind, young man, come in and have a seat, the old woman said with a gentle smile, her eyes pure and serene. Qin Lan's eyes flickered for a moment before he nodded in agreement. In the basement of the abandoned zoo, Huang Qi stood on tiptoe, seriously examining a model of a weasel. Not far away, at a dining table, the old woman kindly poured hot water for Qin Lan and Huang Xiaoyi. The old woman introduced herself as Mei Yu, a longtime employee of the Shenong Town Zoo. She recounted the event of 10 years ago, the day of destruction, when a blue light wave caused chaos among the beasts in Shenangjia, resulting in a minor beast tide that impacted Shenong Town. Within a day, the town had become a haven for wild beasts. Mei Yu's fortune lay in the fact that the silverback gorilla she cared for, Ain, mutated but did not lose its sanity. Instead, it regarded her as a mother. Under a yin's protection, she had lived safely for the past decade. Ain is mischievous but kind-hearted, Mei Yu said, affectionately stroking the gorilla's head. It never harms innocent bystanders, only marking its territory in special ways to protect me, an old woman. Qin Lan remained silent. Indeed, the silverback gorilla was well-trained, refraining from injuring others, and even its pranks were relatively harmless. During their conversation, Mei Yu couldn't help but inquire about Qin Lan's purpose for visiting. Upon hearing Huang Xiaoyi candidly express their intention to go to Shenangjia, the old woman's expression changed drastically. She earnestly warned them against the venture and showed a video captured by Ain on her phone. Watching the footage of a winged shadow battling a giant snake, Qin Lan appeared thoughtful. He then accessed the Beastmaster forum and located a user with the ID AO2Man, It was none other than the silverback gorilla before him. An idea struck Qin Lan, and he proposed borrowing Ain for a few days, offering a house in Taiping City as compensation. Initially resistant, Ain eventually agreed after realizing it would secure Mei Yu's peaceful retirement. Observing quietly, Huang Xiaoyi breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that Qin Lan chose not to resort to violence. In the lush, verdant forests of Shenangjia, a silverbacked gorilla named Ain ambles leisurely on all fours along the forest's edge. This area is relatively safe, with the wild beasts ranging from first to fourth tier in strength. As long as one avoids the beast packs, there isn't much to worry about. Qin Lan, cigarette dangling from his lips, scans his surroundings warily. His thoughts drift toward the Xiaoling Mountains, one of the many mountain ranges in Shenangjia, and the longtime home of his master, Mu Changchun, and his junior apprentice, Mu Jin. Uncle Qin, look, it's a treasure-seeking squirrel. Huang Xiaoyi exclaims excitedly, tugging at Qin Lan's arm. Looking up, they see a group of colorful squirrels perched on the branches of towering trees, their curious eyes fixed on them. Each squirrel is round and plump, reminiscent of little piglets. Qin Lan sighs inwardly at the missed bounty. Such plump prey, yet after the apocalypse, most beast meat is inedible, a true waste. Moments later, Ain halts and points to the forest ahead, deftly typing on his phone with his pinky. There's a mid-tier, fourth stage Lord-level Earth python up ahead. That's its territory, and it's quite powerful. Should we take a detour? It might delay us. No need for a detour, Qin Lan replies decisively. As they enter the forest, a pungent, ammonia-like smell assaults their senses, causing Huang Xiaoyi to wrinkle her nose. That's the smell of snake urine, Huang Qi says gravely, her fluffy tail bristling beneath her skirt. The surrounding branches are draped with snake skins of various sizes, the longest stretching up to 20 meters, about the height of a 6-story building, sending a chill down their spines. Suddenly, a green python beast, blending perfectly with the surrounding vegetation, lunges from the twisted branches, its gaping maw aimed at Qin Lan. In an instant, several ice arrows materialize and pierce the python's mouth, freezing the 4-meter-long, second-tier chameleon python into an icy sculpture. The scent of blood wafts through the gentle breeze, stirring the once quiet forest into a frenzy. The trees shake violently as thousands of pythons of varying sizes open their menacing, slit pupils. Just then, the ground shatters, and a massive earth-gold python, clad in thick scales, bursts forth, stretching 20 meters long, pulverizing stones in its path. This is the mid-ear, 4-star Lord-level beast, the earth python. Humans. The earth python coils its body, its yellow slit eyes gleaming with greed. Eating humans makes me smarter. I just ate one and I'm not full yet. Didn't expect more to come my way. Ignoring the warning roar of the silverbacked gorilla, the earth python spews a cloud of dark gray mist. Wherever it touches, flowers, grass, and trees petrify and wither. This is the Lord Beast's skillstone mist. Qin Lan flicks his fingers, summoning a 14-meter-long, 4th-tier Lord Beast, the purple flame Jiao. Facing the spreading stone mist, the purple flame Jiao's eyes blaze with ferocity, unleashing a deep purple flame that easily consumes the gray mist. Kill it. Show me how much you've grown, Qin Lan commands. The purple flame Jiao, wreathed in purple flames, charges at the earth python like an arrow released from a bow. The two colossal beasts entwine in a fierce battle, becoming a massive, twisting mass of purple and yellow that rolls violently across the ground. They clash with similar tactics, tail whips, bites, and constriction, shaking the earth and revealing terrifying fissures. Ancient trees, as thick as washbasins, toppled with a crash under the fierce collision of two ferocious beasts. The stumps, with sap flowing and cracks crisscrossing, silently bore witness to this powerful showdown among the creatures. At that moment, a horde of chameleon pythons stirred restlessly, their greedy eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty light, launching a surprise attack on Qin Lan and his companions. Facing the overwhelming numbers, Qin Lan's lips curled into a cold smile. The beast nest ring on his hand glowed, instantly summoning 3 formidable beasts. The golden-horned dragon spider was the first to strike, its sharp legs like piercing spears, effortlessly penetrating the tough scales of the chameleon pythons. One by one, the pythons fell lifeless under its assault. The 4th-tier Azure Luan wild demon displayed an even more ferocious killing force, its wings whipping up an 8-meter-high slicing storm, tearing the pythons into pieces before they could evade. Despite its ethereal and exquisite appearance, this beast fought like a bloodthirsty butcher. The water knight giant clawed mantis was renowned for its steadiness, each move executed with precision and decisiveness. Its blue-glowing, razor-sharp pincers sliced through the pythons' heads with ease, as if it were merely cutting vegetables. Little Poo-Poo did not partake in the slaughter but instead dutifully guarded Qin Lan, occasionally conjuring ice arrows to precisely eliminate any approaching pythons, perfectly embodying the role of a bodyguard. Huang Xiaoyi was equally unyielding, summoning 3 beasts to join the fray. The most striking of these was the Black Widow, with an upper body as beautiful as a flower, long hair cascading down to its waist, and a gentle face. The full curves beneath its black dress and its seemingly harmless pale skin created an illusion of innocence. Yet, its attack was vicious, spewing poisonous arrows that could instantly dissolve an enemy into a pool of blood upon contact. Witnessing all this, the silverback giant strength ape, Ain, trembled in fear, looking at Qin Lan with terror-filled eyes, secretly astounded. How could there be so many lord-level beasts? The battlefield was still engulfed in chaos as Qin Lan, holding a bamboo flute, calmly navigated through the swarming serpents, heading straight for the Lord Beast, the Earth Titan Python. At this moment, the purple flame Jiao, covered in wounds, had entered a berserk state, matching the size of the Earth Titan Python. Yet, it remained clear-headed under Qin Lan's secret soul-calming melody. In the jungle, the 2 colossal beasts were locked in a fierce struggle, each clash leaving deep craters in the ground. The diminutive Qin Lan appeared strikingly out of place beside them. Catching sight of Qin Lan from the corner of its eye, the Earth Titan Python was suddenly thrown into panic, a sense of crisis erupting within it. It swung its tail fiercely at the purple flame Jiao's head, attempting to use the opportunity to escape underground. However, the berserk purple flame Jiao was relentless, enduring the blow with sheer force. Its body ignited with purple flames as it coiled around the Earth Titan Python once more. The 2 beasts were locked in a stalemate, neither able to break free. At that moment, Qin Lan gently played the bamboo flute and approached. In the Earth Titan Python's terrified gaze, he summoned a 3rd beast companion. The faceless green-dressed dream demon extended its finger, causing green particles to condense into a finger mark that shot forth. This was the Lord Beast's skill, Ephemeral Dream. The mark entered the Earth Titan Python, instantly casting it into a daze. Seizing the opportunity, the purple flame Jiao used its abdominal claws to force open the Earth Titan Python's massive jaws, unleashing a breath of hellfire directly down its throat. Purple flames erupted from the Earth Titan Python's eye sockets. The searing pain jolted it from the dream, but it was too late. With one final agonized wail, the mid-ear Lord Beast of 4-star rank ceased its struggle completely. Qin Lan quickly activated his innate beast prison ability. Gray mist drifted from the Earth Titan Python's mouth, coalescing into a black beast egg in his palm, marked with a pangolin pattern. This was clearly not the Earth Titan Python's egg. He swiftly drank a bottle of bubbling blood and activated his ability again, finally obtaining the true Earth Titan Python beast egg. Under Qin Lan's command, the golden horned dragon spider began dissecting the Earth Titan Python's carcass. Soon, a black rock pangolin, corroded by stomach acid, tumbled out of its stomach. It was a lower-tier Lord Beast, and Qin Lan was secretly delighted by this unexpected find. Suddenly, the golden horned dragon spider signaled a warning, indicating that there seemed to be something alive within the pangolin. Upon further dissection, a middle-aged man in a black robe rolled out, gasping for air. It turned out this was his beast companion. As Qin Lan approached to inquire, he swiftly snatched the beast nest ring from the man's finger. The man shifted from gratitude to shock, attempting to trade a 5th-tier longevity-enhancing magical plant for the ring's return. Just as Qin Lan closed his eyes to sense the ring, the man suddenly attacked, a green dagger from his sleeve aimed at Qin Lan's throat with such speed that even his beast companions couldn't react in time. This was the effect of a grade mid-tier beast tamer's innate skill, acceleration. A hint of helplessness flashed in the eyes of the middle-aged man in black, Fu Nan, as his gaze gradually turned cold. He was fully aware that the so-called 5th-tier longevity-enhancing magic plant in the beast nest ring was nothing more than bait, meant to lower the young man's guard before him. As a team leader of the Night God Society, Fu Nan was acutely aware of the danger he was in. If the identity information stored in the beast nest ring were to be leaked, the consequences would be disastrous. The Night God Society, being a prime target of the Flame Alliance's official manhunt, was notorious. He knew very well that if this young man discovered his true identity through the ring, he would not hesitate to kill him and rush off to claim the bounty. Better to strike first than wait to be struck, Fu Nan thought to himself. His plan was simple: kill the beast tamer first, and then find an opportunity to escape while the beast companion went into a frenzy. In the blink of an eye, a dagger slashed across Qin Lan's neck. Blood spurted like a fountain, and Qin Lan's eyes widened in disbelief. He wanted to speak, but the blood flooding his throat only allowed him to make muffled gurgling sounds. Fu Nan swiftly severed Qin Lan's hand, grabbed it, and dashed towards the forest. However, it was all just a dream. In reality, Fu Nan was writhing and squirming on the ground in agony, much like an earthworm. Qin Lan, cigarette in mouth, looked down at him calmly, with the dream demon standing silently by his side. Master, in the dream, he attempted to kill you. The dream demon reported respectfully, recounting the scenes from the dream. Copy his memory, Qin Lan ordered succinctly. The dream demon leaned forward, reaching out to Fu Nan's face. With a flash of blue light, a human face mask was forcibly extracted. This was the Beast Lord's skill. Memory mask. Master, please keep this. Qin Lan took the mask and put it on, and Fu Nan's memories flooded into his mind. Moments later, he opened his eyes, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. Interesting, it turns out he's with the Night God Society. Among Fu Nan's chaotic memories, what intrigued Qin Lan the most was a secret mission. The Yellow Osha group was searching for the fifth-tier magic plant, the transformation grass. This was a rare treasure, valued as much as a sixth-tier magic plant. Once refined into a fifth-tier magic potion, the transformation elixir, it could be given to berserk beasts, allowing those unable to transform to gain a human form, and enabling seamless shifting between human and beast forms. Uncle Qin. Who is he? Huang Xiaoyi asked as she arrived at the scene with Huang Qi, her eyes falling on the unconscious middle-aged man on the ground. He's a minor officer from the Night God Society, a member of the Night Rakshasa group, and a fourth-tier beast master named Fu Nan. Qin Lan replied succinctly. The Night God Society? Huang Xiaoyi's eyes widened with anger. Her hometown, Jiangnan City, had been destroyed by the Night God Society's Rakshasa. They had unleashed a royal-level beast to break through the city gates and let chaos reign. Uncle Qin, everyone from the Night God Society is bad news. Let's just kill him and cash in. Huang Xiaoyi fumed, pulling out her gun and pointing it at Fu Nan. Qin Lan shook his head and held her hand back. Not so fast. He's useful to me. With that, he took out a small, purplered insect. The creature affectionately nuzzled Qin Lan, expressing its joy. After consuming the flesh of the fifth-tier beast master Ku Rong's parasitic leader, this little guy has finally evolved. It's now a mid-level leader, a fourth-tier blood parasite. Seeing the blood parasite, Huang Xiaoyi instinctively stepped back, fear flashing in her eyes. The memory of encountering this creature unexpectedly in the bath still haunted her. Uncle Qin, you're not planning to use it on this guy, are you? She asked nervously. Qin Lan grinned, flicking his hand, and the parasite darted toward Fu Nan's face. Under Huang Qi's horrified gaze, the insect forced its way into Fu Nan's mouth. His throat bulged and writhed unnaturally, his body convulsing violently as if in a seizure. If you need further sections rewritten in the same manner, let me know. Of course, there are people living here, like reclusive sages, Qin Lan said, glancing up toward the midsection of Shaoba Ridge. Amid the swirling white clouds, a wild crane carrying a branch flew across the mountainside, creating a scene reminiscent of a natural paradise. Let's go, up the mountain. Shaoba Ridge is relatively safe. Qin Lan took the lead. Huang Xiaoyi nodded and followed. But the silver-backed gorilla, Yin, hesitated, scratching its head with a wary look. It had once seen a terrifying creature here, clad in thunder-colored scales and resembling a tyrannosaurus. At the foot of the mountain, a dilapidated village came into view. The houses were tilted and overgrown with green vines, exuding an eerie and sinister atmosphere. The place once housed about 100 families, but now it was deserted. Qin Lan confidently stepped onto a mountain path paved with bluestone steps, winding its way up to the mid-mountain. After only a few minutes, there was a rustling in the bushes, and a young girl in a blue linen dress jumped out. The girl, about 11 or 12 years old, had bangs and wore a black eye patch that gave her a roguish look. Without fear, she brandished a sword made of copper coins and shouted, "Halt! Travelers, this road is mine, and the trees are mine too. If you wish to pass, pay the toll." Qin Lan's eyelid twitched, a gentle look in his eyes. Wasn't this his little junior sister, Mu Jin? He hadn't expected her to be so lively and spirited as a child, so different from her quiet demeanor in her 20s. Uncle Qin, let me handle this brat. Huang Xiaoyi huffed, rolling up her sleeves. Mu Jin retreated a few steps, then raised the beast nest ring on her hand. Don't come any closer. My beast pet is powerful, a tyrannosaurus, and it can swallow you whole. Huang Xiaoyi sneered. A tyrannosaurus? Who can't brag? I have a dragon beast too. Show me yours if you can. Purebred dragon beasts are at least emperor level, and she didn't believe this little girl could possess one, let alone an extinct tyrannosaurus. Mu Jin defiantly tapped her ring. Thunder Emperor, come forth and show her our bond. Bai Lei, it's your turn. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed, and the air remained unusually quiet. Mu Jin's face turned red with embarrassment, and her eyes shifted from confusion to panic. Bai Lei, come out, someone is bullying me. Aunt Bai Lei. Qin Lan couldn't help but twitch his lips at his junior sister's dramatic antics. Was this the same pure-hearted girl who once shyly made soup for him late at night? Just as Huang Xiaoyi approached, feeling victorious, the beast nest ring on Mu Jin's finger suddenly lit up. With a thunderous roar, A tyrannosaurus clad in heavy scales appeared amidst a surge of platinum lightning. This three-meter dragon beast radiated electric light, its massive tail swinging with booming thunder. A low-tier Emperor-level Thunder Emperor Tyrannosaurus, at stage 2, 1 star. The air was filled with the scent of burnt ozone as Huang Xiaoyi stared wide-eyed at the Tyrannosaurus, meeting its cold, regal gaze that seemed to look down on her like an ant. There really is a Tyrannosaurus? Qin Lan sighed, pulling Huang Xiaoyi back, and handed Mu Jin a beast nest ring. Here, the toll. Mu Jin curiously accepted the ring and, upon seeing its contents, broke into a wide grin. It was filled with lollipops. Having never left Xiaoba Ridge since birth, it had been a long time since she tasted such a treat. She eagerly unwrapped one and popped it into her mouth, savoring the sweet flavor with delight. Uncle Qin, she really has a dragon beast, Huang Xiaoyi exclaimed, still in shock. Qin Lan chuckled, ruffling her hair. Have you heard of the mid-tier grade beast master talent resurrection? Resurrection? That useless grade talent? Huang Xiaoyi paused, then her eyes widened. Wait, you mean she resurrected a prehistoric dinosaur egg? Exactly, Qin Lan shrugged. That's unbelievable. Huang Xiaoyi looked at Mu Jin with envy. Such luck, to not only awaken resurrection, but also find a dinosaur egg. Mu Jin, enjoying her lollipop, removed her eye patch. Beneath the black fringe, a faint golden eye was visible. Since you were so sincere, I'll accept the toll, she said. It's been ages since I've seen people. So, what brings you to Shenangjia's Xiaoba Ridge? Qin Lan gazed at his junior sister tenderly. In his past life, he hadn't understood her feelings, and her death had haunted him like a nightmare. Now, seeing her again, the burden finally lifted. Feeling uneasy under his gaze, Mu Jin hid behind the Thunder Emperor Tyrannosaurus. You're not a Lilicon, are you? I warn you. My mom is really tough. Your mom? Qin Lan's voice rose. Yeah, my mom is super strong. Qin Lan's breath quickened. Wasn't his junior sister's mother supposed to have passed away before Doomsday? And your dad? Master Mu Changchun. My dad? He died 10 years ago when Doomsday came. Dead? The news hit Qin Lan like a heavy blow, leaving him frozen in place, his face drained of color. Seeing this, Huang Xiaoyi quickly stepped forward, wrapping her arms around his to offer comfort. In her memory, this was the first time Uncle Qin, usually so composed and in control, had ever appeared so shaken. The name Mu Changchun seemed to possess a certain power, violently disrupting Qin Lan's state of mind. He gazed into the distance, where the memory of a middle-aged man in white slowly blurred and eventually vanished. Taking a deep breath, he turned his attention to the little girl hiding behind the Thunder Emperor Tyrannosaurus. Mu Jin, take me to your mother. Mu Jin, who was munching on a lollipop, nodded instinctively but then grew suspicious. Wait, how do you know my name is Mu Jin? We've met before. Impossible. I have no memory of you at all. Qin Lan remained unfazed. You're still young, so it's natural that you don't remember. If you don't mind, you can call me senior brother. With that, he stepped forward and reached out to touch the three-meter Thunder Emperor Tyrannosaurus. The second-tier Thunder Emperor Tyrannosaurus let out a low growl, trying to use its imperial beast aura to intimidate Qin Lan. However, just as its aura began to spread, several stronger high-tier beast auras erupted from Qin Lan's beast nest ring, completely suppressing it. The massive dragon staggered, nearly toppling over. Qin Lan smiled gently as he patted the dragon's rough skin, the Thunder Emperor Tyrannosaurus trembling, a look of human-like humiliation in its eyes. At this moment, it felt like a respectable girl cornered in an alley, unable to resist. Ultimately, it was all due to its lower level of power. Mu Jin watched this scene, her face full of confusion. Senior brother, she murmured. How can you prove it? It's simple, Qin Lan replied calmly. Your mother, Su Yujin, can vouch for me. This statement struck like a bolt of lightning, and Mu Jin's eyes widened, her mouth slightly agape, unable to speak. She thought, if there wasn't a real connection, how could he know her mother's name? Perhaps her father truly had taken on a disciple? A sense of joy welled up in her heart. In TV dramas, the senior brother always doted on the little junior sister, and she couldn't help but start fantasizing. The senior brother catching fish and shrimp with her in the mountains, standing up for her when she was bullied, and as they grew up, exploring the world together, her thoughts drifted to the scene of their wedding night. She quickly shook her head, scolding herself for being influenced by those dramas. Seeing the little junior sister lost in thought, Qin Lan gently ruffled her hair. Although he wasn't particularly fond of young girls, he had to admit that his little junior sister was indeed adorable. Mu Jin snapped back to reality, cleared her throat, and the wariness in her eyes disappeared. All right, I'll take you to see my mother. Senior Brotherno, big brother, please follow me. With that, she turned and headed towards the stone steps, with Qin Lan and Huang Xiaoyi following closely behind. Half an hour later, they arrived at a sunken forest area halfway up the Xiaobeling Mountains. Here, there was a square-shaped fenced garden, presenting a pastoral scene. A robust red-haired boar was struggling to plow the field with a serrated rake, while several monkey beasts in leopard-print skirts diligently sowed seeds of magical plants. In the distance, a black fish beast poked its head out of a lotus pond to water the plants. The sight left Huang Xiaoyi dumbfounded, her mouth agape wide enough to fit a quail egg. Seeing Mu Jin return, a bald old monkey immediately scurried forward to open the gate. Mu Jin casually tossed it a lollipop and asked, "Old Monkey King, where's my mother?" The old monkey gestured towards the wooden house, indicating that the mistress was resting inside. Mu Jin cheerfully ran to the wooden house, knocking and calling out, "Mother, someone is here to visit," claiming to be father's disciple. A moment later, the door opened, and a woman in a slit green dress emerged. She was stunningly beautiful, with the typical features of a Jiangnan woman. Bright eyes like stars, a delicate nose, and rosy lips, with a tear-shaped mole at the corner of her right eye adding to her allure. Her waist-length black hair was casually tied with a red butterfly ribbon, enhancing her graceful and ethereal appearance. The woman had a voluptuous figure, her curves accentuated by a green dress that hugged her form. Her chest was full, reminiscent of a cup, and the pale skin peeking out from beneath her collarbone was as enticing as peeled sugared glutinous rice dumplings. Her slender waist led down to long, elegant legs that peeked through the slit of her dress, complemented by wooden sandals that added to her allure. Even in a simple green dress, her natural beauty was undeniable. Huang Xiaoyi couldn't help but avert her gaze, feeling a twinge of self-consciousness. She glanced down at her own chest and pouted, as if a bottle of soy sauce could hang from her lips. Qin Lan was similarly entranced, recalling what Master Mu Changchun had said about his wife's natural beauty and preference for traditional dresses. Seeing her now, he realized the truth in those words. He never imagined that the wife he had never met would be so stunningly ethereal. "Master Su Yujin is truly beautiful," Qin Lan remarked when their eyes met. Su Yujin's brow furrowed slightly, feeling a strange sensation. A disciple? The Su family, a lineage of ancient medical practitioners, was unaware of any disciple from Mu Changchun, who had married into the family from a big city 10 years ago. Gently stroking the head of a mulan tree, her gentle gaze suddenly turned sharp. The ground within the fenced yard split open, and a parasitic flower queen of the highest order, a 5th grade, 10-star plant, emerged, swaying its vines. Sensing Su Yujin's unfriendly gaze, Qin Lan stepped forward, cupped his hands in respect, and calmly said, "Junior Qin Lan greets Master Su." Su Yujin's eyes flickered, and she spoke softly, "It's too early to call me Master Su when we've never met. How do I know who you are?" Junior learned the Tian Kue acupuncture method, a family secret of the Mu lineage, from Master Mu 10 years ago. Su Yujin was taken aback by his words, thinking to herself, the Tian Kue acupuncture method, a Su family secret? How does this young man know it? Something's not right. The Mu family has no knowledge of acupuncture. In the dim light of the wooden cabin, Su Yujin sat gracefully in a grand chair, holding a blue and white porcelain teacup. The shifting shadows played across her face, making it difficult to discern her expression at that moment. "Uncle Qin, be gentle." Huang Xiaoyi lay face down on the table, her bare back exposed. Qin Lan was focused on performing acupuncture, his long fingers gliding over her back like a pianist, each needle imbued with third-tier spiritual power. "It doesn't hurt. I know it doesn't hurt, but the thought of needles going into my flesh still gives me the creeps," Huang Xiaoyi pouted in complaint. Soon, silver needles covered Huang Xiaoyi's back, and beads of sweat began to form. "Uncle Qin, I'm sweating so much. It feels amazing," she exclaimed, turning to look at Qin Lan with a flushed face. This is the Tian Kue acupuncture technique, a family secret of the Mu clan, known for detoxifying and beautifying. Before the day of destruction, there was a 400-pound man who managed to slim down to 200 pounds in just 6 months using this method. That's incredible. Huang Xiaoyi's eyes sparkled, particularly drawn to the promise of detoxifying and beautifying. Watching this scene, Su Yujin's pupils suddenly contracted. The valuable antique porcelain teacup slipped from her hand, shattering with a crash, spilling tea and shards across the floor. "Mother, let me clean it up." Mu Jin hurriedly fetched a broom and dustpan. Su Yujin coughed to mask the shock in her eyes. This was indeed the Tian Kue acupuncture technique, a secret of the Su family, and now, she was the only one left. How did this Qin Lan come to know it? Countless possibilities flashed through her mind. Her father's illegitimate child? Impossible. Her father had always been devoted to her mother. Mu Changchun's disciple? But Mu Changchun knew nothing of acupuncture. After removing the needles, Qin Lan looked directly at Su Yujin. 10 years ago, I had the honor of becoming Master Mu's disciple. You, as Master Su, must be aware of the Tian Kue acupuncture's effects. Su Yujin's lips twitched. Yes, she thought to herself, Nonsense. The room fell into a brief silence. Indeed, it is the Mu family's Tian Kue acupuncture. Qin Lan, what brings you to the Xiaobeling Mountains? A look of sorrow crossed Qin Lan's eyes. I wanted to ask Master for help in crafting a height ear potion, but unfortunately, Master Mu is no longer with us. What potion? Su Yujin, being an alchemist, was intrigued. A sixth-tier dragon transformation elixir. Qin Lan replied candidly. Dragon transformation elixir? Su Yujin was puzzled. Do you have the recipe? Let me take a look. Perhaps I can craft it. Can Master Su make potions? Even better than Mu Changchun, Su Yujin said confidently. Without hesitation, Qin Lan wrote down the recipe and handed it to her. As Su Yujin studied it, her expression grew increasingly serious, becoming fully engrossed. Half an hour later, she sighed. Interesting, I want to try. Are the ingredients ready? Qin Lan tapped the table, revealing over a dozen magical plants and a golden dragon pearl. Su Yujin thought to herself, these rare materials are not something a third-tier beast tamer could acquire easily. He must have someone powerful backing him. I can craft it, but I need compensation. Qin Lan readily wrote down 3 sixth-tier potion recipes. The physique potion, the metamorphosis potion, and the corpse transformation potion. These are from a secret realm I've explored. Can they serve as compensation? While Su Yujin examined the recipes, Qin Lan approached Mu Changchun's portrait. Gazing at the familiar smile of his master in the photograph, he lit 3 incense sticks and placed them in the burner. Rest assured, Master. I will take good care of Master Su and junior sister. As night fell, cold winds howled through the mountain forest, and the starry sky above seemed like countless eyes watching over the earth. In the courtyard, a young girl named Xiamujin was playfully frolicking with her companion, Huang Qi, her innocent affection for her peer evident. Inside a side room, the quaint wooden cabin was dimly lit by an old oil lamp, its blue flame casting a soft glow that mingled with the fragrant mist of herbs, forming a thin haze. On a simple wooden bed lay Qin Lan, shirtless and face down, like a lamb awaiting slaughter. This might hurt a lot, brace yourself, Su Yujin advised, sitting at the bedside, her legs as smooth as jade peeking from beneath her dress. With deft fingers, she picked up silver needles glowing with the power of a fifth-tier beast master and skillfully inserted them into Qin Lan's back. Qin Lan bit down hard, silent despite the agony, his face flushed beneath his dark hair, and steam rising from his forehead. The pain was like countless worms gnawing at him from within. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Su Yujin's expression turned serious as she swiftly drew a small knife and cut open Qin Lan's right arm. Black, foul-smelling liquid oozed out, which she quickly collected into a small vial, stopping only when the wound ceased to seep. You're lucky to have escaped from the Corpse King, Su Yujin remarked in surprise as she removed the needles from Qin Lan's back. It wasn't just luck. At the crucial moment, the Taiping commander stepped in to help repel the Corpse King. The Taiping commander? The one from Taiping City? Yes, that's right. Su Yujin's eyes flickered with understanding as she pondered, recalling the top 10 human commanders she read about on her phone. She began to speculate about Qin Lan's identity. Could he be the Taiping commander's son, grandson, or perhaps a trusted aide? Her hands absent-mindedly wandered over Qin Lan's back until he awkwardly reminded her, Master, the needles are all out. Startled by her lapse, Su Yujin quickly withdrew her hand. Stretching as she stood, she headed for the door, reminding him, the corpse poison in you and your beast companion has been completely removed. Rest well tonight and avoid any strenuous activity. Qin Lan nodded, closing his eyes to meditate, though his thoughts drifted to the Jade Fox secret realm set to open next month. This large, secret realm, located on a small island affected by nuclear pollution, harbored a royal-level fierce beast, the nine-tailed Jade Fox. In his previous life, it had taken an entire day for that nation to slay the creature, which in turn helped cultivate several elite beast masters. A royal-level beast, the nine-tailed Jade Fox. Maybe I should join in and see if I can benefit from it, Qin Lan murmured to himself. Originally, he planned to head to Spain to investigate a black slave plantation after transforming his purple flame Jiao, but now he realized he needed to change his plans. Late into the night, strange noises emanated from the adjacent room. On her bed, Su Yujin tossed and turned, one jade leg exposed to the starlight. She clung tightly to the sleeping Xiamujin, her cheeks flushed. At 31, she was in her prime, and even someone as detached from worldly desires as she couldn't help but feel restless. Memories surfaced. The Mu family had lived in seclusion in the Shenangjia for generations, and due to the bond between their fathers, she was betrothed to Mu Changchun from a young age. However, Mu Changchun indulged in a life of debauchery and had a daughter, Mu Jin. On the day of destruction, which was supposed to be her wedding night 10 years ago, Mu Changchun and both sets of parents turned into zombies, leaving her to escape with a crying Xiamujin to the Xiaoba Ridge. As she tried to fall asleep, Eager to rest for tomorrow's task of crafting a dragon transformation potion, the noises resumed from next door for the 5th time. Su Yujin's ears burned with embarrassment as she silently criticized the young man's boundless energy. As the morning sun rose, Qin Lan stepped out of his room dressed in a casual suit. His eyes swept over the courtyard, and he remembered that Huang Xiaoyi was still in the room, sound asleep with Poo Poo and the little blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl, Huang Qi. After last night's antics, that girl probably wouldn't wake up until noon. In the courtyard, Mu Jin, who was brushing her teeth, noticed Qin Lan immediately and cheerfully approached him. "Good morning, senior brother." "Morning. Where's the mistress?" "My mom is concocting the dragon transformation potion." Qin Lan gently patted his little junior sister's head. "Can we see her?" "Sure," Mu Jin replied, taking Qin Lan's hand and leading him to the nearby wooden alchemy room. Inside, a faint mist filled the air, and a peculiar green cauldron adorned with bird and beast motifs stood in the center. Su Yujin, dressed in a white dress, knelt by the table, fully absorbed in grinding herbs with a pestle. Qin Lan chose not to disturb her and quietly led Mu Jin out. The profession of potion making was highly sought after, divided into innovators and traditionalists. Innovators used high-tech methods to extract potion properties, reducing the time needed for concoction, while traditionalists took longer but achieved more stable results with high-grade potions. From Su Yujin's approach, she was clearly a traditionalist, and it was likely that the results wouldn't be seen until evening. If the dragon transformation potion was successfully concocted, the low-level lord, the purple flame Jiao, could evolve into a royal-grade beast. "Senior brother, let me take you to a fun place." Mu Jin summoned the royal-grade beast, Thunder Emperor Tyrannosaurus, and excitedly said, "Let's go to Moon Spring in the back mountain." Qin Lan immediately recalled that Moon Spring was a treasured place where Mu Shifu cultivated high-grade magical plants in his previous life. The unique earth veins there allowed the spring water to accelerate the growth of magical plants. "My mom and I often bathe there. It's so relaxing." "This is to repay you for the lollipop, senior brother." Though the Thunder Emperor Tyrannosaurus was somewhat displeased about carrying a stranger, Mu Jin's soothing words persuaded it to take them to Moon Spring in the back mountain. The clear water pool revealed 5 high-grade magical plants growing along the shore, and a 5th-level snow stomper deer lounged leisurely in the water. When Qin Lan noticed a pair of black and white flowers on the shore, he couldn't help but exclaim, "6th-level magical plant, Yin-Yang flower? You know about it too, senior brother?" Mu Jin explained. "My mom says this flower can change a person's gender and slightly alter a beast master's talent, but it will take a few more years to mature." Suppressing his peculiar thoughts, Qin Lan jumped into the water. He summoned all his beast companions, the golden horn spider, the purple flame Jiao, the azure Luan wild demon, the water knight giant claw mantis, and the silverback mighty gorilla, Ain, who was hiding in the beast nest ring out of fear of Su Yujin. Just as Qin Lan was relaxing against the warm feathers of the azure Luan wild demon, enjoying a massage, his phone suddenly rang. A call from an unfamiliar number, number 1, momentarily confused him, revealing it to be the parasite sent as an undercover agent to the Night God's Night Rakshasa group. "What's the situation? Any information on the 5th-level magical plant, transformation grass?" Qin Lan asked calmly. In the thicket, Funan quickly responded to the intelligence he had received. Carefully peering out, he ensured the coast was clear before speaking in a low voice, "Boss, we've reached the swamp area. The 5th-tier magical herb, the morphing grass, is expected to mature tomorrow. They are discussing how to deal with the guardian beast, the Thunder Swamp Demon. Send me the location." "Understood." Funan swiftly transmitted the coordinates. Just then, an impatient voice called from a distance, "Funan, what's taking you so long? Hurry up." "Got it, coming." Funan emerged from the bushes with a smile, appearing nonchalant. A burly man gave Funan a complex look, hesitating before speaking. That guy, truly lucky to survive. After a moment's pause, he patted Funan on the shoulder and whispered like a mosquito, "If you don't want to die again, be wary of the captain." Number 1 pondered the man's words, confused. The captain? The 5th-tier powerhouse, Xiao Yanjun? Why be cautious of him? In the original owner's memories, Funan and Xiao Yanjun were quite close, even neighbors before the calamity. Back at the temporary camp, beast tamers in black combat uniforms were preparing, a chilling and murderous aura enveloping the area. A middle-aged man with a horse-like face, Xiao Yanjun Wang Beigan, glanced at Funan, a shadow passing over his eyes. "Wang Gu." Number 1 greeted warmly, perfectly inheriting Funan's memories. Wang Beigan masked his thoughts with a hearty laugh, patting Funan on the shoulder. Inwardly, he planned, "I'll use the magical plant's guardian beast, the 5th-tier Thunder Swamp Demon, to eliminate him. He's been coveting my wife, and this grudge must be settled." As night fell, inside a potion room, a cyan furnace radiated intense heat, the air shimmering. A fiery fox beast breathed flames, serving as the fire tinder. Su Yujin, drenched in fragrant sweat, wore a white dress clinging to her figure, her natural beauty undiminished. Increase the flame. Ing. The fiery fox beast complied, intensifying its fire. The furnace trembled, releasing a unique fragrance. Outside, Mu Jin inhaled deeply and excitedly told Qin Lan, "Senior brother, it seems the potion is about to succeed." Just as Qin Lan was about to speak, a sudden explosion erupted within the potion room. Scorching flames engulfed the wooden structure. Qin Lan quickly pulled Mu Jin and Huang Xiaoyi back, narrowly avoiding the blast. Mu Jin turned pale, memories flooding back. 10 years ago, her father, Mu Changchun, perished similarly, her mother in a red wedding dress, bloodied, carrying her to safety in Xiaoling. "Don't worry, mistress is a fifth-tier beast tamer. She'll be fine," Qin Lan gently reassured his young apprentice. The potion room's wooden door was kicked open, and Su Yujin emerged, cradling the firefox, unharmed. The cold wind lifted her dress, making her look like a moonlit spirit reborn from the flames. "Mother!" Mu Jin joyfully ran to her. Su Yujin gently stroked her goddaughter's head, flicking a glass vial to Qin Lan. "Here, your 6th-tier dragon transformation potion. Also, have the wooden house repaired by dawn." With that, she led Mu Jin towards the moonlit spring in the back hills. Qin Lan clutched the potion, his face breaking into a smile. Inside the glass vial, the golden liquid shimmered with starlight, forming a vivid constellation of a dragon. "Uncle Qin, is this the dragon transformation potion? Can it really evolve the purple flame Jiao from a low-level lord to a royal beast?" Huang Xiaoyi asked curiously, leaning in for a closer look. Qin Lan summoned the purple flame Jiao, administering the potion. Within 10 breaths, the creature's purple flame surged, coalescing into a massive purplered egg, its surface adorned with the purple flame Jiao's pattern, a faint heartbeat audible from within. Golden-haired, blue-eyed little Huang Qi circled the egg, marveling at the transformation. The leap from carp to dragon, evolving into a royal beast? Such a creature could easily raise a small city of 1 million people. What would it ultimately become? The following morning, the mountain was shrouded in a misty haze, with a streak of purple light piercing through the sky like a sharp sword. Dewdrops dripped from the marshlands, soaking the desolate ground. 30 miles from the Xiaoling mountain range, a group of 20 members from the Yellow squad lay hidden within the shrubs. Their eyes were fixed on the silhouette of a ferocious beast on a green stone in the Marsha Thunder Swamp Demon of the highest lord level. Its upper body was humanoid, with fiery red hair and eyes, exposed fangs, and its entire form covered in purple scales. Its lower body was a serpent tail stretching 6 to 7 meters long, each lash of which sent sparks of lightning scattering. Xiao Yanjun Wang Beigan stared intently at the blue herb beside the Thunder Swamp Demon. This glowing herb, looking as though it was dusted with fluorescent powder, was their target. If he could present this 5th-tier magical plant to Lord Luosha, he would surely be handsomely rewarded. The thought made him tremble with excitement. The Thunder Swamp Demon sat leisurely on the green stone, its blood-red beast eyes filled with contentment. It knew that consuming the Centipede transfiguration herb would allow it to ascend to a royal beast. It gazed towards the Xiaoling mountain range. A flicker of malice in its eyes. There dwelled a beautiful and powerful woman who had once thwarted its attempts to abduct human females and had even injured its vital parts. The grudge of being thwarted must be avenged. As the first ray of sunlight touched the transfiguration herb, a strange fragrance dispersed the swamp's stench. Just as the Thunder Swamp Demon was lost in ecstasy, Wang Beigan launched an attack. 20 sulfur bombs filled with toad venom were hurled simultaneously, engulfing the Thunder Swamp Demon in a yellow toxic mist. However, the Thunder Swamp Demon's agony was a ruse. As Wang Beigan's main force, the Bloodhorn Python, lunged to bite, it suddenly sprang up, piercing the head of the 5-tier 6-star ferocious beast with a spear. Yet, the Bloodhorn Python did not perish. Instead, it coiled around the complacent Thunder Swamp Demon. Above, a beast resembling a divine dragon silently observed the battle. This newly ascended 4th-tier, royal-grade purple flame dragon was Qin Lan's pet beast. Its body shimmered with a purple hue, with a deer-like head and serpent-like body, twin horns ablaze with purple flames, for sharp dragon claws, and an aura of imperial majesty. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.